Chu Qiuran transmigrated into a minor villain destined to die in 3 chapters, just as he planned to cling to the protagonist for his survival. The rebate system unexpectedly activated. Gifting items to the bound individual would yield a tenfold return. To his surprise, the bound individual turned out to be the protagonist's fiancée, Liu Ruobing. Thus, he began his sycophantic villain arc, seizing opportunities from the protagonist to impress the goddess, exchanging millennia-old stalactites for tenfold spiritual liquid, and using heart fruits to elicit 10 divine fruits. Chapter 1. The weakest villain and the rebate system. On the Yunshi continent, outside the Misty Sect, is this for real? Chu Qiuran stood there, somewhat bewildered. While transmigration was not entirely unacceptable, why on earth did it have to be as the weakest villain in a novel? As a young man of the 21st century, Chu Qiuran's greatest pastime was indulging in literature. Recently, he had just finished a novel, and to his utter disbelief, after an unfortunate encounter on the road, he was abruptly struck down by a vehicle and transported into the very narrative he had just read. Transmigration was one thing, but why did he have to assume the role of the weakest villain who met his demise within the first 3 chapters? In the plot, he was merely a lackey to a local bully whose elder brother harbored affections for the protagonist's fiancée. The protagonist, a seemingly inept individual, was despised by his fiancée, and now they were poised to assault him. Wait a moment. If his memory served him right, the protagonist was about to unleash a surge of power, wasn't he? He wasn't ready to log out just yet. Yifeng, you have quite the nerve to stand your ground as I approach. The burly Guan Zhendong cracked his knuckles, while his 2 accomplices grinned maliciously. Nearby, Chu Qiuran, also a lackey, turned pale with dread. They were surely courting death. Upon hearing Guan Zhendong's taunt, Yifeng revealed a cold smirk. Now that he had awakened his bloodline and mastered an unparalleled sword technique, he was only lamenting the lack of an opportunity to hone his skills. This group of fools had delivered themselves right to him. The ones with audacity should be you. Yifeng's cultivation erupted suddenly, the aura of a 3rd-tier qi refinement cultivator eliciting uproarious laughter from everyone present, save for Chu Qiuran. What kind of fool would dare flaunt their meager cultivation before those at the 9th tier? In stark contrast to their amusement, Chu Qiuran felt a pressing urgency. If he didn't assert his position, he would surely meet his doom. Strike! Chu Qiuran leaped forward, delivering a fierce kick to Guan Zhendong's back. Guan Zhendong had anticipated that Yifeng might attack unexpectedly, or that some overly righteous outer sect disciple might intervene, but he had never imagined his own lackey would turn against him. The kick landed with resounding force, knocking Guan Zhendong to the ground, his back now covered in dust. Chu Qiuran, have you lost your mind? If you seek death, I can readily send you to meet the King of Hell. Guan Zhendong sprang to his feet, glaring furiously at Chu Qiuran, who quickly positioned himself beside Yifeng, proclaiming loudly, "In the past, I was blind to my folly, but now that I have seen the light, how can I stand idly by while you bully the weak? Today, I shall fight to the bitter end. As long as I draw breath, you shall not harm Yifeng in the slightest." This declaration left everyone present utterly dumbfounded, and Yifeng couldn't shake the feeling that he might still be dreaming. Was this betrayal logical? Clearly, it was not. The 3 adversaries before him were even more shocked and bewildered, especially Guan Zhendong. What manner of character does his underling possess that he remains oblivious to? Flattery and sycophancy have rendered him a veritable caricature of a base individual, frequenting brothels, gambling at casinos, and harassing registered female disciples. Now this wretch professes a desire to reform? Is this not a gross incongruity? Perhaps the audacity of Chu Qiuran's declaration was so astonishing that the onlookers found themselves momentarily speechless, the air thick with silence. Guan Zhendong observed Chu Qiuran and Yifeng, perplexed by his subordinate's folly. Yet with the matter at hand, should his adversary choose to oppose him, let them meet there. Demise. With resolve, Guan Zhendong withdrew a long sword from his storage ring and charged at the 2, followed closely by his other 2 subordinates who unsheathed their own blades. Just as Chu Qiuran prepared to take decisive action and declare his stance, an unexpected mechanical voice rendered his mind blank. System binding successful. The rebate system will henceforth serve you exclusively. A rebate system? What on earth is this? Before Chu Qiuran could fully comprehend the awakening of this system, Yifeng had already drawn his sword to confront the trio. The glint of the unsheathed blade flashed coldly. A piercing scream echoed in Chu Qiuran's ears, and upon regaining his senses, he found Guan Jindong and his two subordinates lifeless, sprawled in a pool of blood. After dispatching the trio, Yifeng did not sheath his sword but turned to Chu Qiuran, declaring, "In light of your newfound clarity, I shall spare your life today. However, should you dare oppose me again in the future, your fate shall mirror that of these three." With that, Yifeng turned, collecting the storage rings from the corpses before departing, leaving Chu Qiuran nearly in tears. "I have survived. I have lived. As long as I can endure beyond this plot's climax, all shall be well." It was not until Yifeng had vanished from view that Chu Qiuran regained his composure, opening the system panel to discern the nature of this rebate system. Items bestowed upon the system's bound individual by the host will yield a tenfold rebate. The rebate function may only be utilized 3 times per month. The system's bound individual is currently being selected. Please be patient, host. Upon reading the system's description, enlightenment dawned upon him. Indeed, surviving great peril often brings forth unexpected blessings. Having altered the trajectory of fate, the heavens rewarded him with this system. The pressing question now arose. How might he leverage this system to reap the greatest benefits? Contemplating this, he made his way home, simultaneously processing the memories of the original owner of this body. The former inhabitant bore no distinguished identity or background. Of mediocre talent, he hailed from humble origins, his parents long since estranged. Having clung to Guan Jindong's coattails within the sect, he had earned a notorious reputation for his bullying. Now, with Guan Jindong deceased and himself miraculously alive, it was likely that Guan Jindong's elder brother from the outer sect would soon come seeking him for answers that I cannot accept this. I must find a way to survive. Before he could finish his sentence, the system's notification abruptly interrupted him. The system binding person selection complete. Awarded binding person, Liu Ruobing. Next binding person refresh time, 1 year later. What the hell? Is the system malfunctioning? Seeing the system prompt, Chu Qiuran was nearly struck dumb with shock. For Liu Ruobing was none other than the protagonist's current nominal fiancé. Having narrowly escaped from the clutches of the narrative's demise, he now found himself compelled to sever the protagonist's engagement. Was the system truly intent on leading him to his doom? Despair and frustration flooded his mind, yet he realized he must find a way to present Liu Ruobing with some token. Otherwise, with his current aptitude, the prospect of establishing a foundation in his lifetime seemed bleak, especially with the looming presence of Guan Jindong and Guan Peng could arrive at any moment seeking him. That individual was a bona fide late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Eliminating him would be a mere trifle. Chapter 2. Seizing opportunity. Although Liu Ruobing is initially portrayed merely as a character meant to embarrass the protagonist, she is not lacking in spiritual stones and training resources. After all, she is the true disciple of the 4th elder of the Miao Miao sect, and with a master of considerable spiritual prowess as her backing. How could she possibly be impoverished? Chu Qiuran pondered deeply, unable to conceive of anything that might captivate her interest. However, he soon recalled a particular plot he had encountered in a novel. A month later, the protagonist discovered a well in the desolate woods behind the outer sect, beneath which lay a secret passage leading to an underground cavern. Within this cavern resided a small pool of millennia-old stalagmite, from which the protagonist amassed his fortune, securing his initial wealth. At present, Yifeng had yet to uncover the essence of the ancient stalagmite, although it felt morally questionable to seize another's opportunity. With his own path seemingly blocked, he reasoned that survival outweighed ethical concerns. Chu Qiuran did not consider himself a villain, yet he was acutely aware that he was not a paragon of virtue either. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to make his way to the bamboo grove described in the novel. The bamboo grove was expansive, and it took him a considerable part of the day to locate the desolate well. The moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the night as he confirmed he had not erred in his search. With determination, he leapt into the well and began to strike the stone slabs in search of the hidden passage. Thud, thud, thud. The left slab emitted a crisp sound, indicating its emptiness. With a powerful strike, the right slab shattered, unveiling a pitch-black passageway within. Upon witnessing this, Chu Qiuran let out a sigh of relief. He had indeed found the secret corridor. By dawn, Chu Qiuran returned to his dwelling, holding 2 jade vials filled with the ancient stalagmite essence. The quantity matching precisely with the novel's description. The essence possessed a unique ability to enhance one's aptitude and purify one's marrow. In the story, after the protagonist utilized 1 vial, the remaining 1 proved ineffective, leading him to sell it. Each time Chu Qiuran gifted Liu Ruobing an item, he received a tenfold return. This meant that by offering 2 vials at once, he could acquire a total of 20 vials of the ancient essence. He could exchange all 20 vials for high-value items and gift them to Liu Ruobing, reaping tenfold reward in return, and so on. By the end of 10 such transactions, he could barely fathom the rare and precious items he might obtain. Yet, a question loomed. How could he present these gifts to Liu Ruobing? As the direct disciple of the 4th elder, although she had not yet departed from the outer sect, she was not someone a mere registered disciple could approach. As his mind raced, a figure suddenly flashed across his thoughts. During my university days, there was a devoted roommate who would wait outside the girls' dormitory every day, presenting gifts to his so-called goddess. Despite his efforts, she ultimately chose to pursue a wealthy heir instead. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that his method at least ensured the gifts were delivered. Liu Ruobing practiced swordplay daily at the training grounds. Why should I not emulate his tenacity and wait outside her door? Although Liu Ruobing possessed an arrogant demeanor, she was not unreasonable. In the original narrative, her reluctance to entrust her future to someone as inept as Yi Feng was evident. How could a direct disciple of a sect elder accept a fiancée who had not even managed to progress to the foundation establishment stage? The conflict between Liu Ruobing and Yi Feng later erupted when she broke their engagement after becoming an inner disciple, leveraging her status to confront him. As Yi Feng grew stronger, Liu Ruobing struggled to accept her misjudgment, leading to a rivalry that ultimately resulted in her being trapped at the core formation stage. Unable to break through, upon reflecting on everything, Chu Qiuran resolutely took 2 bottles of ancient stalactites and made her way to the outer sect's training grounds, intending to imitate her former roommate's devotion. At the training arena, a cold-faced woman wielding a long sword transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before a short-haired girl. The sound of the sword being drawn resonated as Liu Ruobing, the elder's prized disciple, faced off against by Luo, one of the most formidable disciples of the outer sect, who skillfully blocked the attack with her spear. The two engaged in a spar for 2 full hours, yet neither emerged victorious. Enough. Each time we spar, I feel utterly exhausted. Please do not seek me out for practice again, by Luo declared, visibly frustrated as she sheathed her spear. Liu Ruobing sighed and shook her head in response. Among the female disciples of the outer sect, you are the only one with whom I can engage on equal footing. I find myself at a bottleneck in my core formation, and I hope you can understand. Liu Ruobing, proud and dismissive of male disciples, found the number of outstanding female practitioners to be exceedingly scarce. Thus she insisted on sparring with by Luo daily, hoping to discover a breakthrough through practical experience. Fine, but let me make it clear. Each time we spar, you must provide me with a Yusue Dan. That is already a very reasonable price, by Luo stated. The Yusue Dan was a medicinal pill used by Foundation establishment disciples of the Miao sect to enhance their cultivation, and an ordinary outer disciple would only possess 2 per month. However, Liu Ruobing had over 20, and since she was currently at a standstill, offering them as compensation to buy Luo was acceptable. After their sparring session, both were somewhat fatigued and sat on benches to consume spiritual liquid to replenish their depleted energy. Ruobing, the 5-year assessment for registered disciples is approaching. If I recall correctly, your fiancé, do not mention him to me. Liu Ruobing's previously serene countenance suddenly contorted with anger, prompting by Luo to fall silent. The image of a talentless individual, who after 5 years still languished at the 3rd level of chi refinement, flashed through her mind, further darkening Liu Ruobing's expression. What right does a useless person have to be her man? He is unworthy. Once she sensed her spiritual energy had sufficiently replenished, Liu Ruobing exited her exclusive training room alongside by Luo. Just as they stepped out of the arena, a figure abruptly obstructed their path. It was none other than Chu Qiuran, caught off guard by the presence of a 9th-level Qi refinement disciple blocking their way. The two women momentarily struggled to comprehend the situation. However, before they could react, Chu Qiuran suddenly knelt before them, raising 2 vials of millennium stalactite essence high above his head, exclaiming, "Senior sister Liu Ruobing, you are a paragon of beauty and talent. As a mere named disciple, I dare not harbor any covetous thoughts, but I am willing to offer everything to you. I have come today to present these 2 vials of millennium stalactite essence as a token of my admiration." In this 3rd chapter of moral coercion, Chu Qiuran's act, performed under the gaze of the crowd, was undeniably explosive. The onlookers bore expressions of astonishment, while Liu Ruobing, the focus of attention, found herself momentarily at a loss for how to respond to such an unexpected declaration. "Please accept this, senior sister." Chu Qiuran's voice rang out clearly for all to hear. With his selfless proclamations and the scrutiny of the gathering, he was confident Liu Ruobing could not refuse his offering. To decline would be perceived as heartless. He was prepared to invoke emotional manipulation, threatening to create a scene if she did not accept, thus risking her reputation. Chu Qiuran had thoroughly embraced the philosophy that those who stoop to the lowest depths become invincible, having even concocted plans to elicit sympathy from these inexperienced cultivators. Liu Ruobing stood frozen, unsure of how to navigate this predicament, when unexpectedly, Bai Luo stepped into her aid. "Ruobing, this named disciple is clearly offering these 2 vials of millennium stalactite essence as a form of protection fee. You should look after him from now on." "What? There's another adept?" Chu Qiuran was taken aback, never having anticipated that the short-haired girl accompanying Liu Ruobing could articulate such a thought. Framing his gift as a protection fee, he realized he had met his match. Nonetheless, it mattered little, as long as Liu Ruobing accepted. The process and the other perceptions were of no concern to him. "Very well." Liu Ruobing, initially taken aback, eventually nodded in agreement, extending her hand to accept the 2 vials of millennium stalactite essence. "What is your name?" "Chu Qiuran," he replied. "If you ever require assistance, seek me out. I shall ensure your safety." "Thank you, senior sister." Chu Qiuran expressed his gratitude, rising to his feet and departing with a respectful bow. The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation, as they had initially presumed Chu Qiuran to be a lovesick fool, aware of the impossibility of his affection for Liu Ruobing, yet still willing to selflessly give. However, upon hearing Bai Luo's remarks, the collective perception shifted dramatically. It was believed that Chu Qiuran had offended someone, prompting a deliberate approach for the protection of Liu Ruobing, with 2 vials of ancient stalactite as a gesture of sincerity. This notion was not held solely by the masses. Even Liu Ruobing shared this sentiment. As for Bai Luo, her intelligence was not merely lacking. She was truly naive, genuinely believing such thoughts, leading her to utter such words. When might I have a devoted junior willing to present me with ancient stalactite essence, a treasure of such caliber?" Bai Luo gazed enviously at the jade vial in Liu Ruobing's hand, while Liu Ruobing weighed the vial, noting its substantial contents. The ancient stalactite essence, costly and rare, had eluded her previous searches. Now, a named disciple was willing to offer such a precious item in exchange for her protection, indicating that the troubles faced by the other party must be considerable. Liu Ruobing contemplated this and resolved to discreetly inquire about the circumstances surrounding Chu Qiuran. After departing from the martial arts arena, Chu Qiuran did not hasten home, but instead left the mysterious sect, heading directly to a town for cultivators situated 100 miles beyond. The mysterious city, under the jurisdiction of the mysterious sect, housed numerous cultivators and featured various establishments catering to their needs. The system's rewards had already been credited, and 20 vials of ancient stalactite essence lay quietly within his storage ring. His objective was straightforward: the treasure pavilion within Mysterious City. This establishment not only sold various rare materials and treasures, but also accepted such items. Selling the ancient stalactite essence to them would undoubtedly be his best option. He planned to keep one vial for himself and sell the remaining 19 to acquire the most precious items he could afford, which he would then present to Liu Ruobing, reaping tenfold rewards. The thought filled him with excitement as he stepped into the treasure pavilion. Upon entering, a female cultivator of the Qi refinement stage approached him with a smile, inquiring about his purchasing needs. The pavilion had a rule, regardless of one's status. The attendant assigned was always of the same cultivation level as the visitor. Since Chu Qiuran was at the Qi refinement stage, it was only fitting that he was greeted by a female cultivator of the same realm. "Do you accept ancient stalactite essence?" he asked. "Indeed, we do. Such precious materials that enhance one's aptitude are highly sought after at our treasure pavilion. Have you, perhaps, come into possession of this ancient essence?" The anticipation was evident in the attendant's eyes as she regarded Chu Qiuran. He nodded gently, producing a vial of ancient stalactite essence, which he then opened. The spiritual energy emanating from it, along with its distinctive fragrance, instantaneously confirmed its authenticity as genuine ancient stalactite essence. The disparity before her was beyond the capabilities of a mere Qi refinement stage attendant. It transcended her authority. "I kindly request that you accompany me to the private chamber upstairs and wait for a moment. Our appraiser will be with you shortly." "Understood." Chu Qiuran nodded and followed the female cultivator upstairs, where they quietly awaited in the elegant room, with a pot of hot tea in hand. The female cultivator stepped out for approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, returning shortly thereafter, accompanied by a middle-aged man whose late foundation establishment cultivation was unmistakably evident. "Greetings, I am Qiuran. May I inquire how to address you?" "Fellow cultivator?" The middle-aged man, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, extended his hand to Chu Qiuran with a congenial smile. Rising to her feet, Chu Qiuran grasped his hand and replied, "I am Chu Qiuran, a registered disciple of the mysterious mist sect." "Indeed, a fellow cultivator of the mysterious mist sect. The precious 10,000-year stalactite essence, concealed within solid rock, is notoriously elusive. It is truly enviable that you have managed to procure a vial of such fortune." As Qiuran spoke, a look of envy was palpable on his face. In his eyes, Chu Qiuran was merely a fortunate junior who had stumbled upon the 10,000-year stalactite essence. However, her subsequent words left him astonished. "A vial? Who said I possess only one? I have a total of 19 vials. I wonder if the senior can consume them all." With a flourish of her hand, all 19 vials of stalactite essence materialized on the table before Qiuran. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence as Qiuran stared in disbelief at the jade vials laid out before him. His hand trembled slightly as he reached for one, uncapping it to confirm that it indeed contained the 10,000-year stalactite essence. Opening another vial yielded the same result. In an instant, his expression transformed to one of sheer astonishment and intrigue. Could it be that this Qi refinement stage individual had discovered a 10,000-year stalactite pool? Chapter 4. Lavish expenditure, 19 vials of 10,000-year stalactite essence, each valued at 3,000 spirit stones, amounted to a staggering total of 570 mid-grade spirit stones. This sum exceeded the wealth of many ordinary core formation cultivators. Fellow cultivator, I perceive that you are likely stuck at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, unable to advance to foundation establishment. Our treasure pavilion is replete with various heavenly materials and earth treasures, as well as pills that can facilitate your breakthrough. We also possess countless foundation establishment artifacts and techniques, should you require them. After handing over the spirit stones, Qiuran spoke to Chu Qiuran with a smile. While she had already devised her next course of action, with such an abundance of spirit stones at my disposal, I intend to procure a formidable item and present it to Liu Ruobing to reap the system's tenfold return. Clearing his throat, he turned to Qiuran and said, "I plan to allocate 500 mid-grade spirit stones to purchase an item, which is not for myself but for my senior sister. She is currently at the late foundation establishment stage. What do you recommend I bestow upon her, esteemed senior?" Upon uttering these words, Qiuran's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Could it be that a significant opportunity had arrived so unexpectedly? Indeed, Chu Qiuran was truly his benefactor. After a brief contemplation, he offered his suggestion. Recently, our treasure pavilion procured a rare medicinal herb known as the Dao Heart fruit. Although this particular fruit is merely a century old, its intrinsic value is remarkable regardless of its age. Consuming it greatly enhances the likelihood of forging one's own path in cultivation, with many having comprehended the essence of sword and blade through its use. Furthermore, the Dao Heart fruit possesses extraordinary properties that can strengthen the soul and aid in overcoming bottlenecks. Thus, aside from its expense, it bears no drawbacks. Qishan enthusiastically elaborated on the Dao Heart fruit, and as Chu Qiuran listened, his eyes gleamed ever brighter. Such a treasure was perfectly suited for him. Not only would it benefit Liu Ruobing, who would certainly accept it, but he too would reap significant rewards from its consumption. However, he soon recognized a pressing concern. If he continually engaged in the trade of diverse rare treasures, it might prove perilous. Once or twice could be attributed to luck or opportunity, but after numerous transactions, even a fool would discern that something was amiss. Therefore, the most prudent strategy would be to ensure that the items acquired were resources he could personally utilize, such as spirit stones or the Dao Heart fruit. Without hesitation, Chu Qiuran decided to purchase the Dao Heart fruit. Shortly thereafter, Qishan cautiously presented a jade box. Upon opening it, Chu Qiuran beheld a golden fruit shining brilliantly within, and he could not suppress his excitement. At that moment, Qishan could not help but exclaim, "Your devotion is truly admirable, my friend. To bestow such a heavenly treasure upon a beloved is indeed commendable." Chu Qiuran, upon hearing this, did not dispute the sentiment, but instead contemplated it briefly before departing from Miao City, Dao Heart fruit in hand, en route to Miao Sect. 2 mornings later, at Miao Sect, in Liu Ruobing's quarters, her beautiful eyes slowly opened. As she sensed the changes within herself, a faint smile graced her lips. The efficacy of the 10,000-year stalactite essence was indeed as renowned as its reputation suggested. After refining her essence, she could distinctly feel the acceleration of her spiritual energy. Additionally, her already remarkable talents had ascended to an even higher level. She softly uttered the name Chu Qiuran, having learned through inquiries the name of the young man who gifted her the essence. She also discovered that Chu Qiuran was originally a subordinate of Guanpeng, a registered disciple. However, not long ago, Guanpeng's brother had met a tragic end in a remote area of the outer sect, along with 2 of his subordinates, while Chu Qiuran remained unscathed. Though many did not believe this incident was connected to Chu Qiuran, considering that the leader had perished while the subordinate survived, it was inconceivable that Guanpeng would overlook this. Few could rival Guanpeng among the outer disciples, and I happen to be one of them. It seems this is why Chu Qiuran sought my allegiance, desiring a formidable ally. Liu Ruobing, in her self-reflection, deemed her actions justifiable. Although she harbored a disinclination towards interacting with male disciples, particularly those of inferior cultivation who had yet to establish their foundation, she recognized the obligation that came with accepting Chu Qiuran's offerings. Thus, she resolved to safeguard this young disciple as best as she could. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, an unexpected disturbance rippled through the cave's protective barrier. Was someone seeking her out? Liu Ruobing felt a twinge of confusion and, upon consulting the array, discerned a youth clad in the garb of a registered disciple standing outside the valley. It was none other than Chu Qiuran. Surprised, Liu Ruobing had not anticipated that he would proactively seek her out in her cave. Could it be that Guanpeng had done something to him, prompting Chu Qiuran to come to her for refuge? The mere thought incensed her. Guanpeng, you seek your own demise. To have someone she publicly claimed to protect be bullied within mere days was an affront to her dignity. Fuming, she exited the cave and approached the valley's barrier. Clad in flowing white, she exuded an aromatic breeze, yet her striking visage bore a heavy frown. As Liu Ruobing prepared to inquire about the situation, she was taken aback when Chu Qiuran suddenly bowed deeply, producing a jade box which he presented with great reverence. "Sister, this is a fortuitous treasure I have chanced upon, brought forth as a humble token of my gratitude." Recognizing Liu Ruobing's view of their relationship, Chu Qiuran cleverly framed his offering as a form of protection fee, which seemed more fitting under the circumstances. Upon hearing his words, Liu Ruobing's fury transformed into astonishment. However, she swiftly waved her hand dismissively. Take it away. How could I possibly covet the belongings of a mere registered disciple? Yet, she added, but I cannot disregard your goodwill. Liu Ruobing's demeanor softened. It was not that she had abandoned her aloofness, but rather that even a treasure as rare as the Dao heart fruit could provoke a reaction, especially when offered to her. As the jade box opened, the golden Dao heart fruit lay before her. Liu Ruobing gazed in disbelief at the fruit, and then at the kneeling Chu Qiuran, who radiated sincerity and reverence. Is this truly for me? Certainly. As a Qi refining stage cultivator, without your protection, I would surely meet a grim fate. It is far better to present such a treasure to you than to risk being slain for it, like a lamb to the slaughter. Chu Qiuran's performance soared. His transition from the mundane world to the realm of cultivation was indeed a loss for the film industry. Chapter 5. A Twist of Fate. The true disciple. Upon returning to her cave, Liu Ruobing clutched the second Dao heart fruit tightly in her hand. Her heart a tempest of emotions. Settling herself in a meditative posture, she cast aside any hesitation and promptly consumed the fruit. The formidable potency of the medicine erupted within. This impact far exceeding the last, solidifying her spirit and deepening her comprehension of the Tao in a mysterious manner. The bottleneck remained unyielding, yet she could distinctly perceive that the benefits bestowed by this Tao heart fruit far surpassed her expectations, laying a more robust foundation for her future pursuit of the Golden Core realm. Chu Qiuran, she murmured the name once more, her brow instinctively furrowing. To have procured 2 Dao heart fruits upon her first attempt was a display of generosity beyond the means of an ordinary named disciple. His claim of serendipitous fortune could be dismissed as mere luck once, but twice. Had he truly uncovered the whereabouts of the Dao heart fruit tree? The complications surrounding him were likely more profound than I had anticipated. Liu Ruobing had already formed a judgment in her heart, resolutely deciding to investigate personally in a few days to discern which celestial being Chu Qiuran had provoked to warrant such extravagant investment. Just as Chu Qiuran departed from Liu Ruobing's cave dwelling, the system's alert resonated eagerly in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has received 100-year Dao heart fruit, triggering a tenfold return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100-year Dao heart fruits. What a windfall! This round is truly a significant gain. Chu Qiuran's heart soared with joy, nearly overwhelming him. He felt a surge of wind beneath his feet as he hastened back to his humble abode, eagerly retrieving 1 plump Dao heart fruit. The system's offerings are indeed extraordinary. The effects Liu Ruobing experienced were so remarkable. I must indulge as well. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the Dao heart fruit whole. A torrent of warmth instantly surged through his limbs and bones, as if his body had been thoroughly purified. The spiritual energy that had previously felt somewhat sluggish now flowed with unparalleled smoothness and harmony. Most crucially, his sensitivity to the surrounding spiritual energy had increased manifold. This is my aptitude. Chu Qiuran acutely sensed the transformation within himself. His cultivation aptitude had evidently risen to a new echelon. Previously of average talent, he now found himself capable of reaching above average, perhaps even brushing against the realm of exceptional genius. Such a defiance of the heavens. With this, my chances of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage have increased significantly. His gaze swept over the 9 Dao heart fruits, quietly resting in his storage ring, and his thoughts began to churn. With such overwhelming effects, Liu Ruobing would undoubtedly require more. Should I gift her another, or perhaps 2 at once? After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to temper this impulse for the time being. After all, gifting the same rare item too frequently would inevitably raise suspicions. I must swiftly convert these treasures into resources Liu Ruobing desperately needs, making her unable to refuse, willingly accepting them, so I can continue to benefit from her generosity. The following day, as Chu Qiuran stepped over the threshold of his modest dwelling, intending to resolve his hunger at the sect's dining hall, he unexpectedly collided with a group of individuals. Leading them was a towering figure with a grim expression, none other than the notorious troublemaker among the inner disciples, Guan Peng. Chu Qiuran. The voice of Guan Peng was laced with uncontrollable fury. Behind him, several inner disciples surged forward, blocking Chu Qiuran's path with unwavering determination. Guan Peng. Chu Qiuran feigned calmness, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. My brother Guan Sheng has perished. Yet you, his subordinate, seem to be living quite comfortably. Guan Peng advanced relentlessly, exuding a formidable pressure akin to that of a foundational practitioner, which struck directly at Chu Qiuran's face. Although Chu Qiuran had reached the 9th level of qi refinement, he swayed slightly under the weight of this oppressive aura, his complexion paling. Brother Guan, I too am deeply saddened by the loss of your brother. However, his demise is truly unrelated to me. Chu Qiuran pleaded in a flustered manner. Unrelated? Guan Peng scoffed coldly. At that time, there were only the 3 of you. The other 2 are dead, yet you returned unscathed. Who would believe your claim of innocence? I was in shock. I can't recall any details. Chu Qiuran continued his act. I suspect you harbor a guilty conscience and dare not speak the truth. Guan Peng's tone turned fierce. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, do not expect to leave this place. A circle of outer disciples had long since gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Their buzzing discussions and unabashed pointing made Chu Qiuran feel like a thorn was lodged in his back. Look, is that not Chu Qiuran? I heard he used to be Guan Sheng's lackey. Indeed, with the master deceased, how is it that he, the subordinate, thrives? Can Brother Guan possibly let him off? Just as the atmosphere became tense, a voice as crisp as a mountain spring pierced through the clamor, clear yet commanding. Guan Peng, what are you doing? The crowd turned towards the source, where a figure clad in white glided gracefully on the wind, her garments billowing without a hint of earthly presence. Liu Ruobing. After a few days' absence, the cold aura surrounding her had intensified, as if she could shatter the invisible barrier encasing her at any moment. Junior Sister Liu? Upon seeing her, Guan Peng's previously arrogant demeanor faltered, though he still attempted to maintain his defiance. I am disciplining my own. It has nothing to do with you, Junior Sister Liu. Liu Ruobing's indifferent gaze swept over Chu Qiuran before fixing on Guan Peng, her voice steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. He is now under my protection. Your protection? Guan Peng reacted as if he had heard the greatest jest, first taken aback, then bursting into derisive laughter, his sarcasm unmasked. Junior Sister Liu, have you lost your mind in your cultivation? Since when do you take an interest in someone of such low standing? Since when have my actions required your explanation? Guan Peng. Liu Ruobing's tone turned icy, the surrounding air seemingly growing colder. Chu Qiuran is under my safeguard. If you wish to harm him, you must first pass through me. Guan Peng's chest heaved violently, his fist cracking ominously. One was a renowned ice-cold beauty within the sect, her strength unfathomable and her background shrouded in mystery. The other was his deceased brother's only kin. Could he swallow this indignity? The disciples around them held their breath, sensing that the stakes were escalating dramatically. Though he too was at the foundation establishment stage, Liu Ruobing was a direct disciple of the 4th elder and a paragon among the outer sect as female disciples. Should a confrontation arise, he would undoubtedly come to regret it. Very well, Junior Sister Liu, I shall grant you this favor. Guan Peng gritted his teeth and, with a fierce glare directed at Chu Qiuran, departed with his subordinates in a disgruntled manner. With the crisis averted, Chu Qiuran immediately fell to his knees before Liu Ruobing, the motion executed with such fluidity that it appeared he had rehearsed it countless times. Chapter 6. A great favor, thank you, great leader, for saving my life. Had you not arrived in time, I fear my life would have been forfeit today. Chu Qiuran expressed his profound gratitude, his voice tinged with emotion, nearly shedding tears in the process. The surrounding disciples were left in stunned silence, astonished at how swiftly his demeanor had shifted from defiance to such submission. Liu Ruobing was equally taken aback by his unexpected display of reverence. While she anticipated his gratitude, she had not expected such a dramatic gesture. Rise, she commanded, striving to maintain her characteristic coolness. The great favor bestowed by the leader cannot be repaid. I, your humble junior, have but one last precious item, Chu Qiuran exclaimed, deftly retrieving a jade box from his storage ring and raising it high above his head. This is the last valuable possession I own, a Dao heart fruit. I implore you, great leader, to accept it. Otherwise, I shall be unable to find peace, and my Dao heart will falter. Another Dao heart fruit? Liu Ruobing was utterly bewildered. Did this lad disturb the nest of the Dao heart fruit tree? The onlookers gasped collectively, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The Dao heart fruit was a legendary treasure, rare and invaluable, capable of aiding one in comprehending the essence of the world and enhancing their innate capabilities. This fellow, astonishingly, was offering yet another one as a token of gratitude for saving his life. Who exactly was Chu Qiuran? Did he consider the Dao heart fruit as commonplace as cabbages? Observing the earnest expression on Chu Qiuran's face and feeling the mixed gazes of shock, envy, and admiration from the surrounding disciples, Liu Ruobing found herself in a precarious position. To refuse would appear excessively unkind, suggesting she rejected even a life-saving gift offered in sincerity. If word spread, how could she, Liu Ruobing, maintain her standing within the sect? Yet to accept it, she had already received 2 Dao heart fruits without merit. Accepting a third would create an unbearable debt of gratitude. Great leader, if you refuse, it would imply you look down upon my sincere heart. Chu Qiuran elicit. Determination etched on his face. I would rather destroy this fruit on the spot than let it tarnish your esteemed reputation. Seeing Liu Ruobing hesitate, he intensified his resolve, tightening his grip as if to shatter the jade box. His demeanor was one of such desperation that it seemed he would self-destruct if she did not accept. Stop! Liu Ruobing's heart raced, and she quickly intervened. Gazing at Chu Qiuran's obstinate expression, she felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. This fellow is truly a slippery character, adept at navigating every situation with remarkable precision. More importantly, the heart fruit possesses an irresistible allure for her, especially at this moment when she has just begun to sense a loosening of her bottleneck and is in dire need of consolidation and breakthrough. Very well, I shall accept it. Liu Ruobing almost squeezed the words out through gritted teeth, her delicate hand gesturing as the jade box fell into her grasp. She felt a warmth rise in her cheeks, unsure if it was due to anger or something else entirely. Thank you, Big Sister. Big Sister is formidable. May Big Sister reign for eternity and unify the realm. Chu Qiuran exclaimed, her joy radiating as she effortlessly sprang to her feet, bowing in 90-degree angle to Liu Ruobing before darting away like a rabbit, her speed reminiscent of a hound in pursuit, concealing both merit and name. Holding the warm jade box, Liu Ruobing watched Chu Qiuran's vanishing figure, her heart a tumult of emotions, akin to a spice shop overturned. Was Chu Qiuran genuinely foolish or simply wise beyond her years? What extraordinary fortune had she encountered to continuously produce such treasures? Furthermore, that phrase, my person, when recalled, somehow resonated pleasingly in her ears. Bah, bah, bah. Liu Ruobing chided herself. What nonsensical thoughts are you entertaining? He is merely a named disciple seeking refuge. Just a troublesome individual. Yet this troublesome individual has been remarkably generous, so much so that it is both startling and disconcerting. Returning to her dwelling, Liu Ruobing's mind remained in turmoil. The third heart fruit. Without further hesitation, she seated herself cross-legged, opened the jade box, and swallowed the crystal-clear fruit, which exuded an otherworldly fragrance. At that moment, as the medicinal power unfurled like a gentle torrent, it felt as though an invisible barrier within her shattered with a resounding crash. A surge of spiritual energy, far more robust and pure than during her previous 2 experiences with the heart fruit, surged through her meridians like a mighty river. The formidable barrier that had plagued her for months during the late stage of Foundation establishment offered no resistance against this overwhelming force and crumbled effortlessly. At the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, in that instant, her cultivation firmly ascended to the peak of the late stage of Foundation establishment. Only a single step remained to reach the legendary realm of Dan formation. Have I truly broken through? Liu Ruobing marveled at the surging power within her, nearly overflowing, her face alight with incredulous elation. This was nothing short of a fortuitous opportunity. The bottleneck that had troubled her for so long had been effortlessly traversed, all thanks to these seemingly unremarkable heart fruits. At this moment, Liu Ruobing's perception of Chu Qiuran underwent a monumental transformation. This was no longer a matter of mere refuge-seeking or entanglement in troubles. It transcended such simple explanations. To be able to nonchalantly produce 300-year-old Dao heart fruits in succession, and even under the scrutiny of onlookers. To cleverly present one to oneself under the grandiose pretext of a life-saving grace. This individual is certainly no ordinary figure. His intellect and methods surpass those of an average named disciple by far. He is either a disciple meticulously nurtured by an inscrutable recluse, descending from the mountains for training, or he possesses extraordinary fortune and encounters, blessed with an abundance of serendipity that is astonishing. It seems I had underestimated him and misjudged his capabilities. Liu Ruobing murmured to herself, her gaze now tinged with gravity and contemplation. She began to sincerely acknowledge Chu Qiuran's existence, no longer viewing him merely as a subordinate who required her occasional attention and could easily be crushed. Meanwhile, within Chu Qiuran's consciousness, the system's notification chimed in as expected. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted 100-year-old Dao heart fruit. Tenfold return initiated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100-year-old Dao heart fruits. Along with the previous 9, he now possessed a total of 1,900-year-old Dao heart fruits within his storage ring. 19. My goodness, if he were to sell these, it would likely incite a storm of turmoil within the sect. Chu Qiuran stroked his chin, delightfully pondering. However, he quickly extinguished this tempting thought. He understood the principle that a man, though innocent, may suffer for possessing something precious. After a few fortunate incidents, it would be evident to all that he harbored a significant secret. At that point, not only would he be unable to exploit the situation, but he might also find himself ensnared as a mere sheep in someone else's fold. He could not continue to bestow Dao heart fruits. It was too conspicuous and could invite unnecessary trouble. Chu Qiuran began to reflect seriously, now that Liu Ruobing had just reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. What did she need most? Techniques? As the direct disciple of the fourth elder, she certainly lacked for nothing in terms of elite sect techniques. Pills? Perhaps. But the Dao heart fruit was already the pinnacle for enhancing one's aptitude and comprehension. Further gifts of pills might not yield the expected results. Magic treasures? Yes, magic treasures. A suitable magic treasure could significantly bolster a cultivator's combat prowess, especially during the critical moment of breaking through to the core formation stage, where it would be indispensable. Liu Ruobing undoubtedly required a powerful magic treasure befitting her status and cultivation. He needed to find an appropriate reason for her to willingly accept it. Chu Qiuran resolved to first visit Piaomiao City to seek out some valuable items. Little did he know, before he even set foot outside the sect, a piece of news spread like wildfire among the outer disciples. Have you heard? Senior brother Yi Feng has returned. Which senior brother Yi Feng? Some wondered. Who else could it be? The one who entered the sect 5 years ago, bearing the title of a once-in-a-century genius, yet has remained stuck at the third layer of Qi refinement for 5 years. Oh, I remember now. Isn't he the nominal fiancé of senior sister Liu Ruobing? Shoo, keep your voice down. This is not gossip to be spread lightly. As Chu Qiuran listened to the cacophony of discussions around him, a thought crossed his mind. Yi Feng? Is the plot about to unfold? According to the conventions of storytelling, Yi Feng, this early experience package, has certainly provided the protagonist with ample opportunities for face-slapping. His engagement with Liu Ruobing serves as a catalyst for the myriad conflicts between them. What could this fellow possibly intend by returning at such a critical moment? Chu Qiuran suddenly felt invigorated. At that moment, at the entrance of the outer gate, martial arts arena, stood a young man. Clad in the attire of an inner sect disciple, he bore an unremarkable appearance. With his hands clasped behind his back, it was Yi Feng. Where is Liu Ruobing? Ever come out to see me? Yi Feng's voice was not loud, yet it exuded an air of arrogant authority. The outer gate disciple on guard dared not hesitate, and promptly rushed inside to deliver the message. Before long, Liu Ruobing and Bai Luo emerged, one after the other. At the sight of Yi Feng, Liu Ruobing instinctively furrowed her brow. "Yi Feng, what do you want?" Her tone was flat, even deliberately distant. "Ruobing, I have heard that you recently took on a small follower in the Qi refinement stage, and that you even quarreled with that lad Guanpeng over him." Yi Feng's gaze roamed over Liu Ruobing, tinged with scrutiny. "What I do is of no concern to you," Liu Ruobing retorted coldly. "Of no concern to me?" Yi Feng scoffed, as if he had heard a great joke. "Do not forget, we are still bound by a marriage contract. As a distinguished disciple of the fourth elder, what do you think it looks like for you to associate with a Qi refinement stage waste? If word gets out, how will it reflect on me, Yi Feng?" "Yi Feng." Liu Ruobing's voice suddenly rose, her temper flaring. "My affairs are not for you to dictate. Moreover, whether Chu Qiuran is a waste is not for you to decide." Having just broken through, her mood had been splendid, but Yi Feng's words had thoroughly disrupted it. Especially his repeated belittling of Chu Qiuran left her feeling uneasy and irritated. "Not a waste? What do you call someone who has been in the entry stage for years without progress? If that isn't wasteful, then what is?" Yi Feng replied dismissively. "Ruobing, I understand your ambitions, but you should not demean yourself by mingling with such unworthy company. Once you form your core and enter the inner sect, I will ask Master to propose, and by then, I hope you will be surrounded by tranquility." He paused before adding, "By the way, I returned this time specifically to bring you a grand gift. Once you form your core, you will need a suitable flying sword. I have learned that the Zidian Qingxuang sword is highly compatible with your cultivation technique, and in a few days, I shall procure it for you." As Yi Feng spoke, his chin lifted slightly, his demeanor resembling that of one bestowing a monumental favor. Liu Ruobing, listening to Yi Feng's self-important monologue, felt her irritation intensify. "There is no need for you to concern yourself with my matters. As for the marriage contract, I shall inform Master and have it dissolved at the earliest opportunity," Liu Ruobing declared unequivocally. "Dissolve the marriage contract?" Yi Feng's tone shifted dramatically. "Liu Ruobing, have you truly thought this through?" At that moment, Chu Qiuran happened to pass by, overhearing their conversation. The mention of the purple lightning and blue frost sword made his heart skip a beat, followed by a surge of amusement. It was indeed serendipitous. He had been contemplating the very thing. Liu Ruobing had just reached the pinnacle of the foundation building stage, her powers significantly enhanced, and she was in dire need of a formidable sword to command respect. How foolish of Yi Feng to unwittingly deliver such crucial intelligence right to his doorstep. "Head sister, are you in trouble?" Chu Qiuran feigned nonchalance as he approached with a concerned expression. He first bowed respectfully to Liu Ruobing before turning to Yi Feng with a look of feigned confusion. "And who might this senior brother be?" Yi Feng, noticing the sudden appearance of Chu Qiuran, glanced at him and Liu Ruobing, irritation flickering across his face. "So you are the infamous Chu Qiuran?" He regarded him with disdain, scanning him from head to toe. A mere waste at the 9th level of Qi refinement dares to approach Ruobing, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Liu Ruobing's demeanor turned icy at Yi Feng's blatant insult directed at Chu Qiuran. "Yi Feng, cease your words at once. Whether Chu Qiuran is a waste is not for you to judge. He is far superior to you, a mere 3rd level of Qi refinement who has stagnated for 5 years. As soon as these words left Liu Ruobing's lips, Yi Feng's face flushed crimson, veins pulsing ominously at his temples. His finger trembled violently as he pointed at her, nearly touching her face. "Liu Ruobing, you, he stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response, his chest heaving with rage. "You dare to humiliate me, so, for a mere outer disciple." Chu Qiuran, maintaining a facade of humility and helplessness, lowered his gaze, observing the scene with keen interest. Internally, he was elated, wanted to give Liu Ruobing a thumbs up. "Well done. Head sister is magnificent. Yi Feng, you truly are my dear benefactor, or rather, a treasure-bringing child." This information is perfectly timely. He was already plotting in his mind. The purple lightning and blue frost sword would be his. When the time came to personally present the sword to Liu Ruobing, the spectacle would be utterly delightful. Just imagining Yi Feng's face, surely more colorful than a painter's palette, filled him with anticipation. Chapter 8. The true waste is myself. Yi Feng's face turned a shade of deep crimson, his finger trembling as he pointed at Liu Ruobing, his chest heaving. After a long moment, he finally squeezed out words through clenched teeth. Very well, Liu Ruobing. For the sake of a Qi refinement waste, you dare to humiliate me like this. His eyes reddened with fury. He abruptly turned to glare at Chu Qiuran, wishing he could tear him apart. And you, pretty boy, just because you have Liu Ruobing to protect you, do not presume you can act without consequence. Mark my words, Ruobing will eventually be mine. You are not even worthy to carry her shoes. Senior brother Yi Feng, please calm down. Chu Qiuran hastily bowed, retracting his neck in feigned terror. Sister Ruobing, she misunderstood. I assure you, I have no ulterior motives towards her. Brother, you are magnanimous. Do not hold it against a small character like me. His abject humility, observed by Yi Feng, undoubtedly confirmed his status as a complete coward, and, oddly enough, it somewhat quelled Yi Feng's fury, replacing it with a deeper sense of contempt and superiority. At least you know your place. Yi Feng scoffed, his chin raised defiantly. Ruobing, did you hear that? He himself has admitted it. Such a person is hardly worth your defense. He then shifted his gaze to Liu Ruobing, his tone dripping with condescending arrogance. As for the Xidian Qingshuang sword, fear not. My Wort is my bond. Within 10 days, I shall personally retrieve it and present it to you. At that time, you will truly understand who is worthy of you, who is the true prodigy. Upon finishing, he cast a pointed glance at Chu Qiuran, the challenge in his gaze unmistakable. Unlike certain individuals who could only cower behind women, weeping and wailing, unable to produce anything of value, Liu Ruobing furrowed her brows, her disdain for Yi Feng deepening. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Chu Qiuran timidly murmur to herself. I've heard that the Xidian Qingshuang sword may or may not be genuine. There are 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. What if it turns out to be a mere trinket, or worse, a counterfeit forged by a blacksmith? Wouldn't that be a futile endeavor? Though Chu Qiuran's voice was light, every cultivator present heard her words clearly. Bai Luo stifled a laugh, nearly doubling over, quickly covering her mouth with her hand, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Yi Feng's face turned an ominous shade, more dismal than if he had been publicly slapped. He had just boasted about his impending acquisition of the divine sword, and Chu Qiuran's offhand remark had nearly exposed his true colors. Was she not suggesting that Yi Feng might return with a fake or inferior item? This was far more infuriating than being called useless. What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Feng exclaimed, hopping in anger as he pointed a finger at Chu Qiuran. How dare a mere disciple utter such absurdities regarding divine weapons? Do you even understand what you're talking about? The Xidian Qingshuang sword is an ancient divine artifact, far beyond the comprehension of someone as ignorant as you. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Chu Qiuran immediately adopted a posture of abject fear, bowing her head even lower. I merely heard rumors, and I spoke thoughtlessly. My words are not to be taken seriously. Brother Yi Feng, your might is unparalleled, and the treasure you retrieve will undoubtedly be a true masterpiece. I was merely being narrow-minded. Her words appeared to be an apology, yet the underlying sarcasm only inflamed Yi Feng's rage further. What did she mean by hearsay? What did she mean by thoughtless remarks? Was she not ridiculing him for his lack of discernment, unable to distinguish between the genuine and the fake? Liu Ruobing cast a lingering glance at Chu Qiuran, pondering whether this individual truly possessed some hidden insight. Very well, very well, very well. Yi Feng, instead of growing angrier, laughed, his voice trembling with rage. Chu Qiuran, did you not imply that I might return with a counterfeit? Fine. Yi Feng hereby declare that. He abruptly raised 3 fingers, pointing towards the heavens, each word resonating powerfully. I, Yi Feng, within 10 days shall procure the genuine, high-quality Xidian Qingshuang sword, and present it to Ruobing. Should the sword I retrieve possess even the slightest flaw, fail to be of superior quality, or be proven false, I, Yi Feng, shall deem myself a complete wastrel. From this day forth, I shall never set foot outside the gates of the Piamiao sect again, nor shall I entangle myself with junior sister Ruobing in any manner. Upon utterance of these vows, The surroundings erupted in astonishment. Such a declaration was exceedingly severe. To label oneself a wastrel, to pledge never to tread the outer gates again, and to vow never to pursue Liu Ruobing. These were more torturous for someone as prideful as Yi Feng than death itself. Liu Ruobing stood stunned, clearly unprepared for Yi Feng's emotional outburst that compelled him to utter such a grave oath. Her lips parted slightly, as if to speak, but ultimately, she merely scoffed and turned away. In her heart, she perceived Yi Feng's actions as a manifestation of shame and anger, a self-imposed humiliation. Chu Qiuran, elated within, feigned a demeanor of trepidation, casting a worried glance at Yi Feng. Senior brother Yi Feng, you mustn't. How can oaths be made so lightly? You, a person of virtue, surely have the heavens on your side. Why resort to such extremes? Silence. Yi Feng interrupted harshly. All of this was instigated by you. Chu Qiuran, just wait. In 10 days, I shall ensure you witness what true genius is, what a genuine divine sword is. Then, we shall see what you have to say. With that fierce proclamation, Yi Feng furiously tossed his sleeves and stormed out of the training arena, his anger and humiliation seeking an outlet. His furious demeanor clearly indicated he was determined to seek the Zidian Qingxuang sword immediately. Ah, this promises to be quite the spectacle. Bai Luoluo approached Liu Ruobing, her tone laced with mischief. This fellow has truly lost his mind, daring to utter such wild claims. But speaking of which, Ruobing, your little follower seems quite knowledgeable, even understanding the caliber of the Zidian Qingxuang sword. Liu Ruobing remained silent, her gaze fixed on the direction Chu Qiuran had vanished, a contemplative expression gracing her features. Chu Qiuran, still shaken, patted his chest and exhaled deeply, looking as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. He clasped his hands towards Liu Ruobing, and by Luoluo, his voice tinged with gratitude. Senior Sister Ruobing, Senior Sister Bai, thank you both for intervening today. I nearly plunged into a calamity. It was all my fault for speaking out of turn. Enough with the theatrics. Bai Luoluo waved her hand dismissively. Yi Feng is inherently troublesome. Even had you remained silent, he would eventually have sought a confrontation. But, Junior Brother Chu, do be honest with your senior sister. Do you truly know anything about the secrets of the Zidian Qingxuang sword? Chu Qiuran quickly shook his head, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. Senior Sister Bai, you jest. As a mere named disciple, how could I possibly know any secrets? I've only overheard tales from wandering cultivators in the market. They are hardly reliable. Chapter 9 Gratitude. In tears, Liu Ruobing gazed intently at Chu Qiuran, her lips parting slightly. Yi Feng is a man of narrow mind, harboring grudges that he will undoubtedly repay. His vow today is a foreboding sign. He will stop at nothing to seek the sword. Chu Qiuran, you must exercise caution over the next 10 days and refrain from venturing out alone. Thank you, Senior Sister Ruobing, for your concern. Chu Qiuran immediately displayed a face full of gratitude. I shall certainly remember your teachings. Yet, within his heart, he reveled in delight. Yi Feng, you truly are my benefactor, not only providing me with information, but also hastily vowing to push yourself into a corner. This Zidian Qingxuang sword shall be mine. Not only will I acquire it, but I will also ensure that you, Yi Feng, witness how I deliver it into the hands of your fiancée. As for the 10 heart fruit, perhaps they could be exchanged for precise information regarding the Zidian Qingxuang sword. Or better yet, I could first enhance my strength before making my move. Yi Feng stormed away, the echoes of his vow lingering ominously in the training grounds. Chu Qiuran bid farewell to Liu Ruobing and Bai Luoluo, hastily making his way to Miao City. He had no time to waste in the cafeteria. His foremost priority was to secure the Zidian Qingxuang sword. System, please retrieve information on the Zidian Qingxuang sword. The more detailed, the better, he silently commanded. He held no faith in hearsay. To possess a golden finger and not utilize it would be foolish. Beep. Retrieving information on the Zidian Qingxuang sword requires the consumption of 1 heart fruit of 100 years. Do you confirm? 1. Chu Qiuran clicked his tongue, feeling a pang of regret. However, he steeled his resolve and confirmed. You must spend to gain. Information retrieval in progress. The Zidian Qingshuang sword is a high-grade spiritual weapon, imbued with dual attributes of thunder and frost, providing significant benefits to practitioners of thunder or ice techniques. This sword was originally wielded by the Thunder Sword Sovereign 300 years ago. After his passing, the sword and its legacy were lost deep within Thunder Valley. Thunder Valley is beset by constant storms and guarded by formidable beasts, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Recently, rumors have surfaced of unusual activity at the valley's periphery, suggesting the legacy may soon resurface, attracting the covetous eyes of various factions. Additionally, there are indeed imitations of the Zidian Qingshuang sword in circulation, varying in quality and requiring careful discernment. Thunder Valley? Guardian beasts? The legacy resurfacing? Chu Qiuran's heart raced. This information was akin to a timely gift. It far surpassed what that dimwit Yi Feng could ever comprehend. With a shift in thought, he inquired, "System, can you track Yi Feng's movements?" Tracking specific individuals requires the daily consumption of one heart fruit of 100 years. Do you wish to activate this feature? What the? Even tracking a single person costs one? This is outrageous. Chu Qiuran in wali guset. However, reconsidering, he mused that Yi Feng likely only knew the name of Thunder Valley and would foolishly stumble in, lucky if he weren't torn apart by the beasts. For now, this unnecessary expense could be avoided. Without further delay, Chu Qiuran headed straight to the treasure pavilion, swiftly locating Qishan. Daoist friend Chu. You are indeed a rare guest. Please come in. Upon encountering Chu Qiuran, Qishan's round face beamed with joy, resembling a blossoming chrysanthemum as he scurried over. This gentleman was akin to the god of wealth, deserving of utmost respect. Senior Qi, I seek to inquire about some information and attend to a few matters. Without further ado, Chu Qiuran produced the remaining 8 Dao heart fruits and slammed them onto the counter. Pray, what is their worth? Additionally, I urgently need to visit the Thunder Valley and wish to exchange for some life-saving items, powerful talismans, and one-time defensive artifacts. The more potent, the better. The 8 Dao heart fruits radiated an alluring aura, nearly causing Qishan's eyes to pop from their sockets. Heavens! Has Daoist Chu stumbled upon a nest of Dao heart fruits? Or perhaps he cultivates Dao heart fruit trees in his backyard. Last time, it was the 1,000-year stalagmite liquid. And now, he presents 8 Dao heart fruits directly. Such extravagance is truly astonishing. Qishan stammered, his tongue momentarily twisted, recovering after a pause. His voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Of course, we at the Treasure Pavilion gladly accept Dao heart fruits. As for life-saving items for the Thunder Valley, you have come to the right person. We have just received a batch of 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talismans, along with a high-grade, one-time defensive artifact, the Xian Turtle Shell. These items, I assure you, would be devastating even to cultivators in the early stages of forming a core. In their spirited exchange, Chu Qiuran, with the finesse of his silver tongue, managed to procure 29 Heavens Divine Thunder Talismans and the Xian Turtle Shell for the price of just 5 Dao Heart Fruits. The remaining 3 Dao Heart Fruits were exchanged for gleaming Spirit Stones. With these invaluable treasures in hand, Chu Qiuran felt a surge of confidence. He exited the Treasure Pavilion, oriented himself, and swiftly made his way towards the Thunder Valley. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, as anticipated by Chu Qiuran, plunged headlong into the Thunder Valley. Relying on his status as an inner sect disciple, he hastily gathered information regarding the possibility of the Zidian Qingshuang sword being located there, rushing in without adequate preparation. The outcome was predictable. His underestimation of the perils of Thunder Valley soon became apparent. Barely entering the outskirts, he found himself pursued like a rabbit by several high-level Qi refinement thunder leopards, leaving him no escape above or below. After a strenuous effort to evade the beasts, he stumbled into a natural illusion array, wandering aimlessly like a headless fly for what felt like an eternity, depleting much of his spiritual energy. Exhausted and disheveled, he finally discovered a dilapidated cave. Within the cave, upon a stone platform, stood a sword. Its blade shimmered with a faint azure glow, accompanied by flickering arcs of electricity. Yi Feng was elated. believing himself to have struck a stroke of luck by encountering a genuine artifact. With all his might, he strained and pulled the sword free from its resting place. However, upon closer inspection, his expression turned a ghastly shade of green. What he had unearthed was far from a divine sword. The sword was marred by rust, its spiritual energy so sparse that it was nearly non-existent. It was evidently a poorly crafted imitation, hardly qualifying as even the most basic of magical artifacts. Merely a facade. Infuriated, Yi Feng felt his temper flare, and he hurled the wretched piece of scrap metal to the ground with great force. Still unsatisfied, he charged forward and stomped on it with such ferocity that it shattered into 2 pieces. For several consecutive days, Yi Feng found himself in a most arduous predicament. The Thunder Valley was indeed his nemesis. Not only had he failed to catch even a glimpse of a true sword, but he had also endured countless injuries, with the supply of medicinal pills depleting rapidly, nearing its end. Little did he dream that Chu Qiuran had already pinpointed the true coordinates of the Sword Masteress legacy through insider information. At this moment, armed with an exquisitely detailed map provided by the system, and with his agile maneuvers, Chu Qiuran nonchalantly dispatched a few Thunderbolt talismans to clear the path of any pesky beasts, leisurely making his way toward the core area. On one particular day, Chu Qiuran stealthily approached a cave dwelling, which was enveloped in a visible barrier of thunderous light, crackling ominously and exuding an extraordinary aura. System. How does one deal with this contraption? Chapter 10. Ancient Thunder System. This is a barrier of the ancient thunder system. Forcibly breaking it requires a substantial amount of spiritual energy and considerable time. The host may consume a 100-year-old heart fruit to exchange for a temporary talisman that allows direct entry. Bypassing the barrier. Great, another fruit. This system should be renamed the Fruit Consumption System, Chu Qiuran muttered, yet his hands moved swiftly, decisively exchanging for the talisman. With a flash of light, the talisman adhered to the barrier, and the violent, thunderous barrier instantly became docile, melting away like snow, revealing a deep entrance. Chu Qiuran stepped inside. Within the cave, at the center of a stone platform, a long sword floated serenely. The blade shimmered in hues of violet and azure, entwined with threads of thunder and frost, while its hilt was adorned with a dragon-eye-sized thunder spirit pearl, pulsating with a terrifying pressure that could halt a heart. Goodness gracious! This is the real deal, Chu Qiuran exclaimed, captivated by its appearance and aura, nearly drooling with anticipation. He approached cautiously, taking a deep breath, and reached out to grasp the hilt. Suddenly, a torrent of thunder and frost energy surged violently, rushing into his body through his arm. Had it not been for the protective barrier of the Xian turtle shell, which erupted in a soft golden glow to shield him, he would have been torn to shreds by this overwhelming force. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the superior spiritual artifact, the Purple Lightning and Azure Frost Sword. This sword is not compatible with the host's attributes. Forcibly using it will have its power and carries a risk of backlash. Well, if it's incompatible, so be it. It's not like I prepared it for myself. Chu Qiuran grinned widely, delightfully stowing the Purple Lightning and Azure Frost Sword into his storage ring. Aside from the divine sword, the cave also contained several jade slips left by the sword masters, filled with their cultivation insights, as well as a few vials of remarkably fine elixirs. Adhering to the principle of seizing every opportunity, Chu Qiuran, without hesitation, graciously accepted them all with a sweeping gesture. Upon calculating the time, she realized that only 1 day remained until Yi Feng's 10-day deadline for his solemn vow. Without delay, she leisurely made her way back to the mysterious sect. On this day, the outer martial arts arena was once again bustling with a crowd, even more densely packed than the last time. Everyone craned their necks in anticipation, eager to witness how Yi Feng's grand spectacle would unfold. Would he truly be able to produce the legendary Purple Lightning Frost Sword? How would he fulfill his astonishing vow? Liu Ruobing and Bai Luo had arrived early at the sidelines. Liu Ruobing maintained her usual cool demeanor, though her normally tranquil phoenix eyes were now fixated on the entrance of the arena. As noon approached, impatience grew among the spectators, and just as they began to fidget, a disheveled figure finally stumbled into view. It was Yi Feng. He appeared gaunt and tattered, his face marred by intersecting bloodstains, resembling someone who had just crawled out from a mass grave. Yet, he seemed unusually exuberant, almost frenzied, clutching a long brocade box above his head, as if it were a peerless treasure. "Ruobing, look, I brought it. I brought it." Yi Feng's voice was hoarse, akin to a broken gong, yet filled with uncontainable excitement and a sickly pride. He rushed to the center of the arena, and under the gaze of the crowd, he abruptly opened the brocade box. A gleaming long sword emerged, shimmering with a faint electric arc, exuding a chilling aura that appeared quite extraordinary. Could this truly be the purple lightning frost sword? It looks remarkably authentic. Has he really found it? The crowd erupted in a hushed chorus of astonished gasps and murmurs. Liu Ruobing's gaze was firmly fixed on the sword, a subtle ripple of intrigue passing through her phoenix eyes. Just as Yi Feng basked in his triumph, ready to receive the adulation of the crowd and the approval of Liu Ruobing, a languid yet unmistakably clear voice interrupted the moment. "Oh dear, senior brother Yi, that treasure of yours certainly shines brightly. But isn't that gem on the hilt just a glass bead? And the lightning patterns on the blade, don't they resemble the cracks on my firewood stick?" Following the sound, the crowd turned to see Chu Qiuran sauntering forward, her hands tucked casually into her pockets, an irreverent smile gracing her lips. In her hands, she too held a brocade box, yet hers was entirely black, adorned with ancient cloud patterns that lent it an air of weightiness and mystery. Yi Feng's smile instantly froze, as if doused with a bucket of icy water. He whirled around, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at Chu Qiuran, roaring, "Chu Qiuran, it's you again. What nonsense are you spouting here? This sword of mine is undoubtedly the genuine Zidian Qingxuan." "Oh, is that so?" Chu Qiuran raised an eyebrow and leisurely strode to the center of the arena, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yi Feng. He weighed the brocade box in his hands, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Before he finished speaking, Chu Qiuran flicked his wrist, and with a sharp crack, the seemingly ordinary yet ancient and elegant brocade box sprang open. Buzz! In an instant, a surge of thunder and frost, far more potent than Yi Feng's counterfeit, swept through the arena like an awakened ancient beast. The divine light of purple and azure soared to the heavens, the sound of the sword ringing clear and resonant. The dragon eye-sized thunder spirit pearl on the hilt erupted with dazzling brilliance, nearly blinding those who gazed upon it. A sword of purple and azure, imbued with a chilling aura and an overwhelming spirit, lay quietly in the brocade box, breathing life into the wind and thunder, radiating a terrifying pressure that could make one's very soul tremble. The distinction was stark. No, it was an absolute chasm, the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Yi Feng's so-called divine sword, in the presence of Chu Qiuran's true Zidian Qingxuan, was unworthy even to serve as a mere shoehorn, a heap of worthless metal, utterly laughable. A spray of blood, mingled with despair and humiliation, erupted from Yi Feng's mouth like a fountain. He seemed as if his bones had been extracted, collapsing to the ground, trembling fingers pointing at Chu Qiuran, making strange gasps from his throat, his eyes bulging as if they might burst. Yet, Chu Qiuran couldn't even be bothered to cast him another glance. He strode directly to Liu Ruobing, and under the astonished, shocked, and incredulous gazes of many, he knelt on one knee, hands raised high, presenting the true Zidian Qingxuan with utmost reverence, his voice ringing like thunder in the clear sky. "Sister leader, your humble junior, Chu Qiuran, has fortuitously discovered this divine sword in Thunder Valley. I have come to present it to you. This sword, named Zidian Qingxuan, perfectly complements your celestial grace and unparalleled cultivation. I humbly beseech you to accept this gift." Silence engulfed the arena. One could hear a pin drop. All eyes converge upon the true divine sword, upon the beaming Chu Qiuran kneeling on one knee, and upon Liu Ruobing, who stood still, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. This twist was utterly exhilarating. What would become of Yi Feng's toxic vow? Chapter 11. Infinite reverence. Liu Ruobing stood frozen in place. The intertwining thunder and frost emanating from the Zidian Qingxuan exerted an oppressive force that left her breathless. Chu Qiuran remained on one knee, hands aloft, his expression radiating an earnest admiration for his sister leader, sincere to the core, leaving no room for criticism. Yifeng lay sprawled on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, wheezing in his throat, his trembling hand pointing at Chu Qiuran, clearly shattered by the relentless blows to his spirit. The disciples surrounding them were utterly silent, not daring to even breathe. What kind of prodigy was this Chu Qiuran? 10,000-year stalactite essence. Thou heart fruit. Now even the exquisite spirit weapon, the purple lightning and frost, has been presented, and it is particularly at the moment when Yifeng offers that fake sword. Is this mere coincidence? Who would believe that? If Sister Ruobing, Yifeng struggles with a hoarse, dry voice. Every word drips with despair. That sword of his is surely fake. Yes, he colluded with outsiders to deceive you. He seeks to tarnish my reputation. Clinging to this last shred of argument, he attempts a desperate struggle. By Luo bursts into laughter. Yifeng, have you been kicked by a donkey or struck by lightning? Do you not have any self-awareness about the worthless trinket you presented? Can any cultivator not feel the authenticity of this purple lightning and frost sword? A scheme? If Brother Chu had the ability to orchestrate such a plot, he would have long since become a core disciple of the inner sect. Why would he perform for you? Chu Qiuran immediately looks alarmed. Senior Brother Yifeng, please do not misunderstand. This sword is truly a stroke of luck for this younger brother. I only wish to present it to the head sister, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. If Sister Ruobing is perceptive, she will surely discern the truth. Liu Ruobing disregards Yifeng's ramblings, shifting her gaze from the purple lightning and frost sword to Chu Qiuran. That expression, clear yet perfectly embodying foolish loyalty. Is he truly just a fortunate named disciple? She extends her hand, her delicate fingers gently resting upon the sword's hilt. Buzz! The purple lightning and frost sword emits an even clearer resonance, responding actively to her touch. A surge of pure lightning and frost energy flows up her arm, subtly resonating with the spiritual power within her. It is genuine. Moreover, it is a high-quality spirit weapon that perfectly aligns with her cultivation technique. A fine sword, Liu Ruobing utters, her tone still icy, yet the admiration within is unmasked. With a flick of her wrist, the purple lightning and frost sword settles firmly in her grasp. The chill and lightning of the blade illuminate her already exquisite features, adding an air of sharpness and unassailable purity. This sword I shall accept. Liu Ruobing turns to Yifeng, her tone frigid as ice. Yifeng, the engagement between us is but a jest of our elders. Today, in front of our fellow disciples, I, Liu Ruobing, declare that our ties are severed, and we shall have no further entanglements. She pauses, her voice growing even colder. As for the oath you swore, that was your own declaration. If the sword bears any flaws, you shall admit to being worthless, never to step foot in the outer sect again, and never to entangle yourself with me. Now, what do you intend to do? Yifeng trembles with shock. Liu Ruobing's words strike at his heart, shattering his last vestiges of dignity and hope. He has been defeated, utterly and completely, without a shred of integrity left. I. Yifeng's mouth opens, yet no words escape. The myriad of gazes around him makes him wish to vanish into the earth. Senior Brother Yifeng, a true man, must honor his word. A promise once made cannot be retracted. Indeed, you cannot simply dismiss the oath you swore. Alas, what was initially perceived as a paragon of excellence has revealed itself to be naught but a mere jester. The wave of criticism surged forth, each utterance striking him like a searing lash. Yifeng emitted a mournful scream, springing violently from the ground, his eyes aflame with a crimson hue, resembling a man possessed. Liu Ruobing, Chu Qiuran, await your reckoning. The indignity I, Yifeng, have endured today shall be repaid 100-fold in due time. With this feeble yet fierce declaration, he stumbled chaotically from the training grounds, his retreat marked by desolation and a lingering aura of vengeance. Observing Yifeng's vanishing figure, Bai Luo curled her lip in disdain. Those who cannot bear defeat resort only to empty threats. A wastrel is forever a wastrel. Chu Qiuran, sensing the moment, displayed a flicker of concern. Senior Sister Ruobing, do you think Brother Yifeng might be contemplating something drastic? Liu Ruobing, sword in hand, cast not a glance at Chu Qiuran, merely uttering indifferently, "They reap what they sow." She turned away, preparing to depart. Senior Sister Ruobing. Chu Qiuran hastily followed, eager to inquire, "Are you satisfied with this sword? My humble offering." Ding. Detected the host gifting the superior spiritual weapon, the purple lightning and frost sword, triggering tenfold rewards. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 superior spiritual weapons, the purple lightning and frost sword. As the system notification concluded, Chu Qiuran nearly succumbed to laughter, yet his acting prowess stifled his elation, maintaining the guise of a loyal and earnest companion. Liu Ruobing paused momentarily, turning back to gaze at Chu Qiuran in silence, her scrutiny causing an uneasy flutter within him. This woman, could she have truly discerned something? Chu Qiuran. Liu Ruobing's voice rang out, crisp and chilling. "At your service." Chu Qiuran hastily bowed, his demeanor imbued with utmost respect. "You are commendable." Liu Ruobing dropped these words, their tone ambiguous. "At the hour of the dog tonight, come to my cave abode. I have matters to discuss with you." Before the final syllable escaped her lips, she flickered and vanished from the training grounds. Bai Luoluo sidled closer, a mischievous glint in her eye as she clapped Chu Qiuran on the shoulder. "Well done, lad. You've made progress. Senior Sister Ruobing has, for the first time, summoned you to her cave. However, I must caution you. Her thoughts run deep, and her inquiries may be numerous. Proceed with caution." Chu Qiuran managed a dry laugh. "Thank you, Senior Sister Bai, for your guidance. I shall heed your advice." Yet in his heart, he calculated furiously. Why has Liu Ruobing suddenly sought me out? Is she about to confront me? Or perhaps she wishes to extract information? Damn it, the system has rewarded me with 10 purple lightning and frost swords, a possession difficult to conceal. As the hour of the dog approached, the moon hung resplendent in the sky. Chu Qiuran stood outside the barriers of Liu Ruobing's cave, his heart a tempest of anxiety. What does this woman truly desire? "Enter." The cool voice of Liu Ruobing echoed from within the barriers, and a luminous portal opened silently. Chu Qiuran steadied his breath, steeling himself as he stepped inside. The cave was simply adorned yet suffused with an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. Liu Ruobing sat cross-legged on a mat, the sword of purple lightning and frost resting horizontally before her. The flickering lightning reflected upon her face, adding an air of mystery. "Senior Sister Ruobing, you summoned me. Do you have any instructions?" Chu Qiuran bowed deeply, lowering his posture significantly. Only then did Liu Ruobing open her eyes, her voice devoid of warmth. "Sit." Chu Qiuran cautiously took a seat on the mat opposite her, barely perching upon it. Chapter 12. A fortuitous encounter. Liu Ruobing. She directly addressed him without preamble. 2 bottles of 10,000-year stalactite essence. 300-year Dao heart fruits. 1 high-grade spiritual weapon, the sword of purple lightning and frost. With each item she named, Chu Qiuran felt his heart sink further. Liu Ruobing's calm tone was suffocating. Each item she mentioned capable of inciting fierce competition among Foundation establishment cultivators. Even seasoned core formation practitioners would be tempted by such treasures. As a mere 9th-layer Qi refinement disciple, how did you acquire these priceless items? Indeed, this was precisely what she was after. Chu Qiuran's mind raced, and a look of mingled fear and grievance spread across his face. "Senior Sister Ruobing, please understand. These treasures are truly the fruits of my fortuitous encounters." His eyes darting, he began his Oscar-worthy performance, recounting a fabricated tale of adventures with great flourish. He spun a yarn of misadventure, of slipping off a cliff and miraculously surviving, stumbling upon an ancient cave, of witnessing injustice and bravely aiding a gravely injured master, who, in gratitude, gifted him treasures. His story was a roller coaster of emotions, evoking sadness in listeners and tears in hearers. Liu Ruobing listened quietly, her expression betraying no emotion. Once Chu Qiuran had exhausted his breath, she leisurely remarked, "Your storytelling is quite adept. Perhaps next time, you could exaggerate a bit more for authenticity." Chu Qiuran thought to himself, "Goodness, This woman is not easily deceived. Suddenly, Liu Ruobing's tone turned icy. Guan Peng's brother, Guan Sheng, perished in the outer sect's desolate mountains, along with 2 of his companions. Yet you, a mere Qi refinement disciple, returned unscathed. Chu Qiuran, tell me, is this also a product of your fortuitous encounters? A chill ran down Chu Qiuran's spine. He knew he was in deep trouble. This woman was indeed astute. She had uncovered this matter. Senior Sister Ruobing, this incident has nothing to do with me at all, he exclaimed, nearly leaping to his feet. In that chaotic moment, I was terrified, utterly frightened, only focused on escaping, with no thought for anything else. Oh, is that so? Liu Ruobing's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Yet I have heard that upon your return from the desolate mountains, you suddenly became extravagantly wealthy, spending lavishly at the treasure pavilion without a second thought. Those spirit stones, were they not also fortuitously found on the ground? Cold sweat trickled down Chu Qiuran's forehead. He realized that the carefully crafted words he had prepared were, in the presence of Liu Ruobing, as childish as a game of pretend, riddled with flaws. Senior Sister Ruobing, facing the futility of his deception, Chu Qiuran boldly knelt down with a thud. The loyalty of your junior brother is as evident as the heavens and the sun. Tears streamed down his face as he performed with fervent sincerity. I possess neither power nor influence, and my cultivation is meager. In this meow sect, I am akin to an ant. Everything I do is to earn your favor, to seek your protection, so that I may scrape by within this sect. Chu Qiuran acknowledged his lack of abilities, admitting he could not offer any earth-shattering treasures as tribute. Though such gifts might seem insignificant in your eyes, they represent my entire fortune. I only hope you can understand this earnest sentiment. With a torrent of emotions, he spoke with heartfelt intensity. Liu Ruobing watched his display quietly, withholding her response. Within the cave, only the sound of Chu Qiuran's suppressed sobs filled the air. Did she believe him, or did she not? What intentions did this woman harbor? Once again, Chu Qiuran's heart raced with uncertainty. After a moment of silence, Liu Ruobing's voice broke the stillness. Chu Qiuran, you are indeed fortunate, and I do not deny that. However, fortune alone cannot sustain one in the Miao sect, nor in the entire realm of cultivation. Luck will not guarantee longevity. Her tone remained cool, yet a hint of amusement crept in. You repeatedly offer me valuable gifts, as if seeking me as your support. I can assume that role, but you must demonstrate that you are worthy of my assistance. Chu Qiuran's thoughts raced. Does the senior sister mean that? My protection cannot be obtained without merit. Liu Ruobing did not meet his gaze. If you merely wish to exchange gifts for security, I advise you to dispel such notions. Such a relationship is fragile and will inevitably bring you greater peril. You should understand the principle that an innocent man suffers for possessing a jewel. Chu Qiuran nodded. I understand. Indeed, he was aware that he would not have presented these treasures to Liu Ruobing otherwise. Thus, I need to show you my true worth, a value beyond these external possessions. Liu Ruobing's tone left no room for debate. If you're merely a gift-giving fool, then there is no place for such a person by my side. Chu Qiuran's heart sank slightly. This woman was indeed not swayed by mere treasures. She was more discerning and difficult than he had anticipated. Please, senior sister, instruct me on what I must do. Chu Qiuran decided to be forthright, no longer dancing around the issue. Liu Ruobing finally rose, pacing to the entrance of the cave, her gaze fixed on the distant, shadowy night sky. After a moment, she turned back, her voice devoid of inflection. On the western side of the outer sect, there lies an abandoned spirit herb garden that has been neglected for many years. It was once a thriving medicinal garden, but due to shifts in the earth's veins, the soil has become increasingly barren, compounded by frequent attacks from low-level beasts, leading to its total ruin. She fixed her gaze upon Chu Qiuran and declared, I require you to rejuvenate that dilapidated medicinal herb garden within 3 months, and you must successfully cultivate at least 3 dewdrop grasses. Dewdrop grass? Chu Qiuran furrowed his brow. He had indeed heard of this plant, a first-grade premium spiritual herb, used as an auxiliary material for certain foundational elixirs, notoriously particular about its growing conditions. Precisely. Liu Ruobing's tone left no room for negotiation. The condition of the garden was well known among the outer sect. Reviving it was akin to scaling the heavens. Many overseers had attempted, yet none had succeeded. If you can accomplish this, I will genuinely acknowledge you. In the future, as long as you do not engage in any egregious acts within the outer sect, I, Liu Ruobing, will ensure your safety. And if I fail? Chu Qiuran pressed on. Failure, Liu Ruobing replied, her voice devoid of any tremor, will result in the items you provided being converted into spiritual stones and returned to you. From that moment forth, we shall have no further ties. Your life and death will be of no concern to me. Chu Qiuran fell silent. This woman was indeed ruthless. This was a blatant test, a choice laid bare before him. The task was nothing short of hellish, an abandoned herb garden, barren soil, besieged by beasts, and the need to cultivate the delicate dewdrop grass. Wasn't this a deliberate challenge? However, within his storage ring, Chu Qiuran had 10 purple lightning frost swords, 9 heart fruits, and a staggering 19 bottles of millennia-old stalactite liquid. A mere exchange of a few items for spiritual stones could breathe new life into that wretched garden. Yet, it seemed Liu Ruobing sought not just results, but also an insight into his ingenuity and capability. Very well. Chu Qiuran suddenly lifted his head, his eyes igniting with fervor. Senior Sister Ruobing, I accept this task. 3 months hence, I shall personally present you with 3 dewdrop grasses. Wasn't he merely farming? With my system, what is there to fear? Liu Ruobing regarded him calmly for a moment before giving a slight nod. I shall await your success. Tomorrow, someone will escort you to the herb garden. You may leave now. Chu Qiuran bowed respectfully and exited the cave. As he watched Chu Qiuran's figure vanish beyond the light gate, Liu Ruobing returned to her meditation mat, picking up the purple lightning frost sword, her fingertips gliding gently over its icy spine. Chu Qiuran, how many secrets do you harbor? She murmured softly, almost inaudibly, hoping he would not disappoint her. Once Chu Qiuran left Liu Ruobing's cave, he exhaled a long, relieved breath. Damn it, I finally navigated this hurdle. That woman is truly formidable. He stroked his chin, a smile unconsciously curving his lips. However, an abandoned herb garden? Dewdrop grass? How intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. Excitement flickered in his eyes. This was an exceptional opportunity for him to exploit the system. A new storm was brewing, and he could not afford to stagnate. As Chu Qiuran stepped out from Liu Ruobing's cave, the moonlight draped over him, bringing with it a refreshing chill. 3 months, an abandoned medicinal garden. 3 sprigs of dewgrass. He murmured softly, then smiled broadly. Liu Ruobing, oh Liu Ruobing, your trial truly underestimates me. He weighed the storage ring, within which lay 10 purple lightning frost swords, 9 heart fruit, and 19 vials of millennia-old stalactite essence. His greatest assurance. Was it merely farming? I have my resources. Who should fear whom? Chu Qiuran clenched his fist and strode purposefully back to his small abode. A new storm had arisen. How could he remain stagnant? The grand scheme of reaping benefits was just beginning. The following morning, a wiry disciple in the attire of an outer sect steward approached him. You are Chu Qiuran? The steward, Qian Chuanzi, regarded him with a sideways glance, his tone dripping with undisguised disdain. Chu Qiuran quickly bowed. Indeed, I am the disciple. May I inquire your name? Senior brother? I am Qian Chuanzi, tasked with leading you to that abandoned medicinal garden. He flicked his sleeve dismissively, turning to leave. Follow me, and don't dawdle. I have no desire to linger in that cursed place. Chu Qiuran nodded and followed closely, suppressing a sneer within. This Qian Chuanzi clearly looked down upon him. Or perhaps he was merely waiting to witness his folly. Along the way, Qian Chuanzi continued to chatter incessantly. Chu Shidi, I am not saying this lightly, but that medicinal garden is a veritable pitfall. He feigned regret, shaking his head. Numerous stewards with a modicum of insight have attempted to revitalize it. And what was the outcome? Each one has stumbled, losing everything. Being a foolish disciple, I humbly request your guidance, Senior Brother Qian. Chu Qiuran continued his performance of humility. Guidance? Qian Chuanzi scoffed. That place is exceedingly sinister. The soil is as hard as iron. The spiritual energy so sparse that even mosquitoes would starve. And it is riddled with poisonous insects and weeds. Occasionally, there are even demonic beasts wandering about. To cultivate due grass there? Huh, you might as well be dreaming. He paused, lowering his voice with a hint of schadenfreude. I heard that once. A disciple who didn't heed the warnings spent less than 3 days inside before he emerged raving mad, babbling about ghosts in the garden. Chu Qiuran leads then, maintaining an impassive facade while secretly calculating. It appeared the challenge of this task was even greater than Liu Ruobing had described. Before long, they arrived at a desolate expanse. The so-called medicinal garden resembled more of a forgotten graveyard. Weeds towered over a person, and a mound of dead branches and leaves lay scattered like a mountain. The air thick with a stench of decay and despair. The earth was indeed, as Qian Xuanzi had said, blackened and as hard as iron. Stepping upon it produced a dull thud. A few fist-sized black beetles emerged from the underbrush, glimmering with a ghostly green light, sending a chill down one's spine. Behold, this is the place you shall tend to. Qian Xuanzi gestured towards the wasteland, pinching his nose in distaste, lest he inhale the foul air. Zhu Cd, take care of yourself. I shall return in 3 months to witness your bountiful harvest. He emphasized the word harvest with a tone of mockery, and then hastily departed, as if fleeing. As Chu Qiuran observed the retreating figure of Qian Xuanzi, he disdainfully curled his lip. Just as he was about to step into the medicinal garden for a meticulous inspection, a melodious voice rang out behind him. Oh, is that not the affluent Chu? What brings you to this desolate place to experience life? Startled, Chu Qiuran turned to see Bai Luoluo, arms crossed, leaning against a withered tree, gazing at him with a half-smile. Senior Sister Bai, what brings you here? Chu Qiuran inquired, taken aback. Bai Luoluo strolled over, surveying the perimeter of the medicinal garden with an air of curiosity. Why shouldn't I be here? But you, Chu Qiuran, what did Sister Liu send you here for? I can't believe she merely tasked you with weeding. With a wry smile, Chu Qiuran replied, Senior Sister Bai, you jest. If Sister Liu has instructed me to cultivate 3 dewdrop grasses in this garden within 3 months. Dewdrop grass? Bai Luoluo burst into laughter, initially taken aback before collapsing into fits of giggles, her demeanor animated. Ha ha, dewdrop grass? In this cursed place? Chu Qiuran, are you certain that Liu Ruobing is not playing a trick on you? Chu Qiuran rubbed his nose. Sister Ruobing must be serious. Bai Luoluo managed to stifle her laughter and leaned closer to him, lowering her voice. Junior brother Chu, let me speak candidly. This place is not merely plagued by barren soil and beastly disturbances. Oh, please enlighten me, Senior Sister Bai, Chu Qiuran responded, intrigued. Bai Luoluo's expression turned grave. This medicinal garden was not abandoned due to any shifts in the Earth's energy. It was once home to a particularly domineering and bizarre spirit plant, known as the soul-devouring flower. The soul-devouring flower? Chu Qiuran frowned, unfamiliar with this name. Indeed, as its name suggests, it devours all surrounding spiritual energy, leaving even the land devoid of its essence. Bai Luoluo spoke with a hint of trepidation. When the soul-devouring flower went out of control, it drained the spiritual vitality of the land for miles around, resulting in the desolation you see now. It took considerable effort for the sect to eradicate the flower entirely, but the soil remains irrevocably ruined. She pointed to the scorched earth beneath their feet. Do you detect a faint charred scent in the air? That is the lingering consequence of the land's spiritual essence being extinguished. To cultivate dewdrop grass in such an environment? It would be easier to coax a tree to bloom. A wave of gloom washed over Chu Qiuran upon hearing this. If Bai Luoluo's words held truth, the task before him was akin to an inferno in hell. Sister Liu's decision to send you here likely entails more than merely testing your medicinal cultivation skills. Bai Luoluo observed meaningfully, as if to gauge how many cards Chu Qiuran held close to his chest, or perhaps she harbored her own intentions concerning this medicinal garden. Chu Qiuran remained silent, Bai Luoluo's words igniting new suspicions regarding Liu Ruobing's motives. So what do you say, Junior Brother Chu? Bai Luoluo suddenly smiled sweetly. Would you like me to lend you a hand? Chu Qiuran looked up at her. If Senior Sister Bai is willing to assist, I would be exceedingly grateful. I am merely curious. What conditions do you have? Bai Luoluo extended a slender finger and gently shook it, saying, The conditions are quite reasonable. However, before we proceed, shouldn't you enlighten me on what exactly gives you the audacity to undertake such a perilous task? Don't tell me it's merely luck. That might deceive someone as naive as you foam, but not me. After a brief pause, she added, moreover, to my knowledge, this abandoned medicinal garden conceals secrets that even Liu Ruobing may not fully grasp. If you truly wish to revive this place, you must tread carefully, lest you find yourself ensnared. Listening to Bai Luoluo's words, Chu Qiuran's thoughts raced. Sister Bai, you jest. I possess no advantage whatsoever. Merely a desire to alleviate Sister Ruobing's burdens. He displayed a sincere and earnest expression, stating, if Sister Ruobing entrusts me with this task, I shall with all my might strive to fulfill it. Bai Luoluo scoffed, clearly unconvinced by his pretense. Enough with the theatrics. Your little schemes are transparent to me. However, since you are reluctant to divulge, I shall not press you. She changed her tone. As for assistance, it is not out of the question. I find the secrets of this medicinal garden intriguing. However, let me make it clear, I will not exert myself without compensation. The benefits can be discussed later. A thought struck Chu Qiuran. It seemed Bai Luoluo harbored some reservations about Sister Ruobing as well. Bai Luoluo huffed. That woman, Liu Ruobing, is quite shrewd. Who knows what her true intentions are? Our relationship is merely one of mutual non-interference. My assistance to you is purely out of curiosity and a desire to see just what you are capable of. Thank you for your candor, Sister Bai, Chu Qiuran said, bowing slightly. Shall we first explore the medicinal garden, or why the rush? Bai Luoluo found a relatively clean stone to sit upon. Aren't you intending to cultivate new grass? You must first find suitable soil to test your methods. Show me how you plan to breathe life back into this barren land. Chu Qiuran, no longer concealing his intentions, decided to let her witness his efforts. He approached a relatively level patch of scorched earth and carefully retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring, containing the precious, everlasting stalactite essence. Is this the everlasting stalactite essence? Bai Luoluo's eyes widened in disbelief. You actually dare to use such a treasure for soil preparation? Chu Qiuran nodded, uncorking the vial and pouring out a quantity roughly the size of a fingernail, then took out a water pouch to carefully dilute the essence several dozen times. Sister Bai, the potency of this essence is overwhelming. Direct application may yield counterproductive results. Diluting it might nurture the soil's vitality. As he explained, he evenly sprinkled the diluted essence over the small patch of scorched earth. Bai Luoluo remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the ground. The milky liquid seeped into the charred soil, initially yielding no noticeable change. Yet, after the passage of a fragrant incense, a miracle began to unfold. The scorched earth, once parched and lifeless, began to lighten in hue at an observable pace, transitioning from a desolate black to a deep brown, subtly revealing hints of rejuvenating moisture. Is this truly effective? Bai Luoluo rose and approached the land, kneeling to pinch a bit of soil between her fingers. The ground, once as hard as iron, now felt somewhat softened. A wave of joy surged within Chu Qiuran. Indeed, the system's products proved formidable. However, at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. As the land began to revive, something deep within the medicinal garden seemed to stir. A faint yet chilling aura, akin to a serpent's stealthy approach, spread through the air, inducing a sense of dread. This is not good. Bai Luoluo's expression shifted. This aura bore the remnants of the soul, devouring flower's power. Although your millennium-old stalactite essence can restore the earth's vitality, it has also drawn out those lurking malevolent entities. Chu Qiuran sensed the icy presence as well and furrowed his brow. Merely residual power should not be overly concerning, right? The soul-devouring flower can reignite with even the slightest trace of its essence. Moreover, Bai Luoluo's expression grew increasingly grave. I sense that this aura harbors even more troublesome elements. Chu Qiuran made a swift decision. Waiting was no longer an option. With a flick of his hand, a resplendent Dao heart fruit appeared in his palm. Senior Sister Bai, lend me your strength. Without waiting for Bai Luoluo to react, Chu Qiuran crushed the Dao heart fruit and simultaneously retrieved a handful of low-grade spirit stones from his storage ring, grinding them to powder. He mixed the two and began to chant, seemingly invoking some arcane technique. Are you mad? Using the Dao heart fruit to cultivate spiritual essence. Bai Luo exclaimed in shock. The Dao heart fruit is an invaluable treasure, and this fellow is squandering it so recklessly. Chu Qiuran paid her no heed, forcefully scattering the mixture of Dao heart fruit remnants and spirit stone powder over the land that had just begun to regain some vitality. Boom! Like adding fuel to the fire, the ground erupted with brilliant spiritual light. The golden power of the Dao heart fruit intertwined with the pure spiritual energy of the stones, striving to thoroughly purify the tainted land and forcibly cultivate new spiritual essence. However, the lurking chill was also incensed. A wail, seemingly emanating from the depths of the abyss, pierced the air as the atmosphere around the land warped, forming a small yet rapidly spinning vortex of black spiritual energy that voraciously devoured the vitality and essence radiating from the Dao heart fruit and spirit stones. The residual power of the soul-devouring flower, provoked by the Dao heart fruit, erupted in full force. Damn it! Chu Qiuran hissed, channeling his spiritual energy to its utmost, his hands forming seals in an attempt to stabilize the surging life force and prevent it from being consumed by the dark vortex. At this moment, his cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement reached its peak. What are you still dawdling for? Help me! Chu Qiuran shouted at the astonished Bai Luo. Chapter 15. Awakening from a dream. Bai Luo finally snapped out of her stupor. Gritting her teeth, she realized that although she deemed Chu Qiuran a spendthrift, this was not the time for such concerns. She exclaimed sharply, her hands forming intricate seals as tendrils of azure spiritual energy shot forth from her fingertips, infusing the golden vitality in an attempt to resist the engulfing black vortex. With their combined efforts, the golden essence and the dark whirlpool engaged in a fierce tug-of-war. The atmosphere in the medicinal garden reached a palpable tension. Fine beads of sweat emerged on Chu Qiuran's forehead, although the power of the Dao heart fruit was formidable. The residual strength of the devouring spirit flower was equally treacherous, akin to a relentless parasite, proving exceptionally difficult to eradicate completely. This approach is untenable. Its source remains. Bai Luo's voice was tinged with urgency. At that moment, a glint of determination flashed in Chu Qiuran's eyes. He abruptly retrieved an object from his storage ring, revealing a small vial of undiluted millennial stalactite essence. You madman, you are truly insane. Bai Luo nearly leapt in disbelief at this sight. Undeterred, Chu Qiuran poured the vial of pure millennial stalactite essence directly into the heart of the black vortex, with a sizzling sound akin to hot oil meeting snow. The moment the pure essence made contact with the dark whirlpool, it erupted in a blinding white light. The black vortex emitted a wretched shriek, visibly dissolving and disintegrating before their eyes. Moments later, the black whirlpool vanished entirely, leaving behind only gentle golden spiritual light that spiraled softly above the land. As threads of vitality began to genuinely merge with the soil, the once charred ground transformed into rich, fertile brown, exuding a refreshing fragrance and abundant spiritual energy. At last, it is resolved. Chu Qiuran exhaled a sigh of relief, his body swaying slightly from the considerable exertion. Bai Luo, still shaken, patted her chest, her gaze towards Chu Qiuran filled with complexity. You truly are a monster. Such boldness is something even the core disciples of the inner sect might not dare to exhibit. She then cautioned, however, do not celebrate too soon. This method merely addresses the symptoms. The source of the devouring spirit flower still lies deep within the medicinal garden, and your earlier commotion has likely alerted the truly fearsome entities lurking here. Before her words could fully settle, a deep, oppressive roar resonated from the depths of the garden, akin to the breath of a colossal beast. That roar was laden with violence and hunger. The expressions of Chu Qiuran and Bai Luo shifted simultaneously. From the recesses of the medicinal garden, a heavy, suppressed growl pierced the air. The sound bore the weight of a dying beast's labored breaths, suffused with a ferocity and hunger that constricted one's throat. Chu Qiuran felt the hairs on his back stand on end, his internal spiritual energy momentarily stalling. Bai Luoluo instinctively stepped back, her right hand pressing against the phoenix-shaped jade pendant hanging at her waist, which emitted a faint warmth. What is this monstrous entity? Chu Qiuran's throat tightened, his voice hoarse. It is no mere apparition. It is a formidable creature. Bai Luoluo gasped, her breath hitching. This desolate garden was once a place where the sect raised experimental spiritual flora and certain extraordinary beasts. The soul-devouring flower possesses the eerie ability to drain the very essence of the earth, which in itself is quite sinister. What benevolent entity could possibly coexist with it in the same soil? She leaned closer, her voice lowered to a whisper. I have heard whispers from the elders of the inner sect, who spoke of an ancient earth-slumber beast lying beneath this garden, typically resting deep within the earth's veins, feeding on the dissipated spiritual energy and earth's malevolence. Unless there is a dramatic upheaval in the earth's veins, or something completely disturbs its slumber. Are you suggesting, Chu Qiuran interjected, a hint of resignation in her expression, that our earlier activities with the stalactite liquid and Dao heart fruit were so loud that we disturbed its ancient rest? Most likely. Bai Luoluo nodded emphatically. The earth slumber beast is highly sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy, particularly the purest forms of vitality. What you did was akin to pouring water into a hot oil pan, while simultaneously setting off firecrackers at its bedroom door. Before her words could fully settle, the ground began to tremble slightly, as a colossal being stirred beneath the surface. An increasingly chilling aura permeated the air, strangely infused with a sense of excitement. Chu Qiuran gazed at the patch of land she had meticulously enhanced. Once vibrant and displaying a rich, dark brown hue, it was now visibly undergoing another transformation. Countless fine black tendrils erupted from the soil, writhing, intertwining, and rapidly merging. This is bad. It's the remains of the soul-devouring flower. Bai Luoluo exclaimed softly. They've been completely activated by the power of your Dao heart fruit and stalactite liquid. They are coalescing. The tendrils multiplied, gradually swelling into a black flower bud, towering at over a person's height, its surface adorned with strange patterns. The tip of the bud cracked open slightly, revealing a dark red interior lined with barbs. A more pure and insatiable desire to consume surged forth from the bud. Is the soul-devouring flower king about to emerge? Chu Qiuran felt a shiver run down her spine. This entity exerted far greater pressure than the previous black vortex. It is not the flower king. It is merely an underdeveloped soul-devouring flower bud. Bai Luoluo quickly assessed. Yet it has already manifested certain characteristics of the soul-devouring flower and, stimulated by the earth slumber beast's aura, has grown increasingly ferocious. The black bud quivered violently, the opening at its apex widening further, unleashing a domineering suction force. The spiritual energy in the surrounding air, as well as the life force of Chu Qiuran and Bai Luoluo, began to uncontrollably rush toward the bud. It is siphoning our spiritual energy. Chu Qiuran hastily channeled her cultivation to resist, but the suction was overwhelmingly forceful, threatening to drain her completely. Forget about the earth slumber beast for now. If we do not deal with this bud, we shall become its fertilizer. Bai Luoluo exclaimed, her voice sharp, as she swiftly formed hand seals, summoning several azure wind blades that appeared out of thin air and fiercely slashed toward the black bud. Thud, thud, thud. The wind blades struck the bud, producing a dull thud, leaving only shallow white marks, barely scratching its surface. How resilient! A jolt of concern coursed through Chu Qiuran. The soul-devouring flower is notoriously tough, and this bud, infused with the powers of the Dao heart fruit and stalactite liquid, is nothing short of abnormal. Bai Luoluo's attacks proved futile, only intensifying the suction of the flower bud. Damn it! Must I taste the bitter fruit I have sown myself? Chu Qiuran cursed under his breath, unwilling to become mere fertilizer for the flower. With a flick of his wrist, 3 gleaming Dao heart fruits materialized in his palm once more. You dare to come again? Bai Luo's eyes nearly bulged out. Did he intend to feed it until it transformed into a true soul-devouring flower king? One cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Gritting his teeth, Chu Qiuran decided that simply feeding it would be futile. But what if he could cause it to burst? As he pondered this, he retrieved some spirit stone powder, crushing the 3 Dao heart fruits and blending them together. Chapter 16. A grin spreads across his face, however. This time he did not immediately scatter the mixture. Instead, he rummaged through his storage ring and produced an unremarkable black vial. What is that? Bai Luo inquired, curiosity piqued. Hee, a marvelous concoction. Chu Qiuran grinned, uncorking the vial. A pungent, repulsive odor immediately permeated the air. Bai Luo recoiled, covering her nose. What on earth is that? It stinks. This is a corrupting spirit liquid I stumbled upon previously, specifically designed to restrain various spiritual plants, causing their roots and stems to decay rapidly. Admittedly, the odor is rather overwhelming, Chu Qiuran explained, shaking the vial. A single drop would spell death for ordinary spiritual plants. He was uncertain how it would affect the mutated soul-devouring flower bud. He carefully dripped a few drops of the foul liquid onto the enhanced divine soil, mixed with Dao heart fruits and spirit stone powder. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully hurled the concoction at the gaping maw of the black flower bud. Eat this. Devour it. You bastard. The black flower bud's opening widened, seemingly sensing danger, attempting to swallow the mixture whole. Yet, just as the amalgamation was about to enter, Chu Qiuran shouted, "Explode." Boom! A surge of spiritual energy, far more ferocious than before, erupted violently. The immense vitality contained within the Dao heart fruits, coupled with the pure spiritual energy of the spirit stones, underwent a dramatic transformation under the peculiar influence of the corrupting spirit liquid, resulting in a highly unstable, destructive energy. The black flower bud bore the brunt of this force. Its resilient exterior was instantly riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. A mournful wail escaped the bud as black liquid gushed forth from the fissures, the stench overwhelming. Its suction ceased abruptly, and the entire bud quaked violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. It worked. Bai Luo felt a surge of hope. Seizing the opportunity to strike while it was vulnerable, Chu Qiuran would not let this chance slip away. He hastily produced a talisman from his storage ring, the very 9 Heavens Thunder talisman he had exchanged with Qishan. Heavenly thunder descend. He infused his spiritual energy into the talisman, causing it to ignite spontaneously, a blinding bolt of lightning shooting skyward, coalescing into a fist-sized thunderball in midair, exuding an aura of destruction, and striking down upon the teetering black flower bud with ferocity. Crack! The lightning struck true at the top of the flower bud. The black flower bud suddenly exploded, shattered by the thunderous light, with dark fragments and a foul liquid splattering across the sky. An acrid scent of charred matter instantly permeated the air. Had the problem finally been resolved? Chu Qiuran wiped the sweat from his brow. This series of actions had greatly drained his spiritual energy. Bai Luo stepped forward, prodding the black remnants on the ground with her toe, confirming that the soul-devouring flower bud had completely lost its vitality. You truly possess an endless array of methods, she observed, scrutinizing Chu Qiuran. Corrupted spirit liquid. 9 Heavens divine thunder talisman. How does a mere named disciple like you have access to such peculiar items? Ha! It's all about opportunity, Chu Qiuran chuckled, just about to say something more when suddenly a tremendous tremor shook the ground beneath their feet, far greater than the disturbance caused by the earth-sleeping beast's previous movements. Crack! Crack! Before them, where the soul-devouring flower bud had taken root, the ground was weak and fracturing, rapidly spreading in all directions. Following a deafening roar, the surface of that area, along with the surrounding scorched earth and weeds, collapsed violently. A massive pit, several yards in diameter and unfathomably deep, suddenly appeared before them. A rich, earthy scent and an even more ancient, desolate aura surged forth from the depths of the chasm. The roar of the colossal beast, which they had only heard until now, became strikingly clear, emanating from just below the cave, infused with an indescribable sense of summons. What was this? Chu Qiuran stared at the monumental change before him, momentarily dazed. Bai Luo's expression abruptly tightened, her gaze fixated on the profound cave entrance, articulating slowly, the spiritual veins nexus. It cannot be mistaken. Ancient texts record that the original mother plant of the soul-devouring flower was cultivated from a mineral associated with the spiritual veins nexus. Beneath us lies the source of all the anomalies in this desolate garden. She turned to Chu Qiuran, her tone imbued with an ineffable gravity. The earth-sleeping beast was not awakened by our disturbance. Rather, it has been guarding this entrance. By destroying the soul-devouring flower bud, we have cleared its obstacles. It is now inviting us to descend. Inviting us to descend? Chu Qiuran felt a lump in his throat. Sister Bai, are you certain this isn't a feast prepared for us, offering us up as a meal to its venerable self? The unfathomable depths of the cave were dark and exuded a heart-pounding ancient aura. The roar emanating from below, while no longer violent, was far from friendly. Bai Luo's expression shifted. The earth-sleeping beast is generally mild-mannered. It will not attack unless provoked or threatened to an extreme. Its current roar seems more akin to guidance. Ancient texts indicate that spiritual vein nexuses often harbor rare treasures, yet they are fraught with peril. It may be seeking external aid to resolve a certain issue within the depths, or something it has been guarding is on the verge of maturation, requiring specific conditions to be unlocked. Specific conditions? Such as 2 sacrifices delivered right to its doorstep? Chu Qiuran did not believe in the notion of free gifts falling from the sky. At that moment, a sudden notification sound echoed within his consciousness. Ding! Special scene detected. The incomplete Earth Vein Spirit Cave, triggering a hidden opportunity quest. Quest name: The Call from the Depths of the Cave. Quest description: Delve into the Earth Vein Spirit Cave. Explore its core region. Ascertain the true cause of the anomaly concerning the Earth's slumbering beasts, and acquire at least 1 Earth Vein Origin Crystal. Quest rewards: Depending on the quantity and quality of the Earth Vein Origin Crystals obtained, a substantial number of SEC contribution points, a high-grade martial arts fragment, and special system privileges with a low probability. Quest penalty: Should you refuse or fail, the task in this abandoned medicinal garden will be deemed a complete failure, and the system's favorability towards the host will be permanently diminished. Special reminder: the Earth Vein Spirit Cave is fraught with peril. The host is advised to act with caution. You may consume heart fruit to exchange for temporary enhancement states or special items. Chu Qiuran's expression turned tumultuous. A quest issued by the system? The rewards were enticingly generous, particularly the special system privileges, which ignited a fervor within him. Yet, the penalties were equally severe, directly linked to the trial set forth by Liu Ruobing. This wretched system had accurately calculated that he had no choice but to take this leap. Junior brother Chu, what occupies your thoughts? Bai Luo noticed the subtle shift in his demeanor. It's nothing. Chu Qiuran swiftly regained his composure. I was pondering what lies beneath that warrants such a significant risk. Chapter 17. The Turbulent Tide. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling voice unexpectedly resonated from behind them. What lies below far exceeds your imagination. Both Chu Qiuran and Bai Luo jolted, turning abruptly. Liu Ruobing had silently appeared not far behind them, clad in snow-white attire, wielding the purple lightning frost sword. Her gaze fixed intently upon them and the ominous cavern. When had she arrived? Despite their cultivation levels, Chu Qiuran and Bai Luo had not sensed her presence at all. Sister Ruobing? Chu Qiuran's tongue stumbled, his heart turbulent. Liu Ruobing's appearance was certainly not coincidental. She undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives regarding this abandoned medicinal garden. Bai Luo reacted more swiftly, narrowing her eyes slightly. Sister Liu, your timing is impeccable. Could it be that the disturbances in the Earth Vein Spirit Cave were also part of your calculations? Liu Ruobing did not respond directly to Bai Luo. Her gaze remained fixed on Chu Qiuran, her eyes sharp enough to pierce through all facades. Corrupted essence, 9 heavens divine thunder talismans. and the instantaneous, explosive power of at least 3 heart fruits. Liu Ruobing's tone was calm and devoid of waves, yet it sent a chill through Chu Qiuran's heart. Chu Qiuran, the opportunities you possess far exceed my expectations. She paused, directing her attention to the land that Chu Qiuran had modified, along with the scattered remnants of the devouring spirit flower buds. Utilizing heart fruits and millennia-old stalactite essence to enrich the soil, followed by forcibly catalyzing and obliterating the residual power of the devouring spirit flowers with corrupted essence and divine thunder talismans, triggering tremors in the earth vein to unearth the entrance guarded by the earth's slumbering beasts. If this is merely coincidence, it would indeed be too fortuitous. Sweat beads trickled from the temples of Chu Qiuran. This woman is not only profoundly skilled, but possesses a mind so meticulously sharp that it is truly terrifying. She has accurately deduced the intricacies of her previous actions, as well as the potential chain reactions that may ensue. If senior sister Liu is discerning, I assure you, I merely sought to complete the task you entrusted to me, never anticipating such a commotion would arise. Chu Qiuran hastily bowed, attempting to explain himself. Is that so? A cryptic smile curved the lips of Liu Ruobing. Does cultivating 3 sprigs of dewgrass require such a grand display? Or did you already know that beneath this forsaken garden lies deeper mysteries, intending to use my task as a guise for your own explorations? Bai Luoluo interjected from the side. Senior sister Liu, one should not speak so hastily. This abandoned garden is inherently enigmatic. If Chu Shidi did not possess certain unique methods, he would scarcely be able to grow dewgrass, let alone avoid being ensnared himself. He is left with no other choice. Liu Ruobing cast an ambiguous glance at Bai Luoluo before directing her attention back to Chu Qiuran. Chu Qiuran, I care not what your intentions were previously. Now that the entrance to the spiritual vein has been unveiled, what lies within is of utmost importance to me. Her voice bore no hint of emotion. I can offer you an opportunity to enter alongside me. The spoil shall be divided, with 70% to me and 30% to you. Furthermore, I shall overlook the items you previously gifted me, and you shall be credited for your task of cultivating the dewgrass. What say you? A whirlwind of thoughts surged through Chu Qiuran's mind. Liu Ruobing's proposition was a blatant maneuver. She had seen through some of his cards and was well aware of his designs on the spiritual vein. A 70-30 split may appear domineering, yet if he could seize this chance to forge a connection with Liu Ruobing while fulfilling his system task, it might not be unacceptable. Senior sister Ruobing. Chu Qiuran lifted his gaze to meet hers, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable resolve. 30% is insufficient. I expended great effort to unseal this entrance. Without my input, you might have had to wait an extended period, or perhaps even forever, to pinpoint its exact location. I propose a 50-50 split. The dangers within shall be shared equally, and the treasures shall be allocated based on merit and necessity. Should any disputes arise, you may select one item first, and the rest shall be divided thereafter. The atmosphere seemed to freeze momentarily. Are you attempting to bargain with me? Liu Ruobing's tone grew frosty, the temperature around them seemingly plummeting. Not at all, Chu Qiuran replied, unyielding yet respectful, his posture straightened. I am merely stating the facts and advocating for my rightful share. Should you find my proposal unsatisfactory, then I shall refrain from entering the spiritual vein. Should you possess the means to procure the treasures alone, I would raise no objections. He shifted his tone slightly, hinting at a barely concealed regret. However, I must mention that I have expended significant resources to open this entrance, and the opportunities may be dwindling. This was a blatant threat, a stark display of audacity. If Liu Ruobing intended to seize what belonged to him, then Chu Qiuran was no mere soft target to be easily manipulated. If worse came to worst, they could both perish together. Neither would be able to claim the treasures effortlessly. Moreover, he still held the trump card of his system task. Liu Ruobing fell silent, her icy gaze fixed upon Chu Qiuran, seemingly reassessing this junior, whom she had always regarded as somewhat clever. Beside them, Bai Luoluo watched with rapt attention, her heart silently astonished. She had not anticipated that Chu Qiuran would dare to stand his ground before the formidable Liu Ruobing, even launching a counterattack. This fellow possessed an extraordinary boldness. After a brief pause, Liu Ruobing finally broke the silence. "All right." The word was crisp and decisive. 50-50, but you must heed my command. Should your reckless actions lead to mission failure or additional peril, all losses shall be borne by you, and I will grant you no further chances. It is settled. Chu Qiuran immediately acquiesced, a heavy weight lifted from his heart, secretly elated. Securing a 50-50 arrangement far exceeded his initial expectations. It seemed that a measure of firmness was indeed essential. However, just as they reached an agreement, an unexpected change occurred. A roar erupted from the depths of the cave. More urgent, louder, and more ferocious than before. Following that, a tremendous force surged forth from the cavern's depths, as if an abyssal maw had opened, intent on devouring everything on the surface. Not good. The earth-sleeping beast has gone out of control, or something from the depths of the spirit cave is about to emerge. Luo exclaimed, stumbling as she nearly succumbed to the overwhelming force, her complexion paling. Liu Ruobing's expression tightened. Her figure swayed before she positioned herself at the cave's entrance. The Xidian Qing sword emitted a resonant and spirited cry, radiant lightning intertwining with frigid frost power, forming an unassailable barrier before her, barely countering the terrifying suction. "Chu Qiuran, move!" Liu Ruobing commanded firmly, her tone taut with urgency, showing no hesitation as she transformed into a white shadow and leapt into the dark abyss. Chu Qiuran's pupils contracted, an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloping him. Without a moment's hesitation, he exerted himself and followed Liu Ruobing into the depths. "Wait for me. How can I miss out on such excitement?" Luo bit her silver teeth and, undeterred, jumped in after them, her figure swiftly vanishing into the cave. At the moment the three figures disappeared entirely into the cave, a shadowy corner several dozen feet away revealed a figure slowly rising. It was Yi Feng. At this moment, he was disheveled, his clothes tattered, hair in disarray, an image of utter disarray. Yet within his eyes burned a tumultuous flame of resentment and madness. In his grasp, he clutched a jade talisman shimmering with an eerie dark red glow, its surface adorned with faintly pulsating blood-like patterns. With a guttural growl reminiscent of a beast, his voice raspy and distorted, he declared, "Do you think this is the end?" The earth-veined spirit cave echoed with a chilling laughter, rife with ominous foreboding. Bailuo's scream reverberated through the pitch-black cavern, her voice trembling. The three plummeted rapidly, unable to control their descent. Chu Qiuran felt an immense force tugging at her body. The wind howled past her ears, and darkness enveloped her, leaving her grasping at nothing. Junior sister Liu Ruobing. What is happening? She struggled to steady herself and shouted below. "It is Yi Feng." Liu Ruobing's voice emerged from below, still cold yet tinged with gravity. "He has employed dark sorcery, unleashing the negative energies of the earth vein. This pull emanates from deep within the cavern." Before she finished speaking, a ghostly blue light suddenly illuminated the depths, revealing a massive silhouette. Bang! Liu Ruobing landed first, her agile form touching down silently. Following her, Chu Qiuran and Luo crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Ouch, my backside!" Luo rubbed the sore spot, grimacing. Chu Qiuran quickly rose, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. They found themselves in a vast underground cavern, its ceiling adorned with menacing stalactites, the air thick with an earthy scent and unsettling agitation. In the center of the cave lay a colossal beast, coiled like a small mountain. It was the Earth Slumber Beast. Its body was encased in rocky armor, now cracked in multiple places, black mist seeping through the fissures, twisting and entwining around its massive form. The Earth Slumber Beast emitted a pained low growl, its once murky eyes now glowing a bloody red. Something is amiss. Chu Qiuran furrowed her brow. Liu Ruobing brandished her purple lightning and frost sword, positioning herself protectively before the two. Yi Feng's dark sorcery has not only opened the entrance, but also tainted the Earth Slumber Beast. He intends to eliminate us using the beast. Roar! The Earth Slumber Beast abruptly raised its head, its blood-red eyes locking onto the trio, a violent aura overwhelming them. "Be careful," Liu Ruobing cautioned sharply, as the lightning and frost energies surged around her sword, preparing for confrontation. Just then, from the cavern's ceiling, a maniacal laughter echoed from the direction of the entrance. "Ha ha ha ha, Liu Ruobing, Chu Qiuran, you never anticipated this. The Earth Vein Spirit Cave shall be your tomb." The voice was eerie and penetrating, resonating throughout the cavern. Chu Qiuran looked up. Although Yifeng was unseen, she could distinctly sense a chilling and vengeful presence targeting them. "Yifeng, you madman!" Bai Luo shouted in fury. "Madman? What does it matter if I can personally send you on your way?" Yifeng's voice grew increasingly deranged. "How do you like my blood fiend spirit summoning talisman? It will continuously draw the malevolent energy from the earth vein and infuse it into the earth slumber beast, transforming it into a brutal creature of slaughter. Enjoy your final moments." With Yifeng's words, the black mist surrounding the earth slumber beast thickened, and it rose upright, its mountain-like form exuding an overwhelming pressure. It opened its gaping maw, filled with jagged teeth, unleashing a dark red energy beam, viciously aimed at the trio. "Scatter!" Liu Ruobing, with a graceful yet commanding presence, narrowly evaded the beam of light that struck with tremendous force, sending debris flying as the entire cavern trembled violently. Chu Qiuran and Bai Luo scrambled to the sides in disarray. "Senior Sister Ruobing, the earth-sleeping beast has been thoroughly enraged. What shall we do?" Bai Luo's voice was laced with panic. "Yifeng is up there controlling it. If we do not eliminate him, the earth-sleeping beast will only grow stronger." Chu Qiuran swiftly assessed the situation. "We must first obstruct the earth-sleeping beast." Liu Ruobing's tone was resolute. "Chu Qiuran, do you have a way to disrupt Yifeng?" Chu Qiuran's mind raced. Yifeng's blood fiend spirit talisman was evidently the key. Ding! Life-threatening crisis detected for the host. 100 years of Dao heart fruit can be consumed to exchange for a divine light to dispel evil, capable of briefly suppressing wicked arts for 10 breaths. "Exchange." Chu Qiuran responded without hesitation, too occupied to quibble over the system's opportunism. A nearly imperceptible golden light flickered from his fingertips and silently shot towards the cave's entrance. Almost simultaneously, a short gasp from Yifeng echoed from the entrance, as if he had been disturbed by some unseen force. The malevolent aura emanating from the earth-sleeping beast suddenly faltered, its movement slowed by half a beat. Now, Liu Ruobing seized this fleeting opportunity. The purple lightning and frost sword erupted with dazzling brilliance, freezing the skies. An icy chill swept forth, instantly encasing the massive form of the earth-sleeping beast in a thick layer of crystalline ice, rendering its movements even more rigid. "Well done," Bai Luo exclaimed, her hands forming seals as several azure wind blades whistled forth, targeting the beast's vulnerable joints. Clang, clang, clang. The wind blades struck the icy layer, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, leaving only shallow white marks behind. "This won't do. Its defenses are too robust." Bai Luo's expression shifted in alarm. "Its weak point is in the abdomen." Chu Qiuran suddenly shouted. He had just scanned the creature with the system and identified its vulnerability. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Crack, crack. The cavern's rock walls suddenly splintered, and thick, blood-red vines, covered in barbs and as wide as a bowl, erupted from the fissures, racing towards the trio with alarming speed. These vines exuded a strong metallic scent and a nauseating odor, with thick black liquid dripping from their tips. "What on earth is this?" Chu Qiuran felt a chill run down his spine. He struck out with a surge of spiritual energy, severing one of the approaching vines. But more vines surged forth relentlessly. Its blood fiend vines, evil creatures nourished by the malevolent energy of the earth veins. That scoundrel Yifeng has detonated the entire spirit vein's wicked energy. Liu Ruobing's expression darkened as she slashed through several vines, yet where they were severed, new branches quickly sprouted, entangling them even more frantically. "Ah!" Bai Luo cried out as a vine ensnared her ankle, dragging her towards the rock wall. "Sister Bai." Chu Qiuran reacted swiftly, casting a strand of spiritual energy that wrapped around Bai Luo's waist, pulling her back to safety. "Thank you," Bai Luo said, her heart still racing. Chapter 19. The Destruction of the Core. There are far too many of these blood-red vines. They are impossible to eliminate. Chu Qiuran gazed at the overwhelming onslaught of crimson tendrils from all directions, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. Although Liu Ruobing's sword radiated fierce light, it could only protect a small area around them, utterly incapable of halting the encroaching vines. Their source lies over there. Chu Qiuran's gaze sharpened as he discerned a particularly dense cluster of vines deep within the cave, faintly illuminated by a flickering red glow. Seemingly the very heart of these tendrils. "Chu Qiuran, take Bai Luo and destroy the core. I will hold them off," Liu Ruobing commanded decisively. "Senior sister, be careful." Without further hesitation, Chu Qiuran grasped Bai Luo's hand and surged toward the area pulsating with red light. Countless blood-red vines lashed out in a frenzied attempt to obstruct their advance. 9 heavens, thunder talismans. Chu Qiuran hurled 2 talismans, unleashing a crackling burst of lightning that temporarily cleared a path. Just as they were about to approach the core, Yi Feng's voice, filled with malice and delight, echoed from the cave entrance once more. "Liu Ruobing, Chu Qiuran, Bai Luo, did you think destroying the bloodthirsty vines would suffice? How naive. This earth vein spirit cave has accumulated an immense amount of earth evil energy over the years. My bloodthirsty summoning talisman has completely ignited it. Even if you manage to survive, do not expect to escape from here." He paused, his voice tinged with a madness that threatened to consume all. "If I, Yi Feng, cannot possess it, then none shall. You will all accompany me to the grave." "Ha ha." The entire cave shook violently, stones crumbling, on the brink of collapse. The aura of destruction surged from every inch of the rock walls and every breath of air, suffocating them. "This is bad. He intends to detonate the entire earth vein. This man has gone completely insane." Liu Ruobing's voice was laced with unprecedented horror. Boom! The ground trembled violently. Massive boulders rained down from above, and the blood-red vines writhed in a chaotic frenzy, as if seeking to strangle all living beings. "That deranged beast, Yi Feng." Bai Luo trembled with rage, her voice quivering. "This is not the time for insults." Liu Ruobing snapped, driving her purple electric frost sword into the ground, releasing a surge of icy power that froze the spreading cracks, desperately stabilizing their footing. "Chu Qiuran, Bai Luo, quickly, destroy the core of the bloodthirsty vines, or we shall perish here." Exchanging a glance with Bai Luo, Chu Qiuran understood without words. In this life-and-death moment, they could only fight with all their might. "Let us go for broke," Chu Qiuran roared, flinging out several 9 heavens thunder talismans with abandon, the violent lightning striking directly at the pulsating core of the vines. Bai Luo unleashed her own array of attacks. Razor-sharp wind blades cascading down, intertwining with the lightning to frantically slice through the layered vines. Pop, pop, pop. The defenses surrounding the bloodthirsty vine core crumbled rapidly under their reckless assault. At that moment, the frozen earth slumber beast suddenly erupted with an earth-shattering roar. Roar! The ice shattered, and the violent evil aura clashed fiercely with its remaining spiritual energy, causing its massive frame to tremble violently. In this moment, a flicker of struggle and anguish traversed the blood-red giant eye, a brief return of clarity. Instead of launching an immediate attack, it abruptly turned its head, gazing towards the core of the blood-fiend vine, emitting an anxious, low growl from its throat, as if attempting to convey some message. What did it wish to tell us? Chu Qiuran keenly sensed the anomaly of the earth's slumber beast. However, before he could ponder further, a chilling voice from Yi Feng echoed from the cave entrance. "Abominable creature, do you still wish to resist? Go mad completely." A pure, more potent, malevolent force descended from above, forcefully flooding into the earth's slumber beast body. The fleeting clarity in its eyes was instantly engulfed by an endless fury, emitting a more harrowing cry of agony as its massive form lost all control, recklessly lunging towards Liu Ruobing. "Senior sister," Chu Qiuran and Bai Luo exclaimed in horror. Liu Ruobing pressed her lips tightly together, the brilliance of her purple lightning and azure frost sword surging, advancing rather than retreating. As she proactively confronted the frenzied earth slumber beast. Focus on dealing with the core of the vines. Leave this to me. Her voice was resolute, not permitting any dissent. The clash of sword light and beast shadow intertwined instantaneously, erupting in a cataclysmic roar, causing the entire cavern to tremble violently, as if on the brink of shattering into pieces. Chu Qiuran clenched his jaw, understanding that this was not a moment for hesitation. Ding! Detection of severe contamination of the earth vein core crystal by the blood fiend's power. If the pure portion is not promptly extracted, the earth vein will collapse entirely, and the host's mission will fail. Reminder: the earth vein crystal is located deep within the core of the blood fiend vine, guarded by the subconscious of the earth slumber beast. The system's alert rang like a lifeline. Senior sister by the earth vein crystal. It's that object causing the trouble, and it is the key to stabilizing the earth vein. It's right inside the core of the vines. Chu Qiuran spoke that BD. What are we waiting for? A fierce glint flashed in by Lala's eyes as she retrieved a fiery red orb from her storage pouch, her spiritual energy surging into it, causing the orb to erupt with a searing heat that scorched the air. Heavenly flame, pearl. Burn it for me, she commanded, hurling the orb fiercely at the core of the blood fiend vine. The blazing flames erupted violently, instantly engulfing the area, with the crimson vines emitting a hissing wail as they rapidly withered and charred. Now is the moment. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Chu Qiuran transformed into a fleeting shadow, disregarding the scalding heat wave, plunging headlong into the sea of flames. At the deepest part of the blood fiend vine's core, a crystal the size of a fist, translucent and exuding a gentle earthy yellow glow, hovered quietly. Yet, at that moment, the surface of the crystal was ensnared by countless fine red threads, greedily siphoning its energy. This was the earth vein crystal. Chu Qiuran reached out to seize it. Buzz! An invisible barrier suddenly manifested, repelling his hand. Around the earth vein crystal, the remaining vines sprang to life, transforming into numerous glimmering blood-red spikes that surged towards Chu Qiuran with relentless ferocity. Meanwhile, the earth-sleeping beast, locked in a fierce struggle with Liu Ruobing, seemed to sense a change, suddenly escalating its assault to a frenzied intensity, as if determined to prevent anyone from touching the primordial crystal at all costs. Ruobing, hold it off. I'll be there in a moment, Chu Qiuran shouted hoarsely. Liu Ruobing bit down hard, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. The purple lightning and frost sword in her hand emitted a mournful wail under the strain, yet unleashed an unprecedented brilliance of thunder, forcefully driving the earth-sleeping beast back several paces. Quick, she managed to utter, her voice barely escaping her lips as she neared her limits. Chu Qiuran steeled himself and abruptly retrieved all 5 remaining Dao Heart Fruits from his storage ring. System: infuse the power of these Dao Heart Fruits into the evil-breaking divine light. Target: the blood curse contaminating the primordial crystal. Confirmed. Consuming 5-century-old Dao Heart Fruits to enhance the evil-breaking divine light. A radiant divine light, 100 times more intense and solid as if forged from gold, erupted from Chu Qiuran's palm, transforming into an indomitable golden sword that fiercely cleaved towards the blood-red threads enveloping the surface of the primordial crystal. Chapter 20. Smoke and shadows vanish sizzle. As the golden light passed, those incredibly resilient blood-red threads shrieked in piercing agony, swiftly disintegrating. The invisible barrier dissipated into nothingness. Chu Qiuran grasped the pure and flawless primordial crystal tightly in his hand. It felt warm to the touch, and an overwhelming surge of primal earth power coursed through him, revitalizing his spirit. I did it! Chu Qiuran exclaimed in ecstasy. However, the moment he held the crystal, the entire cavern trembled violently, oddly ceasing for an instant. Then, an energy of unparalleled horror and complete annihilation erupted from all directions, from the depths of the earth, without warning. No! At the cave's entrance, Yi Feng's anguished roar. laced with despair and madness, echoed, "It's impossible. The self-destruction of the Earth's pulse has already begun. It cannot be halted. Absolument impossible. It's too late." Liu Ruobing felt the destructive cracks spreading rapidly across the surrounding rock walls, her voice tinged with an indescribable bitterness. "The collapse of the Earth's pulse is irreversible. We may not escape." Bai Luo slumped against the rock wall, utterly drained of strength, engulfed by an overwhelming despair. Roar! At that moment, the earth-sleeping beast, its blood-cursed power fully dissipated, gradually lost its ferocity, replaced by a profound weariness and an unusual gentleness. It gazed deeply at the primordial crystal in Chu Qiuran's hand, then cast its eyes over Liu Ruobing and Bai Luo, before its massive form suddenly radiated a final glimmer of life. It lifted its head, summoning all its strength, and forcefully charged towards the cavern wall that appeared unyielding. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the thick rock wall was shattered, creating a vast opening several paces wide. Beyond the breach, faint light and the long-lost, freely flowing air could be glimpsed. It was a lifeline to the outside world. After accomplishing this feat, the colossal body of the earth-sleeping beast could no longer withstand the strain, collapsing with the force of a landslide. Its radiance swiftly dimmed, ultimately solidifying into a magnificent statue of rock, forever frozen in the posture of impact. Did it save us? Bai Luo whispered with a tremor, hardly able to believe it. Go! Liu Ruobing reacted swiftly, seizing Bai Luo and charging recklessly towards the newly opened gap. Chu Qiuran followed suit without hesitation. Just as the three were on the verge of escaping through the life-saving opening, a chilling shadow suddenly loomed over the entrance. Yifeng's face, grotesquely contorted with unbridled madness and resentment, emerged outside the gap. In his hand, he clutched a sinister short blade pulsating with an ominous glow, directing a bone-chilling grin towards them. That visage could no longer be deemed human. His twisted features were crammed together, veins bulging beneath the skin like countless writhing worms. And his eyes burned not with anger, but with a pure, frenzied desire to drag the entire world into hell. Yifeng! Bai Luo screamed, her voice betraying uncontainable terror. Liu Ruobing swiftly pulled her behind, the purple lightning and blue frost sword raised defensively, its tip aimed squarely at the man blocking their sole path to salvation. Ha 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 ha! Yifeng's laughter erupted from his throat, sharp and grating. Surprised? Astonished? Did you think you could escape alive? He gradually raised the dark blade, its eerie crimson patterns undulating as if alive. This blood-soul death strike is a precious item I exchanged half of my life for from the forbidden ground of the sect. Once it pierces the ley line node, it will drain my flesh and blood, my soul, and then boom, Yifeng spread his arms wide, mimicking an explosion, his smile radiant yet ghastly. This place, along with the 10 miles surrounding it, will transform into a true dead zone. No one will survive. No one. You've gone mad. Chu Qiuran Tito Sapi. Calculating distances and time with urgency. The cavern behind them wailed violently, boulders plummeting like rain. The tidal wave of destructive energy had already submerged the stone statue formed from the earth-sleeping beast and was surging towards them in a frenzy. Progress led to death. Retreat offered no escape. Mel? Yifeng tilted his head, seemingly savoring the word. Ever since Liu Ruobing tore up the engagement in front of everyone and you, Chu Qiuran, that scoundrel took everything from me like a clown, I have been mad. The thought of dragging you both along with me to the grave fills me with delight. His gaze flitted between Liu Ruobing and Chu Qiuran, saturated with vengeful pleasure. Liu Ruobing ceased to waste words. She understood that reasoning with a complete madman was futile. She exchanged a glance with Chu Qiuran and Bai Luo, and in an instant, they comprehended each other's intent. The next moment, Liu Ruobing sprang into action. Disregarding the turmoil of her internal injuries, she forced out the last vestige of her spiritual energy, transforming her into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards Yifeng. Her intent was not to kill Yifeng, but rather to repel him before he could plunge the dagger into the ground, even if it was merely to buy a fleeting moment of time. What a bold move. Yifeng did not flinch or evade. Instead, he laughed maniacally and advanced towards her. He was utterly indifferent to Liu Ruobing's assault, fixated solely on plunging the dagger into the rock beneath his feet. Simultaneously, Bai Luoluo exerted every ounce of her strength, her hands weaving intricate seals as she unleashed a barrage of azure wind blades, relentlessly targeting Yi Feng's wrist that gripped the dagger. Yet, Chu Qiuran remained stationary, his mind racing at an unprecedented speed. A confrontation? How to confront? Both Liu Ruobing and Bai Luoluo were at their wits' end, while Yi Feng clearly aimed for mutual destruction, showing no regard for defense. Their attacks were futile against him. What to do? What to do? Beep. The host may consume. Silence. Chu Qiuran roared in his mind, interrupting the system's opportunistic prompt. This time, he would rely solely on himself. In a flash, the tip of Liu Ruobing's sword was poised to pierce Yi Feng's chest, while the dagger in Yi Feng's hand was merely inches from embedding itself into the ground. Bai Luoluo's wind blades were entirely thwarted by a burst of blood light emanating from Yi Feng's body, rendering her efforts ineffective. It's over. This thought simultaneously surged in the minds of Liu Ruobing and Bai Luoluo. However, at this critical juncture, Chu Qiuran made his move. He executed an unexpected maneuver, abruptly retrieving the freshly acquired, still warm earth vein crystal from his bosom and, summoning every ounce of his strength, hurled it towards Yi Feng's face with all his might. Yi Feng, your possession returned to you. The fist-sized crystal, radiating a soft, earthy glow, traced a brilliant parabolic arc through the dim corridor. The earth vein crystal, an invaluable treasure. Liu Ruobing's pupils constricted in disbelief, unable to fathom Chu Qiuran's actions. Bai Luoluo was left utterly dumbfounded. Was this individual truly insane or merely feigning madness? Yi Feng was equally taken aback. He had anticipated Chu Qiuran would fight desperately, launch a sneak attack, or utilize talismans. But he never imagined that the other would throw this coveted treasure, for which he would risk triggering the earth vein, directly at him. Is this a trap? No, that is not right. The essence of the earth vein crystal is unmistakable. Greed. An overwhelming greed eclipsed the desire for destruction in an instant. This is humanity's instinct. Yi Feng instinctively, almost reflexively, abandoned the action of driving the dagger into the ground, instead extending his other hand to catch the incoming earth vein crystal. Now is the moment. In this infinitesimal fraction of time, halted by greed, a terrifying brilliance erupted in Chu Qiuran's eyes. He did not seize the opportunity to attack Yi Feng as Liu Ruobing had anticipated. Instead of advancing, he retreated, grasping Liu Ruobing, whose stance wavered from a failed attack. With one hand, he lifted the dazed Bai Luoluo with the other. We must go, he bellowed, simultaneously drawing a talisman from his storage ring with a sudden fervor. This was an ancient talisman, its edges yellowed and its surface shimmering with a silvery light, inscribed not with the runes of this world, but with the profound fluctuations of spatial laws. The ancient teleportation talisman, discovered within Guansheng's storage pouch, it had always been his ultimate trump card for survival. What are you doing? Liu Ruobing stumbled as he pulled her, bewilderment lacing her voice. Trust me. Chu Qiuran offered no explanation, desperately channeling the last vestiges of his spiritual energy into the talisman. Boom! The talisman erupted in a blinding silver light, enveloping the three of them entirely. Chu Qiuran chose neither the path of life ahead nor the deathly route behind, but rather dragged the two towards the seemingly indestructible rock wall. Thud! Their figures, shrouded in silver light, vanished as if submerged beneath the surface of water, disappearing directly into the wall. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Feng successfully grasped the earth vein crystal in his hand. Its warmth was soothing, and the immense power of the earth surged into his body, revitalizing his withered form, which had been drained from invoking forbidden techniques. Haha, it's mine. It's mine. He exulted, greedily caressing the precious artifact in his grasp. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Where are they? Chu Qiuran, Liu Ruobing, and Bai Luoluo had all vanished. He whipped around, only to see a faint trace of spatial fluctuations lingering at the spot where the three had disappeared. No, he let out a beastly roar, finally comprehending that he had been outwitted. Chu Qiuran had thrown the earth vein crystal not in a plea for mercy, but to create a fleeting opening, a momentary lapse that would compel him to halt his self-destructive course. And the price? Merely an object he could not carry away. Chu Qiuran. Yi Feng's roar was filled with endless resentment and reluctance. He attempted once more to activate the blood-soul fatal thrust in his hand, but it was already too late. Behind him, the destructive energy, having reached its zenith and growing increasingly unstable due to his recent pause, erupted completely. Boom! An indescribable cacophony resounded. Yi Feng barely had time to turn his head before he beheld a torrent of annihilating energy, like the gaping maw of an ancient beast, surging towards him to consume him whole. In a fleeting moment before his vision was completely engulfed, the blood-soul death stab in his hand emitted a mournful wail. Having lost both its master's vital essence and control, the blood-red patterns on the blade erupted abruptly, transforming into a nearly imperceptible stream of sanguine light that silently pierced through the void, pursuing the faint remnants of spatial fluctuations. The last image etched upon Yi Feng's face was one of unparalleled malice and a curse. He had lost, utterly and completely. Not only had he failed to take his enemy down with him, but he had also unwittingly delivered a cataclysmic gift to his adversary at the cost of his own life. After a dizzying whirlwind, 3 figures were violently expelled from the void by an immense force, landing in disarray upon a frigid, rocky surface. Thud! 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 The ancient teleportation talisman in Chu Qiuran's hand disintegrated into a flurry of ashes after expending its final vestiges of energy, dissipating into the air. Gasping, Chu Qiuran was the first to struggle to her feet, feeling as if her body had been shattered. Her internal organs roiled, and darkness danced before her eyes. She could muster not a single thread of spiritual energy. Bai Luoluo lay on the ground, groaning in agony, her injuries more severe than those of Chu Qiuran. Liu Ruobing leaned against a stone wall, slowly sitting upright, her complexion as pale as parchment and her breath feeble, evidently pushed to her limits. They found themselves in a completely unfamiliar underground cavern, illuminated only by a few glowing stones that cast a dim light, the air damp and cold. After a brief moment of relief at having escaped death, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Chu Qiuran. The silence was first shattered by Bai Luoluo, who sprang to her feet, disregarding her injuries, and rushed to confront Chu Qiuran, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Are you out of your mind? The earth vein crystal. That was the earth vein crystal. We risked our lives to acquire it, and you just discarded it. Her voice was sharp, brimming with anger and bewilderment. You put all our lives on the line just to toy with that lunatic Yi Feng? What if your talisman doesn't work? Will we then be buried alongside him? Chu Qiuran rubbed her ringing ears, momentarily speechless. Liu Ruobing also rose, approaching him silently, her icy gaze equally demanding an explanation. They both understood that it was Chu Qiuran's sacrifice of the earth vein crystal that had created an opportunity, yet the cost was exorbitantly high. The once evenly shared agreement had lost its most significant advantage. What else could I have done? Chu Qiuran finally spoke, his voice raspy. You know better than I what the situation was. Yi Feng was bent on death. Who among us could have stopped him? Without presenting him with an irresistible bait, we would have been nothing but a heap of shredded flesh. Bait? You dare refer to the earth vein crystal as bait? Bai Luoluo exclaimed in frustration, her temper flaring. What were we fighting so desperately for? To be your playthings? That was the only option available. Chu Qiuran's response was remarkably calm. He proposed an exchange, a thing we could never take with us, in return for the lives of the 3 of us. I deemed this transaction quite advantageous. Bai Luoluo, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. While the reasoning was sound, she could not shake off her frustration. A cooked duck had simply flown away. Finally, Liu Ruobing spoke, her voice betraying neither joy nor anger. What is that talisman of yours? It was found in Guansheng's storage bag. It should be his last lifeline. Chu Qiuran replied, half truthfully. Liu Ruobing cast him a penetrating glance, but refrained from further inquiry. Chapter 22. New rule. She turned to Bai Luoluo, saying, enough of the quarrel. He is right. Living is more important than anything else. What matters now is to ascertain our location and devise a means of escape. Luo huffed heavily, though no longer shouting, her gaze towards Chu Qiuran still rife with discontent. Just as she was about to voice another thought, her expression abruptly shifted. Cough, 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 cough. She suddenly succumbed to a violent fit of coughing, as if she might expel her very lungs. What is wrong with you? Chu Qiuran furrowed his brow. Luo waved her hand dismissively, indicating she was fine, but the next moment, what she coughed up plunged everyone's hearts into despair. It was a pool of blood, as black as ink. The blood splattered on the ground, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion, rising in wisps of black smoke. Luo let out a short, startled exclamation, abruptly raising her left arm. On her smooth arm, a blood-red mark, the size of a fingernail, began to materialize rapidly. The pattern of this mark was intricate and sinister, identical to the design on Yi Feng's blood-souled death spike. What is this? Luo's voice trembled with fear. Liu Ruobing's expression changed drastically as she stepped forward, seizing Luo's wrist, her fingertips resting on the blood-red mark. A chill, malevolent force, laden with resentment, coursed through her fingertips. This is the blood-soul curse mark. Liu Ruobing's tone, for the first time, bore an unmistakable gravity. That madman Yi Feng, just before his demise, he unleashed the curse of the blood-soul death spike. Curse mark? Luo's face drained of color. What will happen now? It will act like a venomous thorn, embedding itself in your spiritual veins, voraciously draining your essence and vitality until you become a mere husk. Each of Liu Ruobing's words struck Luo's heart like a heavy hammer. Furthermore, it was exceedingly difficult to eradicate, unless one were to find the fabled pure spirit sacred spring or call upon a nascent soul elder to forcibly sever it with immense power. A nascent soul elder? The pure spirit sacred spring? For outer sect disciples like them, both were as distant as a fairy tale. This was tantamount to a death sentence. Luo's body weakened, and she slumped to the ground, her eyes instantly clouded by boundless despair. The atmosphere within the cave shifted abruptly from a tense standoff over interest to a profound silence in the face of mortality. Chu Qiuran's brow was tightly knitted as he stepped forward, feigning a meticulous inspection of the cursed seal, his expression perfectly balancing anxiety and concern. Yet within, he was engaged in a rapid exchange with the system. System, is there a way to resolve this? Ding. Host has successfully evaded the fatal strike of the blood-soul death needle and utilized the earth vein crystal as an investment, indirectly leading to the demise of the target. Yi Feng. The system determines that the crisis investment return is being settled. Settlement complete. Due to the loss of the investment, the earth vein crystal, physical compensation cannot be issued. The system converts it into a special compensation. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a unique consumable item. Curse-breaking divine light. Unique. Curse-breaking divine light. Capable of purifying and dispelling all souls and bloodline curses below the nascent soul stage. Success. A wave of ecstatic joy surged within Chu Qiuran. Though his face remained impassive, he gazed at the two women before him, one with a countenance as stern as iron, the other pale and despairing. He understood that the fragile agreement, previously brokered by Liu Ruobing, was now utterly nullified. It was time for him to establish new rules. Sister Ruobing, Sister Bai, Chu Qiuran began, his voice soft yet instantly captivating the full attention of both women. Perhaps I possess a solution. He paused, meeting their suddenly brightened gazes with a smile. However, our agreement must be amended. The air in the cavern thickened after his words. Must be amended. Liu Ruobing and Luo's gazes, one icy, the other despairing, were now like swords, piercing sharply into the serene smile on Chu Qiuran's face. Oblivious to their intensity, he leisurely brushed off the dust from his attire, his demeanor as calm as if discussing the weather. With the earth vein crystal gone, our previous arrangement of sharing equally no longer holds merit. His voice, steady and deliberate, struck each word clearly into the hearts of the two women. He raised his eyes, first resting them on the ashen-faced Luo, then shifting to the frigid Liu Ruobing. I can save Sister Bai. Chu Qiuran cast the bait, pivoting to reveal the true price. In exchange, both of you must sign a Spirit Connection debt contract with me. Spirit Connection debt contract? Liu Ruobing's brows furrowed instantly. She had never encountered such a term in any sex texts. Her gaze conveyed unmasked scrutiny and wariness. What is this? A contract based on the heart's intent. Chu Qiuran met her gaze without flinching. Once signed, both of you will owe me a favor. He extended a finger, gently shaking it. This debt can be called upon at any time. When the moment comes, you must comply with my requests. Naturally, I would never impose anything that would go against your conscience or betray your sect. Beyond that, you have no choice. You, Bai Luoluo, began to protest angrily, but was silenced by a single glance from Liu Ruobing. Liu Ruobing's chest rose and fell slightly, her delicate jawline taut with tension. What a disgrace! What an unparalleled humiliation! Who is she? She is the pride of the inner sect of the Tianxin sect, the ethereal fairy Ruobing, admired by countless souls. Never before had she endured such coercion. Moreover, the one who coerced her was merely a nominal disciple, someone she regarded as possessing only a modicum of cleverness. This tyrannical contract, which rested upon the foundation of her Tao heart, was a complete trampling of her identity and dignity. Yet, reason forcibly suppressed her surging emotions. She glanced at Bai Luoluo, whose aura was growing weaker, the blood-red mark on her arm becoming increasingly sinister, and recalled Chu Qiuran's relentless array of bizarre methods. The ancient teleportation talisman, the corrupting spirit liquid, and that Tao heart fruit bursting forth with overwhelming vitality in an instant. This man harbored too many secrets. Was forging such a karmic bond with him a curse or a blessing? I agree. The despair of impending death caused by Luoluo to cast aside all dignity and hesitation. She grasped Liu Ruobing's sleeve tightly, her pleading gaze fixed upon her, her voice hoarse and urgent. Senior Sister Ruobing, I implore you. I do not wish to die. This plea became the final straw that broke Liu Ruobing's psychological defenses. She closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, the turmoil of emotions had been forcibly suppressed deep within her heart. When she looked at Chu Qiuran again, she had regained her icy composure, devoid of any ripple. Very well, I consent, she coldly uttered, then added, but I have one condition. Should her method fail, or should it leave any aftereffects on Luoluo, this contract shall become null and void, and I shall ensure your fate is 100-fold more tragic than that of Yifeng. Chapter 23. The Uncontrolled Gift, It Is Settled. Chu Qiuran accepted with a smile. Liu Ruobing's threat seemed to him merely a gentle breeze. He approached a smooth stone wall, retrieving a blank talisman paper from his storage ring. Extending his right index finger, a flicker of brilliance emanated from his fingertip as a drop of crimson blood, tinged with a faint golden hue, was extracted. He used his finger as a brush, his blood as ink, swiftly inscribing on the talisman paper. The runes he drew were unlike anything Liu Ruobing and Bai Luoluo had ever encountered, ancient and profound, imbued with a Tao essence foreign to this era. Moments latte. A contract talisman radiating a soft glow was completed. Now let your essence blood be added. Without hesitation, Bai Luoluo forced out a drop of her essence blood, letting it fall onto the talisman. Liu Ruobing hesitated for a moment before extending her delicate finger, allowing a similarly crimson drop of essence blood to land on the final node of the talisman. With a hum, the talisman ignited with a gentle white light, not burning to ash but transforming into two formless seals, one embedding itself into Bai Luoluo's forehead, the other deeply inscribing itself into Liu Ruobing's soul. The contract was established. A deeper smile graced Chu Qiuran's lips as he revealed his true intentions, stepping toward Bai Luoluo. Bear with it. Upon concluding his words, he slowly raised his right hand, and within his palm, a brilliant sphere of golden light suddenly coalesced, resplendent and vast, purifying all in its wake. It was indeed the singular divine light capable of breaking curses. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully pressed this orb of golden radiance against the sinister crimson mark upon Bai Luoluo's arm. However, contrary to expectations, the moment the golden light made contact with the cursed seal, the anticipated scene of dissipating malevolence did not unfold. Instead, the blood-red mark not only remained unpurified but, stimulated by the golden light, emitted a faint sizzling sound reminiscent of a heated iron branding an object. All the crimson patterns began to twist and reshape violently. A piercing shriek, inhuman and filled with despair, erupted from Liu as her body convulsed violently. Beneath the golden light, the crimson mark did not vanish. Rather, it writhed, ultimately contorting into an eerie blood-red script imbued with endless malice and an ancient aura. The moment Liu Ruobing beheld this character, her body stiffened in shock, and for the first time, her usually frozen visage lost all composure, exclaiming in horror, "Impossible! This is not the Blood Soul Curse seal. This is the sacred mark of the ancient blood demon sect." A scream tore through the cavern's oppressive silence, the sound twisted and unrecognizable, rife with excruciating agony. Beneath the golden light, the blood-red script not only resisted purification, but instead came to life. Every stroke twisted madly, reconstituting into a more sinister rune, deeply branding her flesh and seeking to penetrate her very marrow. A terrifyingly pure energy erupted within her, a manifestation of Yi Feng's lifelong cultivation and the power of the curse. It now transformed into a ferocious beast rampaging through her meridians, wreaking havoc. With a sickening sound, Liu's skin erupted with numerous gaping wounds, her form resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting. Chu Qiuran, taken aback, wore a look of utter disbelief, shouting in distress, "Damn it! How could my secret method have such a perverse side effect of converting evil into nourishment?" Liu Ruobing stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of Chu Qiuran, her tone urgent and strained. "Enough talk. She's about to explode." Before her words could fully escape, she had already positioned herself behind Liu, her snow-white palm firmly pressed against the violently heaving center of Liu's back. "Stabilize the heart meridian," Liu Ruobing commanded, forcibly channeling the scant remnants of her spiritual energy in an attempt to guide the rampant energy within. Yet, the magnitude of that energy was overwhelming. As her spiritual force made contact, it was immediately scattered into disarray. She stifled a groan, a fresh trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The situation had spiraled entirely out of control. "Senior Sister Ruobing, keep going," Chu Qiuran shouted, his face a mask of pain and reckless determination as he hastily retrieved the last 2 heart of Dao fruits. Without a moment's pause, he crushed the invaluable treasures in his hands, transforming them into a verdant essence of life. "This is all I have left. Quickly, use it to stabilize Senior Sister Bai's foundation." He forcefully thrust the viscous substance toward Liu Ruobing. Liu Ruobing had no time to ponder. She inhaled deeply, drawing in the essence of the Dao heart fruit. The vast vitality instantly filled her parched spiritual veins, dispelling her hesitation as she unreservedly transferred this power into Liu's body. With the magnificent life force of the Dao heart fruit as a guide, the raging energy finally found an outlet. Liu's body trembled violently, and a formidable aura erupted explosively from within her. The surrounding air detonated, creating a shockwave that sent debris and dust flying. The bottleneck of her cultivation shattered with a resounding crack and began to ascend at an astonishing rate. Uncertain how much time had passed, the tumultuous aura finally subsided. Liu slowly opened her eyes. All her wounds had healed, and her skin glowed with a translucent brilliance. She could feel the torrents of power surging within her, yet deep within her soul, an emptiness lingered. It was as though something profoundly significant had been irretrievably taken from her. Buzzing. Before the trio could catch their breath, the entire cavern trembled violently, without warning. The luminous ores embedded in the walls suddenly intensified, illuminating the cave as brightly as day. An ancient colossal consciousness, having slumbered for countless ages and now awakened by the surging life force erupting from Liu, stirred from its long dormancy. A voice, cold and vast, indistinguishable in gender, resonated deep within the souls of the three. The offering has finally arrived. At that moment, the space at the cave's entrance twisted. A faint blood light silently seeped in, the last remnant of Yi Feng's blood soul, transformed into a vengeful spear before his demise. It did not attack. It merely paused mid-air before swiftly coalescing into the shape of a blood-red arrowhead. The arrow turned, locking its aim on by Luo. The grand, overwhelming voice, akin to ancient ice that had never thawed, reverberated deep within their souls. The offering has finally arrived. Before the words could fade, the solid rock beneath the trio's feet began to emit cracking sounds. It was not a collapse, but a methodical construction. Arms composed entirely of pitch-black rock erupted violently from the earth. They lacked flesh and blood, possessing only jagged joints and a chilling texture. Yet exuded a terrifying aura that suppressed all. These arms did not attack. Instead, they moved swiftly across the ground, gathering debris to construct a smooth stone pathway leading deeper into the endless darkness of the cavern. Come fort. The voice resonated again, devoid of emotion, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The blood-red arrowhead, suspended in midair and born from Yi Feng's final resentment, quivered slightly before silently merging into the newly formed demonic seal upon by Luo's arm, finding its ultimate resting place. This is the prison stone. Liu Ruobing gazed intently at the rock arms, her voice trembling with unprecedented horror, her tone barely controlled. Chapter 24. The guardian of the prison stone idol. As Liu Ruobing's words faded, the rock arms extending from the ground accelerated their movements. The creaking sound of stones being assembled into a pathway resonating painfully in the suffocating silence of the cave. What manner of creature is this guardian of the prison stone idol? Chu Qiuran tensed, sensing a sinister aura emanating from these entities. Yet he was utterly uncertain about their true menace. Ancient legends spoke of creations that suppressed and guarded certain forbidden existences. Liu Ruobing stared intently at the arms, her voice tinged with an unsettling tone. Whatever could command such beings was undoubtedly no trivial matter. At this moment, Bai Luo had regained her composure. Gazing down at the peculiar crimson mark upon her arm, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. The exhilarating sensation of her rapid cultivation still lingered. Yet the profound emptiness of having something vital wrenched away became increasingly palpable. Come here. The voice resounded once more, carrying an undeniable urgency and impatience. A stone pathway had already been laid out, stretching straight into the abyss of darkness within the cave. Upon completing their task, the rock arms did not vanish, but instead aligned neatly along the sides of the stone path, resembling a row of silent sentinels. There was no choice left. A self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of Chu Qiuran's lips as he became the first to step onto the stone pathway. Liu Ruobing and Bai Luo exchanged a glance before following suit. The three of them advanced along the stony road, the surrounding idols remaining motionless. Yet the chilling sensation of being scrutinized by countless eyes pricked at their backs. After traversing approximately 100 paces, a vast space opened up before them. It was a colossal circular cavern, its walls embedded with luminous crystals that illuminated the entire area as bright as day. At the center of the cave stood a massive stone platform upon which sat a towering figure. This figure was immensely large, yet its body was ensnared by heavy black chains, the other ends of which were deeply embedded in the platform and the cavern walls. His head was bowed, obscuring his face, but the aura he exuded weighed heavily upon the three, making it challenging to breathe, as though a mountain had settled upon their shoulders. At last, someone has arrived. The hoarse, weighty voice emerged from the figure. He slowly lifted his head, revealing an extraordinarily aged and imposing visage. This face was etched with deep crevices wrought by the ravages of time, skin as parched as the bark of an ancient tree. Yet his eyes shone with a remarkable brilliance, as profound as if they concealed a galaxy within. "I'm the elder of the prison, Hanju." The elder's voice was as heavy as a mountain, having been trapped here for 3,000 years. 3,000 years. The weight of those words struck Chu Qiuran's heart. The figure before them was a creature who had lived for 3 millennia. "Senior, why have you been imprisoned here?" Liu Ruobing managed to suppress her astonishment and inquired. Hanju's gaze swept over the three, ultimately settling on Bai Luo, more precisely, on the crimson mark upon her arm. the demonic seed Saint Mark. His voice was imbued with complex emotions, revealing surprise that, after 3,000 years, another had been marked with this very thing. Senior, do you recognize this? Bai Luoluo, grasping a lifeline, pressed urgently. Indeed, Han Ju nodded slightly, for it was indeed his doing that led to his demise. His demise? The trio struggled to comprehend, for the old man was evidently alive before them. Han Ju seemed to perceive their thoughts, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. My physical form perished 3 millennia ago. What stands here now is merely a fragment of my imprisoned soul. You have managed to endure until now solely due to these prison stones. Han Ju gestured towards the rocky construct surrounding them, which suppressed his remnants, rendering him unable to seek life or death. Chu Qiuran furrowed her brow. Then what are the offerings you mentioned? Han Ju's gaze fixed once more on Bai Luoluo. Only those bearing the sacred seal of the demon seed can provide me with sufficient life essence to reconstruct my corporeal form. Bai Luoluo's face turned pale. You intend to kill me? No. Han Ju shook his head. I do not seek your life, but rather the unique energy born of the sacred seal within you. This energy is a death knell for you. Yet for me, it is the nectar of rebirth. What do you mean? Liu Ruobing immediately grew wary. The demon seed seal incessantly devours the host's vitality until they are utterly drained and perish, Han Ju explained slowly. However, if one can channel this consumed life force, not only can the host be saved, but the pure energy can also be utilized otherwise. Chu Qiuran reacted swiftly. Do you mean you can save Senior, Sister Bai? Indeed. Han Ju affirmed, but I require your assistance in a certain matter. What matter? Han Ju raised his chained arm, pointing towards a more profound entrance on the other side of the cavern, shrouded in darkness, as if it could consume all light. There lies an ancient beast, the soul-devouring demon spider. It is the very culprit that led to my downfall. A chilling hatred seeped from Han Ju's voice, chilling the air around them. For 3,000 years, I have longed for vengeance. Yet these damned prison stones have rendered me incapable of even moving a finger. Do you want us to slay that beast? Liu Ruobing found the notion utterly absurd. No, you are not even worthy to serve as its fodder. Han Ju decisively refuted. I need you to infiltrate its lair and retrieve my life-bound artifact, the Spirit Bell. The Spirit Bell? When I perished alongside that creature, the Spirit Bell was left deep within its lair. If you can bring it back to me, I shall be able to reunite my soul and body, and then I will personally settle this blood feud. The three of them exchanged grave glances, the transaction reeking of peril at every turn. What if we refuse? Chu Qiuran Gao De. Her tone calm, yet challenging the fury of a tiger imprisoned for 3 millennia. Han Ju's smile vanished, the temperature in the cavern dropping several degrees. Then you shall remain here to keep this old wretch company. His hoarse voice betrayed no anger or joy, yet instilled an undeniable sense of dread that quelled any thought of defiance. As for her, he lifted his chin, bound by chains, gesturing towards Bai Luoluo. 7 days. Her lifespan was reduced to a mere 7 days. It was a blatant threat, devoid of any sentiment. Yet, Chu Qiuran was more concerned about another matter. Did this ancient creature truly seek vengeance? Almost simultaneously, a chilling notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Special Elder Han Ju detected. Triggering hidden mission. Mission name, Elder's Commission. Mission description. Assist Han Ju in retrieving the soul-binding bell to lift the demonic seal on Bai Luoluo. Mission rewards. Abundant experience points, a unique cultivation method, and increased favorability with Han Ju. Mission penalty. Bai Luoluo will inevitably perish within 7 days, and the host and others will remain trapped here forever. The system's notification confirmed Han Ju's ultimatum. A deal was struck. Chu Qiuran hesitated not, but we must acquire more details about that ferocious beast. Han Ju then revealed a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. Chapter 25. The Ancient Beast, the Soul-Devouring Demon Spider. An ancient beast excels in soul attacks and venom. Its lair lies deep within that cave entrance, filled with webs and miasma that erodes spiritual energy. He paused, seemingly recalling something. However, do not fear. That creature has been suppressed for 3,000 years, and its abilities are diminished to less than a tenth. I shall assist you further." Upon finishing his words, Han Ju laboriously raised his right hand, from which 3 glimmers of light sprang forth, instantly embedding themselves in the foreheads of the 3. This is a Heartguard spell, capable of warding off soul attacks. Effective for only 1 hour, so use it sparingly. A warm current surged through Chu Qiuran's limbs, clearing his mind and easing his breathing significantly. And this, Han Ju conjured a small porcelain vial from thin air and tossed it to Liu Ruobing. It contained an antidote. No matter how potent the creature's venom, this will suffice. Liu Ruobing caught it tightly in her grasp. Lastly, remember, the soul-binding bell is located at the very center of its lair, a small silver bell. Once you obtain it, flee immediately. Do not look back, nor engage it in combat. The trio committed every detail to memory and turned towards the pitch-black entrance that seemed to consume light. By the way, Han Ju's voice echoed softly. "There's one more thing I forgot to mention." Chu Qiuran and the others halted, a sense of dread creeping in. "What? That beast may not be alone." Liu Ruobing whirled around. "What do you mean? 3,000 years is ample time for it to breed a brood." Han Ju's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. "But those offspring should be weak. Just be cautious." "That old fox." Chu Qiuran cursed inwardly. This statement was as good as saying nothing at all. Yet, the arrow was nocked, and it must be loosed. He could only lead the 2 into the depths of that profound darkness. The moment they stepped into the cave, a stench of decay and rot assailed their nostrils. The air was so humid that one could almost wring water from it. The walls of the cave were slick with a viscous liquid, which glimmered in the dim yellow light of the illuminating talisman, revealing strange patches of eerie green. It was the secretion of spider silk. Liu Ruobing covered her mouth and nose, her voice muffled. "We have entered its domain." Chu Qiuran raised the illuminating talisman high, revealing the scene ahead. To their dismay, there was no visible path. Countless strands of ghastly white spider silk crisscrossed, fragmenting the entire space into a disorienting labyrinth. Some strands were as fine as hair, while others were as thick as a child's arm, each dripping with droplets of purple venom, unmistakably sinister. "These spider silks are highly toxic," Liu Ruobing cautioned. "How we get past?" Balawalawa's face turned pale. Chu Qiuran said nothing, drawing a spare long sword from his storage ring, infusing it with spiritual energy. "I will carve the way." He swung the sword, cutting towards the spider web. The sword aura surged, but could barely carve out a passage wide enough for one person. The resilience of the silk exceeded their expectations. The 3 of them advanced cautiously through the web maze. After about a quarter of an hour, a series of faint, disconcerting sounds echoed from all directions. The rustling was akin to countless tiny claws skittering across the dry ground. Something was approaching. Liu Ruobing tightened her grip on her sword. Chu Qiuran halted, straining to listen. The sounds grew closer and more frantic, coming from above, below, and all around them. Inescapable. "We are surrounded." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the spider web trembled violently. Shadows swarmed from all sides, racing along the silk, an innumerable horde of fist-sized black spiders. These spiders were pitch black, adorned with bizarre crimson patterns on their backs, their 8 legs sharp as blades, and dozens of green, glimmering compound eyes fixated on them. The offspring of the soul-eating demon spider. Liu Ruobing cried out in alarm. Chu Qiuran's eyelids twitched. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed 3 lightning talismans. Boom, boom, boom. The furious lightning erupted, arcs dancing as they instantly turned the foremost spiders to charred remains. Yet the horde behind seemed oblivious, trampling over their fallen comrades and surging forward relentlessly. They are undeterred by death. Bai Luo Luo screamed, summoning several wind blades that sliced through a few of the attacking spiders. These young spiders possessed no concept of fear, charging forward with reckless abandon. For every batch they dispatched, another would take its place, an endless tide. This is unsustainable. My spiritual energy is depleting too quickly. Liu Ruobing cleaved 2 spiders aside with a sword strike, her breath becoming labored. Chu Qiuran recognized the growing peril and quickly scanned the area, discovering that these spiders were emerging from the web above. I have a plan. He abruptly retrieved an entire vial of corrosive spirit liquid from his storage ring, pouring it with all his might onto the core of the web above. Sizzle. The sharp sound of corrosion resonated as the liquid splashed like boiling oil on snow, causing the resilient silk to emit black smoke and dissolve. Thunderous rumbling ensued. The vast web above lost its support and collapsed with a resounding crash, sending countless spiderlings tumbling down like dumplings. Now's the time. Go! Chu Qiuran exclaimed, seizing the two companions and forcing a bloody path through the chaos that surrounded the swarm of spiders. The trio ran headlong, not stopping until the eerie sound of skittering legs faded away, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. That was perilously close, by Liu Ruobing thought, still shaken. This is merely an appetizer, Liu Ruobing remarked, her expression growing increasingly grave, for the swarm was still behind them. Her words proved prophetic. The further they ventured, the more bizarre the environment became. The webs thickened to the point where the cave walls were nearly invisible, forming dense white cocoons suspended in midair. Within those cocoons, distorted shapes could be faintly discerned. What lies within? By Liu Ruobing asked, her voice trembling as she pointed at a cocoon half the height of a person. Chu Qiuran gently pricked it with the tip of his sword. The cocoon ruptured, and a bloodless skeletal carcass of a beast tumbled out, still glistening with repugnant slime. This is the larder of the soul-eating spider, Liu Ruobing explained in a hushed tone. It wraps its prey and stores them for sustenance. The revelation churned the trio's stomachs. More horrifying were the increasing number of such cocoons. Some contained beasts, others human forms. Bai Luoluo's voice quivered with fear. There's a person in there. Following her gaze, they beheld a colossal humanoid cocoon hanging not far off. Its outline suggested it had once belonged to a tall man. As Chu Qiuran approached to investigate, he suddenly halted. He noticed a torn fragment of fabric at the damaged edge of the cocoon. His heart sank. The azure fabric, adorned with silver cloud patterns, was all too familiar. It belonged to a disciple of the Tai Su Xian sect. A fellow practitioner had perished here, judging by the multitude of cocoons. This soul-eating spider had likely slaughtered countless beings. This beast must die, Chu Qiuran declared with a chilling voice. Liu Ruobing's tone was equally icy. Those it captures are no weaklings. We must exercise utmost caution. The trio steeled themselves, heightened their vigilance, and continued deeper into the cavern. After traversing approximately 100 zhang, they emerged into a vast expanse. Chapter 26. The colossal creature, a cavern exceeding 100 meters in diameter, unfolded before them. At its center, a ghastly throne constructed from countless layers of spider silk, grotesque and eerie. Upon that throne lay an immense creature, a spider of unimaginable size, towering at over 3 meters even while prone. Its body was a deep purple, adorned with arcane silver runes, and its 8 legs were as thick as barrels, each joint bristling with sharp barbs. The most unnerving aspect was its colossal head, densely embedded with hundreds of eyes of varying sizes, all tightly shut, gently rising and falling with its slumbering breaths. The soul-devouring demon spider. Where is it? Chu Qiuran inquired, his voice barely above a whisper. Liu Ruobing's gaze swiftly scanned the area around the throne, finally settling on the armrest. There, a palm-sized silver bell lay quietly atop a mound of spider silk, emanating a soft, gentle glow under the light of the illuminating talisman. The soul-restraining bell. The three exchanged a knowing glance, instantly comprehending one another's intentions. Without disturbing it, they would stealthily procure the bell. This task was fraught with peril, yet they had no choice. Chu Qiuran held his breath, employing the gentlest of footwork as he cautiously approached the throne. The cave was enveloped in an oppressive silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic beating of their hearts. The spider silk beneath their feet was soft and sticky, requiring utmost care to avoid generating even the slightest sound. Liu Ruobing and Bai Luoluo had already placed their hands on the hilts of their swords, their energies coiling, anxiously fixated on Chu Qiuran's silhouette. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The soul-restraining bell was within arm's reach. Chu Qiuran slowly extended his hand, his fingertips nearly grazing the edge of the bell. In that instant, a sudden change occurred. The seemingly solid spider silk beneath him gave way unexpectedly. Not good. Chu Qiuran cursed inwardly as his balance faltered, and he was propelled forward uncontrollably. Thud! The muffled sound echoed sharply in the stillness of the cave. The enormous creature on the throne, its hundreds of closed eyes, opened simultaneously. Swish! Countless ghastly green vertical pupils locked onto Chu Qiuran. A terrifying will, infused with brutality and hunger, surged forth like a raging flood, nearly suffocating him. Screech! An ear-piercing shriek reverberated through the cave as the soul-devouring demon, Spider, rose abruptly from its throne. "Junior brother Chu, run!" Liu Ruobing shouted urgently. Too late. The soul-devouring demon Spider unveiled its ghastly mandibles, launching a basketball-sized orb of purple venom, reeking of death, straight at Chu Qiuran's face. Chu Qiuran's pupils constricted. He could not afford to evade. Summoning strength from his waist, he rolled along the ground, clutching the soul-restraining bell tightly in his grasp. I got it. The venom orb narrowly grazed his back, crashing onto the ground and instantly corroding a deep pit that emitted acrid smoke. Before he could rise, a spider leg as thick as a barrel descended with a whooshing sound, crashing down onto the spot where he had just rolled, creating a terrifying dent in the hard rock floor. Move now! Liu Ruobing and Bai Luoluo acted in unison, their sword energies intertwining with blades of wind, launching a fierce assault on the head of the soul-devouring demon spider. The colossal beast, in pain, unleashed a torrent of dark green liquid from its myriad eyes, letting out an enraged roar. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Chu Qiuran sprang from the ground and bolted back without a glance. Yet, the soul-eating demon spider was relentless in its pursuit. Its 8 long legs skidded across the ground, the heavy thud of its footsteps resonating like a death knell. Its speed astonishingly quick, closing in on the trio in an instant. It's gaining on us. Bai Luoluo's voice trembled with fear. Chu Qiuran glanced back, a chill coursing up his spine. The creature's speed was terrifying. Worse still, its countless eyes emitted invisible green beams, piercing directly into their minds. A mental assault. Heart protection spell. Chu Qiuran hastily activated the protective incantation left by Han Ju, a faint golden light enveloping the 3 of them, barely shielding them from the mental onslaught. However, the golden aura flickered precariously, evidently unsustainable. This won't do. We will be worn out. Liu Ruobing shouted in urgency as they ran. In a flash of inspiration, Chu Qiuran reached into his storage ring and retrieved the remaining vial of corruption essence. You all go ahead. I'll hold them off. He abruptly pivoted, using all his strength to hurl the entire vial of corruption essence at the pursuing beast. Splat! The corruption essence hit the soul-eating demon spider squarely in the face, releasing a pungent cloud of smoke and a foul odor. The beast let out a horrific wail, its movements noticeably slowing. It works. Go! The trio seized the moment to widen the distance as they sprinted towards the exit of the web maze. However, the effects of the corruption essence were ultimately limited. It wasn't too long before the relentless thuds resumed behind them, now brimming with fury. The chase persisted for a full quarter of an hour. Just as the exit loomed ahead, a massive, thick web abruptly obstructed their path. This web, starkly different from the previous one, was composed of coarser strands, more resilient, even undulating slightly, exuding an ominous aura. It's a trap. Liu Ruobing realized instantly. It's deliberately hurting us here. No sooner had she spoken than the footsteps behind them suddenly ceased. The soul-eating demon, Spider, no longer rushed to attack, but leisurely stalked them, its hundreds of sickly green eyes gleaming with a cat-and-mouse mockery. Damn it! Chu Qiuran cursed vehemently. They had been outmaneuvered. This beast was not only vicious but frighteningly cunning. What now? Bai Luoluo's voice quivered with despair. They were trapped ahead and pursued from behind. Chu Qiuran glanced at the massive silhouette behind him before looking down at the soul-settling bell tightly grasped in his hand. I'll risk it. He no longer hesitated, channeling the dwindling spiritual power within him into the bell with fervor. Dingling. A clear, ethereal chime resonated suddenly through the cavern. A bizarre scene unfolded. The once mighty soul-devouring demon spider, upon hearing the chime, abruptly froze, its massive form halting mid-charge. For the first time, its multitude of eyes reflected not cruelty, but a primal fear emanating from the depths of its very soul. It was effective. Chu Qiuran rejoiced immensely, disregarding the tremendous drain on her spiritual energy as she vigorously shook the bell. The chimes grew increasingly frantic, akin to invisible chains, ensnaring the essence of the soul-devouring demon spider. With a pained and defiant roar, the colossal beast began to retreat step by step. It feared the bell. Liu Ruobing was both astonished and elated. Her senior brother Hanju had mentioned that this was his fated treasure, the sworn nemesis of this abominable creature. Chapter 27. The Soul-Devouring Demon Spider. As the soul-devouring demon spider continued its retreat, seemingly on the verge of being driven back to the depths of its lair, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The beast unleashed a thunderous roar, pivoting its massive form, not to flee, but to violently crash into the cavern's ceiling. With a resounding crash, the entire cave trembled, rocks and webs collapsing in large chunks above them. The escape route ahead was entirely blocked by the falling debris. It sought to entomb them alive. Chu Qiuran continued to ring the bell while advancing. The soul-devouring demon spider, in a state of retreat, ultimately turned to flee. Success! Bai Luo leapt with excitement. However, Chu Qiuran remained vigilant, sensing that matters were far from straightforward. Indeed, just as they prepared to depart, a more terrifying roar echoed from the cave's depths. The sound was laden with boundless fury and murderous intent. This was bad. Liu Ruobing's complexion drained of color. An even stronger foe was emerging. No sooner had she spoken than a soul-devouring demon spider, twice the size of the previous one, erupted from the depths. This spider was entirely blood-red, adorned with intricate patterns on its back, emanating an eerie glow. Most alarming was its complete immunity to the chime of the soul-stabilizing bell. This was the Spider King. Liu Ruobing gasped, recognizing the true, soul-devouring demon spider. Chu Qiuran's heart plummeted. The previous creature had merely been its progeny. This one was indeed the formidable adversary spoken of by Hanju. The emergence of the Spider King sent tremors throughout the cavern. Its blood-red form towered 5 meters high, and its 8 robust legs thudded against the ground, producing a deep, resonant sound. Its head was even more terrifying, a myriad of compound eyes resembling blood-red gems, glimmering with a bloodthirsty gleam. The most despairing aspect was that the soul-stabilizing bell was utterly ineffective against it. Chu Qiuran frantically shook the bell, its melodic chime reverberating through the cavern. Yet the Spider King advanced toward them, as if it were oblivious to the sound. Damn it! This beast had evolved. Liu Ruobing's face turned ashen. Hanju had deceived them. What use was it to lament now? Bai Luo's voice trembled with fear. We're going to die here. Chu Qiuran fixated intensely on the Spider King, her mind racing. Something was amiss. It was inconceivable that Hanju, trapped for 3 millennia, was unaware of the existence of this Spider King. He had summoned the 3 of them to retrieve the Soul Bell, not to lead them to their demise. System, scan this Spider King. Chu Qiuran shouted fervently in her mind. Beep. Scanning. Target. Soul-devouring demon Spider King. Level. Late Foundation establishment. Severely injured. Greatly weakened. Vulnerability. A fatal wound in its abdomen, presumably left by Hanju long ago. Special status. Currently burning its life force to maintain combat state. Maximum support lasting 15 minutes. A glimmer of hope ignited in Chu Qiuran's eyes. This Spider King, despite its formidable appearance, was nearing its end. Sister Bing, Sister Bai. Chu Qiuran bellowed. This beast is gravely wounded and cannot hold out much longer. Let's restrain it. What? Liu Ruobing was taken aback. Trust me. Chu Qiuran. Without time for further explanation, hastily retrieved all remaining talismans from her storage ring. It was now or never. Dozens of talismans flew from her hands, unleashing lightning, flames, and ice spikes that illuminated the cave as if it were day. The cacophony of explosions resonated deafeningly, forcing the Spider King to stagger back, emitting furious roars. It's working! Bai Luo exclaimed joyfully. immediately launching several wind blades. Liu Ruobing, no longer hesitating, unleashed a dazzling sword light from her purple lightning frost sword, targeting the Spider King's vital points. Under their combined assault, despite its fury, the Spider King was clearly at a disadvantage. Its movements grew sluggish, and its breath weakened incessantly. With a defiant roar, the Spider King suddenly opened its massive maw, hurling a venomous sphere the size of a basketball toward Chu Qiuran. Chu Qiuran's pupils constricted. There was no way to evade this attack. At this critical moment, Liu Ruobing appeared before her, the purple lightning frost sword raised defensively. Clang! The venomous sphere collided with the sword, exploding instantaneously and splattering corrosive liquid everywhere. "Sister!" Chu Qiuran cried out in alarm. Liu Ruobing's sword was pockmarked from the corrosive substance, and her right arm was splattered, the skin instantly turning a shade of purple-blue. "I'm fine." Liu Ruobing gritted her teeth, producing an antidote pill given by Han Ju and swallowing it. "Quick, now's our chance." Without further hesitation, Chu Qiuran summoned the last remnants of her spiritual energy, channeling the full power of the soul bell. Dingling. This time, the chime resonated with a peculiar force, penetrating deep into the Spider King's soul. Eee! The Spider King emitted a piercing wail, its colossal body trembling violently, and dark green liquid began to flow from its blood-red compound eyes. Its breath rapidly diminished, life force ebbing away like a receding tide. "We've succeeded," Bai Luo exclaimed in exhilaration. Yet, Chu Qiuran remained vigilant. She sensed that the Spider King had not yet met its end. Indeed, just as they believed victory was within reach, the Spider King suddenly lifted its head, a glint of cunning flashing through its multifaceted eyes. It was feigning death. "Be careful," Chu Qiuran shouted. The Spider King sprang up violently, its 8 legs striking like swords towards the trio. This was its final, desperate assault. Chu Qiuran's pupils constricted in this life-and-death moment. He recalled the critical injury mentioned during the system scan. It was in its abdomen. He shouted, simultaneously hurling the soul bell with great force. The silver bell traced an arc through the air, accurately striking the nearly healed scar on the Spider King's belly. With a splatter, the wound burst open, dark green blood gushing forth like a fountain. The Spider King let out one final, unwilling roar before its massive body collapsed, lifeless. It was truly dead. Bai Luo sank to the ground, tears of joy streaming down her face from the relief of surviving. Liu Ruobing also exhaled in relief, though her complexion remained pale. The toxins in her right arm were suppressed, but not entirely eradicated. Chu Qiuran approached the corpse of the Spider King and retrieved the soul bell. This small silver bell had just saved their lives. "We must leave quickly," Liu Ruobing insisted, struggling to rise. This place was far too dangerous. The trio did not linger, swiftly retracing their steps. The journey back was smooth. The smaller spiders seemed to sense the demise of their king and hid away, too fearful to show themselves. Upon their return to the cave, where Han Ju resided, the elder bound by chains awaited them in silence. "You have returned." Han Ju's voice remained hoarse. Yet Chu Qiuran detected a hint of satisfaction within. "Did you obtain the item?" Chu Qiuran handed him the soul bell. "We did, but we nearly perished there. You never mentioned there was another Spider King." Han Ju accepted the soul bell, a faint smile gracing his aged face. "Had I informed you, would you have dared to venture forth?" "You." Bai Luo fumed, ready to retort. "All right, regardless. The task has been completed." Han Ju waved his hand dismissively. "Now it is time to fulfill my promise." He placed the soul bell in his palm, closed his eyes, and began to channel its power. Chapter 28, Gradually Filling Buzz. The silver bell emitted a gentle chime. Streams of silver light surged forth, enveloping Han Ju's form. The chains that bound him began to loosen, and his withered body gradually filled out. After 3,000 years, Han Ju's voice grew increasingly resonant, his aura rapidly ascending. In less than a quarter of an hour, a venerable elder, white-haired yet vigorous, appeared before the trio. This was the true visage of Han Ju. "Thank you, dear friends, for your assistance." Han Ju rose and bowed deeply to them. Now restored to human form, Han Ju appeared to be in his 50s, tall and imposing. with an air of authority befitting one who had long held a position of power. Only those eyes remained, as profound as an ancient well, exuding the wisdom and indifference born from the passage of time. Now it was time to fulfill my promise. Hanju approached by Luoluo, raising his hand to rest upon her shoulder. A warm force emanated from his palm, causing the strange scarlet mark on her arm to writhe violently, as if imbued with life. Bai Luoluo let out a soft murmur, but this time it was not one of pain, but rather of comfort. The blood-red lines of runes began to peel away one by one, transforming into flecks of crimson light that dissipated into the air. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, her arm returned to its pristine, smooth state. The demonic seed's holy seal had been removed. Hanju withdrew his hand, but the pure source energy inherited from Yi Feng still resided within you, which is a pleasant surprise. Bai Luoluo felt the surging power within her, her face alight with astonishment. Not only had her cultivation not regressed due to the lifting of the curse, but it had rather advanced beyond her previous state. "Thank you, Senior," she exclaimed, her excitement prompting her to kneel in gratitude. "No need for such formality." Hanju waved his hand and turned to Liu Ruobing. "As for your ice soul fracture," he furrowed his brow, placing his fingers upon Liu Ruobing's pulse. After a moment, he shook his head. "The situation is more severe than I anticipated. The absence of the earth vein crystal has allowed the chilling energy within you to lose its suppression. This soul fracture is expanding at an irreversible rate." Liu Ruobing's complexion instantly turned as pale as paper. "Do you mean, by the current rate, I have at most 1 year left to live?" Hanju's words fell like a bucket of icy water, chilling her to the bone. 1 year, even shorter than the previously estimated 3. Chu Qiuran felt a tightening in her heart. Although she had been mentally prepared, hearing the news still struck her with immense shock. "Is there truly no other way?" Bai Luoluo asked anxiously. Hanju pondered for a moment. "It is not entirely without options." The eyes of the three brightened instantly. The leader of the Tianxian sect, Sycophantic, has reached the transformation stage. If he is willing to expend 30% of his cultivation, he has a 70% chance of reversing the soul fracture and saving your life. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruobing smiled wryly and shook her head. "Senior, you jest. I am merely an inner disciple. How could the sect leader possibly expend such cultivation for me? 30% of the transformation stage as cultivation is an extraordinarily precious price. Even the sect leader's own daughter would likely not warrant such a sacrifice. Indeed, it is quite unlikely." Hanju nodded, "But there is still another method." "What method?" Chu Qiuran immediately inquired. "Dual cultivation." Hanju slowly uttered the two words, suggesting that one finds a partner who practices a yang cultivation technique, and through dual cultivation, the partner's masculine energy can neutralize the extreme yin energy within you. Liu Ruobing's face flushed with embarrassment, lowering her head in indignation. "Senior, aside from these two methods, is there truly nothing else?" Chu Qiuran asked, unwilling to give up hope. Hanju cast a significant glance at him and remarked, "The extraneous object upon you may have its solutions, yet it lies beyond my control." A pang of anxiety gripped Chu Qiuran's heart. This cunning old fox had indeed sensed the existence of the system. However, the old man could first assist her in stabilizing the situation. As he spoke, Hanju produced a blue pill the size of a thumb from his bosom. It was the Han Sui Dan, capable of temporarily suppressing the spread of soul rift, granting you an additional 6 months. Liu Ruobing accepted the pill, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in her eyes. "Thank you, Senior. Now that your matters have been resolved, we must discuss my remuneration." Hanju shifted the conversation, directing his gaze towards Chu Qiuran. "Remuneration?" Chu Qiuran was taken aback. "Did we not already retrieve the soul bell for you? That was merely the task's reward." Hanyu scoffed. "Do you truly believe that saving 2 lives is worth only reclaiming a magical artifact? How naive." The hearts of the three sank to the depths of despair. This old fox harbored ill intentions. "What else do you desire?" Liu Ruobing inquired coldly. "Quite simply." Hanju pointed at Chu Qiuran. "I want that object on him." Chu Qiuran fixed his gaze on Hanju. "What do you mean?" "Do not feign ignorance." Hanju's eyes glinted with intelligence. the extraneous object that enables you to conjure various extraordinary items, foresee peril, and enhance your prowess. Surrender it, and you may depart in safety. The system, that was precisely what he sought. Chu Qiuran's heart trembled wildly, yet he feigned confusion. I do not comprehend what Senior is implying. Is that so? Han Yu fuklid lightly, rising on. An invisible force instantaneously bound Chu Qiuran, rendering him immobile. Allow me to assist you in locating it. Han Ju's palm pressed against Chu Qiuran's forehead. A probing consciousness surged like a tidal wave. Chu Qiuran felt as though his head might explode. The excruciating pain compelled him to scream in agony. Warning: detection of foreign consciousness invasion. Initiating protective measures. The system's voice resonated within Chu Qiuran's mind, as a mysterious force repelled Han Ju's consciousness. Indeed, it is here. Han Ju's eyes sparkled with intensity. Surrender it. He intensified his efforts, unleashing a more ferocious wave of consciousness. Chu Qiuran bled from all 7 orifices, his consciousness beginning to blur. Cease! Liu Ruobing shouted furiously, drawing the purple lightning frost sword. Its blade aimed directly at Han Ju. Unaware of your own folly, Han Ju snorted coldly, casually waving his hand, sending Liu Ruobing, sword and all, hurtling against the rocky wall. Senior sister, Bai Luoluo attempted to rush forward to assist, but found herself immobilized by Han Ju's oppressive aura. At that moment, a shrill alarm blared from the system within Chu Qiuran's mind. Emergency! Host life is in jeopardy. Initiating emergency protective protocol. Threat detected. Transformation stage cultivator. Danger level extremely high. Activating escape protocol. Forced teleportation. A resplendent silver light erupted from Chu Qiuran, enveloping the 3 of them entirely. Thinking of escaping? Han Ju let out a cold laugh, raising his hand to intervene. However, the power of the spatial laws imbued within the silver light far exceeded his expectations, proving insurmountable even to his divine transformation stage cultivation. With a swift whoosh, the figures of the 3 vanished in an instant. Damn it! Han Ju gritted his teeth in frustration. A mere extraterrestrial creation was able to elude my pursuit. He surveyed the empty cave, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. You may escape for a moment, but not for eternity. That young man bears my spiritual mark, no matter where he flees. I shall find him. After a tumultuous spin, the 3 of them landed heavily on a lush green meadow. Chu Qiuran was the first to struggle to his feet, feeling a splitting headache, blood trickling from his nostrils. The impact of Han Ju's spiritual shock had nearly turned his brain to mush. Coughing, Liu Ruobing rose from the ground, her complexion pale, with traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. Bai Luoluo fared slightly better, though she was also covered in dirt, appearing quite disheveled. Where's this? Chu Qiuran looked around. They found themselves in an expansive valley, surrounded by towering mountains, with verdant grass carpeting the ground and a clear stream gurgling by. In the distance, the outlines of the outer buildings of Tianxian's sect could be seen. It's Tsuime Valley on the outskirts of the sect. Liu Ruobing recognized the place. We've returned. Despite their narrow escape, the trio felt an overwhelming heaviness in their hearts. Han Ju's betrayal had starkly revealed the brutal realities of the cultivation world. In the face of absolute power, all promises are but ethereal illusions. Junior brother Chu, Liu Ruobing approached him. What exactly was that extraterrestrial object Han Ju mentioned? A shiver ran through Chu Qiuran. He had anticipated this question would eventually arise, yet the gravity of the moment still weighed heavily upon him. I'm uncertain of what he meant. He evaded her gaze. Perhaps he sensed some unique artifact on me. Liu Ruobing scrutinized him for a long while, ultimately saying nothing. She was perceptive enough to understand that Chu Qiuran was reluctant to divulge details, and she did not press the matter. Regardless, we should return to the sect. Bai Luoluo suggested, it is far too perilous out here. The 3 gathered themselves and proceeded toward the direction of Tianxian sect. As the gentle breeze swept through Tsuime Valley, they followed the familiar mountain path toward their sect. The closer they approached, the heavier the unease weighed on Chu Qiuran's heart. Han Ju had mentioned leaving a spiritual mark on him. This signified that the old monster could locate him at any moment. Ding. Abnormal emotional fluctuations detected in host. Analyzing threat source. Analysis complete. Target Hanju has left a tracking mark within the host. Immediate removal is advised. Consuming 500 experience points will allow the purchase of soul cleansing powder to eliminate all mental marks. Chu Qiuran's eyes brightened at this prospect and was about to agree when the system prompted him again. Warning: the detected mark possesses special properties. Forced removal may alert the target. Proposed solution: purchase the soul concealment talisman, which can obscure the mark for 7 days, during which the target cannot be traced. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Qiuran opted for the latter. 7 days would suffice for him to devise a strategy. Purchase successful. The soul concealment talisman has been automatically activated. A refreshing sensation cascaded down from above, and Chu Qiuran distinctly felt a certain constraint dissipate. We have arrived. Liu Ruobing's voice interrupted his thoughts. Before him stood the imposing mountain gate of the Tianxian sect, flanked by majestic stone lions. On an ordinarily bustling day, the entrance appeared unusually desolate. Upon spotting the trio, the gatekeeper's expression instantly transformed. Sister Liu Ruobing, Sister Bai, are you unharmed? The gatekeeper exclaimed with palpable relief. This is wonderful. Quickly, go report to the inner sect that you have returned safely. The three exchanged glances. Judging by the gatekeeper's reaction, the sect was evidently aware of their disappearance. What on earth has transpired? Liu Ruobing inquired, her brow furrowed. Are you not aware? The gatekeeper replied in astonishment. 3 days ago, the martial arena of the inner sect unexpectedly collapsed. Many disciples were buried beneath the rubble. The sect dispatched numerous personnel for rescue efforts. Yet, he paused, his demeanor grave as he continued. The situation below was exceedingly strange. Several rescue teams have entered, but none were able to locate you. The elders have speculated that you might have. The gatekeeper did not finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Chu Qiuran's heart sank. It seemed the explosion of the earth veins had far-reaching consequences beyond his initial thoughts. We must meet with the elders immediately, Liu Ruobing declared solemnly. The trio hastily made their way into the sect, encountering disciples along the way who regarded them with astonished expressions as though they had witnessed a ghost. Good heavens! It's Sister Liu. She is alive. Sister Bai has returned too. How wonderful! And that Chu Qiuran is here as well? Isn't he merely a named disciple? Whispers surged around them, but Chu Qiuran paid them no heed. His foremost concern was how to explain their harrowing 3-day ordeal to the sect. Surely, he could not disclose that they had fallen into the prison of the elder of the town prison, nearly succumbing to an ancient being in the transformation stage who sought to seize their system. Inside the inner sect's conference hall, several elders were engaged in deliberation. Upon noticing the trio's entrance, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Ruobing, an elderly man with white hair, who sat at the head of the table, abruptly rose. He was none other than Su Xuanji, Liu Ruobing's master and an elder of the inner sect. Master, Liu Ruobing hastened toward him, kneeling before Su Xuanji. Disciple has caused you worry. Su Xuanji trembled as he helped her to her feet, scrutinizing her injuries with great concern. As long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters. He repeated this several times before turning his attention to Chu Qiuran and Bai Luoluo. Where have you three been for the past 3 days? What exactly transpired during the collapse of the martial arena? Chu Qiuran had already prepared his response. He retrieved a fragment of a damaged earth vein crystal, which he had discovered earlier in the cave. Elder, we uncovered an ancient mine beneath the ground, which contained earth vein crystals. He spoke respectfully, yet the mine was unstable. Just as we acquired the primordial crystal, a collapse occurred, trapping us underground. It took considerable effort for us to escape. Su Xuanji received the shard of the primordial crystal and examined it closely, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. The earth vein primordial crystal? This is an exceedingly rare treasure of heaven and earth. He turned to Chu Qiuran, inquiring how it had been discovered. It was an accidental find, Chu Qiuran replied cautiously. At the time, the martial arts arena collapsed, and we fell down, inadvertently encountering it. Su Xuanji nodded, refraining from further questioning. However, Chu Qiuran sensed that this matter would not simply pass by. Since you have returned safely, you should rest for now, Su Xuanji gestured, suggesting they report their experience in detail another day. As the three were about to leave, a somber voice interrupted from outside the door. Wait. A middle-aged man in a black robe entered, his expression grave and his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. Chu Qiuran recognized him as Yin Wuji, the deputy head of the law enforcement hall. Senior Brother Yin, what guidance do you offer? Su Xuanji frowned. Chapter 30. The Trial of Truth. Yin Wuji approached the three, casting a cold glance over them. The collapse of the martial arts arena had resulted in serious injuries to several disciples, with immeasurable direct losses. His voice was devoid of emotion. I require a thorough investigation of the events leading up to this incident. Alarm bells rang in Chu Qiuran's mind. This Yin Wuji was evidently here to cause trouble. Deputy Hall Master Yin, we have already explained the situation, Bai Luoluo remarked with some dissatisfaction. What you have provided is merely your side of the story, Yin Wuji scoffed. Who can prove that what you say is the truth? What do you mean? Liu Ruobing's tone grew icy. My meaning is quite simple. Yin Wuji advanced step by step. The collapse of the martial arts arena is too suspicious. And you three happen to be the only survivors. Does that not warrant suspicion? Chu Qiuran understood. This fellow was insinuating that they had deliberately caused the destruction. Senior Brother Yin, are you questioning my disciples? Su Xuanji's tone grew displeased. Brother Su, I am merely acting in accordance with the rules, Yin Wuji replied resolutely. When it comes to matters concerning the safety of the sect, no one is exempt. As he spoke, he produced a peculiar crystal ball from his robe. This is the stone of truth. As long as one places their hand upon it, a liar will be revealed, Yin Wuji announced, gazing at the three of them. If you're truly innocent, you should not refuse. Chu Qiuran's heart plummeted. The stone of truth. This was a treasure specifically designed to expose lies. If they used this, their earlier statements would undoubtedly unravel. Liu Ruobing also appeared troubled. Although they harbored no malice, they had indeed concealed many matters, particularly regarding Hanju and the soul-eating spider, which cannot be disclosed at all. What? Are you afraid? A smug smile crept onto Yin Wuji's face. Just then, Chu Qiuran stepped forward suddenly. I will do it. Everyone was taken aback. Liu Ruobing was especially anxious to stop him. Chu Qiuran cast her a reassuring glance before placing her hand upon the truth stone. Ding. Truth stone detected. Analyzing operational principles. Analysis complete. This item determines authenticity through heart rate and mental fluctuations. You may consume 100 experience points to temporarily disable detection. Would you like to purchase? Yes, Chu Qiuran silently affirmed. Purchase successful. Shielding effect lasts for 15 minutes. A mysterious force enveloped her, allowing her to calmly respond to Yin Wuji's inquiries. The collapse of the martial arena was due to the instability of the underground or veins. The true stone remained unresponsive. Yin Wuji furrowed his brow and pressed further. What did you encounter underground? We encountered various minerals and beasts, Chu Qiuran replied without a hitch. In a certain sense, Hanju could indeed be classified as a beast, and the soul-devouring demon spider even more so. The truth stone remained as tranquil as ever. Yin Wuji's expression darkened. He posed several more questions, but the truth stone continued to give no response. Ultimately, he reluctantly put away the stone. Very well, I shall temporarily trust your words. He cast a cold glance at Chu Qiuran, yet added, I will continue to monitor this matter. With that, he turned and exited the assembly hall. Su Xuanji let out a sigh of relief, gazing kindly at the trio. You may return and rest. You have all endured much these past few days. The three bid their farewells, but as they stepped out of the hall, Bai Luoluo could not contain her curiosity. Chu Qiuran, how could you dare use the truth stone just now? What if you were exposed? Chu Qiuran smiled mysteriously. Some things may appear perilous, yet they are not truly frightening. Liu Ruobing gave him a knowing look, saying nothing, but she was acutely aware that the secrets surrounding Chu Qiuran were far more numerous than she had imagined. After parting ways, Chu Qiuran returned to his small courtyard in the outer sect. Pushing open the door, everything in the yard remained unchanged, as if the experiences of the past 3 days had been but a fleeting dream. Yet, Chu Qiuran knew that it was merely the beginning. The threat posed by Hanju, Liu Ruobing's life and death crisis, and the undercurrents within the sect. All these issues awaited his resolution, one by one. Just as he intended to enter the house for rest, a knock sounded at the courtyard door. Chu Qiuran, Chu Qiuran, you've returned. A familiar voice called from outside. It was his roommate, Zhang Xiaoping. Chu Qiuran opened the door to find Zhang Xiaoping standing there, his face alight with excitement. Xiaoping, what is the matter? Chu Qiuran, you finally returned. Zhang Xiaoping exclaimed in a flurry. Do you know? The sect has been in chaos for the past 3 days. Everyone is saying that you, along with senior sister Liu Ruobing and senior sister by Luo, have gone missing. Chu Qiuran offered a wry smile. The news spread so swiftly? Not just swiftly. Zhang Xiaoping leaned in closer and lowered his voice, saying, the entire outer sect is abuzz with rumors that you have latched onto the inner sect support, and you are poised to soar to great heights. Nonsense. Chu Qiuran waved his hand dismissively. Truly, Zhang Xiaoping insisted earnestly. Do you know? Just yesterday, an inner sect senior came to inquire about you. Several outer sect sisters are eager to make your acquaintance. Chu Qiuran rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Such attention was undoubtedly not a good omen. By the way, Chu Senior, Zhang Xiaoping suddenly recalled. When I was on my way here, I noticed someone lurking around your courtyard. It seemed like they were keeping watch. Chu Qiuran's heart raced. Who were they? They looked like disciples from the law enforcement hall. Zhang Xiaoping whispered. But when they saw me, they left. As expected, Yan Wuji did not entirely trust their words. It was reasonable for him to send someone to surveil. I understand. Thank you, Chu Qiuran said, patting Zhang Xiaoping on the shoulder. Hey, there's no need for such formality, Chu Senior, Zhang Xiaoping grinned. By the way, did you gain anything from your recent outing? Recalling the valuable items in his storage ring, Chu Qiuran took out a Foundation establishment pill and handed it to Zhang Xiaoping. This is for you. Zhang Xiaoping received the pill, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Is this the Foundation establishment pill? His voice trembled. Chu Senior, this is far too precious. Take it, and may you break through to the Foundation establishment stage soon, Chu Qiuran encouraged, giving his shoulder another reassuring pat. Remember, do not disclose this matter to anyone. Zhang Xiaoping nodded vigorously, carefully stowing the pill away. Chu Senior, you are truly like a second father to me. He was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears nearly welled up in his eyes. If you ever need assistance, just say the word. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xiaoping, Chu Qiuran returned to his room to organize his recent acquisitions. Aside from a collection of miscellaneous items, the most valuable were those obtained from Guansheng, along with a few Heart of Tao fruits and some advanced talismans. However, the most significant aspect was the system upgrade. Current level, 3, experience points, 12, 505, 000, available points, 850, new feature unlocked, advanced shop. As Chu Qiuran opened the advanced shop, his eyes brightened. The items within were evidently of a higher caliber than before, including several treasures he had never heard of. Heavenly Grade Technique, Taisu Han Yuan Ju 10, 000 points, Earth Grade Magical Artifact, Zishao Divine Sword 8, 000 points, Special Item, Destiny Alteration Pill 15, 000 points. The prices took Chu Qiuran aback. With his current points, he could not even afford the cheapest item. Nonetheless, a particular item in the corner of the shop caught his attention. Special Service, Identity Cleansing, 500 points. Description: this can create a flawless identity background for the host, including but not limited to family influence, master-disciple relationships, and personal history. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Chu Qiuran's eyes. This was precisely what he needed at this moment. As his strength grew, his status as a named disciple was increasingly inadequate. Having a powerful backing would undoubtedly facilitate many matters. Just as he prepared to make a purchase, a warning from the system echoed in his mind. Warning: an external threat has been detected approaching. Threat level: moderate. It is advised that the host prepares for battle immediately. Chu Qiuran was taken aback, hastily retracting the system interface and alertly peering outside. In the night, several shadows stealthily approached his courtyard. Their movements were light, clearly indicating that they were no ordinary individuals. Moreover, the aura they exuded suggested they possessed considerable cultivation. Chu Qiuran quietly reached for his storage ring, ready to engage at any moment. Just then, the courtyard gate was violently kicked open. Chu Qiuran, get out here. It was not just one person. Leading the charge was a tall, lean young man with a sinister gaze, clad in the attire of an inner sect elite disciple, a disdainful and arrogant smirk gracing his lips. Behind him trailed 4 or 5 similarly formidable inner disciples, each eagerly preparing to block the courtyard's exit with ill intentions. Chu Qiuran? The lead youth scrutinized Chu Qiuran as if assessing merchandise, mocking. So, you're the lucky named disciple who deceived senior sister Liu and senior sister Bai into accompanying you? Chu Qiuran's gaze remained calm and unperturbed, yet internally, he initiated a system scan. Ding. Scanning target, name, Zhao Feng, identity, inner disciple of Tianxin sect, cultivation, early foundation establishment, technique, Liang Gong. Threat level, low. The others behind him also possessed early foundation establishment cultivation, which in his eyes were little more than a swarm of flies. What do you want? Chu Qiuran inquired nonchalantly, as if oblivious to the broken gate. What do we want? Ha ha ha. Zhao Feng erupted into exaggerated laughter. Kid, you truly are oblivious to danger. Were you even? A waste who doesn't even rank among the outer disciples, daring to covet Fairy Ruobing. One of his lackeys immediately echoed, what Brother Zhao says is true. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. You should take a good look at yourself. Kid, we are here today to set a precedent. Zhao Feng's laughter faded as he stepped closer, his gaze growing increasingly menacing. From now on, keep your distance from senior sister Liu and senior sister Bai. Their names are not meant to be uttered by a lowly named disciple like you. Otherwise, each time I see you, I shall teach you a lesson. So, he was an admirer of Liu Ruobing. Chu Qiuran understood. He had encountered many of such self-righteous fools. Are you finished? Chu Qiuran asked. Zhao Feng was taken aback, not expecting that the other party could remain so composed in such a situation. He felt his dignity was challenged, and his expression darkened instantly. It seemed that without showing you a glimpse of true power, you would never realize the depth of my authority. Seize him. Break a leg to teach him a lesson. With a single command, his subordinates rushed forward, grinning malevolently, unleashing their fists imbued with spiritual energy towards Chu Qiuran's vital points from all directions. Although their cultivation levels were not high, their strikes were ruthless, clearly aiming to cripple Chu Qiuran. However, just as their fists were about to make contact with his body, an indescribable, chilling aura erupted from Chu Qiuran, a terrifying presence of the utmost coldness. It was not merely a pressure of spiritual energy, nor a suppression of cultivation. It was a more primal and pure intent to kill. This was the substantial killing intent that had settled after forcing an ancient beast, which had lived for 3,000 years, into a corner and confronting the sole assault of a formidable being in the transformation stage. This aura even carried with it a trace of the ancient brutality and ferocity originating from the soul-eating demon spider. Buzz. At that moment, the air in the courtyard seemed to be sucked dry, becoming stagnant. The sneers on the faces of the inner disciples froze instantly, replaced by a primal fear that emanated from the depths of their souls. They no longer saw a mere named disciple, but an ancient beast emerging from a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, gazing at them with emotionless eyes. Their bodies became unresponsive, rooted to the spot, unable to move even a finger. Beads of cold sweat cascaded down their foreheads, and their teeth chattered uncontrollably, producing a clattering sound. Thud! Thud! Their legs weakened, and they collapsed to the ground. Overwhelmed by the killing intent, their pants soiled as they lost control of their bowels. Silence enveloped the scene. Only Zhao Feng remained standing, albeit barely. His face had drained of color, turning as pale as paper, his body trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze. His prideful foundation-building cultivation felt as fragile as a mere sheet of paper in the face of such terrifying killing intent. With your capabilities? Chu Qiuran finally stirred. He slowly lifted his eyelids, his dark eyes now profound as an unfathomable abyss, devoid of any human emotion. He commenced a deliberate approach towards Zhao Feng. With every step, It felt as if he were treading upon Zhao Feng's heart, inducing a sense of suffocation that nearly rendered him breathless. "How dare you boast in my presence?" The instant those words fell, Chu Qiuran's figure vanished abruptly from Zhao Feng's sight. Alarm bells rang in Zhao Feng's mind, and he instinctively attempted to retreat. But his body could not keep pace with his reaction. Crack! A sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed throughout the courtyard. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Zhao Feng's mouth as his body flew backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall before rolling to the ground. His right arm twisted at a bizarre angle, the stark white bone protruding through flesh exposed to the air. With a single move, no one even caught a glimpse of how Qiuran had struck. A mere early-stage intersect elite was thus rendered incapacitated. Chu Qiuran did not even glance at Zhao Feng, who lay on the ground in agony. He turned away, his icy gaze sweeping over the few stunned lackeys. "Leave." A single word, as authoritative as a celestial decree. Chapter 32. As if granted a great pardon. Those individuals felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, scrambling to lift the half-conscious Zhao Feng, fleeing in a panic from this terrifying courtyard that would haunt their memories forever. Chu Qiuran stood in place until their figures vanished completely, the overwhelming aura of menace gradually receding. He glanced down at the damaged courtyard door, a self-mocking smile forming on his lips. It seemed that tranquil days were no longer within reach. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. Some bothersome flies, if not swatted at once, would perpetually buzz around, proving exceedingly irritating. As he turned to enter his dwelling, a sudden furrow of his brow caught his attention. He lifted his gaze toward a large tree not far from the courtyard. "After watching for so long, will you not emerge for a conversation?" A subtle rustling emerged from the shadows behind the tree. Shortly after, a disciple clad in the attire of the enforcement hall, with a stern countenance, slowly stepped forward. His eyes gazed at Chu Qiuran, filled with astonishment and trepidation. The disciple from the enforcement hall fixed his stare on Chu Qiuran, his grip on the sword hilt tightening, knuckles whitening from the strain. He had been assigned to monitor Chu Qiuran, expecting it to be a simple task. Yet he had unwittingly witnessed a scene that shattered his understanding. A registered disciple, merely through his presence, had paralyzed several intersect disciples at the Foundation establishment stage and incapacitated Zhao Feng with a single strike. This was no mere registered disciple. He was undoubtedly a fierce tiger disguised in sheep's clothing. "I was merely passing by," the enforcement hall disciple stammered, his throat constricting as he managed to utter a few words. He realized that his previous concealment had been futile against the other's keen perception. Emerging now would be akin to walking into a trap. Chu Qiuran's gaze lingered on him for a moment before shifting away, coolly stating, "Since you're merely passing through, then continue on your way." The enforcement hall disciple felt as if he had been granted a pardon, not daring to linger even for a moment, nearly fleeing in disarray. He needed to return immediately to report everything that had transpired here to Vice Hall Master Yan. This Chu Qiuran was certainly not as simple as they had envisioned. Chu Qiuran observed his retreating figure, a faint and elusive smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the effect he desired. He required a witness to disseminate news of his prowess, thereby instilling fear in those nefarious individuals and sparing himself from unnecessary troubles. As for the enforcement hall, since he dared to act, he had naturally devised a strategy to counter any repercussions. Early the next morning, the news of Chu Qiuran's incapacitation of the intersect disciple Zhao Feng spread like wildfire, creating a tremendous uproar throughout the outer sect and even within the inner sect. "Have you heard? That named disciple, Chu Qiuran, broke Brother Zhao Feng's arm yesterday. Is that true? Brother Zhao Feng is a formidable cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. How could a mere named disciple accomplish such a feat? It is indeed true. My cousin works in the law enforcement hall and heard it firsthand from those who went to monitor the situation last night. It is said that Chu Qiuran hardly laid a finger on him. With only his imposing presence, he frightened Brother Zhao Feng and his companions into submission. My goodness, who exactly is Chu Qiuran? Could he be a scion of a prominent family honing his skills? Speculations ran rampant. For the first time, the name Chu Qiuran entered everyone's consciousness with an astonishing force. The gazes of the outer sect disciples towards him shifted from disdain and contempt to awe and curiosity. Meanwhile, the inner sect was in an uproar. How could a mere named disciple dare to strike down an elite of the inner sect so viciously? This was an egregious affront. Many disciples who were friendly with Zhao Feng clamored for Chu Qiuran to face consequences. Of course, Chu Qiuran remained oblivious to and unconcerned by these discussions. At that moment, he was leisurely meditating in his small courtyard until a frantic knocking resonated through the air. "Senior Brother Chu, this is bad. The law enforcement hall is here." Zhang Xiaopeng's anxious voice called from outside. Chu Qiuran slowly opened his eyes, his expression calm. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive. He rose and opened the door to find Yan Wuji, his face a mask of fury, flanked by more than 10 law enforcement disciples wielding their instruments. Instantly, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the courtyard. "Chu Qiuran." Yan Wuji's voice was as cold as ice. "Do you know your crime?" "Chu Qiuran," seemingly unfazed by the fury in his eyes, innocently replied, "Deputy Hall Master Yan, may I inquire what transgression I have committed?" Still trying to argue, Yan Wuji bellowed, "Yesterday, you assaulted your fellow disciple without cause, severely injuring inner sect disciple Zhao Feng with cruel methods, creating a vile influence. Such behavior, according to sect rules, warrants the revocation of your cultivation and expulsion from the sect." His voice boomed, deliberately loud enough for the outer sect disciples who had come to listen to hear every word. This was a warning meant to set an example. The surrounding disciples gasped in shock, their eyes filled with sympathy and schadenfreude as they looked at Chu Qiuran. Having offended an inner sect disciple and now being targeted by the law enforcement hall, Chu Qiuran seemed to be facing a dire fate. However, there was not a trace of panic on Chu Qiuran's face. He pointed to the battered door that had been kicked in and then gestured to the chaotic remnants of the fight within the courtyard, speaking with poise. "Deputy Hall Master Yan, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. Firstly, it was not I who sought them out. Rather, 5 or 6 of them kicked down my door and stormed in, intent on breaking my legs. Secondly, I was merely exercising reasonable self-defense within my own residence." At last, Chu Qiuran's tone abruptly turned icy, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Yan Wuji, exuding no fear. According to the 37th rule of the Tianxian sect, any unauthorized intrusion into another's abode with nefarious intent grants the aggrieved party the right to employ all necessary means for retaliation, absolving them from any consequences thereafter. Am I correct in my assertion? Yan Wuji's expression instantly stiffened. He was taken aback that a mere named disciple possessed such profound knowledge of the sect's regulations. What Chu Qiuran stated was indeed the essence of the rules. Flimsy reasoning. Yan Wuji scoffed coldly. They merely sought to engage in a friendly spar. It was you who failed to exercise restraint. Furthermore, how could you, as a named disciple, inflict grievous injury upon an inner disciple at the foundation establishment stage? What secrets do you harbor? This inquiry was the true purpose of his visit. He suspected that Chu Qiuran concealed some demonic artifact or had cultivated some nefarious technique. Secrets? Chu Qiuran, my secret is simply that I am stronger than him. Simple, direct, yet undeniably domineering. Yan Wuji was rendered speechless. If Deputy Hall Master does not believe me, you may inquire with Zhao Feng and the others, Chu Qiuran continued. Ask them why they dared to intrude upon my residence. Who instigated their actions? What is the truth behind their claims regarding Sister Liu? With each word she uttered, Yan Wuji's expression grew increasingly grim. He was well aware of the incident's origins. Zhao Feng had sought to confront Chu Qiuran on behalf of his cousin, Liang, one of the top 10 inner disciples known for his fervent pursuit of Liu Ruobing. Chapter 33. The ominous intent unveiled should this matter be pursued further. Bringing Liang into the fray would escalate the situation significantly. As a deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall, he could not afford such a burden. Enough. Yan Wuji forcefully interrupted Chu Qiuran, realizing that allowing her to continue would only render him more passive. He fixed a fierce glare on her, his eyes betraying a murderous intent. This young woman was not only enigmatic in her strength, but also possessed an alarming level of cunning. She must not be allowed to remain. Just as he prepared to disregard all caution and seize Chu Qiuran, a cool yet slightly urgent voice rang out from beyond the crowd. Everyone halt. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice. And there stood Liu Ruobing and Bai Luo, hastening their approach. Clad in white, Liu Ruobing emanated an ethereal beauty, captivating all attention upon her arrival. Ignoring everyone else, she walked straight to Chu Qiuran, her clear eyes betraying a hint of concern that she herself was unaware of. "Are you all right?" These 3 words carried more weight than any explanation. Yin Wuji's expression darkened, turning as black as the bottom of a pot. Liu Ruobing's appearance was akin to pouring cold water into a boiling pot of oil, instantly transforming the atmosphere into something eerie. All eyes darted back and forth between Chu Qiuran and Liu Ruobing, filled with shock, jealousy, and disbelief. How could the ice fairy possibly be concerned about a mere named disciple? And, judging by her expression, it was unmistakably genuine. Yin Wuji's heart sank entirely. While he could disregard Chu Qiuran's dignity, he could never afford to disrespect Liu Ruobing. Moreover, standing behind her was the esteemed inner gate elder, Su Xuanji. "Luciat Cizi." Yin Wuji forced a stiff smile. "You arrive at an opportune moment. This Chu Qiuran has openly injured a fellow disciple, and I was about to bring him back to the law enforcement hall for questioning." Vice Hall Master Yin. Liu Ruobing turned and resumed her icy demeanor. "I am already aware of the events that transpired. Zhao Feng and others initiated the conflict, and junior brother Chu merely acted in self-defense. If we are to assign blame, it is they who deserve the greater punishment." Her voice, though soft, resonated with undeniable authority. Yin Wuji was left utterly speechless. Liu Ruobing's declaration effectively resolved the matter. Should he persist in his pursuit, it would be tantamount to openly opposing Su Xuanji's faction. Recognizing Liu Shizi's stance, Yin Wuji weighed the pros and cons, contemplating an exit strategy. However, Liu Ruobing shifted her tone, acknowledging junior brother Chu's actions were indeed somewhat excessive. "Let us do this. I will cover all the medicinal expenses for Zhao Feng's injuries. Let this matter be settled, shall we?" Her words provided Yin Wuji with a graceful way out, while simultaneously protecting Chu Qiuran, transforming a major issue into a minor one. Yin Wuji cast a lingering glance at Chu Qiuran, his eyes filled with resentment, but ultimately he could only snort coldly, since the ice fairy has spoken. "I cannot refuse this favor. Let us depart." With that, he and the law enforcement hall members left in a disheartened manner. Thus, the tempest subsided. The surrounding disciples, observing the commotion, gradually dispersed, but their gazes towards Chu Qiuran had irrevocably changed. This man not only possessed unfathomable strength, but also had the ice fairy supporting him. "Thank you for your timely intervention, Shiji," Chu Qiuran expressed with a calm demeanor, clasping his fists in gratitude. "No need for thanks," Liu Ruobing replied, her clear eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "I merely wished to prevent the innocent from being ensnared due to my involvement." After a brief pause, she added, "However, your actions were too forceful. In the future, refrain from such impulsiveness." Chu Qiuran offered a non-committal smile. Impulsive? Had he not shown restraint, Zhao Feng would have suffered far worse than a mere broken arm. "Master wishes to see you." Liu Ruobing finally divulged the true purpose of her visit after a moment of silence. Chu Qiuran felt a stir within. The inner gate elder, Su Xuanji, a figure truly at the pinnacle of power within the Tianqian sect, had finally taken notice of him. "Very well," he replied without hesitation. The inner gate, Xuanji Peak. This was the residence of Elder Su Xuanji, where the spiritual energy was so dense it almost materialized, with celestial cranes soaring and spirit deer frolicking, creating a scene reminiscent of an immortal realm. Under the guidance of Liu Ruobing, Chu Qiuran arrived before an ancient and austere palace. Su Xuanji was seated on a mat in front of the hall, with white hair and beard, his countenance gaunt, resembling an ordinary elder from the neighborhood. Yet, his eyes possessed a piercing depth, as if they could see into the very hearts of men, imbued with wisdom. Disciple Chu Qiuran pays respects to the Grand Elder. Chu Qiuran said respectfully, performing a bow. "There is no need for such formalities," Su Xuanji replied with a gentle smile, raising his hand to gesture for him to sit. Please take a seat. His gaze scrutinized Chu Qiuran intently, as if seeking to understand him thoroughly, inside and out. I have been informed of your experiences in the underground cavern. Ruobing has shared everything with me, including the matter concerning Elder Han Ju of the Prison of Souls. A chill ran through Chu Qiuran's heart, though his expression remained composed. It seemed Liu Ruobing had chosen to disclose the truth rather than adhere to his narrative. A registered disciple escaping from an ancient being of the transformation stage, and even bringing along 2 of my students, Su Xuanji remarked softly, yet there was an unspoken weight to his words. Chu Qiuran, the secrets you harbor are more profound than I had anticipated. I was merely fortunate, Elder. Chu Qiuran ziplit hamba. Fortunate? Su Xuanji chuckled softly, shaking his head. To unravel the demonic seed's sacred mark, to procure the corrupted spirit liquid, and to possess the means to resist the soul-devouring spider's mental assault. These cannot simply be attributed to luck. He fixed his gaze upon Chu Qiuran, speaking slowly. You're already aware of Ruobing's eye-soul rift, are you not? Indeed. Chu Qiuran raised his head, meeting Su Xuanji's gaze, no longer concealing the truth. Your intentions in approaching her, what are they? Intentions? Chu Qiuran responded candidly. My aim is simple, to survive. And Sister Liu was the only one capable of aiding my survival at that time. As for her eye-soul rift, I do possess some knowledge regarding it, and indeed, I have a potential solution. Oh, Su Xuanji leaned forward slightly, his usually placid demeanor revealing a hint of intrigue. Pray, share your thoughts. The younger generation is aware of an ancient elixir known as the 9 Yang melting snow pill, which is primarily composed of 9 supreme yang spiritual substances, supplemented with a multitude of warm-spirited herbs. Should it be successfully concocted, it may mend Sister Liu's soul rift. Chu Qiuran presented the carefully contemplated proposition. This recipe, of course, was something he had encountered in the system shop, priced exorbitantly. Su Xuanji furrowed his brow, rapidly searching through his memory, but found he had never heard of such a pill. What are the 9 supreme yang spiritual substances you mentioned? 9-leaf fire lotus, sun essence stone, blood of the golden crow. Chu Qiuran enumerated the 9 legendary treasures in one breath. With each name he uttered, Su Xuanji's expression grew increasingly grave. By the time Chu Qiuran finished, the elder's face was etched with bitterness. Any one of these items you mentioned could incite a tempest of bloodshed throughout the realm of cultivation. Some have even been extinct for millennia. He sighed. This method was tantamount to an impasse. Everything is within human influence, Chu Qiuran calmly remarked. As long as there is hope, it is always preferable to despair. Su Xuanji fell silent, gazing intently at the young man before him. The latter's composure, intellect, and the profound depth that belied his years filled Su Xuanji with astonishment. After a long pause, he finally spoke. What a profound understanding of human agency. I can assure you that I will leverage the power of our sect to seek out these spiritual objects for you. Furthermore, I can provide you with protection, ensuring that no one within the sect dares to harm you. However, Su Xuanji's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening. In exchange, you must vow to exert every effort to heal Ruobing. Should there be any misstep, or should I discover any treachery on your part? He left the sentence unfinished. Yet the terrifying aura emanating from him, a formidable cultivator at the transformation stage, spoke volumes. Agreed. Chu Qiuran responded decisively. Excellent. Su Xuanji's smile returned. He handed Chu Qiuran a purple token. This is my elder token. With it, you may freely enter the scripture repository and the alchemy chamber of our sect. Take whatever you require. As Chu Qiuran accepted the token, he felt its warmth in his palm. This token signified that he had officially acquired the highest authority to access the premier resources of the Tianxian sect. Just as he was about to take his leave, Su Xuanji's seemingly gentle voice echoed once more. Ah, there's one more matter. That Han Ju is, in fact, something of a half-brother to me. I know his character better than anyone. A meaningful smile graced Su Xuanji's lips. He desires that otherworldly object from you. To be frank, I'm quite curious about it myself. In that instant, Chu Qiuran felt his heart plummet. Su Xuanji's words were gentle, his smile benevolent. Yet each syllable pierced him like a dagger steeped in cold poison, striking precisely at his core. This old fox. He and Hanju were two sides of the same coin, one overtly aggressive, the other deceptively benevolent. Yet their ultimate goal was the same, to uncover the greatest secret he possessed. The so-called protection, the elder token, and the sect's resources were merely sophisticated bait. Su Xuanji was a more patient angler than Hanju. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Yet he maintained an air of perfectly calibrated respect and humility. I am unworthy. Everything I possess is a gift from the sect. It would be my honor to alleviate the elder's burdens. He lowered his gaze, concealing all emotions beneath a veil of shadow. This response was impeccably crafted, expressing loyalty while revealing nothing substantive. Su Xuanji scrutinized him intently, as if searching for a crack in his facade. Ultimately, he merely nodded in satisfaction, his smile growing ever warmer and more amiable. Very good, very good. You are a clever child. He waved his hand, urging her to leave. Go on. Ruobing is still waiting outside for you. Remember, from this day forth, you are one of my disciples at Shuji Peak. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, Elder. Chu Qiuran once again bowed and turned to exit the hall. It was not until he stepped out into the sunlight that he felt a fine sheen of cold sweat trickling down his back. Dealing with these ancient beings who had lived for hundreds, even thousands of years, was indeed a nerve-wracking experience. Outside the hall, Liu Ruobing was indeed standing quietly beneath an ancient pine, clad in white as pure as snow, exuding a chilling grace reminiscent of the moon. Upon seeing Chu Qiuran emerge, she approached him. Did my master give you any trouble? Her voice carried an unrecognized hint of tension. No. Chu Qiuran shook his head, gazing at the ethereal beauty before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. She was both his greatest protective charm and the collar that Su Xuanji had placed around his neck. The elder merely inquired about some matters concerning the underground caverns and bestowed upon me a token, allowing me to act with leniency. Chu Qiuran produced the purple token of the elder. Upon seeing the token, Liu Ruobing exhibited a momentary surprise, which quickly gave way to understanding. Given Chu Qiuran's displayed value and potential, it was only reasonable for her master to extend such treatment. In that case, I am relieved. She paused and continued. Regarding Zhao Feng, the individual behind him is one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect, Li Yang of the Sunfire Sword. He is narrow-minded and vengeful. You must exercise caution in the future. Thank you for the warning, senior sister. Chu Qiuran nodded. As for Li Yang, he was not particularly concerned. Currently, his true threats lay in the two unseen and unfathomable ancient beings who could strike him down at any moment. The two walked in silence, leaving Shuji Peak. After parting ways, Chu Qiuran did not return to his small courtyard, but headed straight to the sect's scripture repository. Su Xuanji had offered him bait, and he had no reason to refuse. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and deceptions were mere paper tigers. What he needed most now was to utilize every available resource to swiftly enhance his strength. The scripture repository was a crucial location for the sect, divided into 3 levels with stringent security. Previously, a mere named disciple like Chu Qiuran would not even have the qualification to step into the first level. However, today, when he produced the Purple Elder's token, the disciple stationed at the entrance immediately changed his demeanor 180 degrees. Ah, it is Senior Brother Chu. The pride that had adorned the attendant's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an almost obsequious respect. With the Elder's token, you may freely enter all 3 levels of the scripture repository. Please do come in. The surrounding disciples, preparing to enter the repository, exhibited expressions of shock, casting reverent glances toward Chu Qiuran. Ignoring their awe, he strode directly into the scripture repository, his purpose clear. First, to seek detailed information regarding the 9 supreme Yang spiritual materials. Second, to find any records pertaining to Hanju and the soul-eating demon spider. To understand oneself and one's adversary is the key to ensuring victory in 100 battles. He ascended directly to the highest tier, the 3rd level. The texts here were preserved within exquisite jade slips, documenting the most profound secrets and techniques of the heavenly profound sect. Chapter 35. The Secret Manuscript Ding. A substantial information data source has been detected. Would you like to initiate scanning and recording mode? Recorded information can be utilized to enhance the system database, improving analytical capabilities. Commence. Chu Qiuran silently instructed. As he walked, he feigned the act of perusing the texts, while the system swiftly copied the information from the jade slips into its database. Before long, he identified his objective. In an inconspicuous corner, he discovered a fragmented manuscript detailing the sect's secrets. It mentioned that 3 centuries ago, there was an exceptionally gifted elder known as Jinyu, who became infatuated with the art of souls, developing numerous astonishing soul techniques. However, it seemed he eventually succumbed to madness in his research, committing heinous acts that led to him being suppressed by the then sect leader and several esteemed elders, confined deep within the abyssal prison of the earth's veins. Elder Jinyu. Hanju. Yet, the manuscript was vague regarding the reasons for his suppression and the exact location of the abyssal prison, as if deliberately obscured. Indeed, something is amiss, thought Chu Qiuran with a cold smirk. The truth behind Hanju's confinement is far from a mere descent into madness. He further examined the information regarding the soul-eating demon spider, discovering that this ancient beast had wreaked havoc 3,000 years ago, only to be subdued by an ancestor of the heavenly profound sect with the soul-stirring bell, a treasure of his own life. This ancestor also bore the surname Han. The clues seemed to intertwine here. Just as Chu Qiuran was about to depart to inspect the alchemy room, a cold and hostile voice resonated from behind him. "You are Chu Qiuran?" Turning around, he saw a tall youth clad in golden-trimmed inner disciple attire, wielding a long sword and gazing at him with a haughty expression. The youth exuded a steady and sharp aura, his cultivation evidently at the late stage of foundation establishment, surpassing Zhao Feng by several tiers. Ding. Scanning target. Name. Liang. Identity. One of the top 10 inner disciples of the heavenly profound sect. Known as the Fiery Sun Sword. Cultivation. Late stage of foundation establishment. Technique. Crimson Sun Sword Art. Threat level. Moderate. Several disciples accompanied him, their gazes toward Chu Qiuran laden with unabashed hostility. "Is there a matter?" Chu Qiuran inquired, his tone remarkably calm. "Is it you who broke my cousin Zhao Feng's arm?" Li Yang's voice was as frigid as ice, a formidable spiritual pressure enveloping Chu Qiuran. Yet, the pressure that could render an ordinary early-stage foundation establishment cultivator immobile barely stirred the waters around Chu Qiuran. Li Yang's pupils constricted slightly. "It was I," Chu Qiuran admitted candidly. "He and his associates barged into my quarters intending to break my legs. I merely acted in self-defense." "What is self-defense?" Liang, filled with rage, sneered. "A mere named disciple dares to harm an elite of our inner sect. Chu Qiuran, you truly possess audacity." "Whether I am audacious or not is not for you to decide," Chu Qiuran retorted without flinching. "This is the Scripture Pavilion, where private duels are prohibited. If you wish to seek vengeance for your cousin, I am more than willing to engage you on the martial stage. However, if you merely intend to utter threats, then I shall not entertain you." With that, he turned on his heel, preparing to leave. "Stop right there." Liang had never endured such blatant disregard. Trembling with fury, he declared, "Do you think that with Elder Su's protection, I dare not act against you? Let me tell you, keep your distance from Sister Liu Ruobing. She is not someone of your caliber who can get involved with. I am friends with Sister Liu." Chu Qiuran paused, turning back to face him, and spoke each word with clarity. "Whom I choose to befriend is none of your business." Li Yang's complexion flushed a deep shade of purple. As one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect, a prodigy, he was accustomed to being revered and admired wherever he went. When had he ever been so openly confronted by a mere named disciple? "Good, good, good," he repeated thrice, his eyes brimming with a palpable malice. "Chu Qiuran, I will remember you. I hope your bones are as resilient as your tongue." Inside the Scripture Pavilion, there were formidable restrictions set by the sect, and he indeed dared not act out in such a place. Nevertheless, he had resolved that as soon as Chu Qiuran stepped out of the Scripture Pavilion, he would employ 100 methods to make him vanish without a trace from the heavenly profound sect. Ignoring Li Yang's threats, Chu Qiuran strode out of the scripture pavilion. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding, and he squinted slightly. He paid no heed to Li Yang's intimidation. Such a fool, who only knew how to leverage his cultivation and status to bully others, was merely another stepping stone on his path to growth. He had more pressing matters to attend to. His next destination, the alchemy room. The alchemy room was where the sect managed its elixirs and spiritual herbs, a place of great significance. Chu Qiuran once again presented the violet elder token. Liu, the steward in charge of the alchemy room, appeared to be a shrewd middle-aged man. Upon seeing the elder token, although his face was adorned with a smile, a fleeting glimmer of keen insight flashed in his eyes. "How may I assist you, Senior Brother Chu?" Steward Liu inquired politely. "I require some spiritual herbs," Chu Qiuran replied, handing over a list that enumerated dozens of auxiliary spiritual herbs necessary for refining foundation establishment pills and qi gathering pills. Steward Liu took the list, glanced over it, and his smile broadened. "These are all ordinary spiritual herbs. There should be no problem. However, Senior Brother Chu, as you know, while these herbs are of low grade, the sheer quantity is quite substantial, and according to sect regulations, contribution points must be paid." This was a veiled attempt to make things difficult for him. It was clear that he had heard of Chu Qiuran's recent rise to prominence in front of Elder Su, yet he had also incurred the ire of Li Yang's faction. Not wishing to offend either side, he sought to use the rules as a pretext to evade a decision. Chu Qiuran saw through his intentions. Without wasting words, he replied coolly, "I do not possess contribution points. However, Elder Su has stated that I may take whatever I need. If Elder Liu feels troubled, I shall promptly report to the Grand Elder, stating that even he cannot make decisions regarding the spiritual herbs in the elixir chamber. He has directly revealed the formidable mountain that is Su Xuanji." A cold sweat instantly beaded on Elder Liu's forehead. Even if given 100 chances, he would not dare to question the words of Grand Elder Su. Should Chu Qiuran indeed lodge a complaint, claiming his incompetence, his position as steward would be at peril. No. Brother Chu has misunderstood. Elder Liu hastily waved his hands, the forced smile on his face more sorrowful than tears. "Since it is the Grand Elder's command, it is only natural that extraordinary measures be taken. I shall prepare everything for you at once." Before long, Elder Liu returned, drenched in sweat, carrying several large storage bags. "Brother Chu, all the spiritual herbs you requested are right here, not a single one less." "Thank you." Chu Qiuran accepted the storage bags and, with a sweep of his consciousness, nodded in satisfaction. Watching Chu Qiuran's departing figure, Elder Liu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, internally cursing, "What a predicament this is. When deities clash, mere mortals suffer." With a bounty in hand, Chu Qiuran returned to his dilapidated courtyard in the outer sect. He had hastily repaired the courtyard door, yet the surroundings no longer suited his current status and needs. Chapter 36. Identity cleansing. The spiritual energy here was thin and with many eyes watching. Refining elixirs was akin to running naked in a bustling market. A change of location was imperative. Seated in his room, Chu Qiuran began to deliberate. He recalled the special service in the system shop. Special service. Identity cleansing, 500 points. Description can create a flawless identity background for the host, including but not limited to familial power, mentorship relations, and personal history. Previously, he had considered it expensive, but now it seemed that spending these 500 points was exceedingly worthwhile. A formidable background would not only perfectly account for the various peculiarities surrounding him, but also spare him countless unnecessary troubles. System, I wish to purchase the identity cleansing service. Chu Qiuran no longer hesitated. Ding. Purchase successful. 500 points deducted. Current remaining points, 350. Entering identity creation module, please define the core background. Chu Qiuran's mind raced. The background could not be too extravagant, lest it raise suspicion, yet it also could not be too weak, or would lack the power to intimidate. A thought struck him. My ancestors were once members of a reclusive alchemical clan, the Chu family. However, the clan suffered a great calamity centuries ago, leading to a severance of their lineage and a dwindling of kin. I, then, am the last bloodline of the Chu family. My master was the final guardian of the clan, an alchemical grandmaster of unparalleled wisdom. Before his passing, he imparted all his knowledge and the clan's few remaining tokens to me, urging me to enter the Tianxian sect and leverage the sect's power to restore the family's former glory. This background not only elucidated why he possessed knowledge of long-lost formulas, but also explained the treasures he held, providing a reasonable motive for his entry into the Tianxian sect. It was simply perfect. Background setting received. Conducting logical deduction of the world line. Deduction completed. Background logic coherent. No apparent flaws. Generating relevant causal lines. Fine-tuning the memories of involved individuals. Completing historical records. Ding. Identity background successfully created. Heir of the hidden world Pill King has been implanted. At the moment the system's prompt echoed, Chu Qiuran sensed an indescribable subtle change in the entire world. It was as if an invisible hand meticulously wove his preordained narrative into the vast tapestry of history. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone rapped upon the courtyard door. Chu Qiuran opened it to find a middle-aged man clad in the formal attire of a sect's administrative officer, exhibiting an exceedingly respectful demeanor. "May I ask, are you Chu Qiuran, Brother Chu?" "I am," he replied. Upon confirming his identity, the officer's expression grew even more reverent, tinged with a hint of awe. He produced a gleaming purple jade token and a scroll resembling a land deed, presenting them with both hands. "Brother Chu, the sect has just verified your lineage." The officer's voice trembled with excitement. "We never anticipated that you are the descendant of the revered Pill King, who once bestowed great grace upon our Tianxian sect. We apologize for the lack of a proper welcome." A stir of emotion coursed through Chu Qiuran, though his exterior remained composed. "The Pill King?" "Indeed," the officer affirmed. 800 years ago, the Pill King concocted the 9-turn-soul-returning pill, saving our grand elder from the brink of death. This kindness has never been forgotten by our sect. Now that we have located the Pill King's heir, everyone within the sect is overjoyed. Understanding dawned upon Chu Qiuran. The system's identity transformation not only absolved him, but also augmented his narrative. After deliberation, the sect leader and esteemed elders unanimously resolved to restore your status as an inner disciple and have graciously allocated an independent cave dwelling for you. As a gesture of our sincerity, the officer extended the token and land deed into Chu Qiuran's hands. "This is your new identity token, along with the deed to your cave residence on Qingxian Peak. Everything has been arranged. You may move in at your convenience." "What?" A startled exclamation erupted from the side. It was Zhang Xiaopeng, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. His mouth agape. He stared blankly at the token and deed in Chu Qiuran's grasp, feeling utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, he was a mere named disciple, hindered and bullied at the door. And now he had ascended to the status of an inner disciple with his own cave dwelling. This world was indeed too fantastical. Observing the administrative officer's almost obsequious demeanor, Chu Qiuran gained a renewed appreciation for the system's prowess. This was no mere alteration of information. It was the fabrication of reality itself, a forceful reversal of causality. "Thank you for your efforts, esteemed officer," he replied, accepting the token and deed, his expression placid as if all of this were entirely natural. His calm and composed demeanor only solidified the image of a scion of a prestigious lineage, well-versed in the grand tapestry of existence. In the eyes of both the officer and Zhang Xiaopeng, "Not at all. It is my honor to serve Brother Chu." The steward bowed repeatedly, inquiring if there were any other instructions from the senior brother before leading him to Qingxian Peak. "Very well." Chu Qiuran nodded, glancing at the petrified Zhang Xiaopeng beside him. "Xiaopeng, you shall accompany me." "Oh, all right." Zhang Xiaopeng awoke, as if from a dream, and hurriedly followed, feeling as if he were walking on clouds. Light as a feather, Qingxian Peak, though not as ethereal as Xuanji Peak, was nonetheless a premier sanctuary within the inner sect. The mountain was serene, imbued with rich spiritual energy, far removed from the clamor of the world, making it an ideal place for cultivators to engage in quietude and cultivation. Under the steward's guidance, the trio arrived at a platform shrouded in white mist on the mountainside. The steward performed a hand gesture, dispersing the mist to reveal a magnificent cave dwelling. The entrance was adorned with the elegant characters tenfold residence. "Senior Brother Chu, this shall be your new abode," the steward announced. Within the cave, you will find a main cultivation chamber, an alchemy room, a weapon forging room, a meditation room, a medicinal garden, and a spiritual spring, all in abundance. Furthermore, the entire cave is enveloped by a third-tier defensive array known as the Xian Guang barrier, which prevents entry to anyone without the master token. Using his new identity token, Chu Qiuran opened the cave door, and a rush of pure spiritual energy enveloped him, invigorating his spirit. The conditions here were a stark contrast to his previous, dilapidated courtyard. "Thank you for your guidance, steward." Chu Qiuran casually retrieved a bottle of elixirs from his storage ring and offered it as a small token of appreciation. The steward, taken aback by the generosity, repeatedly declined, but ultimately accepted with heartfelt delight. After seeing off the steward, only Chu Qiuran and Zhang Xiaopeng remained before the cave. Zhang Xiaopeng gazed at the palace-like cave dwelling, his face flushed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. "Senior Brother Chu, congratulations on your new residence. You are now an inner sect brother, destined for a boundless future." Observing Zhang Xiaopeng's enthusiasm, Chu Qiuran smiled. "What is it? Do you wish to reside here as well?" "Huh?" Zhang Xiaopeng was taken aback. "Can I really move in? I am but an outer sect disciple. The cave dwellings of inner sect disciples can accommodate one servant or assistant," Chu Qiuran replied, patting his shoulder. "It would be rather lonely for me to inhabit such a vast space alone. From now on, you shall assist me in managing the medicinal garden and handling various tasks. I shall not treat you poorly. The resources for cultivation will be ample." Overwhelmed by the sudden happiness, Zhang Xiaopeng's eyes brimmed with tears. He knelt abruptly, his voice choked with emotion. "Senior Brother Chu, you are my reborn parents. I, Zhang Xiaopeng, vow that from this day forth, my life belongs to you. I shall brave any danger, regardless of the peril." "All right, rise. A man should not kneel unless in reverence." Chu Qiuran helped him to his feet. "From now on, we are family." Once Zhang Xiaopeng was settled, Chu Qiuran finally found a moment of solitude. He immediately activated the highest defensive array of the cave, isolating tenfold residents from the outside world. Ding! Scanning the current environment. No forms of surveillance arrays or spiritual marks detected. Environmental safety level, high. With the system's confirmation, Chu Qiuran finally felt a sense of relief. He stepped into the dedicated alchemy chamber, which was equipped not only with superior earth fire veins, but also with various auxiliary alchemical tools, creating an optimal environment for his craft. He poured out the several large bags of spiritual herbs he had retrieved from the medicinal chamber, forming a mound reminiscent of a small hill. It was time to transform resources into power. Seated, cross-legged, an ancient alchemical furnace levitated before him, activating auxiliary alchemy mode, analyzing herbal properties, optimizing formula ratios, planning the best refining process. In the next moment, Chu Qiuran sprang into action. His hands moved with such speed that they appeared to leave afterimages, as he precisely cast each herb into the furnace. The processes of purifying, fusing, and condensing the elixir flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hindrance. While other alchemists might require several hours to produce a foundational elixir with a low success rate, Chu Qiuran, aided by the system, completed the task in the time it took to burn a stick of incense. With a hum, the furnace trembled, the lid lifted, revealing 12 plump, aromatic foundational elixirs resting at the bottom. Each was a flawless masterpiece, 100% success rate, 100% perfection. Chu Qiuran gazed at his creation, nodding in satisfaction. If he were to sell these, he could very well drive every alchemist in the Tianqian sect to madness. Without pausing, he continued to refine, gathering qi pills, healing elixirs, detoxification potions. One batch after another emerged in a continuous stream. He required a substantial amount of spirit stones, which he would exchange for system points. Only with enough points could he purchase the genuine formula to remedy Liu Ruobing's soul fracture and acquire the vital trump cards needed to confront the ancient monster, Hanju. Just as he immersed himself in the grand endeavor of alchemy, the purple jade token at his waist suddenly vibrated. He picked it up, and a mental imprint appeared. It was Liu Ruobing. Have you moved to Qingxian Peak? The sect has officially reinstated your name, restoring your identity. Congratulations. Her tone remained cool. Yet Chu Qiuran sensed a flicker of genuine joy and curiosity beneath the surface. As he prepared to respond, the token vibrated once more. This time, it bore an entirely unfamiliar mental imprint, without a signature or origin. Yet the message within caused Chu Qiuran's pupils to contract sharply. Little one, the 7-day limit of the hidden soul talisman is nearly upon us. The game of hide and seek must come to an end. Clean your neck, for I shall come to claim what I desire. The closing was marked by a single character, Han. Chu Qiuran's hand clenched tightly, the purple jade token in his palm creaking under the pressure. He raised his gaze toward the entrance of the cave, though a magical formation was in place. He could almost feel a pair of cold, greedy eyes fixed upon him from the heavens above. With a tightened grip, the token, a symbol of Su Xuanji's goodwill, groaned under the strain in his grasp. Hanju! The message from beyond the sect came like a death warrant, shattering the fleeting sense of tranquility and joy he had just begun to experience. That ancient monster had ultimately tracked him down. The 7-day limit of the concealed soul talisman loomed over him like the sword of Damocles. He raised his gaze towards the entrance of the cave. Although the third-tier array of profound light obstructed him, he felt as if a pair of cold, greedy eyes were piercing through layers of clouds and restrictions from the heavens above, fixating on him intently. The ancient being in the transformation stage, an entity that stood on equal footing with the sect leader and the Grand Elder. To confront such power head-on would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Continuing to hide? In this vast world, where could he possibly evade? The imprint of the opponent's consciousness was like a parasite, and unless it was completely eradicated, he would find no peace. Ding! Detecting that the host is facing a lethal threat, generating solutions. Option 1. Purchase a high-tier concealed soul talisman, capable of masking one's aura for 30 days. Price, 1,000 points. Option 2. Purchase the 4-symbol soul locking array disc, which can set up a formation to trap a transformation stage cultivator for the duration of an incense stick. Price, 5,000 points. Option 3. Purchase the God-breaking crossbow, single-use consumable, capable of delivering a strike threatening to a nascent transformation stage cultivator. Price, 10,000 points. Chu Qiuran gazed at the options in the system shop, his heart gradually sinking. He currently possessed only 350 points. He could not afford any of these. Even if he could, these were merely temporary measures that would not address the root of the problem. One could evade the first day, but not the 15th. Would he truly succumb to an endless cycle of pursuit and flight? No. A flash of inspiration struck Chu Qiuran. He was no longer the easily manipulated disciple he once was. He possessed identity, background, and support. Though this identity and background were fabricated, and the support equally sinister, if utilized wisely, the false could become true. As the sole heir of a hidden alchemical family, carrying the treasured legacy of his ancestors, pursued by a mysterious ancient being in the transformation stage intent on seizing his treasure, would the Tianxian sect remain indifferent? Especially since this descendant of the alchemical lineage had just been personally recognized by the sect's higher-ups and had saved the life of an esteemed elder from 8 centuries past. Should he be slain and robbed, it would be a slap in the face to the entire Tianxian sect, a disgrace to the inner sect's grand elder, Su Xuanji. That old fox, Su Xuanji, would undoubtedly prefer to see Hanju thwarted rather than allow him to succeed, for if Hanju claimed the treasure, then Su Xuanji would have nothing to claim. With this realization, the turmoil in Chu Qiuran's heart was swiftly replaced by calmness. In light of this, he would leverage strength against strength and turn the tables on his pursuers. He grasped the vibrating purple jade token and first responded to Liu Ruobing's message with simple words. Thank you, senior sister, for your concern. I have moved to Qingxian Peak's listening wind abode, and all is well. After setting down the token, he took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with newfound determination. Chapter 38. The moment to strike, it is time to pay a visit to my benevolent patron. Exiting the alchemy chamber, he found Zhang Xiaopeng, brimming with excitement. immersed in the study of spiritual herbs in the garden. Senior Brother Chu, the spiritual energy here is so abundant. I feel that I will soon break through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Xiaopeng, Chu Qiuran's expression turned serious. I must step out for a while. From this moment on, activate the highest level of defense for the cave. Do not open the door to anyone. Here are a few defensive talismans. Take them for your protection. Seeing the gravity of Chu Qiuran's demeanor, Zhang Xiaopeng sobered up and nodded solemnly. Rest assured, senior brother, even if it costs me my life, I will not allow anyone to step into the cave. Chu Qiuran patted his shoulder, said nothing more, and turned to leave Tingfeng residence. His destination was none other than the inner sect's main peak, Xuanji Peak. Along the way, every inner sect disciple who caught sight of him displayed a mix of reverence and curiosity, instinctively stepping aside to pay their respects. Is that senior brother Chu Qiuran? I heard he is a descendant of the legendary Chu Danwang from 800 years ago. One ascendant rise. Just yesterday, he was a registered disciple. And today he resides in an independent cave on Qingxian Peak. You may not know this, but Vice Hall Master Yin from the Law Enforcement Hall sought to trouble him, only to be rebuffed by Fairy Ruobing on the spot. Not to mention, I heard that Zhao Feng and his group provocatively visited his courtyard, only to be thoroughly defeated by him in a single move. Their hushed discussions were barely audible, yet reached Chu Qiuran's ears intermittently. Maintaining a stoic expression, he continued his ascent towards Xuanji Peak. However, just as he was about to step onto the white jade stairs leading to the main hall of Xuanji Peak, several figures obstructed his path. The leader among them was Li Yang, one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect. He was flanked by 7 or 8 inner sect disciples, all exuding formidable auras, their gazes towards Chu Qiuran laced with unmasked hostility and malice. Chu Qiuran. Li Yang's voice cut through the air like the chill of winter's breath. I thought you would cower in your cave like a turtle, yet here you are, daring to emerge. Chu Qiuran halted, calmly regarding him. Is there something you need? Is there something I need? Li Yang scoffed, as if he had heard a jest. My cousin Zhao Feng's arm is still in a sling. Do you think I have no reason? He stepped forward, unleashing a powerful aura characteristic of the late Foundation establishment stage, pressing down upon Chu Qiuran. How dare a mere fortunate fool, relying on ancestral favor, act so brazenly before me? Li Yang's expression twisted into a more menacing snarl. Today, I will make you understand that within the inner sect, mere identity and background hold no weight. Strength is everything. However, the overwhelming spiritual pressure that would terrify ordinary disciples felt like a gentle breeze to Chu Qiuran, leaving him utterly unfazed. Not even a brow was raised. I am on my way to see Elder Su, he stated flatly, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly around them. Are you certain you wish to block my path? He had invoked the name of the revered elder Su Xuanji. Li Yang's expression faltered momentarily, then darkened even further. He certainly dared not openly obstruct those who sought an audience with the Grand Elder. To meet the Grand Elder? Who knows if you are merely feigning authority? A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Li Yang's eyes. I shall take it upon myself to teach you, this oblivious fool, a lesson on behalf of the Grand Elder. Even if the Grand Elder were to blame me, I would bear the consequences alone. Before his words had faded, the long sword at his waist was abruptly unsheathed, a searing crimson sword light, imbued with the heat of molten gold and iron, lunged straight for Chu Qiuran's chest. With his first strike, he unleashed a lethal blow. The surrounding disciples gasped in horror, as if they could already foresee the tragic fate of Chu Qiuran being pierced through the heart by the sword. Yet, Chu Qiuran remained utterly unmoved. At the very moment the sword tip was about to graze his attire, he slowly raised his right hand. In his grasp, a golden talisman had materialized, unbeknownst to him until that moment. Stasis. A single word uttered with casual ease. The golden talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into an imperceptible wave of energy that radiated outward in an instant. Buzz. Time seemed to be suspended at that moment. The sneer on Li Yang's south face froze in place. The unstoppable crimson sword light halted, mere inches from Chu Qiuran's chest, its flames still flickering, yet unable to advance any further. The entourage behind him remained poised for the charge, frozen like puppets ensnared by an immobilizing spell. The atmosphere was thick with silence. All the onlookers gaped in disbelief, unable to reconcile what their eyes had witnessed. With a single utterance, merely a word rendered nearly 10 intersect masters, including the fierce Li Yang, completely motionless. What sorcery is this? Chu Qiuran slowly approached Li Yang, who remained in his striking pose, and delicately pinched the sharp sword tip between two fingers. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. That precious low-grade magical artifact, the Qiyang sword, was effortlessly snapped in two by his fingers. Li Yang's eyes nearly bulged out. He could perceive everything around him, yet had lost control of his own body. An unprecedented wave of fear engulfing him. Is this the extent of the abilities of the top 10 disciples of the intersect? Chu Qiuran's tone brimmed with unabashed disappointment. He casually discarded the broken sword to the ground, the sound resonating like a resounding slap upon Li Yang's face. Then, without casting Li Yang another glance, he walked past his rigid form, step by step. The path cleared. It was not until his silhouette vanished at the end of the jade stone steps that the invisible force of restraint quietly dissipated. Thud! Li Yang's legs boucled, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his body drenched in cold sweat. He stared at the broken sword on the ground, then glanced in the direction Chu Qiuran had departed, his eyes filled not only with malice, but also with an uncontrollable terror. At the main hall of Xuanji Peak, Su Xuanji sat cross-legged on the mat, eyes closed, as the delicate fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the grand hall. Upon the moment Chu Qiuran stepped into the hall, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a profound gaze imbued with an understanding of all things. On the very first day of his arrival at the intersect, such a commotion had already ensued. With a gentle touch to his long beard, his tone remained calm, devoid of any discernible emotion, even noting that young Li Yang had suffered greatly at Chu's hands. Clearly, nothing that transpired below the mountain escaped the perception of this formidable cultivator in the transformation realm. I unintentionally stirred trouble. However, some insist on obstructing my path, Chu Qiuran replied, bowing respectfully, neither submissive nor arrogant. Ah, young man, it is commendable to possess a bit of spirit. Su Xuanji chuckled ambiguously. Speak, what brings you to me with such urgency? Lifting his head, a fleeting expression of gravity and trepidation crossed Chu Qiuran's face. Esteemed elder, I find myself entangled in an immense predicament. Chapter 39. Artistic refinement. He refrained from producing the token of communication from Hanju, instead narrating the events, embellished with his own artistic flair. Today, I received an anonymous telepathic message, wherein the sender claimed that I possess something of great value to him, demanding its surrender within 7 days, lest he take my life. This individual is remarkably powerful, seemingly aware of all my affairs. He paused, then inadvertently added, I suspect this matter may be connected to a venerable figure I encountered in the Earth Vein cavern some days ago. That elder had expressed interest in a family heirloom I possess. He deftly directed all clues towards Hanju, yet without fully unveiling his intentions. He crafted himself as an innocent victim, unjustly targeted by malevolent forces, with the coveted treasure being his enigmatic familial legacy. Su Xuanji's smile gradually faded. A flicker of unperceived brilliance flashed deep within his murky eyes. So it has come to this. This boy indeed seeks rescue, and the one surnamed Han, as anticipated, could no longer contain himself. A cold smirk crossed Su Xuanji's mind, though his visage transformed into one of shock and fury. How outrageous! He struck the jade table beside him, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that distorted the very fabric of the hall. How dare one threaten the heir of a recognized alchemist within the sacred grounds of my Tianxian sect? This is an affront to me, Su Xuanji, an affront to the dignity of the entire Tianxian sect. His performance was nothing short of masterful. Rising to his feet, he approached Chu Qiuran, extending a gnarled finger to rest upon the young man's forehead. Moments later, he withdrew his hand, his countenance darkening further. Indeed, a most malevolent and insidious soul mark has been planted upon you. No wonder your adversary knows you so intimately. He regarded Chu Qiuran with a look of profound sorrow. I recognize this technique. It belongs to a traitor of our sect, the elder Han Ju, who was suppressed 3 centuries ago. He voluntarily uttered Han Ju's name, entirely extricating himself from the incident and positioning himself on the side of justice. Chu Qiuran, rest assured, Su Xuanji declared with righteous fervor, thumping his chest in assurance. As a member of my Xuanji peak and a descendant of our sect's benefactor, your safety is my solemn responsibility. Since this Han Ju dares to target you, I shall ensure he returns empty-handed. His words were delivered with righteous indignation and impassioned zeal. To the uninformed, one might easily mistake him for a deeply caring mentor. Yet, within Chu Qiuran's heart, a cold laugh brewed, while his visage displayed just the right amount of tearful gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your protection. I'm eternally grateful. Sighing, Su Xuanji retrieved a smooth white jade pendant from his storage ring, presenting it to Chu Qiuran. This is the Xuanji Heart Guard pendant, crafted by my own hand. It can withstand 3 full force strikes from a transformation-level cultivator. The pendant also contains a fragment of my consciousness. We're close to you. Should that Han Ju dare to appear, simply shatter the pendant, and I shall arrive post-haste. This jade pendant served not only as a talisman, but also as a tracking device, a perfect bait in its own right. Beep. High-tier treasure, Xuanji Heart Guard pendant detected. Item description: superior defensive treasure, capable of withstanding 3 transformation-level attacks. Warning: this item contains a high-intensity consciousness imprint with tracking and monitoring capabilities, allowing its owner to oversee it at any time. The system's notification confirmed Chu Qiuran's suspicions. This cunning old fox had calculated every detail. What merit do I possess to receive such a grand gift from the esteemed elder? Chu Qiuran accepted the pendant with trepidation, donning it around his neck with heartfelt gratitude. In that moment, a peculiar understanding was reached between the 2 cunning foxes, one elderly and one young. Very well, I shall arrange this matter. Su Xuanji nodded in satisfaction. From now on, you need only remain in your listening wind abode, focus on your cultivation, and go nowhere. I shall see just how bold this Han Ju truly is to trespass upon the gates of my Tianxin sect. Yes, I shall obey. Chu Qiuran respectfully bowed and exited the grand hall. As he departed, the anger and righteousness on Su Xuanji's face vanished, replaced by a cold and greedy smile. Han Yu. Oh Han Ju, we have been adversaries for a lifetime. Little did I expect that this pawn, suppressed for 3 centuries, would become my greatest asset. Once I deal with you, I will meticulously craft that otherworldly creation of this young man. It shall ultimately belong to me, upon returning to the listening wind abode at Qingxian Peak. The rumors about him publicly shattering Li Yang's sword and forcing the 10 inner disciples to kneel had swept through the sect like a tempest. He had now become the most talked-about figure within the entire Tianxin sect. No one dared to provoke him anymore. All disciples who encountered him took a wide detour, their eyes filled with reverence. Zhang Xiaopeng gazed at his senior brother, his eyes now solely reflecting pure admiration, akin to worshipping a deity. Senior brother, you are truly remarkable. Enough with the flattery. Chu Qiuran tossed a storage bag and a breath-concealing talisman to him, containing several gathering chi pills. Change into disguise. Venture to the market beyond the sect, and exchange these for spirit stones. Remember, do so in batches and seek out different shops to avoid drawing attention. Understood. I shall fulfill the task. Zhang Xiaopeng exclaimed, clutching the storage bag, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he departed. Chu Qiuran closed the cave door and activated all protective barriers. A grand hunt aimed at the formidable beings of the transformation stage was on the verge of unfolding. As bait, he too must be prepared to seize a piece of flesh from the jaws of the predator. In recent days, the atmosphere at Tianxinzong had grown palpably tense. The mountain's protective formation had been elevated to the highest alert level, with several formidable presences that usually remained hidden, now faintly perceptible across the intersect's peaks. The ordinary disciples were oblivious to the specifics, yet a sense of impending storm weighed heavily upon them. Everyone sensed that monumental events were looming. However, within the eye of the storm, the listening wind pavilion remained tranquil. Chu Qiuran secluded himself within his cave, seemingly awaiting judgment, yet in reality, he was fervently enhancing his arsenal of secrets. Zhang Xiaoping proved to be remarkably efficient. Within a mere 2 days, he had exchanged the first batch of pills for a substantial sum, tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Without hesitation, Chu Qiuran converted all the spirit stones into system points. Current points, 4,850. Gazing at this figure, a semblance of calm settled within him. Though this amount was insufficient to procure those world-destroying weapons, it sufficed for his survival. He acted decisively, redeeming an item from the system store. Minor teleportation array, a one-time consumable that, when activated, allows instant transport to any location within a 10-mile radius. Price, 3,000 points. Though Su Xuanji was a reliable ally, complete trust was unwarranted. This array served as his final escape route. Should Su Xuanji and Han Ju conspire against him, or if Su Xuanji's plan faltered, he would have the means to flee at a moment's notice. Having accomplished all this, he sat cross-legged, awaiting the inevitable. Chapter 40. As predicted, the 7th day arrived as anticipated. When the first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the horizon, the last vestiges of the high-level concealment talisman affixed to him quietly dissipated. Almost simultaneously, boom, a terrifying consciousness, laden with boundless malice and greed, surged forth like a breaching dam, descending from the heavens and instantly locking onto the entire Qingxian peak. You little bastard! At last, I have found you. Anjua siniste. Vengeful voice thundered across the skies of Tiangshuanzong like rolling thunder. Surrender the items from beyond the realm, and I shall grant you a swift death. A colossal black hand, forged from pure spiritual force and blotting out the sun, pierced through the clouds, bearing the weight of destruction as it lunged fiercely toward the listening wind pavilion on Qingxian Peak. Yet, just as the gigantic hand was about to make contact with Qingxian Peak, buzz, the entire heavenly profound sect suddenly illuminated. Radiant beams of light surged from the majestic peaks, intertwining in midair to form a colossal web of light that spanned 100 miles. The 9 heavens celestial array, the most formidable protective formation of the heavenly profound sect, was fully activated. A massive black hand collided with the luminous barrier, producing a thunderous roar, instantly obliterated. Hanyu, you traitor! How dare you set foot within the sect? Su Xuanji's voice, imbued with an inexhaustible intent to kill, resonated from Xuanji Peak. Today marks your demise. A golden palm imprint, towering 1,000 feet, materialized from thin air, exuding the might to suppress all, and ruthlessly struck toward a certain direction in the void. Su Xuanji, is it merely you? In the void, Hanju's figure emerged. Shrouded in black mist, his visage withered, yet his eyes sparkled with a frenzied light. With a swift motion of his hands, he conjured a black shield composed of countless wailing souls to defend himself. Boom! The golden palm imprint collided with the soul shield, unleashing an energy storm potent enough to rend the heavens asunder. The mountains below trembled violently under the impact of the residual waves, countless rocks tumbling down. This is the battle of a transformation god stage cultivator. Merely a probing strike possesses the power to annihilate the world. Within the wind-listening pavilion, Chu Qiuran gazed at the apocalyptic scene outside through the cave's restrictions, his heart overwhelmed with shock. Meanwhile, the system in his mind had entered an unprecedented state of high-speed operation. Warning: detected ultra-high intensity energy conflict. Initiating battlefield analysis mode. Target 1. Su Xuanji Early Transformation God Stage. Technique: Xian Yuan Wuxiang Gong. Current technique: Xintian Great Palm Seal. Energy level: 8,900. Target 2. Hanju Early Transformation God Stage. Technique: 10,000 Souls Devouring Heaven Art. Current technique: 10,000 Souls Ghost Shield. Energy level: 9,150. Data recording. Combat model construction. Weakness analysis in progress. A torrent of data flowed rapidly before Chu Qiuran's eyes. This is no mere celestial duel. It is a live broadcast from the system, akin to a paid instructional combat seminar. This battle is a calamity he cannot intervene in it present. Yet for his future self, it is an invaluable treasure. Roar! At that moment, several formidable auras surged from the depths of the sect. The head of the law enforcement hall, the master of the refining pavilion, and several long-secluded elders emerged, encircling Han Ju completely. Han Ju, 300 years ago, you narrowly escaped suppression. Today, you shall find no escape. Form the formation. Several transformation God-stage powerhouses joined forces, causing the heavens to change color and the sun and moon to dim. The entire sky transformed into a vibrant sea of laws. Han Ju, trapped in the encirclement, remained unperturbed, instead erupting into mad laughter. Haha, this is splendid. Allow me to unveil to you the profound soul path that I have comprehended over the past 3 centuries within the depths of the infernal prison. With a mere utterance, the battered soul-settling bell emerged. However, this time, the bell was adorned with enigmatic scarlet demonic patterns. With my residual soul, I shall offer my demonic bell. The legion of spirits shall traverse the night. Han Ju spat a mouthful of his essence onto the soul-settling bell, and the sound of the bell reverberated powerfully. In an instant, a tempest of sinister winds howled across a 100-mile radius, accompanied by the wails of ghosts and deities alike. Countless grotesque demons surged forth from the bell, recklessly charging towards Chu Qiuran and his companions. The battle escalated into a fervent clash. Chu Qiuran gazed upon the rapidly ascending combat statistics and energy readings displayed on the system panel, her mind consumed by a singular thought. So this is the true pinnacle of power within the realm of cultivation. This earth-shattering battle raged on for a full half-hour. Ultimately, besieged by several formidable beings, Han Ju found himself unable to withstand their collective might. Struck by Chu Qiuran's profound finger technique, he let out a roar of indignation before his body dissipated into a cloud of blood mist, forcefully tearing through the fabric of space to flee in disarray. Chu Qiuran, Chu Qiuran, await my return. This enmity I, Han Ju, shall remember. I shall return. His venomous voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth for an extended period. The battle concluded. Although the Tianxian sect emerged victorious, it came at a grievous cost. The protective mountain formation was severely damaged, and the 2 esteemed elders exhibited waning auras, evidently sustaining significant injuries. Chu Qiuran, his expression darkened, hovered in the air, gazing in the direction of Han Ju's escape, rendered speechless for a long while. After a moment, he vanished in a flash, appearing outside the door of Listening Wind residence. He waved his hand to establish a soundproof barrier, donning once more a gentle smile. Chu Qiuran, I apologize for the fright you endured. The traitor Han Ju has been severely wounded by our combined efforts and has fled in panic. Within the next decade, he poses no threat. You are safe now. Chu Qiuran opened the cave door, stepping out with a countenance marked by relief and gratitude. I am eternally grateful for the Grand Elder's might. It is of no consequence. Chu Qiuran presented him with a storage bag. Your willingness to serve as bait to lure out the sect's traitor is a commendable achievement. Inside are some elixirs and spirit stones, a reward from the sect for you. Devote yourself to your cultivation. The 2 exchanged pleasantries, performing a familiar act of teacher-student affection, before Chu Qiuran departed with satisfaction. Only after his aura had completely vanished did Chu Qiuran straighten his posture, the expression on his face returning to tranquility. He weighed the storage bag in his hand, and with a sweep of his consciousness, he discovered it contained a wealth of cultivation resources. Upon opening the system panel, he found that Zhang Xiaoping had successfully traded all the elixirs for over 100,000 spirit stones, and his system points had reached an unprecedented height. Available points, 21. 350. He gazed at the system store, where the Nanyang melting snow elixir still hung prominently, priced at 50,000 points. Though still distant, it no longer seemed an unattainable dream. Everything was progressing in a favorable direction. Just then, the purple jade token at his waist trembled once more. It was Liu Ruobing. Was that cataclysmic force just now emanating from your side? Are you unharmed? Her voice, still icy, carried an unmistakable urgency and concern. Chapter 41. The purple jade token. Chu Qiuran held the warm purple jade token, acutely sensing the waves of consciousness emanating from the other end. The urgency was genuine, devoid of pretense. His thoughts raced. Liu Ruobing. This woman was the collar with which Su Xuanyi bound him. Yet she simultaneously represented the only semblance of goodwill he could find within the Tiangshuanzong. Although this goodwill was primarily predicated on his ability to alleviate her ice-soul rift, it was imperative to maintain this connection. Moreover, following the recent cataclysmic battle, his status within the sect had undergone a radical transformation. He was no longer the nameless disciple reliant on Liu Ruobing for survival. Now, he was recognized as the descendant of the Pill King, a pivotal figure in exposing the traitor Han Ju and a person whom even Elder Su had personally pledged to protect. The relationship between him and Liu Ruobing had evolved from his previous one-sided dependence to a more intricate and equitable dynamic. With this in mind, Chu Qiuran infused a modicum of spiritual energy into the token and calmly replied, "I am fine. Thank you for your concern, senior sister." After sending the message, the token remained silent for a moment before vibrating again. "Where are you now? If convenient, I would like to meet you." Liu Ruobing's voice came through. "Listening wind abode." Chu Qiuran replied succinctly before severing the connection. He did not set off immediately, but first took stock of the items within the storage bag bestowed upon him by Su Xuanyi: spiritual stones, elixirs, and several defensive artifacts. While the quantity was considerable, to Chu Qiuran, they were merely trivial embellishments. What truly mattered to him were the intangible benefits derived from this confrontation. Battlefield data analysis complete. Combat model for the nascent soul stage recorded, including techniques, maneuvers, and energy trajectories. Preliminary analysis of the operational principles of the Jiuxiao Tiangang formation completed. Characteristics of Han Ju's soul fluctuations documented, applicable for tracking or counter-tracking. As he perused the records on the system panel, a satisfied smile curled at the corners of Chu Qiuran's mouth. This was true wealth, a grand gift bestowed upon him by Su Xuanyi and Han Ju, who had fought tooth and nail for it. He tidied his belongings and adjusted his attire before leisurely exiting the listening wind abode. Rather than meeting Liu Ruobing directly, he first detoured to the outer sect. Zhang Xiaopeng exhibited remarkable efficiency, having already sold off the first batch of elixirs and was now stealthily preparing to return to the mountain. Chu Qiuran intercepted him midway, tossing the storage bag given by Su Xuanyi towards him. "Take this. Handle the contents as you see fit. The usual arrangement. Convert everything into spiritual stones." "Senior brother," Zhang Xiaopeng exclaimed, his eyes widening at the treasures within the storage bag. "Are all these for me? It is for you to handle the matter." Chu Qiuran patted his shoulder and reminded him, "Remember, safety comes first." "Yes, rest assured, senior brother," Zhang Xiaopeng replied confidently, thumping his chest as he accepted the task. Once he had dealt with these trivial affairs, Chu Qiuran turned and made his way towards the inner disciple area, heading to the Jingxue cottage where Liu Ruobing resided. Along the way, every disciple he encountered, whether from the outer or inner sect, halted at a distance, bowing in respect with expressions filled with awe and curiosity. The truth of the great battle at Qingxian Peak had spread throughout the sect, fueled by the whispers of the discerning. Everyone knew that the newly promoted inner disciple, Chu Qiuran, had served as bait to lure out the sect traitor, Han Ju. He had, with his own presence, drawn forth a dragon of the transformation stage. Such audacity and achievement were enough to draw anyone's attention. Not to mention, he had publicly broken the sword of the talented Li Yang, one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. In the eyes of the onlookers, Chu Qiuran had become a figure of mystery, strength, and profound background, a formidable force to be reckoned with. Who would still dare to regard him as an ordinary inner disciple? Ignoring the gazes upon him, Chu Qiuran approached the door of Jingxue cottage. The one who opened the door was by Luoluo. Upon seeing Chu Qiuran, she momentarily froze, her beautiful face reflecting a complex array of emotions: curiosity, vigilance, and a hint of barely concealed hostility. "What do you want?" she asked sharply. "Liu Shiji invited me," Chu Qiuran replied calmly. By Luoluo bit her lip, ultimately allowing him passage. "You may enter." As she led the way, she couldn't help but glance back, eyeing Chu Qiuran as if he were a creature of intrigue. Hey, I want to ask you, what really happened that day at Qingxian Peak? Was that Hanju truly an ancient monster of the transformation stage? Indeed. Bai Luoluo opened her mouth to inquire how he had survived, but the thought seemed too foolish. Instead, she posed another question. Did you really break Li Yang's sword with just 2 fingers? Yes. Bai Luoluo was momentarily taken aback by his succinct reply. She realized that the man before her was even more inscrutable than he had been a few days prior. Though he stood there, seemingly at the foundation establishment stage, the calm and composed demeanor he exuded placed a subtle pressure even on her, an inner disciple. Before long, they arrived at the rear courtyard of the cottage. Liu Ruobing stood beneath a blooming snow plum tree, clad in white garments as pure as snow, her flowing hair cascading like a waterfall. Upon hearing their footsteps, she turned around. The moment she saw Chu Qiuran standing before her unscathed, a visible sigh of relief washed over her usually cold and deep-set eyes. This genuine concern was unmistakable. You're truly unharmed? She approached, scrutinizing him from head to toe, as if to confirm he had not suffered any injuries. I apologize for causing you worry. Chu Qiuran smiled, attributing his fortune to the elder's protection, emerging unscathed from perilous encounters. His master, Liu Ruobing, furrowed her brows, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, yet hesitating. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Chu Qiuran realized it was time for him to speak up. He sighed, displaying a touch of well-timed apprehension and confusion upon his visage. The elder, with his unparalleled might, had risked everything to safeguard him, engaging in a fierce battle with Hanju, for which Chu Qiuran felt immeasurable gratitude. He began by extolling Su Xuanji, lowering his stance considerably. Then, with a deft change in tone, he introduced a matter that perplexed him deeply. What is it? Liu Ruobing inquired instantly, furrowing his brow in concentration. Chu Qiuran seemed to struggle with his recollection, speaking in a tone laden with uncertainty. That esteemed elder, Hanju, during his confrontation with the elder, claimed to possess knowledge of many secrets within the sect that remain concealed from others. Moreover, I cannot shake the feeling that he is more cognizant of certain internal affairs than I, as a disciple, am. His spiritual message was able to penetrate the sect's grand formation with precision, directly reaching my token. He seems to have an uncanny awareness of my movements. This is indeed quite astonishing. Chapter 42. A thunderclap. He uttered no disparaging remarks about anyone. He merely stated a fact and posed a reasonable query. However, to Liu Ruobing's ears, his words resonated like a thunderclap. Indeed, how could Hanju, a traitor suppressed for 3 centuries, accomplish such feats, unless there exists a mole within the sect, or perhaps a high-ranking individual covertly assists him? Once this thought took root, it burgeoned in Liu Ruobing's mind like a wild seed. She instinctively thought of her master, Su Xuanji. Certain actions of her master did seem rather anomalous. Perhaps I'm overthinking this, she mused. Noticing the fluctuations in her expression, Chu Qiuran wisely chose to temper his discourse, allowing a self-deprecating smile to escape his lips, recognizing that the struggles of such formidable figures were beyond his comprehension. Yet, the more he spoke, the heavier Liu Ruobing's suspicions grew. She gazed at Chu Qiuran, her icy eyes swirling with complex emotions. Suddenly, she felt as though the master she had revered as divine was shrouded in a veil of ambiguity. In contrast, this man before her, while equally enigmatic, exuded a palpable sense of reality. Let's not dwell on this. Liu Ruobing forcibly suppressed her tumultuous thoughts and shifted the topic. I sought you out to inquire if you possess any more detailed leads regarding the primary herbs of the 9-yang melting snow pill. Chu Qiuran shook his head. The formula I encountered was within a fragment of our family's ancient texts, which only recorded the name, lacking descriptions of origin or specific forms. A flicker of disappointment crossed Liu Ruobing's eyes. Nevertheless, she continued, the 9 spiritual materials you mentioned. Upon returning, I consulted the tomes in my master's collection. Among them, the blood of the golden crow and the solar essence stone are recorded solely in ancient legends, long since extinct. However, the 9-leaf fire lotus seems to have a traceable path. Oh, Chu Qiuran felt a stirring in his heart and wished to hear more. The sect's ancient texts recorded that 3 centuries ago, the burning heaven volcano in the southern region had exhibited unusual activity, with flames soaring into the sky and illuminating the land for miles. Some esteemed elders speculated that this could herald the imminent maturation of the 9-leaf fire lotus. Liu Ruobing spoke slowly, explaining that the burning heaven volcano was the most perilous place in the southern region, perpetually shrouded in the toxic fires of the Earth's core. Even cultivators at the divine transformation stage dared not venture deeply into its depths, and thus the matter faded into obscurity. However, recent news suggested that the toxic flames of the burning heaven volcano appeared to be diminishing. Numerous sects and rogue cultivators from the southern region were preparing to investigate further. The burning heaven volcano? The 9-leaf fire lotus? Chu Qiuran silently etched this information into his mind. It seemed imperative for him to journey to the southern region. Though not at present, with his current strength, he would merely be a burden. "Thank you for informing me, senior sister," Chu Qiuran said, clasping his fists in gratitude. "There is no need for such formality between us," Liu Ruobing replied softly, her gaze upon him. "You are now an inner disciple and have achieved great merit. Your reputation is soaring. Yet remember, a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Li Yang harbors a narrow-mindedness and seeks revenge for the slightest grievances. He has an uncle who serves as the sect's enforcer. You must exercise caution in your future endeavors." "I understand." After exchanging a few more words, Chu Qiuran rose to take his leave. Watching his departing figure, Liu Ruobing remained rooted to the spot, lost in thought. Bai Luoluo approached, pouting, and remarked, "Senior sister, why are you being so kind to that fellow? Why warn him about Li Yang? I wish Li Yang would teach him a lesson. A mere named disciple, even with a stroke of luck, is still just a nouveau riche. What is there to be proud of?" Liu Ruobing turned her head and cast a cool glance at her. "Luoluo, do not speak so recklessly. Chu Shidi is not the person you perceive him to be." Senior sister Bai Luoluo stomped her foot. "Have you been enchanted by him, or something?" Liu Ruobing chose not to elaborate further, yet her doubts regarding Master Su Xuanji grew increasingly pronounced. Upon returning to the Listening Wind Pavilion, Chu Qiuran immediately activated all the protective barriers. He sat cross-legged in the tranquil chamber, rapidly organizing all the information he had gleaned that day. Liu Ruobing's connection had temporarily stabilized his position, and through her, he had successfully planted a seed of suspicion near Su Xuanji. Though this seed might not flourish into a towering tree, it could serve an unexpected purpose at a critical moment. Next, he needed to enhance his strength. He emptied the storage bag gifted by Su Xuanji, along with the substantial amount of spirit stones exchanged from Zhang Xiaoping. Detected a large quantity of spirit stones. Would you like to convert them into points? Convert all. Conversion successful. Current available points, 38,850. Gazing at the astonishing figure displayed on the system panel, a wave of unprecedented security surged within Chu Qiuran. Points were the very foundation of his survival and existence. He cast his gaze upon the assortment of items bestowed by Su Xuanji, particularly an ancient-looking thread-bound book. The cover bore 4 prominent characters: Xian Yuan, Initial Understanding. This appeared to be the introductory volume of Su Xuanji's cultivation technique, Xian Yuan, Formless Skill. Chu Qiuran casually flipped through a few pages of the tome. Ding! High-level cultivation fragment, Xian Yuan, Initial Understanding detected. Warning! Warning! This technique contains 3 deliberately altered qi operation routes. Practicing according to this method may result in mild meridian disarray and regression of cultivation. In severe cases, it could lead to reversed true essence flow, mental control, and becoming a puppet of another. Commencing technique correction. Correction complete. Correct version, Xian Yuan, Initial Understanding has been recorded. Gazing at the glaring red warning on the system panel, Chu Qiuran felt no surprise, only a chilling intent for vengeance. The old fox. Indeed, he had not relinquished his treacherous designs. His pretense of acting, bestowing gifts, and presenting protective jade pendants all served to craft an image of a caring elder. Yet behind the scenes, he had laid such a venomous trap. This was no gift, It was clearly a poisoned letter of allegiance. Su Xuanji intended for him to cultivate this erroneous technique, leading him into madness, so that he could then control him under the guise of providing aid, thereby unearthing the secrets that lay within him. What a cunning scheme. Any genuine young prodigy, faced with a cultivation method personally gifted by a venerable elder at the transformation stage, would likely be overwhelmed with gratitude and eager to commence their practice. At that point, it would indeed be as if heaven had turned a deaf ear and earth had turned a blind eye. Chu Qiuran held the Xian Yuan initial understanding tightly, his fingers whitening from the pressure. A surge of fury erupted from the depths of his heart, yet he quickly quelled this anger. Rage is the emotion of the weak. Against an ancient being like Su Xuanji, one must be even more ruthless, cunning, and calculating to instill genuine fear. You wish for me to descend into madness? Very well. I shall descend into madness for your amusement. Chapter 43. Damaged meridians. A bold and audacious plan rapidly took shape within Chu Qiuran's mind. A sinister smile crept upon his lips. System, can you simulate the state of reversed true essence flow and damaged meridians resulting from cultivating the erroneous technique? Requirements. It must appear absolutely realistic, yet not inflict any substantial harm upon my body. Affirmative. Initiating state simulation function, requiring 100 points of experience. Confirm? Confirm. State simulation function activated. Generating simulation plan based on Xian Yuan initial understanding, erroneous version. Plan generation complete. Simulation effects. Pale complexion, erratic breath, blood at the corner of the mouth, abnormal fluctuations in spiritual power. Duration, 12 hours. In the next moment, Chu Qiuran felt a peculiar energy coursing through his body, and his complexion instantly turned as pale as paper, his breath becoming exceedingly unstable, as if he might succumb at any moment. He summoned a flicker of spiritual power, and a sweetness surged in his throat. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. This blood was merely a simulation created by the system, appearing alarming, yet essentially a mere manifestation of energy. Chu Qiuran gazed at the bloodstains on the ground, nodding in satisfaction. Oscar owes me a little golden statue. Struggling to rise from the ground, he staggered to the entrance of the cave, forcefully flinging open the door. Someone come. He exerted all his strength to emit a feeble roar. Zhang Xiaoping, meditating outside the cave, was startled and hurried inside. Upon seeing Chu Qiuran's bloodied visage, resembling a corpse on the brink of death, he was utterly dumbfounded. Senior brother, what has happened to you? Please don't frighten me. Tears were welling in Zhang Xiaoping's eyes. Hastily, Chu Qiuran grasped his arm, gasping for breath, and spoke with great difficulty. Quick, quick, report it. Do not inform the Grand Elder. Midway through his plea, he abruptly changed his tone, his eyes filled with struggle and determination. The Grand Elder bestowed upon me a divine skill. It is my own foolishness and lack of skill that led to this outcome. I must not trouble the Grand Elder. With that, his head tilted and he fainted. Zhang Xiaoping was thrown into a complete panic. Holding the unconscious Chu Qiuran, he felt as if the sky were collapsing around him. What has happened to my senior brother? Just a moment ago, everything was fine, and now he seems to have lost his mind. From his words, it appears there was an issue with the technique bestowed by the Grand Elder. I cannot trouble the Grand Elder. He is on the brink of death, and yet he worries about causing trouble. Zhang Xiaoping was as agitated as an ant on a hot stove, his mind in disarray. Though loyal, he was not particularly astute. Chu Qiuran's final words had left him utterly bewildered. To report would defy his senior brother's wishes, yet not reporting would mean his senior brother would truly perish. Yes, I must find Sister Liu. Sister Liu will surely know what to do. An idea struck Zhang Xiaoping like a flash of lightning, as if he had seized the last lifeline. He carefully carried Chu Qiuran back to the bed in the quiet room, then hurriedly dashed out of Tenfold residence. Racing towards Jingshui cottage, he did not notice that after his departure, the unconscious Chu Qiuran lay in bed, the corner of his mouth curling into a barely perceptible smile. The first step of the plan had succeeded. At Jingshui cottage, when Liu Ruobing and Bai Luoluo heard Zhang Xiaoping's tearful report, their expressions changed drastically. What did you say? Junior brother Chu has lost his mind? Liu Ruobing's voice displayed a rare lapse in composure. Yes, Sister Liu. He's coughed up blood and fainted. Zhang Xiaopang wore a sorrowful expression, pleading with me not to inform the Grand Elder for fear of causing him trouble. Liu Ruobing's delicate frame quivered suddenly, her icy gaze flickering with a myriad of emotions: shock, concern, anxiety, and a profound sense of doubt. Instantly, her thoughts raced back to the words spoken by Chu Qiuran earlier that day. Could it be that all of this was indeed connected to her master? Was there truly an issue with the cultivation technique bestowed upon them? Without hesitation, she resolved to investigate. Liu Ruobing sprang to her feet, transforming into a streak of white light as she sped toward Qingxian Peak, with Bai Luo and Zhang Xiaoping hastily following in her wake. Upon arriving at Tenfold residence, they were immediately taken aback by the chaotic and violent fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the quiet chamber. Chu Qiuran lay on the bed, his complexion resembling yellowed parchment, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, his body convulsing uncontrollably as the spiritual energy within him surged like boiling water, wreaking havoc through his meridians. The scene was unmistakably indicative of a descent into madness. Junior brother Chu, Liu Ruobing dashed to his bedside, extending her jade-like hand to channel her pure spiritual energy into him, aiming to stabilize his rampaging true essence. However, as soon as her fingers made contact with Chu Qiuran's body, a violent surge of scorching spiritual energy rebounded, sending her stumbling back 3 paces. She tasted blood in her throat, a trickle escaping the corner of her mouth. Her own eye-soul splinter was already precarious. Now, this foreign true essence nearly triggered her old affliction. Senior sister, Bai Luo exclaimed, rushing to support her. I am fine, Liu Ruobing reassured her, her gaze fixed on the writhing figure of Chu Qiuran, filled with urgency and determination. Luo, tend to him here. I must seek out master. At this juncture, only the intervention of her master, a being of the god transformation stage, could possibly save Chu Qiuran's life. Regardless of whether the cultivation technique was flawed, she had to act. Liu Ruobing turned resolutely and bolted from Tenfold residence. Watching her retreating silhouette, Chu Qiuran silently mused. The second phase of the plan, a success. At Xianyan Peak, in the main hall, Su Xuanyi sat in meditation, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He had sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy from Tenfold residence. That young man was indeed still too young and naive. Faced with the precious Xian Yuan initial resolution granted by the old man, he had ultimately succumbed to temptation and commenced his cultivation. Excellent. Everything was well within his grasp. Once the young man cultivated for a brief period longer, his meridians would shatter and his soul would suffer damage. At that moment, the old man would conveniently pass by, descending in the guise of savior, and it would be impossible for him to withhold the secrets he harbored. Just as he reveled in his scheming, an urgent voice pierced through from outside the hall. Master, help me. Su Xuanyi furrowed his brow. Is that Ruobing? What's she doing here? He calculated with a flick of his fingers, and his expression shifted slightly. Alas, the situation has become precarious now that this girl has intervened. Before he could formulate a strategy, Liu Ruobing burst in, tears streaming down her face, and fell to her knees. Master, I implore you, please save Junior Brother Chu. He has been practicing the technique you bestowed upon him, and has fallen into a state of madness. Su Xuanji's smile instantly froze upon hearing this. Chapter 44. A mental breakdown. He gazed at his beloved disciple, kneeling and weeping pitifully, and felt as though his mind had momentarily short-circuited. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. Before he had the chance to make a grand entrance, how could the heroine have already arrived to disrupt the scene? Countless thoughts flickered through Su Xuanji's mind, yet his face quickly assumed an expression of shock and sorrow. What? Such a thing has occurred. How foolish. Chu Qiuran is truly misguided. I granted him the technique for him to comprehend gradually, not to dive into immediate practice. His foundation is unstable. Forceful cultivation is tantamount to courting disaster. As he lamented and rebuked, he swiftly rose to his feet. Let us go. I must see for myself. With a flourish of his sleeve, he enveloped Liu Ruobing and vanished from the grand hall in an instant. Moments later, they found themselves inside the tranquil chamber of Listening Wind Pavilion. Observing the dismal state of the figure on the bed, Su Xuanji felt a cold smirk arise within, though his expression remained grave. He extended his finger and placed it upon Chu Qiuran's wrist, allowing a stream of pure consciousness to penetrate his body. Indeed, the meridians were shattered, the true essence was in turmoil, and the spirit was disordered. This was precisely as he had anticipated. This lad had become a complete invalid. Su Xuanji reveled in joy internally, yet outwardly he let out a deep sigh, adopting an exceedingly mournful tone. Alas, it is too late, far too late. His meridians are utterly destroyed. Not even a celestial being could save him. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruobing's body weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground, her eyes filled with despair. However, at that very moment, an extraordinary turn of events transpired. Chu Qiuran, who had been lying unconscious on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. The pupils that should have been devoid of light were now remarkably clear, showing no sign of madness whatsoever. The turbulent and chaotic true essence within him calmed, as if the tide had receded, replaced by serene and robust energy. He gazed at Su Xuanji and, with a weak yet enlightened smile, expressed, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your concern. I was merely pondering a question." Su Xuanji's expression became utterly rigid. Chu Qiuran gradually sat up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and spoke slowly. "I was contemplating why the technique you bestowed, Xin Yuan Chu Jie, bears such striking similarities to my family's ancestral secret art. And I, my Ge Yuan Ju, in several crucial acupoints, yet diverges in entirely opposite directions. Being rather dull-witted, I could not grasp it. So I attempted to correct the errant true qi using my family's technique, and unexpectedly, everything became clear." He gazed at Su Xuanji, whose complexion had turned a ghastly shade of iron, and innocently inquired, "Great elder, could this be what they call the myriad paths leading to the same destination?" The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent, as if the very air had been siphoned away, leaving every speck of dust suspended in stillness. Liu Ruobing knelt on the ground, her delicate face resembling a weeping pear blossom, etched with astonishment. She watched as Chu Qiuran slowly sat up, then glanced at her master Su Xuanji, whose expression had become utterly frozen, and felt her mind spiraling into confusion. Just a moment ago, her junior brother was utterly incapacitated, a soul beyond salvation. Yet now, not only had he healed himself, but he also posed a question capable of shaking the heavens. What on earth was happening? Su Xuanji's visage shifted like a painter's palette, alternating between hues of blue and white, ultimately settling into a terrifying shade of ashen gray. Having lived for over a millennium and schemed against countless individuals, he had never before felt as vulnerable as he did in this moment, akin to a fool stripped bare and cast into the bustling heart of a city. His meticulously crafted narrative, his prideful schemes, lay shattered before him. Not only had the individual evaded his trap, but he had also wielded it against him, delivering a resounding slap to his face before his most cherished disciple. What was this reverse pulse return to origin technique? What was this talk of divergent paths converging? Nonsense. That technique was modified by him, with 3 fatal errors embedded within, capable of leading any foundational cultivator to eternal damnation. How could this boy possibly decipher it, and even correct it, unless he had known from the very beginning that it was a trap? He was performing. From a moment he fell into madness, to when he sent Zhang Xiaopeng to deliver the message. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated. This revelation struck Su Xuanji's mind like a thunderclap, leaving him cold to the core. He looked at the youth before him, whose face still bore an innocent and fragile smile, and for the first time felt a chilling dread emanating from the depths of his soul. This was not a lamb destined for slaughter. This was a wolf in sheep-esque clothing, more cunning and vicious than he. Suddenly, Su Xuanji erupted into laughter, his voice dry and hoarse, akin to the scraping of rusted iron plates. He had to regain control. He could never admit to his disciple that he had plotted against the junior. Suppressing the murderous intent roiling within him, he forced a mask of inscrutable composure. stroking his long beard as he gradually spoke, his voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. Indeed, Chu Qiuran, you are remarkable. He enunciated each word with deliberate precision. I have not misjudged you. Did you think that what I bestowed upon you was merely an ordinary technique? He began to fabricate an explanation, striving to salvage the situation. The three errors in Xian Yuan's initial unraveling were intentionally left by me. They serve both as a test and an opportunity. In the path of cultivation, rigidity and dogma are the gravest of taboos, a lack of adaptability. If you diligently pursue your training, even without errors, your future achievements will inevitably remain limited. Only by daring to question, to break conventions, and to pierce through illusions can one carve out a path uniquely their own. Your ability to unravel the Zen riddles I have set in such a short span, while also drawing parallels and integrating your own profound techniques to reverse and return to the essence of the practice, truly showcases a level of comprehension I have rarely witnessed in my lifetime. His words were grandiloquent and righteous, as if everything were truly within his grasp. Had Chu Qiuran not possessed a system, and had Liu Ruobing not been subtly seeded with suspicion beforehand, they might have genuinely been deceived by his rhetoric. However, at this moment, the look of sudden realization on Chu Qiuran's face intensified. He struggled to rise from his bed to pay his respects, his expression brimming with excitement and reverence. So that is how it is. The Grand Elder's intentions were indeed profound, and the disciple, being dull-witted, nearly misunderstood his noble intentions. As he spoke with fervor, he suddenly coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood, though he had fortuitously deciphered the secrets of the technique. Forcibly reversing his true essence had still injured his foundational strength. Nevertheless, earning the Grand Elder's recognition made this slight injury worthwhile. His performance was nothing short of seamless. Chapter 45, Exceptional Insight. He not only showcased his extraordinary comprehension, but also perfectly exhibited his grave injuries, aligning flawlessly with Su Xuanji's testing criteria. Moreover, he subtly shifted the blame back, exclaiming, "Look, your test was so arduous that I nearly perished from it." Su Xuanji, witnessing his tearful gratitude coupled with severe injuries, felt a surge of blood rise in his chest, almost causing him to lose control. He realized that he had, without a doubt, been thoroughly outmaneuvered. If he did not reward this genius who had passed the test with something substantial, his earlier declarations would turn into a monumental joke. "Fool, lie down at once." Su Xuanji suppressed the urge to slap Chu Qiuran, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. He approached the bedside, retrieving a crystal-clear jade vial from his storage ring, containing a pill the size of a longan, exuding a formidable life force. This was the 9 turns revitalization pill, a sacred medicine for healing, capable of even reviving severed limbs. You have passed the test, but have injured your foundation. This pill is bestowed upon you. His heart ached. The 9 turns revitalization pill was one of his most treasured possessions, scarce even within the entire Tianxian sect, originally reserved for his own survival should he fail his tribulation. Now, he had to personally gift it to this little rascal who had turned him around in circles. No. The disciple is unworthy. Chu Qiuran hurriedly declined, believing that merely receiving the Grand Elder's guidance was already an immense fortune. How could he dare accept such a heavy gift? Take it. Su Xuanji's voice rose, imbued with an undeniable authority. This is what you deserve. You are one of my Xuanji Peak disciples, and in the future, you shall undoubtedly become a pillar of our Tianxian sect. I have high hopes for you. After speaking, he forcefully thrust the jade vial into Chu Qiuran's hand, and then abruptly flicked his sleeve. Ruobing, let us depart. Allow him to recuperate in peace, and do not disturb him again. He wished to linger no longer in this place, fearing that if he remained, he would be unable to restrain his murderous intent. Yes, master. Liu Ruobing rose from the ground, casting a lingering glance at the bedridden Chu Qiuran, her cold eyes reflecting a torrent of complex emotions. She followed Su Xuanji out of the tranquil chamber, and until they vanished like shooting stars on the horizon. She uttered not a single word. Yet, Chu Qiuran understood that from this day forth, the pedestal upon which Chu Qiuran resided in her heart had irrevocably crumbled. Within the quiet chamber, only Chu Qiuran remained. The frailty and adoration that once adorned his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a frigid calm. He grasped the jade vial in his hand, opened it, and inhaled its contents. Ding! Detected the supreme healing elixir, 9-turn life-saving pill. Effects: capable of repairing all foundational injuries, reshaping meridians, and restoring the essence of life. No side effects. Ah, what a splendid treasure. A cold smile curled upon Chu Qiuran's lips. That old fox has indeed suffered a significant loss this time. He secured the elixir and glanced at the Xianyuan heart protector talisman that Chu Qiuran had previously given him, a playful expression gracing his face. Following today's events, that old fox would likely discard his facade entirely. Future conflicts would thus be more direct and perilous. However, he now possessed the preliminary capital to engage in a contest of strength with this cunning adversary. He turned his gaze to his system panel. Available points: 38, 850. This extreme maneuver not only cost him nothing, but also yielded a priceless healing elixir, while simultaneously sowing discord between Chu Qiuran and Liu Ruobing's mentor-disciple relationship. A resounding profit. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the cave was cautiously rapped upon. It was Zhang Xiaoping and Bai Luoluo returning. As they entered the tranquil chamber, they approached with trepidation, fearful of disturbing the patient. Yet when they beheld Chu Qiuran sitting upright on the bed, his pallor still evident, but his breath steady, entirely devoid of the near-death state they had witnessed earlier, they were both taken aback. "Senior brother, you are well?" Zhang Xiaoping stammered, his eyes wide as saucers. Bai Luoluo wore a face of disbelief. She had witnessed Liu Ruobing spitting blood from the backlash of Chu Qiuran's surging essence. How could that possibly have been an act? "Thanks to the Grand Elder's intervention and the gift of the divine elixir, I am no longer in grave danger," Chu Qiuran replied with an air of ease, succinctly recounting the trial laid forth by Chu Qiuran. Zhang Xiaoping listened in a daze, ultimately grasping only one thing. The Grand Elder had been testing senior brother Chu, who had successfully passed the trial and received a reward. He immediately became exhilarated, his face brimming with admiration as he exclaimed, "Senior brother, you are truly remarkable. You even passed the Grand Elder's trial. I always knew you were extraordinary." However, Bai Luoluo was not as easily deceived as Zhang Xiaoping. With a furrowed brow, she scrutinized Chu Qiuran with suspicion, feeling an unsettling peculiarity surrounding the entire affair. A trial? Is it truly possible for one to be tested to such extremes? Furthermore, it even left my senior sister injured. Are you truly unscathed? Bai Luoluo inquired with lingering concern. "Thank you for your concern, junior sister Bai. A few days of rest will suffice," Chu Qiuran replied with a demeanor that was neither warm nor cold. Bai Luoluo pursed her lips and refrained from further questioning. Since Liu Ruobing believed him, she, as an outsider, felt it inappropriate to voice her doubts any longer. After dismissing the still dazed Zhang Xiaoping and the visibly displeased Bai Luoluo, Chu Qiuran finally found some peace. He knew that from this day forward, the tale of his encounter with Grand Elder Su would soon spread throughout the Tianqian sect, and the versions would undoubtedly be far more bizarre than his own account. He, Chu Qiuran, a newly ascended inner sect disciple, had somehow managed to engage with a Grand Elder at the transformation stage. This feat was worthy of being inscribed in the annals of Tianqian's sect's gossip history. However, he was indifferent to such fleeting fame. What truly mattered to him was Liu Ruobing's stance. He retrieved the violet jade token, which indeed began to vibrate subtly, as he infused a trace of spirit energy. Liu Ruobing's consciousness, tinged with complex emotions, reached him. "Are you really unhurt?" The same question, but this time it emanated from the token. "I apologize for causing you worry. Chu Qiuran zponde." Though the Grand Elder's trial was perilous, it ultimately proved to be a fortuitous opportunity for me. I feel quite well now. The token remained silent for a considerable time. Just when Chu Qiuran thought she would not reply, new characters materialized. Master was not like this before. "I'm sorry for involving you today." Upon reading those words, a barely perceptible smile graced Chu Qiuran's lips. Success. This apology signified that Liu Ruobing's allegiance had decisively shifted in his favor. She no longer placed complete trust in her master. Chapter 46. A chill ran down his spine. Senior sister, you overstate the matter. This incident does not concern you, Chu Qiuran replied. In fact, I owe you my gratitude. Had you not arrived in time, I might not have survived until the Grand Elder came to my rescue. He deftly reiterated that had it not been for Liu Ruobing, he might indeed have perished in Su Xuanji's trial. This statement pierced Liu Ruobing's heart like a dagger. Indeed, if she had not intervened, would her master have acted? Would he have watched helplessly as Chu Qiuran succumbed in the Listening Wind Pavilion? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Take good care of yourself. Should you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. Liu Ruobing concluded the communication. Chu Qiuran set aside the token, his spirits soaring high. Having resolved matters with Su Xuanji and Liu Ruobing, it is now time to contemplate his next steps. In the southern region, at the Burning Heaven volcano, lies the 9-leaf fire lotus. This principal herb is a coveted prize. Given that even the transformation stage cultivators dread this place, the level of danger is self-evident. With his current foundation-building stage of cultivation, venturing there would be tantamount to courting death. He must elevate his strength to a level sufficient for self-protection before embarking on this perilous journey. System opened the shop. He gazed at the dazzling array of goods, his eyes rapidly scanning the offerings. First and foremost, he sought a safeguard for his life. The minor teleportation array disc had already been purchased. It served as his final recourse. Yet that was not enough. His gaze landed upon a new item. Veil of Transmutation, medium-grade magical treasure capable of altering one's appearance, physique, and aura. Cultivators below the nascent soul stage cannot penetrate its disguise. Price, 8,000 points. Excellent. In the realm of wandering heroes, the most essential asset is a disguise. With this, it is as though he has gained countless lives. Purchase successful, 8,000 points deducted. Current remaining points, 30850. Merely possessing a disguise is insufficient. He also requires offensive capabilities. His most formidable attack at present is the mysterious golden talisman, but that is a consumable item, used up in a single instance. He needs a genuinely powerful killing technique that can be employed repeatedly. After rummaging through the techniques section for quite some time, he finally discovered a sword art that captured his attention. Heaven-slaying sword technique, grade unknown. Allegedly created by an ancient sword immortal, it consists of a single stance. When mastered, one sword strike can sever stars and disrupt the cycle of reincarnation. Prerequisite for cultivation, none. Price, 20,000 points. Only one stance, yet it dares to proclaim the ability to slay the heavens? And it commands a staggering price of 20,000 points. Chu Qiuran's heart inexplicably quickened. This is undoubtedly a treasure. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that there are no prerequisites. This signifies that he requires no foundation in swordsmanship and can simply begin using it. For someone like him, who favors rapid advancement, is truly tailor-made. This is the one. Purchase successful, 20,000 points deducted. Current remaining points, 10850. In the next moment, a vast and profound stream of information surged into his mind. It unfolded before him like a vivid image. A blurred figure stood amidst the boundless starry expanse, drawing a sword with deliberate slowness. There was no earth-shattering aura, no dazzling light effects, merely the simple act of unsheathing a sword. Yet, with this singular motion, a colossal star before him silently fractured into two halves. The vision concluded. Chu Qiuran opened his eyes, still immersed in the overwhelming power of that earth-shattering sword strike. It was astonishing. This is true strength. He quelled the excitement within and began to calculate his remaining points. There remains a little over 10,000. For now, I cannot squander any further. This must be reserved for emergencies or to procure the special tools required for my journey to the Burning Heaven volcano. Having completed these considerations, he exited the tranquil chamber. Meanwhile, within the main hall of Xuanji Peak, a resounding crash echoed. A priceless white jade teacup was violently hurled to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Su Xuanji's countenance darkened, an aura of chilling terror emanating from him, potent enough to freeze the very fabric of space. Beneath the grand hall, a trembling figure clad in black knelt in trepidation. Incompetence! A bunch of useless fools. Chu Qiuran bellowed with fury. I entrusted you to monitor him. And this is how you fulfill your duty? How did he come to be so close to Ruobing without your knowledge? How did he unravel my schemes? What secrets does he harbor? The barrage of inquiries compelled the black-clad figure to bow his head even lower. Reporting to the elder, Chu Qiuran's sanctum is protected by a third-tier formation. Our personnel cannot approach. Moreover, he seemingly possesses expertise in counter-tracking techniques, causing our spies to lose him multiple times. Enough. Suswanki interrupted impatiently. I do not wish to hear these excuses. He paced restlessly, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly solidifying into a tangible force. Chu Qiuran. That name has become a thorn in my heart. To kill him? No. His secrets remain elusive. To eliminate him would mean losing everything. Moreover, the entire sect is aware that Chu Qiuran is under my guidance, a junior I hold in high regard. Should he suddenly perish, I would be the first to be suspected. Not to mention that girl, Ruobing. The thought of Liu Ruobing's complex gaze towards him today pierced Chu Qiuran's heart like a dagger. After years of careful cultivation of his disciple, he found himself under scrutiny due to an outsider. Time waits for no man. I must employ decisive measures to bring that boy completely under my control. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Chu Qiuran's face. Go, summon that young man from the Li family, Li Yang. To me, he instructed the black-clad figure. Yes, the figure, as if granted a reprieve, scurried away. Shortly thereafter, a bruised and battered Li Yang entered the grand hall, appearing quite disheveled and anxious. Upon sighting Chu Qiuran, he immediately knelt. Disciple Li Yang pays his respects to the elder. May I inquire as to the elder's summons? He had developed a psychological aversion to the name Chu Qiuran. Chu Qiuran regarded him, his expression returning to an inscrutable facade. Li Yang, I have heard that you recently encountered some misunderstandings with that child. Chu Qiuran? At the mention of Chu Qiuran, Li Yang involuntarily trembled. Gritting his teeth, he replied with an expression of humiliation. The disciple's skills fell short. I suffered some defeats at the hands of junior brother Chu. It cannot be described as a misunderstanding. He dared not assert that there was any misunderstanding. Now, the entire sect is aware that Chu Qiuran has become the favored disciple of Elder Chu. Even the elder himself has set forth trials to nurture him. To seek trouble with Chu Qiuran would be akin to an old man hanging himself, inviting misfortune. Among the youth, some friction is quite normal. Chu Qiuran's voice was imbued with warmth and generosity, reminiscent of a kindly elder. Although the boy Chu Qiuran possesses remarkable insight, he is still young, proud, and somewhat ignorant of worldly affairs. Recently, he had broken your magical sword, causing you to lose face publicly. This was indeed his fault. Chapter 47. I soul shatter Li Yang, upon hearing this, abruptly raised his head, disbelief etched upon his face. Was the elder speaking on his behalf? The old man had already chastised him thoroughly. Chu Qiuran continued, his tone tinged with regret. Yet he believed that when a young person errs, they must be given an opportunity for redemption. Mustn't they? He gazed at Li Yang and slowly cast his bait. That boy, Chu Qiuran, apart from his exceptional talent in cultivation, also has considerable skill in alchemy. Recently, it seems he has concocted a batch of exceptionally high-quality pulse-condensing pills, which would be remarkably effective for someone like you at the late foundation establishment stage, striving to break through to the golden core realm. Li Yang's breath quickened instantly. The pulse-condensing pills, they are treasures that can significantly enhance the success rate of breaking into the golden core stage. Rare and invaluable. The elder's implication was clear. My intention is that enemies ought to be reconciled rather than remain hostile. Chu Qiuran smiled like a crafty old fox. Chu Qiuran may be inexperienced, but you, as one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect, must exhibit some magnanimity. Here is what I propose. I will take charge and have him present you with 3 pulse-condensing pills as an apology. Let us settle the grievances between you two once and for all, shall we? Li Yang's heart raced with excitement. 3 pulse-condensing pills. Such a generous offer. With these 3 pills, his chances of breaking through to the golden core would increase by at least 30%. This gesture of goodwill pales in comparison to the tangible benefits. The disciple will heed the elder's arrangements. Liang, flushed with enthusiasm, promptly bowed. Excellent. Su Xuanji nodded in satisfaction. But I have one small task to assign to you. Li Yang's heart tightened, realizing the main issue was at hand. Please, elder, speak. I am willing to face any peril. Su Xuanji slowly approached him and, in a tone meant for their ears alone, whispered, "It seems that Chu Qiuran is planning a trip to the burning heaven volcano in the southern region, purportedly to seek some medicinal herbs. That place is fraught with danger. I worry that he may encounter unforeseen accidents if he ventures alone. Therefore, I hope you can protect him." Su Xuanji emphasized the word protect. Li Yang was no fool. He instantly grasped the underlying meaning of Su Xuanji's request. This was no mere protection. It is evident that he is to find an opportunity along the way, stealthily and without a trace, to eliminate Chu Qiuran. A chill surged from Li Yang's soul straight to the crown of his head. He had not anticipated that the Grand Elder would harbor murderous intent towards the favored one in his eyes. This situation is indeed fraught with complexity. What? Are you unwilling? Su Xuanji's voice suddenly turned icy. No. I am willing. Liang, startled, promptly expressed his eagerness, declaring that it would be his honor to alleviate the Grand Elder's concerns. I shall certainly ensure the safety of junior brother Chu. That is good to hear. Su Xuanji's smile returned as he patted Li Yang's shoulder. Once this matter is accomplished, not only will I guarantee your ascent to the Golden Core stage, but I shall also take you as a named disciple, personally guiding your cultivation. The promise of such benefits was masterfully orchestrated by Su Xuanji. Liang felt a surge of fervor rush to his head, casting aside all fear and hesitation into the abyss. The path to the Golden Core, becoming the Grand Elder's named disciple. What immense honor this was. I, Liang, vow to fulfill this task at all costs. He bowed deeply. Meanwhile, within the wind-listening pavilion, Chu Qiuran remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding atop the Xuanji Peak. However, he could surmise with a mere thought that the old fox, Su Xuanji, would not let the matter rest easily. If not openly, then certainly through covert means. Nevertheless, he resolved to face any challenges that arose. His immediate focus was to swiftly convert his strength into combat prowess. He settled into a meditative position, repeatedly replaying the techniques of the heaven-slaying sword art in his mind. There were no intricate movements or complex maneuvers involved. Rather, there was a singular intent, a relentless drive to sever all obstacles. Extending his fingers, he formed a sword-like gesture, mimicking the indistinct figure in his mind, and slowly thrust forward. Buzz! The space before him emitted a faint distortion. A nearly invisible edge of energy flickered and vanished. Upon the solid wall of the quiet chamber, a minuscule, bottomless hole was left behind. Beep! Proficiency in the heaven-slaying sword art. Level 1. Chu Qiuran gazed at his finger and then at the hole in the wall, his heart filled with astonishment. This was merely an imitation using his finger, lacking even a fraction of its true power. How terrifying would it be when wielded with an actual sword? The expenditure of 20,000 points proved to be exceedingly worthwhile. In the following days, Chu Qiuran immersed himself entirely in his cultivation. During the day, he practiced the heaven-slaying sword art, honing that indomitable sword intent. At night, he harnessed the formidable medicinal power of the 9 turns life-prolonging pill, gifted by Su Xuanji to break through the bottleneck of the mid-foundation stage. With the support of the system, he had no need to worry about instability in his foundation, advancing with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaopeng became his most efficient logistics minister. He held the elixirs and resources provided by Chu Qiuran, thriving in the bustling market outside the sect, continuously exchanging various materials for the spirit stones that Chu Qiuran required. Her points steadily accumulated over time. One day, while Chu Qiuran was immersed in her meditation within the quiet chamber, the jade talisman at her waist vibrated once more. It was Liu Ruobing. I am preparing to venture to the southern region, to the burning sky volcano. Her message was straightforward. Chu Qiuran's heart stirred. realizing the moment had arrived. She promptly replied, "Sister, can you still suppress your ice-soul fragmentation? For now, it is manageable. However, I sense the intervals between its episodes are growing shorter." Liu Ruobing's response conveyed a hint of gravity. "Sister, could you come to my cave for a discussion? I might possess a method to temporarily alleviate your suffering." Upon sending this message, a knowing smile graced Chu Qiuran's face. The fish is ready to bite. Before long, Liu Ruobing appeared at the entrance of Tenfold residence. Clad in her usual white attire, she looked as ethereal as snow. Yet her brow bore an unmistakable trace of lingering concern and fatigue. "You mentioned having a method to ease my suffering. What is it?" she inquired directly upon entering. Chu Qiuran did not respond immediately, but guided her into the quiet chamber. He activated all defensive barriers, ensuring no one could eavesdrop. Then, he regarded Liu Ruobing with a serious expression. "Sister, what I am about to say may sound utterly implausible, but I hope you could trust me." Liu Ruobing nodded, watching him intently. Chu Qiuran took a deep breath and began, "Sister, your eye-soul fragmentation is not an incurable ailment. However, to heal it, apart from the 9 suns melting snow pill, a unique cultivation method is required." Chapter 48. Dual cultivation. What method? Dual cultivation. Chu Qiuran spoke these 2 words plainly. Liu Ruobing's delicate form stiffened abruptly. What did you say?" Those 2 words struck like a thunderclap in her mind. She froze, her usually serene and icy countenance suddenly ablaze with a captivating crimson hue. The flush spread from her fair neck to her glistening earlobes, transforming her from the lofty ice goddess into a figure of earthly femininity, marked by a touch of bashfulness and indignation. "Chu Qiuran, you dare speak such nonsense? How dare you use this matter to humiliate me?" Liu Ruobing's voice trembled slightly with anger and shame, her internal chill wavering. And a frigid killing intent immediately locked onto Chu Qiuran. Having grown up in the sect, she was of a cool disposition dedicated to her path, and had never encountered such reckless words. To her, Chu Qiuran's proposition felt like an affront, an attempt to take advantage of her vulnerability. Yet, confronted with the palpable malevolence emanating from her, Chu Qiuran's expression remained utterly unchanged. He stood there, his gaze clear and composed, as if he were merely discussing the weather rather than uttering words of extraordinary significance. "Sister, you have misunderstood." His voice resounded, calm and resolute, imbued with an undeniable aura of conviction. "The yin-yang harmonization technique I speak of is not the nefarious practice you envision, one that seeks to exploit the energies of yin and yang in a way that disrupts the natural order. It is, in truth, an ancient and genuine arcane art, focusing on the alignment of the spirit and soul, the circulation of the yin and yang energies, and the complementary nature of the primordial Tao. Throughout the entire process, we need not engage in any physical contact whatsoever." He paused, observing the lingering wariness and skepticism reflected in Liu Ruobing's eyes, before continuing, "Sister, your eye's soul fragmentation stems from the soul itself, rather than the physical body. Ordinary elixirs and spiritual artifacts can only address the symptoms, failing to eradicate the root cause. Only by approaching it from the perspective of the spirit, and utilizing the pure yang energy to neutralize the chilling poison within your soul, can there be a glimmer of hope. My constitution is ideally suited to practice this technique, serving as the perfect vessel, or rather, the ideal partner. Your tiny body is equally essential for my cultivation. Thus, our relationship is one of equitable cooperation, mutually beneficial and complementary." Chu Qiuran laid everything bare, redefining the ambiguous term of dual cultivation into a fair and just transaction. The more forthright he became, the more Liu Ruobing's indignation found itself without an outlet. She felt as if her blows were landing upon cotton. In his gaze, there was not a trace of lewdness or desire, only a pure inquiry into resolving the predicament. Could it be that she had overthought the matter? Liu Ruobing's heart was in turmoil. Reason told her that Chu Qiuran's insights were indeed profound. She understood her injuries better than anyone. For years, her master, Su Xuanji, had scoured the realms for rare treasures, only managing to suppress the symptoms without eradicating the affliction. The agony of her soul being torn apart during an episode was more unbearable than death itself. If such a method truly existed, however, the merging of souls was an intimacy far greater than mere physical contact. It implied that all her thoughts, all her secrets, could potentially be laid bare before him. How could she possibly accept such vulnerability? Observing the internal struggle etched upon Liu Ruobing's face, Chu Qiuran sensed that the moment was ripe. He extended his hand, palm upward, as a strand of golden, warm energy slowly ascended. This energy was not overwhelmingly powerful, yet it contained a purity that seemed capable of incinerating all shadows, evoking an instinctive trepidation towards the coldness within Liu Ruobing. "Sister, you may feel it," Chu Qiuran said calmly. "This is my primordial energy. It naturally counters your cold poison." Liu Ruobing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately extended her delicate, jade-like finger, cautiously touching the golden energy. A hum resonated. At the moment of contact, Liu Ruobing felt a warm current surge through her fingertips, instantly flooding her limbs. That bone-chilling cold, which had long resided deep within her soul, tormenting her to the brink of despair, seemed to retreat ever so slightly under the impact of this warmth, as if it had encountered its nemesis. Though it was but a fleeting sensation, the long-lost relief of her soul no longer being pierced by icy needles left her on the verge of a gasp. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Effective. It truly was effective. This revelation stirred a tempest within Liu Ruobing's heart. She abruptly retracted her finger, her cold, clear eyes fixed intently on Chu Qiuran, her emotions a complex tapestry of shock, desire, struggle, and an unrecognized hint of dependency. She parted her lips, only to find her throat parched, rendering her speechless. The words of refusal lodged in her throat. She had endured the torment of the cold poison for far too long. She did not wish to perish. She yearned to live, to ascend to greater heights in her celestial journey. Yet, she had promised her senior sister to venture to the burning sky volcano, a perilous journey fraught with dangers. Should the cold poison flare up along the way, the consequences would be dire. Chu Qiuran's voice, like a devil's whisper, struck her most vulnerable chord perfectly. By cultivating together, not only can we suppress your injuries, but our powers will also experience rapid enhancement in a brief period. Thus, our chances of obtaining the 9-leaf fire lotus will be significantly increased. This is merely a transaction. Chu Qiuran emphasized, a transaction for survival, for strength. Nothing more. Liu Ruobing bit her lip tightly, nearly drawing blood. Internally, she was embroiled in an unprecedented struggle. On one side lay her pride and purity, which she had cherished for over 20 years. On the other, the hope of survival and the temptation to escape her pain. Time passed slowly, each second stretching into eternity. In a quiet chamber, they could hear each other's heartbeats. After a long while, Liu Ruobing seemed to arrive at a resolute decision. She slowly lifted her head, her cold gaze locking onto Chu Qiuran, her voice imbued with a barely perceptible tremor and a newfound determination. "Very well, I agree. However, I have one condition." "What condition?" Chu Qiuran inquired calmly, devoid of surprise. He understood that a woman of Liu Ruobing's lofty pride would not acquiesce easily. "First," Liu Ruobing extended a slender finger, her tone grave, "this matter must remain between us. No third party must ever know, not even my master, nor by Luo Luo. If the notion of soul cultivation together were to spread, my reputation as the foremost fairy of Tianxian's sect would be irrevocably tarnished." "Agreed." Chu Qiuran nodded without hesitation. Chapter 49, Working State Second. Liu Ruobing's cheeks flushed uncontrollably, yet her tone grew increasingly frigid. "During our mutual cultivation, we must maintain a distance, and any transgression is strictly forbidden." Naturally, Chu Qiuran's response remained crisp and decisive. "I have stated that it is merely a merging of souls." Liu Ruobing inhaled deeply, as if summoning all her strength to utter her final words. "Once my ice soul is healed, our paths shall diverge, and you must vow, with all your heart, to keep this matter confidential." This was her ultimate boundary. She firmly confined this transaction within the realm of healing and established a clear conclusion. "Very well. A faint smile finally graced Chu Qiuran's face. I vow on my Tao heart, should I break this promise, I shall be tormented by inner demons and shall not advance in my cultivation for eternity. The resolute pledge dispelled the last remnants of doubt in Liu Ruobing's heart. She regarded the man before her, a swirl of emotions within her. He was enigmatic, powerful, and possessed a terrifyingly meticulous mind. Yet at times, he exhibited an admirable sense of righteousness. What manner of person was he? Seeing her acquiescence, Chu Qiuran immediately shifted into work mode. We must not delay. Let us embark on our endeavor now, so you may personally experience the profundities of the yin-yang harmonization technique. Right now, Liu Ruobing's heart, which had just begun to relax, soared to her throat. This was too hasty. She was far from psychologically prepared. The upheaval at the Burning Sky volcano will not wait for us, Chu Qiuran remarked calmly. The sooner we enhance our strength, the greater our chances of success. His words quelled all of Liu Ruobing's resistance. Gritting her teeth, she ultimately nodded and gradually settled onto a mat. Chu Qiuran also sat cross-legged on the mat opposite her, their proximity a mere 3 feet apart. At such a close distance, he could even discern a faint, cold fragrance emanating from her, reminiscent of plum blossoms after a snowfall. Liu Ruobing, conversely, was so tense that her palms began to sweat. She could distinctly sense the masculine aura radiating from the man across from her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Senior sister, relax your mind, lower your defenses, and guide your soul to connect with mine. Chu Qiuran's voice possessed an enchanting quality that gradually calmed Liu Ruobing's tumultuous heart. She shut her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like delicate butterfly wings. Following Chu Qiuran's guidance, she opened her sea of consciousness completely to an outsider for the first time. It was a realm formed of ice crystals, cold, desolate, and beautiful, yet riddled with fractures. At that moment, a stream of warm, golden light cautiously flowed into this icy world. This was Chu Qiuran's soul power. The instant their souls made contact, boom, Liu Ruobing and Chu Qiuran's bodies trembled violently in unison. An unprecedented and ineffable sensation instantaneously engulfed their consciousness. In that moment, they seemed to transcend the confines of their corporeal forms, transforming into the purest essence of their souls. They were able to perceive each other's memories, hear one another's innermost thoughts, and feel the profound emotions dwelling deep within each other. Chu Qiuran beheld a trembling little girl amidst a frigid landscape. Witnessing her anguish and despair as she was tormented by the cold, he observed her tenacity and determination during her sword training, and glimpsed the hidden loneliness and vulnerability that resided deep within her heart. Likewise, Liu Ruobing experienced a vision, yet hers manifested as a chaotic fog. She could not discern the past of Qiuran. His memories seemed shrouded by an insurmountable barrier. Warning: external soul probing detected. Initiating system-level information shielding. Releasing fabricated memory fragments. Liu Ruobing perceived a youth from a once prosperous family. Amidst the ruins of his lineage, stumbled upon a tattered ancient tome, thus embarking upon a treacherous path of vengeance and cultivation. All of this, a plausible yet fabricated backstory conjured by the system. As Liu Ruobing became entranced by these memories, Chu Qiuran's soul energy manifested as golden chains, intricately entwining the fractured remnants of her spirit. The essence of the sun gradually surged forth. A gentle sigh of comfort escaped Liu Ruobing's lips. This warm force enveloped her, akin to a mother's embrace, tenderly healing the wounds of her soul. The bone-deep chill was progressively dispelled, melting away. She felt as if she were immersed in a warm spring, enveloped in an unprecedented state of relaxation. On the other hand, Chu Qiuran's experience was equally profound. The pure, yin energy of Liu Ruobing resonated through their soul connection, returning to him. This force was akin to the most nourishing elixir for his solar body. The spiritual energy within him began to circulate at an unfathomable speed, refining and augmenting itself. Ding! The yin-yang harmonization technique has successfully initiated. Detected that the host is merging souls with the tying body, Cultivation speed increased by 500, absorbing Taiyin energy. The host foundation is being tempered. Liu Ruobing's icy soul fracture state is being repaired. Current repair progress, 15. The data stream from the system frantically refreshed before Chu Qiuran's eyes. The effect surpassed his expectations. This was not merely dual cultivation. It was akin to wielding an extraordinary advantage, propelling one to new heights. Time flowed imperceptibly as their souls merged. After what felt like an eternity, when Chu Qiuran sensed that his spiritual energy had reached a critical saturation point, he gradually withdrew his consciousness. The connection severed, and both opened their eyes simultaneously. In a moment of mutual gaze, an indescribable tension and awkwardness lingered in the air. Liu Ruobing's cheeks were still flushed, and within her icy, serene eyes, waves of emotion danced, imbued with a hint of enchantment, a touch of shyness, and a trace of lingering affection born from savoring the essence of life. She hastily lowered her gaze, unable to meet Chu Qiuran's eyes any longer. "How do you feel?" Chu Qiuran broke the silence, his voice slightly hoarse. I feel much better," Liu Ruobing replied, her voice as delicate as a whisper. The chill within her seemed subdued, and her cultivation appeared to have made considerable progress. She could distinctly sense a slight loosening of the bottleneck she had been trapped in during the mid-stage of foundation building. This was nothing short of miraculous. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed through the quiet room. Knock, knock, knock. The barrier of the tranquil chamber was disturbed from outside. A voice that filled Chu Qiuran with distaste rang out. "Is junior brother Chu inside?" Li Yang, un inner disciple. Come at the behest of the elder to pay a visit. Li Yang's voice fell like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the enchanting ambience that had enveloped the room. Liu Ruobing's body stiffened abruptly, the blush on her face vanishing entirely, restoring her icy demeanor. Instinctively, she adjusted her attire, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Why was Li Yang here? Had he come at the master's command? Did he know something? Stay calm. Chu Qiuran's voice reached her ears, soft yet imbued with a reassuring strength. He rose, his demeanor unruffled, and walked to the door of the chamber, effortlessly dispelling the barrier. "Ah, it is brotherly, please. Come in." A perfectly measured expression of surprise and warmth adorned his face, as though he were not the one who had previously severed Li Yang's sword. Standing outside, Li Yang's eyes betrayed a flicker of uncontainable resentment and jealousy when he saw that it was Chu Qiuran who opened the door. However, as his gaze swept past Chu Qiuran to the figure of Liu Ruobing standing in the tranquil chamber, that resentment instantly ignited into a raging fury. Liu Ruobing, his long-cherished ice goddess, was in the company of this boy, alone in the secluded room. Moreover, he keenly observed the lingering blush on Liu Ruobing's face and the slight disarray in her breath. What had they been doing inside? A humiliating and furious thought surged wildly in his mind. "Sister Liu, what brings you here?" Li Yang's voice was somewhat hoarse. "I was discussing some cultivation matters with junior brother Chu." Liu Ruobing's reply was cool and distant, devoid of any emotion. The more aloof she became, the more flames of jealousy burned within Li Yang. Discussing cultivation? What a farce! Yet, he recalled the elder's admonition and forcefully suppressed his anger and murderous intent, managing to squeeze out a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "Ah, I see. It seems I have intruded." He entered the cave, his gaze flitting back and forth between Chu Qiuran and Liu Ruobing, before deeply bowing to Chu Qiuran. "Junior brother Chu, I must apologize for my earlier indiscretion at the foot of Xuanji Peak. I failed to recognize your esteemed presence and acted inappropriately. I hope you can forgive my transgressions." His words were imbued with sincerity, so much so that one might believe he had truly repented. "Inwali Chu Qiuran scop." Though his face wore an expression of feigned surprise as he stepped forward to support him. "Senior brother Li, what are you doing? Please rise quickly." The events of that day were merely a misunderstanding. I was young and impetuous, and I acknowledge my faults. Let's not dwell on it any longer. The two engaged in a theatrical display of reconciliation, portraying a touching scene of brotherly camaraderie. Meanwhile, Liu Ruobing observed with a furrowed brow, sensing an inexplicable strangeness about Li Yang today. "Beep." Target detected. Liang. Emotion analysis. Anger, 45. Jealousy, 35. Intent to kill, 15. Deception, 5. Behavioral motivation analysis. The alignment between his words and true intentions is less than 1. Analyzing his spiritual fluctuations. Deep command, interpretation complete. Core mission. Under the orders of Su Xuanji, approach the host under the guise of an apology, seek to join the expedition to the burning sky volcano, and execute assassination orders along the way. As Chu Qiuran observed the clear analysis results on the system panel, a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The old fox has indeed taken action, and in such a treacherous manner as to use another's blade. Junior brother Chu, your integrity is commendable, and I hold you in high regard. Liang straightened up, retrieving a delicate jade box from a storage pouch and presenting it to Chu Qiuran. This is at the behest of the Grand Elder. He has expressed that since you broke my magic sword, leaving me humiliated, he feels remorseful. He has charged me with gifting you these 3 essence condensing pills as an apology. I hope we can turn enmity into friendship. He cleverly twisted Su Xuanji's words, portraying himself as a magnanimous victim while placing Chu Qiuran in the position of one who must grant forgiveness. This is too much. Chu Qiuran et Golim. His face a mask of feigned trepidation. Essence condensing pills are of such great value. I cannot possibly accept. Take it. Liang insisted resolutely. This is the Grand Elder's command, and also a token of my sincerity. If you refuse, it would imply disdain towards me, Liang. After much reluctance, Chu Qiuran finally accepted the jade box. Upon opening it, he found 3 fragrant pills nestled within, confirming their authenticity as genuine essence condensing pills. This old fox is indeed willing to invest heavily to eliminate me. In that case, I shall graciously accept. Thank you, Grand Elder, and thank you, Senior Brother Li. Chu Qiuran expressed his gratitude as he carefully stowed away the jade box. Having completed the prelude, Liang finally revealed his true intentions. He casually inquired, by the way, I recently heard that Junior Brother Chu and Junior Sister Liu seem to be preparing for a trip to the burning heaven volcano in the southern region. Liu Ruobing's heart tightened sharply. Yet, Chu Qiuran appeared utterly unguarded, nodding as he replied, Indeed, that is the case. My senior sister and I are preparing to go there in search of a particular medicinal herb. Oh, how fortuitous! Liang exclaimed, slapping his thigh with surprise etched across his face. To be candid, I had the same intention. I have been stuck at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment for many years, and I have heard that a type of earth-fire essence near the burning heaven volcano would greatly aid my breakthrough to the golden core stage. However, the place is exceedingly perilous, and I feel somewhat apprehensive about venturing there alone. Might I be fortunate enough to accompany the two of you? It would be reassuring to have some company on the journey. At last, he revealed his true motive. No way, Liu Ruobing blurted out almost instinctively. To travel with someone who harbors resentment against oneself? Especially to a treacherous place like the burning heaven volcano? Isn't that inviting a wolf into the fold? Liang's expression shifted slightly. However, at that moment, Chu Qiuran interjected. With a warm smile, he draped an arm over Liang's shoulder and laughed heartily. Of course. What could possibly be the issue? With Senior Brother Li, one of the top 10 experts of the intersect, joining us, our safety on this journey is greatly enhanced. I could not have asked for more. Upon hearing this, not only Liang, but even Liu Ruobing was left utterly stunned. She gazed at Chu Qiuran in disbelief, unable to comprehend why he had agreed so readily. Liang was also taken aback. He had prepared a lengthy discourse, yet the other party had consented with such ease. After a brief moment of astonishment, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. This fool truly was oblivious. Heaven offers a path, yet he chooses not to walk it. Hell has no gates, yet he dares to trespass. Then I must thank Junior Brother Chu. Liang stifled his laughter, expressing his gratitude with a sincere demeanor. Do not mention it. Chu Qiuran replied, his smile more genuine than his. We are all fellow disciples. It is only right that we assist one another. He then turned to Liu Ruobing, casting her a knowing glance, and spoke in an undeniable tone. Senior sister, would you not agree? Chapter 51. A scheme afoot, Liu Ruobing regarded Chu Qiuran, her clear, cold gaze filled with confusion, bewilderment, and even a hint of disappointment. She did not understand. She truly cannot grasp it. This man, just a moment ago, had displayed a meticulousness and wisdom that left her astounded, yet in the next instant, he made such a foolish decision. To take Liang along? To bring an adversary, someone who had just plotted against her and was backed by the Grand Elder, into the most perilous place in the southern region? This was not merely courting danger. It was inviting disaster. Meeting her questioning gaze, Chu Qiuran maintained a smile, yet within it lingered a depth that eluded comprehension. He did not immediately provide an explanation, but turned to the ecstatically beaming Liang and said, "Brotherly, if that is the case. Shall we meet 3 days hence at the entrance of the sect?" "Excellent. No problem. It is settled then." Liang, fearing a change of heart, eagerly nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few insincere pleasantries, he left with a satisfied heart, stifling a triumphant smile. It was only when Li Yang's figure had completely vanished from the vicinity of Listening Wind Cottage that Liu Ruobing could no longer contain herself. With a swift motion, she conjured a frigid barrier that instantaneously sealed the entire cave. "Have you lost your mind?" Her voice, no longer the icy tone that kept others at bay, now carried a note of urgency and anger. "Do you have any idea what you are doing? You know who Li Yang is better than I do. And what about Master Su's intentions? Can you not see through them?" She nearly uttered Su Xuanji's name outright. In this brief moment, her mindset had undergone a radical transformation. "Of course, I am aware." Chu Qiuran finally retracted the smile from his face, walking over to the stone table to pour himself a cup of water, sipping it leisurely. His unruffled demeanor only served to infuriate Liu Ruobing further. "You realize you still agree to him? Sister, do you think that if I had refused him today, he would simply give up?" Chu Qiuran set down the teacup and retorted. Liu Ruobing was momentarily taken aback. "He is acting on Master Su's orders. If I refuse today, he will return tomorrow with another excuse. If he cannot act openly, he will shadow us from the shadows." Chu Qiuran's voice remained calm. "Which is more perilous, a venomous snake lurking in the darkness or one before you, flicking its tongue?" Liu Ruobing's breath caught slightly. She understood. Chu Qiuran was not foolish. He was employing strategy against strategy, rather than allowing him to follow us like a specter, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. It was wiser to keep him under our watchful eyes. A cold smile curled at the corners of Chu Qiuran's mouth. That way, whenever he chooses to act, in whichever manner, even the timing of his demise will be ours to dictate. The final words, delivered with a casual air, carried an unsettling chill of murderous intent. Liu Ruobing gazed at him, suddenly feeling that this man before her was even more formidable than she had imagined. His schemes had penetrated to such depths. He had not only anticipated every move of Su Xuanji and Liang, but had also begun to design a grave for Liang. Yet, he was still among the top 10 disciples of the inner sect, having attained the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. Moreover, he had his uncle from the law enforcement hall backing him. Liu Ruobing felt a twinge of concern. The consequences of killing Liang within the sect would be disastrous. "Who said we must take action ourselves?" Chu Qiuran chuckled. That smile, to Liu Ruobing, resembled a fox cunningly plotting how to devour its prey. "Sister, have you forgotten where we are headed? To the fiery heaven volcano. There lies the most perilous place in the southern region." Chu Qiuran spoke with a profound meaning, stating that the number of cultivators who perish there each year is countless. What is so strange about having another inner sect disciple among the top 10? When the time comes, we merely need to return with the news of his untimely demise and express sufficient sorrow and regret. Even if Su Xuanji harbors doubts, he would find no evidence to substantiate them. Liu Ruobing found herself utterly speechless. She realized that her thoughts could not keep pace with this man's rhythm. Every concern she bore had already been meticulously addressed by him, and his plans were seamlessly interconnected, flawless in execution. A sense of powerlessness mingled with a peculiar sense of security intertwined within her heart. She suddenly felt that perhaps following this man might indeed lead to her survival. She gazed at Chu Qiuran, hesitated for a moment, and finally voiced her uncertainty, asking, "Why are you sharing this with me?" Logically, such clandestine calculations should have remained concealed within his heart. Chu Qiuran looked at her and suddenly smiled. Because we are companions now, are we not? Furthermore, I require you, senior sister, to assist me in staging a performance. At that moment, Liu Ruobing's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Li Yang returned to his cave dwelling, unable to suppress the overwhelming joy within him, bursting into laughter. Fool! Truly the quintessential idiot. As he laughed, he retrieved the 3 condensation pills that Chu Qiuran had compensated him with from his storage pouch and examined them closely. The aroma of the pills was intoxicating, and their spiritual energy was undeniable. They were indeed genuine. Not only had he delivered a beauty to my doorstep, but he had also eagerly extended his neck for me to strike. Oh, Chu Qiuran, how I have underestimated you. He had initially believed this task would be exceedingly challenging. After all, Chu Qiuran had managed to outwit even the Grand Elder, proving himself no ordinary adversary. He had prepared an entire strategy, ready to employ subtle persuasion and various tactics to infiltrate the group. Yet, he never anticipated that things would unfold so smoothly. The other party had let down their guard and warmly invited him to join them. In his view, Chu Qiuran exemplified the typical young and ambitious, intoxicated by success, arrogant and dismissive of everyone around him. He believed Chu Qiuran must think he had securely ensnared him, which emboldened such audacity. Just wait. Once we reach the burning sky volcano, it will be your demise. A vengeful glint flashed in Li Yang's eyes. By then, junior sister Liu shall be mine, and all your secrets will belong to me. He envisioned a bright future, as if he could already see himself slaying Chu Qiuran, embracing the beauty, garnering the Grand Elder's favor, embarking on the path of golden core, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Meanwhile, within the listening wind abode, Chu Qiuran slightly repackaged the theory he had just shared with Liu Ruobing regarding their strategic play and conveyed it to her. Thus, we need to stage a performance. Chu Qiuran concluded that from this moment onward, in the presence of Li Yang, the two of them must exhibit a facade of discord. Chapter 52, Spring, a facade of discord. A facade of discord? Liu Ruobing furrowed her delicate brows. Indeed, Chu Qiuran nodded. I shall assume the role of one who is entranced by your beauty, eager to please you, while you remain indifferent, even somewhat displeased with my advances. Conversely, you must maintain an air of suspicion and vigilance towards me, while feigning an openness to be won over by Li Yang. Liu Ruobing, possessing remarkable intelligence, instantly grasped Chu Qiuran's intent. You wish to make him believe there is strife between us that he could exploit? Astute. Chu Qiuran snapped his fingers. Individuals like Li Yang revel in their own cunning. If we present him with what he perceives as an opportunity for manipulation, he will latch onto it like a shark drawn to the scent of blood. Consequently, all his focus will be on sowing discord between us and attempting to win you over, leading him to believe he has everything under control, thus lowering his guard. At that moment of his greatest hubris, we shall deliver a decisive blow. Upon hearing Chu Qiuran's entire scheme, Liu Ruobing fell into contemplative silence once more. She felt her understanding of the world being reshaped repeatedly. In the realm of cultivation, was it not supposed to be a hierarchy of the strong, where sheer force prevails? How had it devolved into such a convoluted game of psychological manipulation in his hands? She even sensed that she was not dealing with a mere foundational cultivator, but rather an ancient being, a master manipulator adept at playing with the hearts and minds of others. What should I do? Unbeknownst to her, she had fully immersed herself in Chu Qiuran's plan, actively seeking her role within it. Quite simple, Chu Qiuran replied, a playful smile gracing his lips. You merely need to be yourself. Be myself? Yes, as you once were with me, he elaborated. Maintain a demeanor of aloofness, distance, and unadulterated honesty. Occasionally, display a hint of impatience or disdain towards me. Liu Ruobing felt a twinge of indignation, sensing that he was seizing the opportunity to retaliate for her previous demeanor towards him. Observing her somewhat speechless expression, Chu Qiuran inwardly chuckled. He indeed harbored a minor desire for retribution, but more importantly, he was laying the groundwork for their forthcoming stratagem. From his storage ring, he retrieved the revised Xian Yuan initial explanation and handed it to Liu Ruobing. What is this? She inquired, perplexed as she accepted it. The cultivation technique given to me by Su Xuanji, I have rectified its inaccuracies, Chu Qiuran stated nonchalantly. Moreover, I have integrated it with my imaginary reverse pulse to return to origin technique to forge an entirely new method. Of course, he possessed no such technique. It was a fabrication. Yet, Liu Ruobing believed him. As she perused the pages, the icy clarity of her eyes began to shine with newfound brilliance. With her discerning perspective, it was evident to her that this cultivation method far surpassed the fragmented version provided by Su Xuanji by countless degrees. The intricate pathways of true energy within it were nothing short of exquisite, resonating harmoniously with her own techniques. This was an invaluable treasure. Liu Ruobing closed the tome, intending to return it. Keep it, Chu Qiuran said. During our dual cultivation, practicing this method together will yield extraordinary results. The mere mention of dual cultivation imbued the atmosphere of the quiet chamber with an unmistakable tension. Liu Ruobing felt her cheeks flush uncontrollably. She hastily lowered her gaze, unable to meet Chu Qiuran's eyes. For the next 3 days, we shall remain here, delving into this method together, he continued. On one hand, it serves to heal and enhance our abilities. On the other, he paused, his tone shifting. It is also for the benefit of certain onlookers. He cast a pointed glance towards the entrance of the cave. Liu Ruobing immediately grasped that he referred to the spies Su Xuanji had stationed nearby. The two of them, a solitary man and woman, confined together for 3 days. If this news reached Li Yang's ears, he would likely be consumed by jealousy. A foe blinded by envy often makes grave errors. Such profound scheming. Liu Ruobing regarded the man before her with deepening respect. 3 days swiftly passed. Throughout this period, Chu Qiuran and Liu Ruobing remained in the tranquil chamber of Tingfeng residence, not straying an inch from one another. Under the auspices of dual cultivation, their powers surged remarkably. The eye's soul, severing within Liu Ruobing, was suppressed significantly, and her complexion improved considerably, no longer resembling a frail shadow of herself. She broke through the bottleneck that had held her at the mid-foundation stage, leaping forward into the late foundation stage amidst the confluence of overwhelming yin and yang energies. Chu Qiuran's gains were even more substantial. Ding! The yin-yang harmonization technique has been successfully cultivated. Post-cultivation level has risen. Current realm, mid-foundation stage. Liu Ruobing's ice soul, severing status restoration progress. 12. Current redeemable points. 10. 850, Zhang Xiaopeng Resource Exchange. 3. 514, 350. In just 3 short days, he ascended from the early foundation stage to the mid-foundation stage. Such a rate of cultivation, if made known, would undoubtedly astonish the entire Tiangshuanzong. Most importantly, his foundation, tempered by the power of the great Yin, became remarkably solid, devoid of any semblance of superficiality. Liu Ruobing's elevation in strength was an unexpected boon. A powerful ally at the late foundation stage would prove far more advantageous in their impending expedition to the Burning Heaven volcano than a mid-foundation counterpart. How do you feel? Chu Qiuran inquired, observing Liu Ruobing seated cross-legged before him. Liu Ruobing opened her eyes, sensing an unprecedented fullness of spiritual energy within her. A flicker of excitement danced in her cool gaze. Excellent. She nodded, then, recalling something, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she added, "Thank you." In recent days, the intertwining of their souls has rendered her perception of Chu Qiuran exceedingly complex. Although there was no physical contact between them, the profound sincerity shared on a spiritual level surpassed the intimacy of mere corporeal union. She could sense the loneliness and resilience embedded within Chu Qiuran's soul, while he, in turn, could perceive the yearning heart concealed beneath her icy exterior. This sensation was remarkable, leaving her both enchanted and apprehensive. "We are companions," Chu Qiuran remarked with a smile, dispelling the somewhat enchanting atmosphere. "Let us go. Brotherly must be waiting anxiously." As they exited the quiet chamber, they found Zhang Xiaopeng anxiously awaiting them outside the cave. "Brother, you have finally emerged." Upon seeing Chu Qiuran, Zhang Xiaopeng hastily approached. "How did you fare with the task I assigned you?" Chu Qiuran inquired. "Rest assured, brother," Zhang Xiaoping proclaimed proudly, thumping his chest. I have already spread the news. The entire inner sect now knows that Li Yang, in his ignorance, has offended you, and as a result, he was compelled by the Grand Elder to bow and apologize, even offering 3 condensation pills as compensation. Moreover, I have heard that Li Yang has been in a furious rage these past few days, smashing several magical artifacts. Chu Qiuran nodded in satisfaction. The battle of public opinion is indeed a facet of warfare. He intended for everyone to understand that Li Yang was attempting to redeem himself, acting as a servant to further provoke him into losing his reason. Well done, Chu Qiuran commended, patting Zhang Xiaoping on the shoulder and handing him a storage bag. Use these resources wisely. During my absence from the sect, I leave the wind-listening pavilion in your capable hands. Remember to act discreetly. Trust me, brother. I will fulfill the task, Zhang Xiaoping replied, nodding vigorously as he accepted the storage bag. Having concluded his instructions, Chu Qiuran and Liu Ruobing soared towards the mountain gate. At the entrance of the Tianxin sect, Li Yang had been waiting with bated breath. He donned a brand new brocade robe and wielded a fresh magical sword, appearing spirited and confident. However, upon seeing Chu Qiuran and Liu Ruobing approach side by side, the flames of jealousy ignited fiercely within him, especially as he noted that Liu Ruobing's complexion had improved tremendously compared to 3 days prior. Her once cold countenance now bore a subtle flush, akin to a red plum blossoming amidst the snow, breathtakingly beautiful. What had they been doing during these 3 days? Li Yang's heart ached with envy. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his mission, forcing a smile as he approached. Junior brother Chu, junior sister Liu, you have finally arrived. I have kept brotherly waiting, Chu Qiuran expressed with an apologetic demeanor. However, Liu Ruobing, standing beside him, did not even glance at Li Yang, merely huffing disdainfully and turning her head away. This subtle detail ignited a flicker of joy within Li Yang's heart. There was indeed a rift between them. It appears that over the past 3 days, Chu Qiuran has undoubtedly been persistently clinging to junior sister Liu, which has surely irked her. This must be the case. Li Yang felt he had grasped the essence of the situation, and his gaze towards Liu Ruobing softened, imbued with understanding and warmth. Junior sister Liu need not take offense. It is I who arrived prematurely. The 3 exchanged minimal pleasantries, verified their identities, and then departed the sect, transforming into 3 streaks of light, hastening towards the southern domain. Along the journey, Chu Qiuran adeptly portrayed the role of a lovesick admirer. Senior sister, are you thirsty? I have freshly gathered morning dew. Senior sister, are you weary? Shall we find a place to rest? Senior sister, do you not think that cloud resembles the hairpin I gifted you? The more attentive he became, the colder Liu Ruobing's demeanor appeared. Silence. How tiresome. If you continue to pester me, I shall leave on my own. Meanwhile, Li Yang observed this spectacle with amusement, finding joy in Chu Qiuran's antics. He perceived him as nothing more than a jester, an individual blinded by beauty, willing to forsake his dignity. He even began to interject, occasionally stepping in to mediate. Junior brother Chu, junior sister Liu has a rather aloof temperament. Do not be overly eager. Haha, youth is understandable indeed. He played the role of a perceptive elder brother, attempting to win Liu Ruobing's favor. He felt he had completely seized control of the situation. With a little more encouragement, he could incite Liu Ruobing to wholly disdain Chu Qiuran, thus drawing her into his own embrace. After flying for about half a day, a continuous range of beast-infested mountains appeared ahead. By traversing this Black Wind mountain range, we shall exit the northern domain, Li Yang pointed out, offering a friendly warning. However, this mountain range is teeming with ferocious beasts, including formidable demon kings comparable to those in the initial stages of Golden Core. We must exercise caution. As he spoke, a subtle, inscrutable glimmer flickered in his eyes. I do know of a shortcut. Although concealed, it can circumvent most of the beast territories, saving considerable time. Li Yang suggested with feigned benevolence. Oh, then we shall rely on you to lead the way, senior brotherly, Chu Qiuran exclaimed, brimming with gratitude. No, Liu Ruobing interjected coldly. Who knows if that path is safe? I would rather take the longer route. She perfectly assumed the role of an antagonist to Chu Qiuran. Junior sister Liu, you worry too much, Liang explained with a smile. I have traversed that path before. It is undoubtedly safe. What do you think, junior brother Chu? He deftly passed the ball back to Chu Qiuran. I believe we should heed senior brother Li's advice. Chu Qiuran decisively declared, disregarding Liu Ruobing's objections. Senior sister, do not be petulant. With senior brother Li here, there will surely be no issues. You, Liu Ruobing, exasperated, stamped her foot, ultimately huffing in silence. Li Yang watched this scene, nearly unable to contain his amusement. It worked. The fish is hooked. He stifled a smile, leading the two companions into a deep and narrow gorge. This is the place. Stay close to me, he instructed, glancing back to offer Chu Qiuran a reassuring smile, one that concealed an unmistakable, chilling intent to kill. The gorge was profound, flanked by sheer cliffs that seemed to have been hewn by a knife. Looking up, only a sliver of sky was visible, enveloping the space in a somber and oppressive gloom. As they ventured deeper, the light waned further, and the air was thick with a damp, putrid odor, intermingled with a faint metallic tang of blood. Brotherly, are you certain this is the right path? It feels rather sinister, Chu Qiuran remarked, feigning a hint of trepidation as he inched closer to Liu Ruobing. Liu Ruobing wrinkled her nose in distaste, promptly stepping aside to create distance between them, her voice icy as she retorted, You chose this path. If you're afraid, then turn back. This scene brought immense satisfaction to Liang. His smile grew ever more benevolent, his tone brimming with confidence. Rest assured, junior brother Chu, there's no need for alarm. Liu junior sister, I am quite familiar with this area. It is precisely because of its remoteness that it remains free of ferocious beasts. In just half an hour, we shall pass through. Though he spoke soothingly, a serpentine glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Almost there. He had meticulously prepared for this day, investing considerable resources to procure a frenzied blood pill from a malevolent cultivator, a pill that could incite a beast's ferocity. Moreover, he had scouted this location ahead of time, using specialized bait to lure a dominant black wind demon ape to the end of this gorge. Chapter 54. A twofold victory. The black wind demon ape was a formidable beast, akin to a fully realized Foundation establishment cultivator, with tough skin and boundless strength. Once enraged, even an early golden core cultivator would do well to avoid its wrath. All he needed was to wait for the opportune moment to crush the frenzied blood pill and unleash the beast's ferocity. Then, he would merely have to hold the demon at bay for a moment, granting Liu junior sister an opportunity to escape. As for this worthless Chu, a mere early Foundation establishment talent, he would surely meet a grim fate, torn to shreds before the rampaging ape. Ahito sabingadamsel, eliminatingarivad. A twofold victory, flawless in execution. The more Liang pondered, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning the tragic demise of Chu Qiuran and the scene of him tenderly comforting the frightened Liu junior sister. Just as he indulged in these fantasies, a low, thunderous growl echoed from the end of the gorge. Roar! A wave of ferocity surged forth like a tempest. The ground began to tremble slightly. What was that sound? Chu Qiuran's face turned pale, his voice quavering as he clutched a nearby rock with desperation. Liu Ruobing's delicate features tightened, her grip on the hilt of her sword firm, her internal energy beginning to circulate as she cast a wary gaze ahead. Li Yang's heart soared with joy, though his expression feigned shock and horror. Oh no, it's the black wind demon ape. How could it be here? The last time I visited, there was nothing here. He screamed in terror while stealthily retrieving the crimson pill from his storage bag, concealing it within his palm. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal figure emerged at the bend of the canyon. It was a gigantic ape, towering over 30 feet, its body cloaked in black fur, muscles rippling like a moving mountain. Its scarlet eyes brimmed with savagery and bloodlust, drool dripping from its maw. The black wind demon ape. Run, Liang bellowed, simultaneously shattering the madness blood pill in his hand. An intangible wave of sanguine scent instantaneously permeated the air, inhaled by the black wind demon ape. Roar! The demon's eyes turned a vivid crimson. It threw back its head and unleashed a deafening roar, its sanity obliterated by frenzy. Its mountainous form surged forward, causing the entire canyon to tremble. Junior brother Chu, junior sister Liu, I will hold them off. You must flee, Liang shouted, brandishing his sword, embodying a noble sacrifice for his companions. He had calculated precisely. He merely needed to withstand the initial onslaught before retreating with Liu Ruobing. As for the one named Chu, he would undoubtedly be left behind. Liu Ruobing gazed at his heroic silhouette, but deep within her eyes lay a chilling derision. Yet, her face betrayed a facade of panic and helplessness, instinctively exclaiming, "Senior brotherly, be careful." That expression of concern imbued Liang with renewed vigor. He felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through him. However, at that critical moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The individual who should have been paralyzed with fear, awaiting dismemberment by the demon, Chu Qiuran, suddenly emitted a scream more piercing than the beast itself. "Ah, help!" He scrambled away, using hands and feet in a frantic, albeit astonishingly swift manner, fleeing down an alternative path in the canyon. This route was narrower and deeper. "I'll seek help. Hold on, senior brothers and sisters." Chu Qiuran's voice, tinged with desperation, echoed as he quickly disappeared around the corner. The black-winged demon ape, initially fixated on Liang, was completely captivated by Chu Qiuran's harrowing scream and frantic flight. In its frenzied consciousness, a fleeing prey was far more enticing than a stationary one. Roar! The demon abandoned Liang, its massive form twisting violently as it charged toward the direction of Chu Qiuran's escape. Boom! 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 Rocks shattered, the ground quaked. The moving black mountain vanished into the side path in an instant. In the canyon, only Liang and Liu Ruobing remained, exchanging glances. The heroic expression on Liang's face had solidified into a mask of disbelief. He stared blankly in the direction where the demonic ape had vanished, glancing over at the astonished Liu Ruobing beside him, feeling as though his mind had momentarily crashed. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. That fellow! How could he run so swiftly? Wasn't he meant to be paralyzed with fear and then turned to pulp with a single blow? Although the outcome seemed ultimately similar, that fool charging into an inevitable dead end, certain to meet his demise. The process was all wrong. Where was my opportunity for heroism? Where was my magnificent image? Li Xixiang, Chu Shidi Liu Ruobing's anxious voice shattered the oppressive silence. Oomph, a cowardly wretch. His death is of no consequence. Liang snapped back to reality, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face before he replaced it with a gentle demeanor, reassuring her, "Do not worry, Liu Shimi. With me here, I shall ensure your safety." That path was a dead end. That worthless fool rushing in was doomed without question. We need not concern ourselves with him any longer. Let us depart. Though a sense of displeasure lingered, he quickly rationalized that the outcome would remain unchanged, and he felt a sense of relief. He was just about to lead Liu Ruobing away from this place of strife, when suddenly, from the depths of that eerie side path, a thunderous roar erupted once more. This time, however, the roar was infused with profound agony and terror. How? It was as if the once mighty black-winged demonic ape had encountered something even more horrifying. Then, abruptly, the sound ceased. The entire world fell into silence. Liang's smile froze once again, a wave of inexplicable chill creeping slowly up his spine. In the gorge, there was an eerie stillness. The final roar of the once invincible black-winged demonic ape was filled with unending suffering and dread. This was utterly abnormal. Liang's smile had completely vanished, replaced by a chilling sensation coursing up his spine. What had transpired? What lay within that side path? Was there a being more terrifying than the black-winged demonic ape? This thought sent a shiver through him. Li Xixiang? Liu Ruobing's voice trembled with just the right amount of fear, glancing at the dark side path and then back at Liang. Chu Shidi will hear her words trailed off, but the implication was abundantly clear. Liang's heart sank like a stone. Chapter 55. Heroic Rescue. No. His plan was to feed Chu Qiuran to the demonic ape, then play the hero and lead Liu Ruobing back the way they came. But now, both the demonic ape and Chu Qiuran had disappeared into that unknown path. If there truly was something terrifying within, Could he safely lead Liu Ruobing away? No, he must investigate. At the very least, he needed to uncover what had truly transpired inside. Liu Shimi, do not be afraid. Li Yong forcibly composed himself, once again donning a facade of reliability. I shall assess the situation, he declared. Remain here and do not move. With that, he grasped his sword tightly and cautiously advanced step by step toward the dimly lit fork in the path. Liu Ruobing stood still, observing his blusterous demeanor, a flicker of disdain passing through her icy gaze. Yet, her heart involuntarily quickened. What on earth is Chu Qiuran up to? Just as Li Yang's nerves were taut, bracing for any impending danger, a figure gradually emerged from the shadows of the fork. It was Chu Qiuran. He appeared utterly disheveled, his garments torn in several places, his face smeared with dirt, and his complexion pallid, devoid of any trace of color, as if he had been greatly frightened. Yet he was alive. Not only alive, but he also dragged something behind him. It was an arm, thickly covered in black fur, more robust than his entire frame. The arm of the black-winged demon ape. Li Yang's pupils dilated in shock. He stared at the seemingly unscathed Chu Qiuran, then at the bloodied, severed arm, his mind reeling. How could this be possible? That worthless fool not only survived, but also brought back the arm of the demon ape. Chu Qiuran, Li Yang stammered, unable to articulate a coherent thought. Upon seeing Li Yang and Liu Ruobing, Chu Qiuran appeared to find solace, his legs buckling as he collapsed onto the ground. Bursting into tears. I was so scared, so scared. He wept, snot and tears flowing freely as he pointed toward the fork behind him, his voice trembling with residual fear. I was terrified and just ran randomly, and that path turned out to be a dead end. There was a dark, gaping pit inside. That giant monkey chased me in, and I had nowhere to hide, so I jumped into the pit, only to find that the monkey jumped in after me too. Then suddenly, a multitude of sticky tentacles emerged from the pit. They ensnared that monkey in an instant. It screamed terribly. In no time, it was dragged to the bottom of the pit, and there was no more sound. I was so frightened that I nearly lost my wits and managed to climb back up, grabbing this arm that had fallen by the pit's edge. As he recounted the tale, he pointed to the severed arm, wearing an expression that seemed to seek validation of his prowess. His entire narrative was riddled with inconsistencies, yet it bore an absurd quality that made it oddly believable. Li Yang listenet, dumbundet. A pit? Tentacles? What on earth is happening? He instinctively disbelieved, yet the evidence lay stark before him. A cultivator in the initial stage of Foundation establishment could never defeat a black-winged demon ape, which was on par with an accomplished Foundation cultivator, let alone in a frenzied state. Thus, the only conceivable explanation was that some third party had indeed slain the demon ape. Chu Qiuran, this worthless individual, merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck, surviving against all odds. How infuriating! Truly a wretched creature of serendipity. Li Yang seethed inwardly, his jealousy and resentment nearly spilling over. His meticulously crafted plan had been utterly thwarted by such an outrageous twist of fate. Liu Ruobing observed Chu Qiuran's exaggerated performance, her heart roiling with tumultuous waves. She understood he was acting just as she was. Yet, she had not anticipated that the script for Chu Qiuran would unfold in such a manner. Pitfalls? Tentacles? Or ruse? The singular truth remained. It was he who had personally vanquished the black-winged demon ape. A cultivator at the nascent stage had, in mere breaths, silently dispatched a frenzied beast comparable to a perfected Foundation establishment. The very thought sent shivers down her spine. How much power did this man truly conceal? Just how terrifying was the trump card of his heaven-slaying sword technique? As she gazed at Chu Qiuran, trembling on the ground, she felt for the first time that he was utterly inscrutable. Ding. Successfully deceived target. Li Yang. Ding. Triggered severe emotional fluctuations in target. Liu Ruobing. Reward points, 500. The system's notification echoed in Chu Qiuran's mind. He smirked coldly within, while maintaining a facade of terror on his face. Gradually, he stood up, dusting off his clothes, and addressed Li Yang with a look of admiration. Senior brother Li, you are truly formidable. If it weren't for you facing that massive monkey head-on, I wouldn't have had the chance to escape at all. You are our great hero." A lofty compliment was swiftly bestowed. Li Yang's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, it was he who had stepped forward to shield them. This lad exhibited some discernment. Clearing his throat, he resumed an air of superiority, stating nonchalantly, "It was merely a trifling effort. As your senior, it is my duty to protect you." He cast a glance at the severed arm of the demon ape, a flicker of greed crossing his eyes. This was a valuable prize. Whether for refining tools or concocting pills, it was worth a considerable sum. "Chu Jr. brother, since it is unwise to linger here, we should hasten our departure," Li Yang suggested. "As for the arm of the beast, I shall take responsibility for it, as it is rather cumbersome and would impede our journey." He was clearly preparing for a blatant snatch. "No." Before Chu Qiuran could speak, Liu Ruobing interjected coldly. She stepped beside Chu Qiuran and stated icily, "This is the hard-won spoils that Chu Jr. brother risked his life to retrieve. Why should it be given to you?" She was diligently portraying the role of someone who, despite her disdain for Chu Qiuran, still held a sense of justice. Li Yang's expression stiffened. Chu Qiuran quickly sought to smooth things over, dragging the severed arm toward Li Yang with an ingratiating smile, exclaiming, "Senior sister, what are you saying? My life was saved by Senior Brotherly. What is a mere arm in comparison? Senior Brotherly, this is a humble token of my gratitude. I sincerely hope you do not find it lacking." As Li Yang observed Chu Qiuran's obsequious demeanor, his disdain deepened, yet his vanity soared to great heights. He erupted into a hearty laugh, feigning generosity as he clapped Chu Qiuran on the shoulder, saying, "Junior brother Chu, you are far too courteous. Since you are so thoughtful, I shall graciously accept your offering." With a dismissive wave, he stowed the enormous arm into his storage pouch. He then turned to Liu Ruobing, casting her a look that conveyed a sense of camaraderie among men, and declared, "Junior sister Liu, let us depart." Having exited the peculiar canyon, the trio resumed their journey on the flying sword. The atmosphere had grown somewhat delicate. Although Li Yang's plans had faltered, he had fortuitously acquired a demonic ape's arm, leaving his spirits relatively high. In his estimation, the hapless Chu Qiuran, who had stumbled upon good fortune, had completely succumbed to his charismatic influence and become his devoted follower. Meanwhile, Chu Qiuran performed his role as a sycophant and shadow with utmost diligence. "Senior Brotherly, you were absolutely magnificent just now. You faced that colossal monkey without so much as blinking. Senior Brotherly, where did you procure your sword? It exudes such authority." Throughout the journey, Chu Qiuran's praises flowed like honey, showering Li Yang with compliments that seemed to cost nothing. Li Yang, buoyed by his flattery, felt himself elevated, as if he had transformed into a heroic savior of the people. Liu Ruobing, observing from the side, furrowed her brow, her expression growing increasingly frosty. Several times, she contemplated reprimanding them, but restrained herself. If one must perform, they should commit fully. Silently, she quickened her flight, striving to distance herself from the two insufferable men. To Li Yang, this scene only reinforced his convictions. "Look, Junior sister Liu can hardly tolerate this fool any longer. My opportunity has arrived." After flying for about an hour, it seemed that Chu Qiuran had mustered his courage. He timidly edged closer to Li Yang and whispered in a voice meant solely for their ears, "As Senior Brotherly, I would like to seek your counsel on a matter." "Oh, pray, do speak freely," Li Yang replied, his mood buoyant, adopting the demeanor of a confidant. Chu Qiuran stammered, his face flushed, stealing a glance at Liu Ruobing ahead. In a hushed tone, he continued, "How might I win over Junior sister Liu? You know, I have quite the fondness for her. Yet, it seems she hardly acknowledges my existence. Senior brother, being well-versed and one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect, surely you possess valuable experience. Could you impart some wisdom to me?" Li Yang nearly choked on his own surprise. He could hardly fathom that his rival would approach him for advice on courting the very woman he adored. What an astonishing and absurd turn of events. An unparalleled sense of superiority surged through him, overwhelming his senses. He suppressed the urge to burst into laughter, surveying Chu Qiuran with a derisive gaze, his eyes scanning him up and down. "So, He is merely an innocent young man. No wonder he is so inept. Ahem. Liang cleared his throat, adopting the demeanor of a romantic sage, and began to speak with an air of solemnity. Junior brother Chu, you have posed your question to the right person. When it comes to pursuing a girl, especially one as extraordinary as Sister Liu, mere persistence will not suffice. You must employ your intellect. First and foremost, you must showcase your masculine qualities. In critical moments, you must be capable of stepping up. Just like earlier, you performed admirably, though you fled. Your awareness in returning to seek praise indicates that there is hope for you. Secondly, you must practice the art of pursuit and retreat. Do not cling to her constantly. Maintain a tantalizing distance that keeps her guessing about your feelings. This will spark her curiosity. Lastly, and most importantly, Liang lowered his voice, speaking conspiratorially. You must learn the art of gift-giving. Women adore surprises. You should present her with things she needs, but is too shy to ask for. Do you understand? As he spoke, he inwardly scoffed. Fool, just follow my advice. Once you've thoroughly offended Sister Liu, she will naturally come to realize who is truly worthy of her trust. It dawned on Chu Qiuran, his understanding illuminated, as he looked at Liang with admiration and clasped his hands in gratitude. Hearing your words is more enlightening than studying for a decade. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Such kindness shall not go unacknowledged. Upon our return to the sect, I will ensure you are generously rewarded. Beep. Successfully toyed with the target. Liang. Beep. Target. Liang. Hold a disdain level of 50, vigilance at 30. Reward points, 1,000. Listening to the system's notification, Chu Qiuran's heart soared with joy. This Liang is truly a naive simpleton. A little flattery, and he has lost all sense of self. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as they continued their journey. Chu Qiuran genuinely began to practice the art of pursuit and retreat with Liu Ruobing. He no longer clung to her, but instead trailed behind Liang, addressing him as senior brother and engaging in discussions about various cultivation insights and flirtation techniques. Liu Ruobing, feeling neglected, found the situation considerably more peaceful. Yet her gaze towards Chu Qiuran increasingly resembled that of someone observing an irredeemable fool. All of this made Liang feel as though he had become the puppet master, manipulating everyone at will. His spirits soared to unprecedented heights. Finally, after a day and night of travel, a vast swamp, exuding a noxious miasma, appeared before the three. A layer of pale green mist enveloped the swamp, obscuring the sky and casting an eerie shadow, with ghostly flames flickering ominously, instilling a sense of dread. Beyond this morass lay the foothills of the Burning Sky volcano. Liang halted, pointing towards the swamp, his expression taking on a serious demeanor, though it was a facade. Here lies the second and final resting place he has prepared for Chu Qiuran. The previous plan failed due to unforeseen circumstances. This time, he must ensure absolute success. He has long since set a nefarious trap in this very location. The toxic mists of the swamp can erode the spiritual shields, and one's consciousness will be severely suppressed. Yet, more troublesome is the fact that beneath the swamp lurks a beast known as the bone-eating mud crocodile, which delights in ambushing passing cultivators. Liang kindly reassured everyone, stating that they need not worry, for he had previously studied the map and discovered a relatively safe path. As long as they followed the designated stone road, they would not disturb the lurking beasts. He then leaped onto his flying sword, landing on a protruding black rock at the edge of the swamp, followed closely by Chu Qiuran and Liu Ruobing. The moment they touched down, Chu Qiuran slipped, stumbling slightly, and instinctively reached out to steady Liu Ruobing. She instinctively recoiled, yet his hand still grazed the back of hers. A subtle warmth, almost imperceptible, flickered along the skin where they made contact. Liu Ruobing's delicate form shuddered. Chapter 57. Obsequiousness. It was the power of the yin-yang harmonization technique. She lifted her gaze, meeting Chu Qiuran's eyes. No longer did they hold the previous sycophancy. Instead, they exuded a profound calm, tinged with a barely noticeable reassurance. She understood in an instant. He was signaling her that the performance was about to commence. Liu Ruobing swiftly regained her icy demeanor, disdainfully shaking off his hand, and coldly huffed, "Get away." "Oh, my apologies, senior sister." Chu Qiuran immediately reverted to his previous subservient demeanor. Liang observed this exchange with a chilling smirk growing within him. He turned to point towards a faintly discernible pebble path shrouded in mist, proclaiming, "This is the way. Everyone stay close to me and do not stray, or the consequences will be dire." His face bore a friendly smile, yet beneath it lurked a chilling intent to kill. "Chu Qiuran, your demise is imminent." In a rotting swamp, toxic mist enveloped the air, visibility reduced to less than 3 meters. The atmosphere was saturated with a nauseating stench of decay, as if countless corpses had lain dormant beneath this mire for millennia. Liang walked at the forefront, each step calculated with precision. The so-called safe path he spoke of was a mere fabrication. This route was a meticulously chosen shortcut to death. He had already employed secret methods to place a beast-attracting incense at the end of this path, designed to lure all bone-eating mud crocodiles within a 10-mile radius. Soon, he would only need to find an excuse to have Chu Qiuran lag behind. When the beast horde surged forth, he could fight his way out with Liu Ruobing. As for that worthless fool, let him become the feast for those beasts. Affreux un blemicht accident. Junior brother Chu, as the one with the least cultivation, you shall take the middle position. Junior sister Liu, you'll guard the rear. Liang thoughtfully arranged the positions within the group. "No way." Liu Ruobing immediately objected. Pointing at Chu Qiuran with a frigid tone, "He is clumsy and inept. Let him stay at the back. I refuse to walk behind a useless fool." She executed Chu Qiuran's script to perfection. Li Yang's heart soared with delight. It was as if divine assistance had arrived. He feigned difficulty in looking at Chu Qiuran. Chu Qiuran, emboldened, straightened his chest, thumping it with bravado as he declared, "Senior sister is right. Though my cultivation may be lacking, a man must not hide behind a woman. Senior brother Li, allow me to guard the rear." "Very well." Li Yang reluctantly acquiesced. "Junior brother Chu, please be cautious and stay close." Thus, the order of the group was established. Li Yang in the lead, Liu Ruobing in the middle, and Chu Qiuran at the back. This arrangement suited Li Yang perfectly. The trio carefully traversed the slippery stones, advancing cautiously into the depths of the swamp. The surroundings were eerily silent, punctuated only by the squelching sound of their feet in the muddy water and the occasional shrieks of unknown creatures wafting through the poisonous mist. Chu Qiuran, trailing behind, bore a facade of tension and fear, yet his eyes held an icy calmness. System scanned the surrounding environment. Ding! Scanning complete. 100 meters ahead. A high concentration of demonic energy detected. Type: bone-eating mud crocodile. Quantity: 38. Detected special sense source. Beast attractant, luring more demon beasts closer. 3 meters to the left, 5 meters underground. A mutated bloodmouth demon lotus has been discovered, now possessing intelligence, disguised as an ordinary stone and capable of ambush. The system panel clearly marked all the dangers surrounding them, akin to a map with a divine perspective. All of Li Yang's arrangements appeared utterly transparent before him. Quite the investment, indeed. Chu Qiuran scoffed inwardly. He walked casually while nonchalantly retrieving a pitch-black pill from his storage ring, crushing it into powder with his spiritual energy, and quietly scattering it along the path he traversed. Beast Frenzy Powder, a product of the system, capable of inducing a brief state of frenzy in demon beasts, blurring the lines between friend and foe. The potency is 10 times that of the Madness Blood Pill. Price: 500 points. This was a grand gift he had long prepared for Li Yang. After walking for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Li Yang estimated they were nearing the trap's location. He abruptly halted, turning around with a visage of terror, pointing behind him as he shouted, "Oh no! Demon beasts are approaching. There are many." His performance was so convincing it was as if he had genuinely detected something. "Junior brother Chu, hold your ground. Junior sister Liu and I will move ahead to find a safe spot and return to assist you." With that, he grabbed Liu Ruobing's hand and made ready to flee. This set of rhetoric is impeccable. However, at the very moment his words fell, a thunderous roar erupted from directly ahead. Instantly, the mire before them began to churn violently, as if boiling water. With a cacophony, 1, 2, 10, 20, countless massive, Fanged, bone-eating mud crocs surged forth from amok, their blood-red eyes fixed intently on Liang, who stood at the forefront. Liang was utterly bewildered. This was not the script. Why were these beasts emerging from the front? Were they not supposed to be behind? Brotherly, did you not proclaim this path to be safe? Chu Qiuran, positioned behind, screamed in terror, bewildered by the sight of the creatures before them. How was I to know? Liang was on the verge of madness. He had no inkling that Chu Qiuran's frenzied beast powder had not only enhanced potency, but also broadened its reach, drawing the beasts he had positioned behind directly to the front. Sister Liu, do not fear. Charge out with me. At this juncture, Liang could only brace himself. With a furious shout, he summoned his sword and prepared to force his way through. But at that very moment, another calamity struck. The mire behind them erupted as well. The beasts previously lured by the beast attractant had finally arrived. In an instant, they were surrounded by snarling, bone-eating mud crocs from all directions. It was over. Liang's expression turned ashen. With so many bone-eating mud crocs, some even comparable to late Foundation establishment beasts, even he at the Golden Core stage would find escape nearly impossible. Brotherly, what shall we do? Chu Qiuran's cries echoed once more. Silence. It's all your fault. You worthless fool. Liang completely lost control, directing his fury towards Chu Qiuran. If it weren't for waiting for you, we would have already made our escape. Kill, he bellowed, frantically wielding his sword as he plunged into battle with the encroaching crocodiles. Liu Ruobing also summoned her ice crystal sword, exuding frigid air that froze several approaching mud crocs into icy statues. Chapter 58. The illusory cloak of all things. The scene plunged instantly into chaos. Yet, the weakest link in their group, Chu Qiuran, performed an unexpected action. He did not engage in battle. Instead, he activated the illusory cloak of all things. Under the cover of mist and turmoil, his figure became obscured and then vanished entirely from sight, as though devoured by some beast. Chu Qiuran, Liu Ruobing gasped in unison, her face a canvas of anguish and disbelief. Amid the frenzied combat, Liang caught sight of this with his peripheral vision. A surge of morbid ecstasy welled up within him. He is dead. That worthless fool has finally met his end. Although the course of events diverged entirely from his plans, the outcome was precisely what he desired. Sister Liu, do not concern yourself with him. We must break through, he bellowed, intensifying his efforts in battle. He was determined to survive. As long as he lived, the death of Chu Qiuran could be attributed to the monstrous beasts, and he would remain the hero protecting his sister. Sister Liu would ultimately belong to him as well. A profound desire for survival and possession ignited within him, unleashing an unprecedented power. With a single stroke, he cleaved the head of a mud crocodile and fought valiantly toward Liu Ruobing. Sister, come to me. I will protect you. A confident smile adorned his face, one he believed to be most charming and reliable. However, he remained oblivious to the lurking danger behind him. Amidst the rolling toxic fog, a hazy silhouette materialized like a specter, silently emerging. It was Chu Qiuran. His face bore no disguise, only an expression of chilling indifference. In his hand, he wielded a seemingly unremarkable low-grade magic sword, retrieved from his storage ring. Slowly, he sheathed the sword into nothingness, then drew it forth. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling light effects, merely the simple act of unsheathing. Heaven-slaying sword technique. An almost imperceptible, razor-sharp sword aura flashed by. In the midst of fighting fiercely and envisioning a bright future, Li Yang's body suddenly stiffened. He sensed something piercing through his dantian. Lowering his gaze in disbelief, he beheld a minute, transparent hole in his abdomen. His spiritual energy surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, wildly pouring out. You. He turned his head with great difficulty, just in time to see Chu Qiuran emerging slowly from the mist behind him. His face wore an expression of divine detachment that Liang had never witnessed before. You were merely acting all along. Liang's eyes brimmed with shock, terror, and regret. The realization dawned upon him. From the very beginning, he had been the puppet, the jester manipulated at will. He opened his mouth, wishing to utter something, but his life force ebbed away like the retreating tide. With a thud, his body collapsed into the frigid mire, soon to be torn to shreds by the ravenous mud crocodiles that surged forth. Within mere breaths, Li Yang's corpse was dismembered by the frenzied beasts, along with his splendid robe and storage bag, sinking into the inky depths of the swamp, leaving no trace behind. The stench of blood mingled with the fador of decay grew more pungent, further inciting the ferocity of the surrounding beasts. With Li Yang, their primary target, gone, the crimson gazes of dozens of mud crocodiles instantly fixated on the only remaining living being, Liu Ruobing. Roar! A colossal mud crocodile let out a thunderous roar and was the first to launch an attack. Its enormous, slimy tail, resembling a black iron whip, swept towards Liu Ruobing with tremendous force, aiming to strike her across the waist. Liu Ruobing's face turned pale. She had just witnessed a top disciple from the inner sect, a consummate Foundation establishment practitioner, being effortlessly slain by a man she had always deemed a worthless fool. This overwhelming shock eclipsed the peril posed by the numerous demonic beasts surrounding her, shaking her very spirit. The integrity of her Dao heart was on the brink of fracturing. Just as the massive tail was about to strike, she suddenly regained her senses, and her internal spiritual energy instinctively surged, forming a thick ice shield before her in an instant. Crack! The ice shield shattered upon impact. Liu Ruobing was violently jolted back by the tremendous force, her footing slipping on the stones beneath her, causing her to lose balance and tumble towards the mire behind her. Despair enveloped her heart. In that critical moment, a warm and powerful hand grasped her slender waist, yanking her back from the brink of disaster. A familiar figure stood before her, Chu Qiuran. He was still clad in his tattered garments, with traces of dried tears on his face, appearing disheveled. Yet at this moment his not-so-tall silhouette loomed like an insurmountable mountain, shielding her from all danger. "Sister, do not fear." Chu Qiuran's voice was gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable stabilizing force. "Close your eyes." Liu Ruobing, for reasons she could not fathom, felt her chaotic, terrified, and astonished heart miraculously calm at the sound of his words. Automatically, she obeyed his command and shut her cold, clear eyes. In the next moment, she sensed a warm breath brushing past her ear. Chu Qiuran's voice rang out again, but this time, it was not directed at her. Scram. Just a single word. Flat, indifferent, devoid of any emotion, yet seemingly encapsulating the most fundamental laws of the universe. The once ferocious crocodile horde, poised to rend the two of them to shreds, froze in their tracks upon hearing that word. A primal fear, emanating from the depths of their souls, flickered in their blood-red eyes, filled with ferocity and bloodlust. It was as if they were not facing a mere Foundation establishment human cultivator, but an unfathomable terror awakened from the primordial chaos. In the next instant, an incredible scene unfolded before Liu Ruobing, one that she would find unbelievable even in hindsight. Splash! The numerous, fearsome, bone-munching mud crocodiles, as if confronted by a specter, abruptly altered their course, tumbling and scrambling back into the mire at a speed tenfold that of their arrival. In a matter of mere breaths, the entire swamp regained a deathly silence, as if the recent harrowing massacre had been naught but a figment of imagination. The stillness was profound, an echo of deathly quietude. Liu Ruobing could distinctly hear the thunderous beats of her own heart, as well as that of the man beside her. Slowly, she opened her eyes to behold Chu Qiuran's face, perilously close, still etched with expressions of terror and trepidation. "Senior sister, are you all right? You nearly frightened me to death." What made those colossal crocodiles flee so suddenly? Could it be that senior brother Li's spirit frightened them away? Chu Qiuran's voice still bore quaver, as if he remained ensnared in the aftermath of their fright. Liu Ruobing gazed at the man before her, observing his excessively dramatic display. A wave of absurdity washed over her. Had she not witnessed the event firsthand, had she not felt the lingering warmth of his palm on her waist, she would have surely deemed him a luckless coward, merely seeking to preserve his own life. Yet now, she perceived him as an enigma cloaked in impenetrable fog, powerful, mysterious, composed, and ruthless, yet paradoxically inclined to masquerade as a comical jester. What manner of person was he? Why did he act thus? Countless questions swirled in her mind. She parted her lips, her voice somewhat parched. Why did you kill him? This was the query that weighed most heavily upon her heart. The terror etched on Chu Qiuran's countenance gradually receded. He released his hold on Liu Ruobing and turned to calmly regard the swamp that had consumed Liang. Senior sister, do you believe that if we had not taken his life, it would have been us who perished here today? He did not respond directly, but countered with a question. Liu Ruobing's breath hitched sharply. Indeed, Li Yang's murderous intent had been glaringly evident from the onset. The traps of the Black Wind Mountains and the treachery of the corrupted corpse swamp were inextricably linked. Had it not been for Chu Qiuran, she and he would now be lifeless, and her demise would have been all the more harrowing. But he is one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect, and his uncle is an elder of the law enforcement hall. Liu Ruobing's voice trembled slightly. How do we justify killing him upon our return to the sect? Justify? Chu Qiuran suddenly chuckled, turning to face Liu Ruobing, his deep-set eyes glimmering with a hint of derision. Senior sister, have you forgotten? We are the victims. Senior brother Li, in a valiant effort to protect us, fought bravely against the beasts and met an unfortunate end, while I, Chu Qiuran, was paralyzed by fear and fortuitously escaped. As for you, Chu Qiuran's gaze fell upon Liu Ruobing's pale, yet stunning visage. You are the sole witness. Liu Ruobing's body trembled violently. At last, she comprehended the truth. From the very beginning, Chu Qiuran had orchestrated everything meticulously. He not only devised the method of Li Yang's demise, but also contemplated the subsequent escape and how to conceal the truth with utmost clarity. This was a flawlessly crafted trap. From the moment she agreed to the soul cultivation, she had been irrevocably tethered to his design, becoming the most crucial element in this elaborate scheme. She was now, alongside Chu Qiuran, an accomplice. A sensation of helplessness mingled with an unprecedented, peculiar sense of security surged within her heart. I understand now. She inhaled deeply, finally embracing this reality. Excellent. Chu Qiuran nodded in satisfaction. He approached the edge of the mire and extended his hand. An invisible surge of spiritual energy penetrated the sludge beneath. Moments later, with a splash, a storage bag caked in filth soared from the depths of the mire, landing precisely in his grasp. It was indeed Li Yang's storage bag. He did not even inspect its contents, but casually wiped away the imprint of divine consciousness before handing it to Liu Ruobing. Take it. Liu Ruobing was taken aback. For me? Fair spoils. We shall split it evenly, Chu Qiuran stated with an air of inevitability. Liu Ruobing gazed at the storage bag, then at Chu Qiuran, her heart a tumult of emotions. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately shook her head. I don't want it. Why not? Liu Ruobing bit her lip. I did nothing. No. Chu Qiuran regarded her and suddenly smiled. You did. You have played along with me for so long. This is your due reward. His words caused a faint blush to grace Liu Ruobing's cheeks. Furthermore, Chu Qiuran shifted the conversation. Next, we must seek the 9-leaf fire lotus. That place is exponentially more perilous than here. Enhancing your strength is of utmost importance. The contents within may prove beneficial to you. His words effectively silenced all of Liu Ruobing's objections. She studied Chu Qiuran for a prolonged moment before slowly extending her delicate hand to accept the still-warm storage bag. Proposed chapter titles: The Fiery Volcano, an immersive experience at a trending destination. Senior sister, it seems our relationship has grown rather impure. Confession, I am indeed a player who invests heavily. Having acquired Li Yang's storage bag, Chu Qiuran did not rush to depart. He stood at the edge of the swamp, closing his eyes as if attuning to something. Liu Ruobing, clutching the weighty storage bag, observed his profile, her curiosity flourishing like rampant weeds. Just how many secrets does this man possess? Moments ago, he had effortlessly repelled dozens of frenzied, bone-eating mudcrocs with a single word. That sensation felt less like a profound sonic technique and more akin to an absolute suppression stemming from a superior life form. It was as if a dragon stood before mere ants. Who exactly is he? Could it be that his so-called fall from grace and fortuitous encounters are as fabricated as his cultivation? Ding! Detected that Liu Ruobing's curiosity and desire for exploration regarding the host has reached its peak. Triggered hidden mission. The tip of the iceberg. Mission requirements. Reveal a portion of the truth to Liu Ruobing without exposing the core secrets of the system, thereby deepening the mutual trust and bond between both parties. Mission rewards, 2,000 points, special item, heart-binding not one. The system's prompt echoed in Chu Qiuran's mind. He understood clearly. To truly gain control over a proud woman like Liu Ruobing, mere calculation and manipulation would suffice. It is essential to make her feel that she comprehends the truth, that she is special, that she has been chosen. He slowly opened his eyes and turned to Liu Ruobing. Senior sister, are you curious about how I accomplished that just now? Liu Ruobing's heart skipped a beat. She had not anticipated that Chu Qiuran would take the initiative to bring up this matter. She nodded, her icy gaze fixed on him, awaiting his answer. Chu Qiuran did not respond immediately. He walked to the edge of the marsh, pointing at a bubbling pit of mud, and said softly, Senior sister, look over there. Chapter 60. Bloodmouth demon Lotus Liu Ruobing followed his Drushang. She beheld a seemingly unremarkable black stone in the mire, which was subtly writhing. What could that be? The bloodmouth demon lotus, Chu Qiuran explained calmly. A rare demonic plant adept at camouflage and ambush. If those crocodiles hadn't emerged first, we might have already been dragged into the mire by it. A cold sweat broke out on Liu Ruobing's back. She had not detected any abnormalities moments ago. In this swamp, numerous similar dangers lurked. Liang brought us here with lethal intent. Chu Qiuran's voice remained steady. As for those crocodiles, he paused, finally addressing the crux of the matter. The cultivation technique I practice is rather unique. It is not a human technique, but stems from the legacy of an ancient demon emperor. What? Liu Ruobing's pupils abruptly constricted. The legacy of a demon emperor. Those 4 words detonated like thunder in her mind. The demon clan and the human clan have been opposed since time immemorial. Although some cultivators may draw upon the demon clan's body refinement methods, no one has dared to cultivate the core legacy of the demon clan. For that would be tantamount to betraying humanity, inviting the ire of all cultivators. Are you out of your mind? Her voice trembled with uncontainable shock. Mad? Chu Qiuran chuckled self-deprecatingly. In the face of life and death, what difference does it make between humans and demons? I merely wish to survive. He turned to look at Liu Ruobing, his gaze imbued with a touch of vulnerability and sincerity. This matter is my greatest secret. I confide in you because we are now akin to grasshoppers on the same string. I trust you as I trust myself. Liu Ruobing's heart was profoundly stirred. So was his mysterious and formidable power stemmed from this. His guise and schemes were merely a means to protect himself in such challenging circumstances. He entrusted this crucial secret to Liu because he genuinely believed in himself. At that moment, Liu Ruobing's last shred of doubt and vigilance dissipated entirely. In its place blossomed a shared understanding born of mutual hardship, coupled with the weight of a secret entrusted to her. Fear not. She gazed at Chu Qiuran, her tone exceedingly earnest. Today's events shall remain my most significant secret. Only you and I shall know, the heavens and earth included. I believe in you, senior sister. A look of contentment graced Chu Qiuran's face. Ding. Hidden task. A glimpse of the iceberg completed. Reward. 2,000 points. Special item. Heart-binding knot X1. Heart-binding knot. A one-time consumable item. Once bound, both parties can communicate telepathically over great distances and can sense each other's life state to a certain extent. Current available points. 14,350. 500 for defeating Li Yang emotional reward. 1,000 for toying with Li Yang reward. 2,0017850. Viewing the bounty displayed on the system panel, Chu Qiuran felt quite elated. Having secured Liu Ruobing and amassed a substantial number of points, she also gained Li Yang's storage bag without any cost. This was indeed a lucrative venture. Let us depart, Chu Qiuran remarked. This place is not suitable for lingering. The two did not delay further, soaring away on their swords, swiftly vacating the corpse-laden marsh, exuding an aura of death. As they traversed the swamp, a vast expanse opened before them. A wave of scorching heat assailed them. A colossal volcano loomed at the horizon, its form awash in a dark crimson hue. The mountain was barren, marred by cracks that marred its surface. From the summit, thick smoke billowed skyward, staining half the heavens in a foreboding scarlet. Even from 100 miles away, one could feel the terrifying heat that seemed capable of desiccating one's very soul. The burning heaven volcano, the most perilous sight in the southern region. Let's find a place to rest, Chu Qiuran suggested, and take stock of our gains. Liu Ruobing nodded in agreement. The two sought refuge in a relatively concealed valley at the volcano's periphery, establishing a temporary cave dwelling and setting up a few rudimentary wards. Within the cave, Chu Qiuran emptied the contents of Li Yang's storage bag. A cacophony ensued as spiritual stones, elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, and various sundry materials formed a small mountain. Truly, as one of the top disciples of the inner sect and the nephew of an elder in the law enforcement hall, his family fortune was indeed substantial. Chu Qiuran casually remarked. He swept his consciousness across the items, swiftly categorizing them. There were over 30 low-grade spirit stones, several vials of healing and energy restoration elixirs, and a few commendable low-grade magical artifacts. The most valuable among them was a jade slip titled Thunderclap Sword Technique, a cultivation method of considerable prowess, and a formation disc inscribed with intricate patterns. The Thunderclap Sword Technique belonged to the mid-tier of the Xian rank, boasting formidable power. If you're interested, senior sister, you may take it for your study, Chu Qiuran offered as she handed the jade slip to Liu Ruobing. Liu Ruobing shook her head, stating, "My cultivation method conflicts with thunder." "Then please take this formation disc," Chu Qiuran continued, passing the disc to her. "It is a set of misdirection illusions that may prove useful in critical moments." This time, Liu Ruobing did not refuse. She understood that Chu Qiuran was subtly allowing her to accept these spoils of war without guilt. Once the division was complete, Chu Qiuran turned to Liu Ruobing with a serious expression. "Senior sister, our time is limited. The 9-leaf fire lotus will soon mature, attracting countless powerful individuals to this place. We must hasten our strength." "I understand," Liu Ruobing nodded. "Please proceed." Chu Qiuran sat cross-legged, while Liu Ruobing's cheeks flushed slightly as she settled onto the mat across from him. Once again, they embarked on the dual cultivation of their souls. However, this time, her mindset was entirely different from before. There was no resistance, no shyness, but rather a subtle anticipation. She closed her eyes, willingly releasing her consciousness. A familiar, warm golden stream surged into her crystalline realm of ice. Chapter title options. No more pretense. I'm truly a big shot. Confirmed eye contact. The one to be beaten. High energy ahead. Non-combatants, please evacuate immediately. The warm golden soul energy enveloped Liu Ruobing's shattered and desolate icy world once more, akin to the gentle embrace of spring sunlight. This time, there was no trace of barriers or hesitation. Their souls intertwined seamlessly. Liu Ruobing's cold spirit emitted a soft, pleasurable sigh as the grotesque cracks within her began to heal at a visible pace, nourished by the essence of the supreme yang energy. Chapter 61. The Power of the Moon. Chu Qiuran, too, felt the purest and most profound lunar energy flooding into his soul, akin to the finest nectar, fervently refining his foundation and augmenting his cultivation. Ding! The yin-yang harmonization technique is in operation. Detected an increase in compatibility with the moon physique for dual cultivation. Cultivation speed enhanced by 600. Liu Ruobing's soul fractures are being repaired. Current repair progress, 195. Absorbing lunar energy. The host foundation is being strengthened. The system's data stream surged with fervor. In Chu Qiuran's heart, a singular word resounded. Ecstasy. The sensation of ascending rapidly was simply exquisite. As he relished the swift enhancement of his cultivation, he divided a portion of his focus to open the system's marketplace. With over 17,000 points at his disposal, he was ready to exchange his modest weapon for something far more formidable. His gaze first fell upon the martial arts section. The proficiency of the heaven-slaying sword technique remained at the entry level. Enhancing it would require an immense expenditure of points, so he set that thought aside for the moment. What he needed most were conventional combat techniques. Soon, his attention was captured by a particular swordsmanship. Flowing light pursuing shadow sword. a premium-grade sword technique renowned for its swiftness and deceptive movements, akin to a fleeting light and a ghostly shadow. It excels in speed, characterized by its cunning unpredictability, rendering it nearly untraceable. Price: 8,000 points. This was the one. Without hesitation, Chu Qiuran chose to redeem it. Although the thunderclap sword technique was also commendable, it was too forceful and overt, lacking the subtlety that aligned with his stealthy combat style. The flowing light pursuing shadow sword was, indeed, tailor-made for him. Ding. Redemption successful. Consumed 8,000 points. Would you like to spend 1,000 points to elevate the flowing light pursuing shadow sword to the minor success realm? Yes. Ding. Flowing light pursuing shadow sword has been upgraded to minor success. Countless insights regarding the sword technique surged into Chu Qiuran's mind, as if he had been practicing this skill for decades. Now, he had 850 points remaining. Next, he decided to upgrade the illusory veil robe. This robe had played a crucial role in his previous battles, yet its rank was merely that of a low-grade artifact. Against stronger foes, its concealing effect would be significantly diminished. Ding! Detected that the host possesses 1 void crystal and 1 phantom silk, trophies from Leon. Generating upgrade plan. Plan 1, standard upgrade. Consume 5,000 points to elevate the illusory veil robe to a mid-grade artifact. Plan 2, special evolution. Consume 8,000 points. Integrating the void crystal and phantom silk to evolve the illusory veil robe into the void phantom robe, a high-grade artifact, and grant the special skill of space flicker once per day. Upon seeing Plan 2, Chu Qiuran's breath quickened. Space flicker. This was a miraculous technique for survival and counterattacks. He opted for Plan 2. Ding. Upgrade successful. Consumed 8,000 points, 1 void crystal, and 1 phantom silk. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the high-grade artifact. Void Phantom Robe. Having completed all these transactions, Chu Qiuran was left with a mere 850 points. However, his equipment had undergone an epic transformation. With the high-grade artifact Void Phantom Robe, the premium-grade sword technique, Flowing Light Pursuing Shadow Sword, and the trump card, Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique, he was now capable of confronting Liang without any need for subterfuge. In a direct clash, he could claim victory within 3 moves. This was the power of investing. Time quietly passed during their dual cultivation. When they finally opened their eyes again, it was already the dawn of the following day. Liu Ruobing sensed that the spiritual energy within her had reached the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment late stage, with only a step remaining before achieving complete mastery. Her delicate, cool visage bore a rosy hue, and her gaze, shimmering like rippling water, was breathtakingly beautiful. "It is time for us to depart," she said. Her voice considerably softened as she glanced at Chu Qiuran. After their recent soul intermingling, her perception of him had evolved from initial disdain and wariness to a complex mix of reliance and a touch of closeness she was reluctant to acknowledge. "Not yet," Chu Qiuran replied, shaking his head. Rising from his seat, he approached the entrance of the cave, gazing at the terrifyingly hot volcano outside. "Those who enter now are merely cannon fodder." "What do you mean?" Liu Ruobing inquired, puzzled. "The 9-leaf fire lotus is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Its guardian must be a formidable fire-type demon king, and there are undoubtedly more cultivators coveting it besides us." Chu Qiuran's eyes were deep and serene at such a moment. "Those who reveal themselves first are the ones who perish the quickest. Our goal is not to be the first to find it, but rather to be the last one to obtain it." As Liu Ruobing listened to his calculated words, she suddenly perceived this as the man's truest form. An elite hunter often manifests in the guise of prey, and Chu Qiuran was the epitome of such a predator. He always lurked in shadows, calmly observing the situation, waiting for everyone to exhaust themselves and suffer mutual destruction before delivering a decisive blow. "What shall we do now?" Liu Ruobing asked. "Wait," Chu Qiuran replied tersely, "and gather some intelligence." For the next 2 days, the pair remained in the temporary cave, consolidating their cultivation while observing the movements of the burning heaven volcano. As Chu Qiuran had anticipated, numerous cultivators arrived from all directions, entering the vicinity of the volcano. These individuals included disciples from various sects, family cultivators, and some rogue cultivators with sinister auras. Each one had a clear objective, heading straight for the depths of the volcano. During this time, the interior of the volcano was intermittently filled with intense spiritual fluctuations and the roars of magical beasts, indicating that some had already encountered the guardians of the treasures. On the third day, Chu Qiuran sensed that the moment was ripe. Let us go and join the fray. The two withdrew their barriers and concealed their auras, moving like inconspicuous phantoms into the realm of the burning heaven volcano. As they stepped into the volcano, the oppressive heat intensified tenfold. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur, and the ground was strewn with black volcanic rock, which felt scorching beneath their feet. They cautiously ascended a rugged mountain path, with the temperature rising as they climbed higher. After approximately half an hour, they suddenly heard raised voices ahead. Chu Qiuran and Liu Ruobing exchanged a glance and swiftly took cover behind a massive rock. Before them, on the mountain path, two groups of individuals stood in confrontation. Chapter 62. An air of arrogance. One group donned matching crimson robes, emblazoned with a blazing flame insignia, exuding an imposing aura. The other group consisted of a pair of young rogue cultivators, a strikingly handsome brother and a delicately beautiful sister, both displaying expressions of fury and helplessness. Why can't we pass? This road does not belong to your fire cloud sect. The young male cultivator protested defiantly, his neck craned in indignation. The leader of the fire cloud sect, sporting a hawk-like nose and an air of haughtiness, sneered derisively. Simply because we are from the fire cloud sect. The burning sky volcano is our territory. Our sub-leader is conducting business here today. This area is off-limits for 10 miles. Those who are wise should leave at once. Or else do not blame us for our rudeness. The siblings trembled with rage, yet the overwhelming numbers of their opponents quelled any thoughts of retaliation. Just then, the hawk-nosed leader's gaze shifted abruptly toward the direction of the rock, where Chu Qiuran and Liu Ruobing were concealed. "Come out, you sneaky rats!" he bellowed, raising his hand. A fireball, the size of a human head, surged forth, trailing a wave of scorching heat as it arced toward the rock. The faces of the young siblings paled in alarm, instinctively taking a step back. Liu Ruobing's eyes narrowed, her icy spiritual energy already stirring within her, poised for action. However, Chu Qiuran acted even more swiftly, remaining hidden behind a rock. He did not even peek out, but casually extended a finger toward the fireball and gave it a gentle flick. Whoosh! A barely perceptible, nearly transparent sword chi darted from his fingertip, precisely meeting the colossal fireball. There was no cataclysmic explosion or resounding clash of spiritual energies. The ferocious fireball, akin to a balloon pricked by a needle, simply deflated in midair with a soft pop, transforming into a myriad of sparks that dissipated into the atmosphere. The entire process unfolded in silence. The disciples of the Fire Cloud sect stood frozen in disbelief. The hawk-nosed leader furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. What just happened? Why did my fireball vanish? He pondered, unable to comprehend if it was a lack of spiritual energy that caused its disappearance. Embarrassment washed over him, and in a fit of anger, he shouted once more toward the rock, "Stop with the theatrics. If you do not come out, the next fireball won't be as harmless as this." As his words faded, two figures slowly emerged from behind the rock, a man and a woman. The woman possessed a slender figure and an ethereal beauty, clad in garments as white as snow, her demeanor as frigid as a snow lotus atop an icy mountain, leaving every male presence momentarily breathless. The man by her side appeared utterly ordinary, even somewhat timid. "Dear sirs, please do not be angry, do not be angry." As Chu Qiuran stepped forward, he immediately donned that classic expression of timidity, repeatedly bowing to the group of disciples from the Fire Cloud sect. "We are merely passing through. We shall leave right away. We absolutely do not wish to disturb your esteemed affairs." His obsequious demeanor starkly contrasted with the extraordinary grace of Liu Ruobing beside him, resembling a mere lapdog to a beauty. The hawk-nosed man brazenly scanned Liu Ruobing with unrestrained greed and lechery evident in his gaze. with a cold laugh. His arrogance swelled further. Leave? Heh, that might be possible. He gestured toward Chu Qiuran with a nod of his chin and casually indicated Liu Ruobing. Speaking in a frivolous tone, you may depart. This lady, however, must remain. Our young sect master is in need of a tea-serving maid, and she seems quite suitable. Upon hearing this, the pair of rogue siblings erupted in furious indignation. Your Fire Cloud sect is truly overstepping. The young male cultivator could no longer contain himself. Pointing an accusatory finger at the hawk-nosed man, a sharp slap echoed through the air. The hawk-nosed man swayed momentarily, appearing before the male cultivator like a specter, delivering a ruthless blow to his face. Silence. Is this a space for you to speak? Say another word, and I shall ruin you. The male cultivator staggered back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, supported by his sister, humiliation and defiance flickering in his eyes. Chu Qiuran, who had been keeping his head down, exhibited a glint of cold, murderous intent in his seemingly terrified gaze. Ding! Detected a cannon fodder character engaging in a standard self-destructive process. Triggered random task. Clear the obstacles. Task requirement. Discreetly eliminate this group of individuals. Task reward. 500 points. Oh dear, brother. Let us speak amicably. Please do not resort to violence. Chu Qiuran seemed utterly frightened, stumbling over to mediate the conflict. His steps were unsteady, his body swaying as if his legs had turned to jelly from fear. Get lost, you worthless fool. A disciple from a Fire Cloud sect disdainfully extended his hand, attempting to shove him away. In that fleeting moment, Chu Qiuran's staggering form collided at an extraordinarily peculiar angle into the crowd of disciples. His silhouette moved as swiftly as a wraith. The technique of the flowing light-chasing shadow sword was executed with remarkable finesse, as he tumbled through the throng with a grace that left them bewildered. In an instant, the onlookers witnessed a series of dull, yet eerie sounds. Bang, bang, crack. One after another, these sounds resonated, leading to a scene that left the rogue siblings in a state of stunned disbelief. The 7 or 8 fierce disciples of the Fire Cloud sect, including the arrogant hawk-nosed individual, collapsed like limp shrimp, shrieking in agony as they writhed on the ground, clutching their wrists and knees in pain. In a mere, fleeting moment, their joints had been dislocated by an unimaginable finesse. The orchestrator of this chaos, Chu Qiuran, stumbled and fell several meters away, hurriedly scrambling to his feet, his face betraying sheer panic and innocence. Oh dear, I am truly sorry. I did not mean to, he exclaimed, brushing off the dirt from his clothes while gazing at the writhing disciples, as if he were utterly astounded. I didn't do it on purpose. How did you all fall? It's all the fault of this mountain path. It's just too slippery. Liu Ruobing stood at a distance, watching Chu Qiuran's exaggerated performance, which could serve as an instructional guide for sect demonstrations, her cool, delicate face twitching slightly. This man is simply a devil. The pair of rogue siblings looked on, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Slipped? How could one slip and dislocate everyone's joints? What manner of sorcery is this? They gazed at Chu Qiuran's seemingly harmless visage, a chill creeping from their feet to the crown of their heads. The hawk-nosed man lay on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, and as he regarded Chu Qiuran, all traces of his previous arrogance and disdain vanished, replaced by an overwhelming terror, as if he were staring at a demon risen from hell. Are you all right, big brother? You're sweating quite a bit. Chu Qiuran approached with a feigned concern, squatting beside the hawk-nosed man. While kindly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he innocently inquired, by the way, big brother, where exactly is your young sect master? This place is far too perilous. We should really find a safer route. If we happen to slip and bump into your young sect master, that would certainly be unfortunate. Wouldn't it? That nonchalant tone, however, rang in the hawk-nosed man's ears like a death knell. It was a blatant threat. His body trembled violently as he gazed at Chu Qiuran's innocent smile, fully aware that if he dared utter a refusal, the next thing to be dislocated might not be a joint, but his very head. I'll tell you, Senior, I will reveal everything, he cried. Abandoning any thoughts of his young sect master, his voice trembling as he spilled the beans like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. Our young sect master, Hualai, is at the front, near the flame dragoness mouth. He has discovered a nearly ripe 9-leaf fire lotus. There is a red flame python king guarding it, comparable to a perfected foundation establishment practitioner. The young sect master is leading our sect's experts to subdue the beast and seize the precious lotus. We were merely ordered to secure the area and prevent outsiders from intruding. Please spare us, Senior. We shall not dare again. Having obtained the desired intelligence, the concern etched on Chu Qiuran's face deepened. So that is how it is. I wonder why you all made such a grand display. He wore an expression of sudden realization. Then, with a heart full of benevolence, extended his hand and pressed firmly on the dislocated shoulder of the hawk-nosed man. Crack! A sound reminiscent of crunching bones echoed, eliciting a pig-like scream from the hawk-nosed man, who nearly fainted from the pain. You see, isn't that much better? Chu Qiuran patted his shoulder with a look of satisfaction, then moved on to the next individual, employing the same method. On the mountain path, a cacophony of anguished cries ensued. Moments later, all the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect had their joints kindly reset by Chu Qiuran. They scrambled to their feet, gazing at him with eyes akin to mice confronted by a cat, scarcely daring to breathe. Enough. This place is not suitable for lingering. You should hasten back to find your young sect master. Chu Qiuran waved at them like an amiable elder brother, advising them to tread carefully and not to stumble again. The group of Fire Cloud sect disciples, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly stood up and fled down the path, not daring to look back, as if demons were hot on their heels. Watching their hasty retreat, the young rogue siblings finally emerged from their profound shock. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of relief and deep reverence. Straightening their attire, they approached Chu Qiuran and bowed deeply. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your timely rescue. We, Lin Feng and Lin Shui, are immensely grateful. Their demeanor was exceedingly humble. In this world where strength reigns supreme, power serves as the best identification. The seemingly harmless man before them was undoubtedly a terrifying presence they could not provoke. The earnest smile on Chu Qiuran's face gradually faded, replaced by a calm and composed demeanor. He glanced at the siblings and remarked softly, "It was but a trifling effort. A great battle is about to unfold here. This is not a place for you to remain." Yes, thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. Lin Feng and Lin Shui did not dare to defy him in the slightest. After bowing once more, they swiftly took to their swords and sped toward the periphery of the volcano, not daring to linger for even a moment. Soon, only Chu Qiuran and Liu Ruobing remained on the mountain path. The surroundings returned to tranquility, with only the scorching wind sweeping across the ridge. Liu Ruobing's cold, clear eyes quietly regarded Chu Qiuran, filled with complex emotions, curiosity, astonishment, and a hint of something unrecognized within herself. Is that the sword technique you recently learned? She broke the silence, her voice piercing through the stillness. In Chu Qiuran's seemingly casual actions earlier lay a speed and force she had never witnessed before, both astonishing and uncanny. Indeed, Chu Qiuran nodded, his tone as nonchalant as if commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. In the system's marketplace, I exchanged 8,000 points for the item known as the Flowing Light Shadow Sword. It is quite satisfactory and feels rather adept in my hands. Liu Ruobing, upon hearing the sum of 8,000 points, recalled the entirety of Li Yang's possessions within his storage pouch, realizing that they could scarcely amount to such a refined sword technique of the profound tier. Yet, for this man, it was merely a casual remark. This nonchalant display of opulence served as a stark reminder of the extravagant nature of a pay-to-win player, allowing her to gradually loosen the tension that had gripped her heart. It became evident that his seemingly endless reserves and rapid ascension in power stemmed from that enigmatic system. Although this revelation was itself astonishing, it was comforting to grasp a source that was comprehensible rather than mere fantasy. She felt as though she had come to understand him on a deeper level. Beep. Detecting an increase in Liu Ruobing's trust towards the host, her reliance on him deepens. Reward points, 500. Current available points, 850. 500. Obstacle clearing reward, 500-1850. Listening to the prompt echo in her mind, Chu Qiuran found his spirits lifted. While the points were modest, the subtle manipulation of hearts was a sensation he relished. "So what shall we do now?" Liu Ruobing inquired, having unconsciously begun to rely on Chu Qiuran as her anchor. "What shall we do?" Chu Qiuran chuckled, his gaze drifting towards the path leading deep into the volcano. "Of course, we shall go to witness the spectacle." He mused. The young master of the Fire Cloud sect is truly a commendable individual. Not only has he clarified the precise location of the treasure for us, but he is also personally addressing the most troublesome guardian beast. As beneficiaries, how could we not be present to offer him our support and encouragement? Hearing his audacious words, Liu Ruobing's lips twitched slightly, yet she couldn't help but feel it was quite justified. Chapter 64. A new understanding. This was quintessentially Chu Qiuran. "Let us go, senior sister," he said with a light laugh. "I shall take you to witness the grand performance." With that, he focused his mind, and the seemingly unremarkable robe he wore began to ripple as if disturbed by water. In the next moment, both his figure and that of Liu Ruobing started to blur, becoming transparent, before perfectly merging with the crimson rock backdrop behind them, vanishing entirely from sight. A superior magical artifact, the Void Phantom Robe. Liu Ruobing felt an extraordinary force envelop her, and upon glancing down, she discovered her body had transformed into a semi-transparent state, nearly imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. A fresh wave of astonishment washed over her, deepening her understanding of Chu Qiuran's financial prowess. Under the cover of the phantom robe, the two concealed all traces of their presence, like wisps of smoke, quietly advancing towards the mouth of the flame dragon. The closer they approached, the more violently the fiery, spiritual energy in the air surged. Half an hour later, a colossal, circular crater emerged within their line of sight. This crater appeared as though it had been gnawed into existence by an ancient dragon, revealing an immense basin at its core. In the center of the basin lay a lake, roiling with molten lava. At the heart of the lake was a small island of obsidian, upon which a vibrant, crimson, nine-leaf lotus blossomed, seemingly sculpted from flames and glass, exuding irresistible waves of spiritual energy. Beside the lotus coiled a gigantic python, exceeding 100 meters in length and as thick as a barrel. Its entire body was covered in scarlet scales, each appearing to flow with magma. Notably, two small bulges had formed atop its head, unmistakable signs of its impending transformation into a dragon. This was the Crimson Flame Python King. At the edge of the basin, a dozen elite disciples clad in the robes of the Fire Cloud sect were swiftly arranging a massive flame formation under the command of a young man in splendid attire. This youth, with a countenance as refined as jade and an air of arrogance, held an ancient bronze bell in his hand, his gaze towards the Crimson Flame Python King filled with gluttonous ambition. He was none other than Huolai, the young master of the Fire Cloud sect. "Form the array," he commanded with fervor, his voice echoing throughout the valley. "Such a celestial treasure must belong to me. Today, I shall subdue this creature and seize the treasure lotus, using it as the foundation to ascend the path of the golden core." With Huolai's decree, the prepared disciples of the Fire Cloud sect roared in unison, channeling their spiritual energy frantically into the array beneath their feet. A tremendous tremor shook the entire flaming dragon basin. Massive pillars of flame erupted from the ground, swiftly coalescing into a colossal fiery cage that ensnared the obsidian island and the Crimson Flame Python King within its fiery grasp. Roar! The once slumbering Crimson Flame Python King jolted awake, sensing an overwhelming threat. Its immense form reared up from the island, its crimson vertical pupils locking onto Huolai and his companions at the basin's edge, unleashing a deafening roar. A terrifying demonic aura surged forth like a raging storm. "Oomph! Beast, you awakened too late." Huolai scoffed disdainfully, a cold smile gracing his lips. He raised a bronze bell in his hand and shook it vigorously. Ding! An invisible sound wave radiated outward, penetrating the fiery cage and striking the Crimson Flame Python King's head with force. This was the treasured artifact, the soul-shaking bell. acquired at great expense, specifically designed to counteract the spirit. Hiss. The Crimson Flame Python King emitted a pained hiss, its colossal body writhing violently, clearly suffering from spiritual trauma. Now is the moment. Attack. Deplete its demonic energy. Huolai commanded loudly. The disciples of the Huoyun sect swiftly summoned their respective magical artifacts, unleashing their techniques as crimson sword lights, fireballs, and fiery serpents rained down upon the Crimson Flame Python King ensnared within the fiery cage. Thus commenced a brutal and ferocious battle. From the shadows of the towering rocks, Chu Qiuran and Liu Ruobing observed the unfolding chaos with clarity. This Crimson Flame Python King is formidable, Liu Ruobing remarked softly, her gaze fixed upon the enormous serpent, which remained undaunted amidst the onslaught of spells and formations. Can Huolai and the others truly prevail? Each sweep of the python's tail brought forth tremors akin to a cataclysm, while every exhalation unleashed torrents of molten rock. The attacks from the Huoyun sect disciples merely sparked against its tough scales, failing to inflict any substantial harm. It was only through the relentless consumption of the soul-shaking bell and the formation that they managed to exert a modicum of restraint. Can they succeed? They are doomed. Chu Qiuran stated with a calmness that resembled the declaration of an inevitable truth. He analyzed coolly, Huolai is too arrogant. He believes that with a mere formation and a soul-restraining artifact, victory is assured. Yet, he has overlooked the most crucial factor. What is it? Liu Ruobing instinctively inquired. The environment. Chu Qiuran gestured towards a churning lake of magma below. This was the inferno dragon mouth of the burning heaven volcano, the area where the volcanic energy was most pure and dense. For the Crimson Flame Python King, this was its domain. Although the Huoyun sect's formation could confine it, it simultaneously provided a continuous supply of strength to the creature. Huolai aimed to engage in a war of attrition, sacrificing his subordinates to exhaust the python's demonic energy. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the serpent's vitality was virtually limitless. Following his line of reasoning, Liu Ruobing indeed noticed that though the Crimson Flame Python King appeared to be retreating under assault, its aura showed no signs of waning. Instead, it grew more ferocious. Several disciples of the Huoyun sect had already succumbed, their lifeless forms reduced to mere remnants after being struck by the python's tail. This battle was destined to fail. Then we need not rush. Chu Qiuran shook his head, his gaze profound. The true spectacle has only just begun. Observe Huolai. He has not exerted his full strength throughout this ordeal. He merely rings the bell, waiting for his men to be decimated, and for the python to be exhausted before he reveals himself as the hero who reaps the rewards. Yet, a faint smile curled at the corner of Chu Qiuran's lips, reminiscent of a mantis stalking a cicada, oblivious to the lurking sparrow. He was unaware that he himself had become prey in this intricate web of predation. The battle unfolded as Chu Qiuran had anticipated. Half an hour later, the disciples of the Huoyun sect had suffered grievous losses, with only 5 or 6 remaining, each pale and drained of spiritual energy. At last, the Crimson Flame Python King bore wounds of its own. Several massive scales had been torn away, oozing magma-like blood, and its aura exhibited a hint of disorder. A pack of worthless fools. Chapter 65. The radiance of red light Huolai gazed upon his severely wounded subordinates, an exclamation of fury escaping his lips as impatience etched itself upon his countenance. He understood that the time for waiting had long since elapsed. Step back, he thundered, biting down upon his own tongue, unleashing a stream of his essence which cascaded onto the soul-shaking bell in his grasp. Buzz! The bell, now infused with its master's vital blood, surged forth in a blaze of crimson brilliance, a wave of sound, exponentially more potent than before, transformed into visible ripples and struck fiercely against the body of the Crimson Flame Python King. Roar! At last, the Crimson Flame Python King could no longer endure. It let out the most anguished wail in history, its colossal form collapsing to the ground, writhing and convulsing, its spirit shattered by a devastating blow. Ha ha ha! Beast! Let us see if you survive this time. Huolai cackled in a fit of triumph and madness. He beheld the fallen giant serpent and the tantalizing nine-leaf fire lotus, his eyes brimming with avarice. In an instant, he became a streak of light, racing towards the obsidian isle. "Shall we proceed?" Liu Ruobing felt her heart leap to her throat, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword. "Not yet," came Chu Qiuran's voice, eerily calm. His gaze remained fixated on the convulsing serpent. "Look into its eyes." At this, Liu Ruobing focused intently. She observed that the seemingly defeated serpent, beneath the agony and madness, harbored a glimmer of cold, calculating cunning and malice within its crimson, slitted pupils. It was feigning. It was luring Huolai closer with its grievously injured state. Just as Huolai's arrogant visage was about to hover over the isle, the dying crimson flame python king ceased its spasms abruptly. It abruptly lifted its head, revealing its gaping maw. No roar, no magma, only a minuscule, needle-like core of flame, crystallized to perfection and shimmering with a lustrous hue, shot forth towards Huolai's brow at an unimaginable speed, silent yet lethal. The infernal flame of destiny, the ultimate gambit of mutual destruction. Huolai's maniacal laughter froze instantaneously, replaced by an overwhelming tide of horror and despair. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. Now, Chu Qiuran's voice resonated in Liu Ruobing's ear. The moment his words fell, his figure vanished from sight. Void mirage cloak with its spatial flicker ability. In the next heartbeat, he materialized beside the unguarded nine-leaf fire lotus like a wraith. He did not glance back at the deadly confrontation between Huolai and the serpent. Instead, he calmly extended his hand, uprooting the celestial treasure and swiftly placing it into a jade box he had prepared earlier. Having completed this task, he activated the flicker once more, returning to Liu Ruobing's side. The entire process transpired in a fleeting moment. Just as he returned to his original position, the fateful demonic flame precisely pierced through Huolai's defenses, penetrating his brow. With a thud, the once mighty young master of the fire cloud sect fell from the sky, unable to utter even a cry of despair, plummeting into the seething lake of magma, where he instantly transformed into wisps of blue smoke. Roaring with all his might, the Scarlet Flame Python King unleashed a final attack, only to discover that the treasured possession he had guarded for a century had vanished without trace. His roar filled with boundless grief and resentment. Meanwhile, the few surviving disciples of the Fire Cloud sect stood utterly paralyzed with fear, trembling in place. "Mission accomplished," Chu Qiuran remarked, weighing the jade box in his hand, addressing the petrified Liu Ruobing beside him with an indifferent tone. "It's a wrap." His voice struck Liu Ruobing's almost frozen thoughts like a chilling hammer, leaving her in a daze. From Huolai's triumphant assault to the Scarlet Flame Python King's feigned demise and subsequent counterattack, culminating in Chu Qiuran's ghostly opportunism, and finally both sides perishing. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Each moment brimming with uncertainty and peril appeared to be meticulously calculated by Chu Qiuran. This man resembled a walking human calculator, having anticipated human emotions, primal instincts, and timing to a chilling degree. Just then, the Scarlet Flame Python King, whose brow had been pierced by the fateful demonic flame, emitted a final weak and unwilling lament. Its enormous body succumbed to lifelessness, crashing down and splattering molten rock. The young master was dead. The demonic python was dead. But what of the nine-leaf fire lotus? It was nowhere to be found. At the edge of the basin, the surviving disciples of the Fire Cloud sect finally emerged from their profound shock and horror. They gazed at the desolate obsidian island and the magma lake, devoid of any sign of the young master, their faces pale and helpless. It was over. The young master was dead. The sect's treasured artifact, the soul-shaking bell, had sunk into the magma as well. If they returned, they would all face dire consequences. "Hurry! We must report back to the sect master." One disciple, resembling a minor leader, was the first to react, his voice trembling as he shouted. The only path to survival lay in fleeing back to report everything that transpired here in full detail. However, just as they prepared to turn and escape, A seemingly innocuous voice emerged from the shadows of the rocks behind them, softly inquiring, "Excuse me, esteemed brothers, what has happened here? Is that great serpent dead?" Several disciples of the Fire Cloud sect whipped around, witnessing Chu Qiuran carefully peeking out from behind the rocks, holding Liu Ruobing. His face bore an expression perfectly balanced between shock and the relief of having survived. "Wonderful. It is finally dead. What a fright it gave me." The recent commotion resembled the sky collapsing. Chu Qiuran emerged, his hand pressed against his chest, visibly shaken. The several disciples of the Fire Cloud sect, now in a state of turmoil, had little time to heed this sudden appearance of an insignificant figure. "Get out of the way. Don't obstruct us," the small leader bellowed, reaching out to push Chu Qiuran aside. "Ouch!" Chu Qiuran seemed startled by the ferocity of his expression, stumbling slightly, and in an awkward twist. He fell toward the nearby disciple at an exceedingly awkward angle. "Be careful," he shouted, albeit with good intentions. The disciple instinctively reached out to assist, but was instead pulled down by Chu Qiuran's unsteady momentum, and they both tumbled together towards the edge of the bubbling lava lake. "Ah!" The Fire Cloud sect disciple emitted a piercing scream as half of his body plunged into the molten rock, instantaneously transforming into charred remains. Meanwhile, Chu Qiuran, in a last-minute effort, grasped a protruding rock and scrambled back up, his face etched with innocence and horror. Chapter 66. Innocence. "I'm so sorry. It was unintentional." How'd he fall? The remaining 4 disciples of the Fire Cloud sect stood in stunned silence. What was happening? The small leader, observing Chu Qiuran and recalling the bizarre incident of their collective slip on the mountain path, felt a chill surge from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Coincidence? Once could be a coincidence. Twice as well. What are the odds of such occurrences? Who are you really? He pointed at Chu Qiuran, his voice trembling with fear. "I'm just a passerby." Chu Qiuran, terrified, stumbled backward, losing his footing on a loose stone. Crack! The stone, roughly the size of a human head, was inadvertently kicked into the air by him, tracing a perfect parabolic arc before striking the back of another shocked disciple's head with precision. Bang! The disciple emitted not a sound, his eyes rolling back, as he too fell straight into the lava lake. The scene fell into utter silence. Only 3 Fire Cloud sect disciples remained, gazing at Chu Qiuran's innocent countenance, feeling as though they were not confronting a mere person, but rather a reaper cloaked in human skin. This fiend, he was not merely slipping. He was employing an incomprehensible method to enact death. "Run, quickly." The small leader finally broke down, releasing a desperate shriek before turning to flee. The other 2, awakened from their stupor, followed suit, scrambling away in a frenzy. "Hey, don't run. It's dangerous here," Chu Qiuran called out kindly from behind. As he shouted, he pursued them, seemingly wishing to clarify something. His movements remained as clumsy and unsteady as ever. The agile footwork of flowing light pursuit was seamlessly integrated into the techniques of flat ground grappling and lateral dodges. Thus, under the numbed gaze of Liu Ruobing, an absurd yet terrifying chase began. The first fleeing disciple was inadvertently tripped by a foot extended by Chu Qiuran, landing face first onto the ground. Subsequently, a stalactite, also accidentally dislodged by Chu Qiuran's sword energy, fell from the heavens, striking him with precision. The second fleeing disciple was hit in the knee by a stone hurled in a moment of panic by Chu Qiuran, causing him to lose his balance and tumble into a bottomless chasm nearby. In the end, only the small leader remained. He was on the brink of madness, desperately channeling his spiritual energy to transform into a streak of light, nearly escaping this nightmarish basin. However, at that moment, he felt a tightening around his ankle. Looking down, he discovered a vine, seemingly emerging from nowhere, tightly ensnaring his foot. The force originated from the devil behind him, who was clumsily attempting to rise. With a thud, the small leader fell heavily to the ground. In despair, he turned back to see Chu Qiuran approaching, his expression now devoid of all panic and disturbingly calm. "You cannot kill me. Our sect leader is a golden core master. He will not spare you," he shouted with his last ounce of strength. "Oh!" Chu Qiuran stood before him, looking down with a sudden radiant smile. Who said I intended to kill you? A disciple of the Fire Cloud sect, valiant and unyielding, battling the Crimson Flame Python King for the Treasure Lotus, ultimately perishing alongside the beast. I, Chu Qiuran, am merely a terrified bystander, quaking behind a stone, fortunate enough to survive. Do you understand? The small leader, upon hearing these words, felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He finally comprehended the other's scheme. Not only would he die, but he would also bear the infamy of having fallen in battle, leaving the sect without a cause to pursue. You devil, it seems you still do not grasp the full extent. Chu Qiuran's smile widened. He extended a finger toward the mountain wall behind the small leader and gently tapped it. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the mountain crumbled. Countless boulders tumbled down from the cliff, resembling a torrent unleashed, swiftly burying the small leader along with all his fears and resentments. Ding! Random task to clear obstacles completed. Task evaluation. Perfect. Achieved all clearing tasks in the most deceptive manner, leaving no trace behind. Reward, 1,000 points. Current available points, 1-850-1000-2850. Chu Qiuran, Sati feet, brushed off the dust from his hands, turned, and approached Liu Ruobing, reverting to a facade of fear. Senior sister, we're safe. That was truly perilous. The landslide occurs frequently here. We should depart swiftly. Liu Ruobing gazed at him. Her lips moved slightly, yet no words escaped her mouth. Ultimately, Liu Ruobing chose silence. She merely observed Chu Qiuran, as if gazing upon a complete stranger. Chu Qiuran remained unfazed. He approached the pile of debris, his consciousness sweeping over the area. Moments later, several dust-covered storage bags emerged from the crevices, landing in his hands. Erasing all traces, he meticulously cleaned the battlefield. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, executed with utmost professionalism. As for the spoils, he adhered to his usual practice. Casually, he wiped away the consciousness imprint on the storage bags and handed half of them to Liu Ruobing, stating, "Take it. We are comrades now. We shall share both fortune and misfortune." The term comrades caused Liu Ruobing's body to quiver slightly. She regarded the storage bag he offered, then glanced at his composed visage, and the last vestige of her internal struggle dissipated completely. Indeed, since she agreed to participate in the ruse, witnessed him slay Li Yong, and just moments ago executed the silencing, she was no longer the untarnished celestial being. Her hands were already indirectly stained with blood. She and Chu Qiuran were irrevocably bound together. Understanding dawned upon her. She inhaled deeply and accepted the storage bag. This time, her movements bore no hesitation. Let us depart. The stench of blood is overwhelming, and it will soon attract other beasts or cultivators. Chu Qiuran cast a glance at the lava lake before turning to take flight on his sword. The two transformed into streaks of light, swiftly vacating the ring-shaped valley teeming with death and deceit. Silence enveloped them as they hastened away from the fiery sky volcano. Only when the searing heat was left far behind did Liu Ruobing feel her taut heart begin to relax. Chapter 67. Exhausted Struggles. Unable to resist, she turned her head to observe the man beside her, who was intently guiding his sword. He still donned that tattered attire, his expression calm, as if the recent harrowing hunt had been a trivial affair to him. Just how many secrets does this man conceal? Is the legacy of the Demon Emperor truly so formidable? Ultimately, she could not hold back and inquired. She sought a reason, a justification that would persuade her to accept this reality. Formidable? Chu Qiuran replied with a self-deprecating smile. Sister, what you have witnessed is merely its powerful facade. You have not seen the torment I endure daily to suppress its encroachment upon my very essence. A hint of just the right amount of fatigue and struggle flickered across his face. This power resembles a ferocious beast confined within a cage. A moment's carelessness could lead to its backlash, reducing me to a mere monster that knows only slaughter. That is why I must disguise myself as a useless being. Because I am afraid. I fear the revelation of my secrets. Yet I dread even more the possibility of losing control over myself. His words, laced with a blend of truth and deception, struck a chord deep within Liu Ruobing's heart. So it was. His cold calculations and ruthless methods were merely a struggle against the terrifying force within him. Beneath his comical facade lay a burden of profound fear and weight. All her previous confusion and suspicion transformed into a profound understanding and compassion in that moment. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I shouldn't have asked." "It's all right," Chu Qiuran replied, turning to her with a gentle smile. "You are no outsider, senior sister. It is of no consequence to share my secret with you." Ding. Detection of Liu Ruobing's pity and concern for the host has significantly increased trust and reliance. The bond between both parties has been strengthened. Reward points, 1,500. Current available points, 28501-500-4350. Chu Qiuran chuckled inwardly, though his expression remained sincere. He retrieved an item from his storage ring. It was an ancient-looking heart knot, woven from a red thread, a reward from the system. "Senior sister, this is a small artifact I stumbled upon," he said, offering the heart knot. "It bears no offensive power, but as long as one of us holds half and refines it with our blood, we can communicate through spiritual resonance, regardless of the distance, and sense each other's safety. Upon our return, we will undoubtedly face inquiries from the sect. Li Yang's uncle is an elder in the law enforcement hall, and he will not relent easily. With this, we can communicate at any time, ensuring our stories align and avoiding any exposure of flaws." His reasoning was impeccable. Liu Ruobing gazed at the exquisite heart knot, then looked into Chu Qiuran's earnest eyes, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Such tokens, in the mundane world, are often symbols of affection. Though Chu Qiuran's words were grandiloquent, she couldn't help but detect a hint of ambiguity. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, her reason triumphed over shyness. Chu Qiuran was right. They were now bound by fate and must ensure absolute security. "All right," she nodded, accepting the heart knot. They immediately halted their flying swords, hovering mid-air. Each drew forth a drop of blood, letting it fall onto the heart knot. Buzz! A flash of red light illuminated the heart knot, which automatically split into two halves, transforming into strands of red light that melded into their wrists, forming a faint crimson mark. A peculiar, almost imperceptible connection was instantaneously established between their souls. Liu Ruobing could distinctly hear the steady and powerful rhythm of Chu Qiuran's heartbeat, while Chu Qiuran sensed the slight disarray of Liu Ruobing's thoughts. This sensation was far more intimate and close than their previous soul cultivation together. Liu Ruobing's face flushed deeper. She sensed that the relationship between herself and Chu Qiuran had become somewhat less innocent. Ahem. Chu Qiuran cleared her throat, breaking the somewhat enchanting atmosphere. "Let us continue on our journey. We must return to the sect before nightfall." The two resumed their trek, yet the ambience could never return to its former state. With the establishment of the Heart Knot private channel, their exchanges of thoughts increased, even though they remained silent externally. "Senior sister, are you tired? Would you like to take a break?" This was Chu Qiuran's voice, resonating directly in Liu Ruobing's mind. Liu Ruobing trembled slightly, still unaccustomed to this mode of communication. She silently replied in her thoughts, "No, I'm not tired. That's good. Once we return to the sect, we will firmly assert that Li Yang sacrificed himself to protect us. And as for the people of the Fire Cloud sect, we have never encountered them." Chu Qiuran began rehearsing their lines in advance. I will remember. Senior sister, do not be anxious. When questioned, try to speak as little as possible and shift the blame onto me. Why? Because my acting skills are exceptional. Chu Qiuran's tone carried a hint of pride. Liu Ruobing found herself at a loss for words. Just as their conversation heated up, a sudden sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere ahead. Three imposing figures clad in black, exuding a fierce aura, were riding a grotesque skeletal creature, swiftly approaching them from the side, subtly encircling their path. At the forefront was a burly, bald man, his cultivation at the peak of Foundation establishment. The moment his bulging eyes landed on Liu Ruobing, they gleamed with unabashed greed and lust. Luck is on our side, brothers. After such a long journey, we've encountered such a charming young lady. Boss, The man beside her looks like a weakling. Should we? A scrawny fellow chuckled. Of course. Stop them. The bald man bellowed, and the enormous skeletal creature emitted a piercing cry, accelerating to block the path of Chu Qiuran and Liu Ruobing. Liu Ruobing's expression turned icy as her internal spiritual power surged. However, Chu Qiuran beside her grasped her arm firmly. Then, he displayed a smile that was more pitiable than a cry towards the three dubious rogue cultivators. Esteemed sirs, let us talk things over. We are merely passing through. If it's wealth you seek, we shall provide. Chu Qiuran began his performance once more. Liu Ruobing no longer wished to speak. She quietly stood behind Chu Qiuran, observing as he activated his leading man mode once again. Chapter 68. The lamb to be slaughtered from initial shock and confusion to a current state of numbness. She felt her Tao heart drifting towards a peculiar direction, never to return. Oh, quite the accommodating ones, aren't they? The bald brute, upon witnessing Chu Qiuran's perceptiveness, wore an even more sinister grin. With a mocking gaze, he scrutinized Chu Qiuran, akin to a cat observing a mouse cornered with no escape. Kid, consider yourself fortunate. Surrender all your storage bags and that little lady beside you, and then you may leave. His two lackeys erupted into uncontrollable laughter. To them, the pair before them appeared as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. The man, with his meager cultivation, was timid as a mouse, while the woman, despite her extraordinary demeanor, was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. They were utterly confident in their dominance over her. Dear God, this cannot be. Chu Qiuran exclaimed anxiously, his heart heavy. You may take my storage bags, but this lady is my superior. Huh? The bald man was momentarily taken aback, as were his two companions. Your superior? What nonsense are you spouting? She's your superior? The bald man's expression was one of utter confusion. Indeed, Chu Qiuran declared with an air of certainty, pointing at himself and then at Liu Ruobing, earnestly spinning his tail. Gentlemen, you are unaware. My superior, though appearing youthful, is an ancient being who has cultivated for over 1,000 years. She possesses the art of youthful preservation. Do you understand? Her temper is quite fearsome. Should anyone dare to harbor malicious thoughts towards her, she can turn them into puppets in a fit of rage. Chu Qiuran spoke with such vividness that genuine fear flickered across his face. Liu Ruobing struggled to suppress the impulse to slay the man beside her. Ancient being? Turning people into puppets? Your storytelling skills are wasted if you don't write plays. The three robbers, after initially pausing in disbelief, erupted into even louder laughter. Ha ha ha. Kid, do you take us for 3-year-olds? Over 1,000 years of cultivation? It seems you have been rendered speechless with fear. Brother, stop wasting time with him. This kid is merely trying to stall for time. Let us take him down first, and then we can have our fun with the lady. The scrawny one licked his lips, his gaze growing increasingly lascivious. Agreed. The bald man, losing his patience, darkened his expression, a fierce killing intent suddenly locking on Chu Qiuran. Kid, since you refuse to drink the wine of friendship, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a punch, a massive black fist, seemingly the size of a house and infused with spiritual energy, hurtled towards Chu Qiuran with overwhelming force, intent on reducing him to mere pulp in a single strike. In that moment, Liu Ruobing's eyes sharpened, her ice spiritual energy surging to its peak, ready to act. However, Chu Qiuran's reaction exceeded everyone's expectations. He neither dodged nor defended himself. He was so frightened that his legs weakened, causing him to plummet onto the flying sword, where he closed his eyes and emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Boss, save me. The voice was piercingly sorrowful, evoking heartache in listeners and bringing tears to their eyes. It seemed as if he were merely a powerless, terrified wretch, utterly paralyzed by fear. The burly man witnessing this wore an even more contemptuous expression. However, just as he believed he could crush this pitiful creature with a definitive punch, an unexpected twist occurred. A blade of transparent sword energy, so swift it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, appeared from nowhere, silently slicing through the massive shadow of his fist. There was no sound, no explosion, That grandiose punch shadow bizarrely split in two mid-air. It then grazed either side of Chu Qiuran's body and thundered into two distant mountain peaks. Boom! Boom! The resounding blast reverberated, causing the earth to quake. The burly man's pupils constricted in shock. The smiles on the faces of his two lackeys froze instantly. What just happened? How could my punch? The burly man, in disbelief, stared intently at the man still slumped on the flying sword, trembling uncontrollably, then shifted his gaze to the coldly composed, supremely beautiful woman behind him, who appeared to have done nothing at all. Could it truly be that woman's doing? But she hadn't even moved. Moreover, that sword energy was so fast that even he, at the peak of Foundation establishment, could not trace its trajectory. How could this possibly be an attack from someone at the later stages of Foundation establishment? Could it be that this young man spoke the truth? This woman is indeed a formidable entity. An unprecedented wave of terror swiftly engulfed the hearts of the three. Big brother, it seems we have kicked a steel plate, stammered the thin man, trembling. Shut up. The burly man roared angrily, forcibly suppressing his astonishment, and barked in a fierce yet hollow tone. It's all just a trick. I refuse to believe it. Let's go all out. Kill them. He was determined not to accept that three of them could not overpower a woman indulging in such theatrics. Yet, just as they prepared to strike again, Chu Qiuran's terrified voice rang out once more. Boss, please don't be angry. They didn't mean it. You mustn't turn them into puppets. That would be far too cruel. He pleaded while frantically waving his arms, as if trying to dissuade the unseen ancient being behind him. With every frantic motion, whoosh, 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 three even swifter and more enigmatic blades of transparent sword energy flashed by like the scythes of death once again. Heaven-slaying sword technique. However, this time, Chu Qiuran disguised the technique using the method of flowing light pursuing shadow sword, making it appear as though he was merely flailing in a panic. The three robbers suddenly froze in their tracks. They lowered their heads in disbelief, gazing at their chests. Their small, transparent blood hole had appeared, seemingly from nowhere. Their vitality ebbed away like a torrent breaching a dam. It was indeed true. These were the final words left by the bald giant. Thud, thud, thud. The three corpses, along with the skull sculpture, plummeted from midair, vanishing into the sea of clouds below. Ding. Successfully eliminated malicious target 3. Reward points, 300. Current available points, 43. 503,004, 650. Chapter 69. Habitual shamelessness with the crisis averted. Chu Qiuran cautiously stood up from the flying sword. He patted his chest, and still shaken, turned to Liu Ruobing, exclaiming, Boss, you are truly formidable. You resolve them in an instant. But could you perhaps refrain from such bloodshed next time? You nearly scared me to death. Liu Ruobing remained unresponsive, simply gazing quietly at Chu Qiuran. Then, silently, she conveyed a message through the bond of hearts. It is a pity that your acting skills are not showcased in the mortal realm. In Chu Qiuran's mind, he heard Liu Ruobing's voice laced with a hint of helplessness and sarcasm. He paused for a moment, then a radiant smile illuminated his face. He replied in kind within his consciousness, Senior sister, you flatter me. The Oscars owe me a little golden statuette for my performance. A slight, involuntary smile crept onto the corner of Liu Ruobing's mouth. She realized she had begun to grow accustomed to this man's shamelessness. The two soon arrived at the gates of the Tianjin sect. Familiar verdant mountains and rivers, well-known white jade stone steps, and towering peaks greeted them. However, as Chu Qiuran stood before the sect where he had lived for 3 years, his emotions were complex. 3 days prior, he had departed as a despised and worthless disciple. Now, upon his return, he was a formidable being, armed with a system and extraordinary treasures. The world had changed around him, yet he remained the same. Senior brother, senior sister, you have returned. As they reached the entrance, several outer disciples rushed forward. Upon seeing Chu Qiuran and Liu Ruobing safe and sound, astonishment filled their faces. Where is Senior Brother Li? Wasn't he with you? One disciple inquired curiously. In an instant, Chu Qiuran's expression grew somber. Lowering his head, his voice choked with emotion. He replied, Senior Brother Li. He perished alongside the beast to protect us. What? The disciples were taken aback. Liang was one of the top 10 inner disciples. How could he have met his end outside? What on earth had transpired? We encountered a formidable beast, and Master Li selflessly held back to ensure our escape. Chu Qiuran's eyes glistened with tears, as if genuinely mourning the loss of Liang. In his final moments, Master Li implored us to return alive, insisting that his sacrifice must not be in vain. As he spoke, tears truly streamed down his face. Liu Ruobing, watching from the side, could not help but marvel at the man's acting skills, which had reached an extraordinary level. Even she, who was privy to the truth, nearly succumbed to his poignant performance. Master Li was indeed a noble soul, willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of his comrades. We must inform the elders of the law enforcement hall about this matter. Several outer disciples were moved by Chu Qiuran's heartfelt display, expressing their indignation. Yes, let us go to the law enforcement hall at once, Chu Qiuran declared, wiping her tears and feigning strength. The law enforcement hall is the place where the Tianjin sect oversees the enforcement of rules and manages its disciples. As Chu Qiuran and Liu Ruobing entered the grand hall, they spotted a familiar figure, Li Changfeng, Liang's uncle and an elder of the law enforcement hall. He sat in the main seat, his countenance dark and foreboding. Chu Qiuran, Liu Ruobing, you have finally returned. Li Changfeng's voice was as cold as ice shards. Where's my nephew? Why did he not return with you? A tremor coursed through Chu Qiuran's body, yet she bravely lifted her head to meet Li Changfeng's gaze. He sacrificed himself. What? Li Changfeng rose abruptly, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the hall in an instant. What did you say? My nephew is dead. Under the weight of this oppressive aura, Chu Qiuran felt as though she might collapse, but through gritted teeth, she persevered. Elderly, this is how it transpired. What followed was Chu Qiuran's performance. With heartfelt eloquence, she recounted a deeply moving tale. They had lost their way in the wilderness and encountered a powerful beast. Master Li fought valiantly to protect them, ultimately perishing in the struggle. It was only through Li Yang's sacrifice that they managed to escape. Throughout her narration, Chu Qiuran was vivid and sincere, even detailing specific moments, such as Li Yang's final words and his expression while injured, with remarkable clarity. Had Liu Ruobing not witnessed the truth herself, she might have been deceived by Chu Qiuran's acting prowess. Master Li's last words urged us to return alive, ensuring that his sacrifice was not in vain. At this point, Chu Qiuran's voice quavered with emotion. I am so sorry, elderly, that I can no longer show filial respect to you. Li Changfeng, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned. His eyes brimmed with anguish and fury. Wretches, all of you wretches. He struck the table with a fist, reducing it to mere splinters in an instant. I had long warned against allowing Yang to participate in any trials. Now look at the cost, his life. Chu Qiuran timely offered consolation, saying, Elderly, please accept my condolences. Senior brother Li sacrificed himself to protect his fellow disciples. His death was noble and honorable. We shall forever remember his kindness and will never forget him. Li Changfeng gazed at Chu Qiuran's sincere countenance, and his inner fury dissipated somewhat. Although he had always held Chu Qiuran in contempt, it appeared that this so-called inept individual possessed a semblance of conscience and gratitude. What of the beast's corpse? Li Shangfeng Yingqidat. It was swept away by the mountain flood along with senior brother Li. Chu Qiuran replied. We wish to search for his remains, but the area is far too perilous. Enough, Li Changfeng waved dismissively. Yang is fortunate to have friends like you. You should return and rest. I will report this matter to the sect leader. Exchanging relieved glances, Chu Qiuran and Liu Ruobing sighed in unison. They had successfully navigated the first hurdle. Upon exiting the law enforcement hall, the sorrow on Chu Qiuran's face vanished instantly, replaced by a hint of smugness. Sister, how was my performance? He inquired through the heart bond. Have you truly never considered career change? Liu Ruobing's voice carried a touch of exasperation. That is out of the question. I still have to cultivate, Chu Qiuran chuckled. However, we must exercise caution moving forward. Although Li Changfeng temporarily trusts our words, he will undoubtedly investigate further. He will send someone to inquire, Liu Ruobing nodded, fully aware that Li Changfeng would not easily accept Li Yang's demise. Rest assured, sister, Chu Qiuran declared confidently. I anticipated this. I've eliminated all traces of evidence. Chapter 70. The thousand-faced divine skill. Even if he sends someone to investigate, they will uncover no flaws, Liu Ruobing mused inwardly. This man has truly calculated everything with utmost precision. From the very beginning, he never intended to leave behind any incriminating evidence. Sister, let us return, Chu Qiuran suggested. After this experience, my cultivation has significantly advanced. I shall enter seclusion for a time to solidify my realm. You should as well. That 9-leaf fire lotus will greatly assist your cultivation, Liu Ruobing agreed, eagerly anticipating the effects of the 9-leaf fire lotus. The two returned to their respective abodes. Chu Qiuran entered his modest hut and immediately set up protective wards. Then, he eagerly accessed the system marketplace. With 650 points at his disposal, he could exchange for a multitude of valuable items. The system responded, Host, what kind of martial arts technique do you desire? I require a technique for disguise. One that can conceal my cultivation level and alter my aura, Chu Qiuran replied. Searching. Recommended technique. Thousand-faced divine art grade. High-Shin stage effect. Perfectly disguises cultivation level, aura, and even appearance. Upon mastering, one can transform into the likeness of any individual. Price, 5,000 points. Chu Qiuran glanced at the price, feeling a pang of regret. 5,000 points constituted nearly all of his remaining balance. Yet, this technique was undeniably crucial for him. I wish to exchange. Exchange successful. Points deducted, 5,000. Current available points, 4,650. Chu Qiuran was taken aback. System, is my point balance insufficient? Host current points are 4,650. The exchange for thousand-faced divine art requires 5,000 points, falling short by 350 points. Chu Qiuran slapped his forehead. In his excitement, he had neglected to scrutinize his point balance. Is there a less expensive option? Recommended technique. Transforming changes grade. Medium Shin stage effect. Can disguise aura but cannot alter appearance. Price, 3,000 points. This will suffice. I wish to exchange. Exchange successful. Points deducted, 3,000. Current available points, 1,650. Would you like to spend 500 points to elevate transforming changes to the minor mastery stage? Enhance. Enhancement successful. Points deducted, 500. Current available points, 1,150. A refreshing stream surged into Chu Qiuran's mind, instantly imparting the cultivation methods of transforming changes to him. The principle of this technique involved altering the flow trajectory of spiritual energy within the body through a unique cultivation approach, thereby achieving the desired disguise effect. Chu Qiuran immediately commenced his training. Half an hour later, he successfully disguised his cultivation level from the late foundation establishment stage to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. His aura had diminished to an exceedingly faint presence, akin to that of a novice barely stepping into the realm of cultivation. Not bad. Chu Qiuran nodded in satisfaction. With this technique, he could maintain his guise without fearing the exposure of his cultivation changes. Next, he retrieved the jade box containing the 9-leaf fire lotus. Upon opening the box, a rich surge of fire attribute spiritual energy enveloped him. The 9-leaf fire lotus lay quietly within, emanating a soft red glow. Each petal was translucent and radiant, resembling the finest rubies. Indeed, a rare treasure of heaven and earth, Chu Qiuran marveled. He carefully extracted the 9-leaf fire lotus and began the process of refining it. The medicinal potency of a 9-leaf fire lotus was exceedingly potent, far beyond the tolerance of an ordinary person. However, Chu Qiuran possesses the yin-yang harmonization technique, which enables him to transform this overwhelming fire-type spiritual energy into his own cultivation. As the refining process unfolds, Chu Qiuran's cultivation begins to ascend rapidly. From the peak of the late foundation establishment stage to the completion of the foundation establishment realm, he advances to the initial stage of the golden core realm. Boom! A powerful aura erupts from Chu Qiuran. He successfully breaks through to the golden core realm. Moreover, as the potency of the 9-leaf fire lotus has yet to be fully refined, his cultivation continues to rise. He reaches the mid-golden core stage. It is only at the pinnacle of the mid-golden core stage that the medicinal power of the 9-leaf fire lotus is completely refined. Chu Qiuran feels the surging spiritual energy within him, his heart brimming with satisfaction. A single 9-leaf fire lotus has propelled him from the late foundation establishment stage directly to the mid-golden core stage. This meteoric rise is nothing short of astonishing. Presently, my true cultivation level is at the mid-golden core stage, yet outwardly, I still appear to be that useless disciple at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Chu Qiuran activates the transforming change technique, completely concealing his aura. To the untrained eye, he remains that harmless, ineffectual disciple. In reality, he possesses the strength to overpower the vast majority of inner disciples. Now, all that remains is to await the opportune moment. A glimmer of determination flashes in Chu Qiuran's eyes. He begins to strategize how to leverage his newfound strength to acquire more resources and status within the sect. However, he must continue to disguise himself. After all, a useless disciple suddenly gaining power would attract too much attention. He needs to find a suitable opportunity to reveal his capabilities judiciously. At that moment, he senses a fluctuation from the heart link. Chu Qiuran, are you there? It is the voice of Liu Ruobing. I am here, senior sister. What is the matter? Chu Qiuran responds. I just received news that the sect will hold a martial arts tournament to select disciples for the Talented Gathering. Talented Gathering? Chu Qiuran's heart stirs. The Talented Gathering is the grandest martial arts competition for the younger generation in the entire cultivation world, held once every 10 years. With major sects dispatching their finest disciples to participate. Disciples who achieve commendable ranks not only receive substantial rewards, but also gain renown across the realm. Yes, this time the rewards for the Talented Gathering are quite generous. The first place will receive a transformation pill. Liu Ruobing's voice carries a hint of anticipation. The transformation pill. Chu Qiuran's eyes instantly gleam. The transformation pill is a legendary elixir that allows a golden core cultivator to directly break through to the nascent soul stage. This pill is worth its weight in gold, and even wealth cannot procure it. When does it begin? Chu Qiuran inquires. 3 days from now. All disciples at the foundation establishment stage and above are eligible to participate. Senior sister, will you participate? Of course. Liu Ruobing's voice exudes determination. I have cultivated for so many years, solely for this moment. Chu Qiuran pondered for a moment. This indeed presented a splendid opportunity. He could, through this martial arts tournament, judiciously showcase his prowess. Moreover, should he secure the transformation pill, it would significantly aid in enhancing his cultivation. Senior sister, I too wish to participate, Chu Qiuran declared. You? Liu Ruobing's voice carried a hint of astonishment. You are only at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. How can you compete in the foundation establishment tournament? Chu Qiuran smiled gently. Senior sister, have you forgotten? I possess the legacy of the Demon Emperor. Chapter 71. The true powerhouses. Although my cultivation has yet to breach the foundation establishment stage, my actual combat strength is already on par with foundation establishment cultivators. Furthermore, the sect's regulations permit those above the foundation establishment stage to participate, yet they do not explicitly exclude those in the Qi refinement stage. As long as I can pass the preliminary selection, I shall qualify to compete. Liu Ruobing fell silent for a moment, recognizing the truth in Chu Qiuran's words. Given the strength he had demonstrated, he indeed warranted a place in the competition. Very well, let us participate together, she replied. However, you must exercise caution. The competitors are all elite disciples of the sect. Their strength is not to be compared to someone like Liang. Chu Qiuran nodded. He was certainly aware of this. Yet it was precisely for this reason that the tournament represented an exceptional opportunity for him to manifest his strength. In 3 days, he would reveal to all what constituted true power. A glint of cold light flickered in Chu Qiuran's eyes. He was eager to witness the astonished expressions of those who had once ridiculed him. 3 days later, at the Tianjin sect's martial arts arena. This was the largest venue within the sect, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators. Today, the arena was teeming with people, utterly packed. All disciples, elders, and even some guest elders had gathered to witness this martial arts tournament. After all, it pertained to the Tianjin sect's performance at the talent conference, and no one could afford to be indifferent. Chu Qiuran stood amidst the crowd, quietly observing his surroundings. Over 100 disciples were set to compete. Among them, the most noteworthy were several of the top 10 inner disciples. The first-ranked Xiao Yunfei had achieved complete mastery of the foundation establishment stage, just a step away from the golden core stage. The second-ranked Lin Shui'er, daughter of an elder, possessed extraordinary talent and had also reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. The third-ranked Wang Lei, hailing from a prestigious family, had access to countless cultivation resources since childhood, making his strength formidable. Aside from these three strongest contenders, there were several other inner disciples whose cultivation levels exceeded the late foundation establishment stage. Chu Qiuran glanced at them, silently assessing their capabilities. With his current cultivation at the mid-stage of the golden core, dealing with these individuals should pose no challenge. Yet, he must not display excessive strength, lest it arouse suspicion. He needs to gradually unveil his prowess, allowing everyone to believe that his newfound power stems solely from the inheritance of the Demon Emperor. Oh, that worthless fool has arrived as well. Indeed, what business does he, a mere ninth-layer Qi practitioner, have here? Perhaps he seeks to witness what true strength looks like. That makes sense. Let him observe, so he may finally grasp the vastness of the heavens and the earth. The surrounding disciples, upon seeing Chu Qiuran appear in the arena, wore expressions of mockery. In their eyes, this so-called waste had no right to be present. Despite hearing their derisive laughter, Chu Qiuran maintained a demeanor of feigned timidity, while inwardly, he began to anticipate the delightful expressions that would soon grace their faces. Silence. A commanding voice resonated through the air. The sect leader, Lin Tianxing, emerged upon the elevated platform, surveying the crowd with an imposing gaze. Today, we shall select the most exceptional disciples to represent the heavenly sword sect at the talents gathering. This not only pertains to individual honor, but also to the reputation of our sect. Therefore, I expect all participating disciples to exhibit their utmost strength. Now, let the tournament commence. With the leader's decree, the martial competition officially began. The first round was an elimination match, where over 100 disciples will be narrowed down to 32. Chu Qiuran found himself placed in the first group. His opponent was a nascent foundation disciple named Zhang San. Upon recognizing his adversary, a look of disdain crossed Zhang San's face. Chu Qiuran, that waste? I must be incredibly fortunate to face the weakest opponent in the first round. Laughing heartily, he ascended the stage. Chu Qiuran followed suit, still wearing that mask of trepidation. Brother Zhang, can we? Chu Qiuran barely began to speak when Zhang San impatiently interrupted him. Spare me your words. I know what you wish to say. Plead for mercy. Let me be clear. There is no chance. I will show everyone that a waste is a waste and can never rise again. With that, Zhang San launched his attack. Channeling his spiritual energy, he struck towards Chu Qiuran's chest with a palm. This strike contained the full might of a nascent foundation practitioner, potent enough to reduce a Qi practitioner to mere pulp. The spectators below displayed expressions of sympathy. Zhang San is far too ruthless. Indeed, employing such force against a disciple in the Qi stage. Chu Qiuran is surely doomed this time. However, just as everyone assumed that Chu Qiuran would be obliterated by the strike, he moved. In an uncanny manner, his body shifted a step to the right. Such a simple maneuver, yet it deftly evaded Zhang San's assault. His palm struck nothing but air. Zhang San was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how Chu Qiuran had managed to evade him. What luck! Prepare to receive another blow. Zhang San pressed on with greater force this time. However, Chu Qiuran once again eluded his attack, and inadvertently, he collided with Zhang San's shoulder. Zhang San staggered, nearly losing his balance. What has happened? He was bewildered. He had clearly perceived Chu Qiuran as a mere waste at the 9th level of Qi refinement. How could he possess such agility? The audience below was equally astonished. What was happening with Chu Qiuran? When did he acquire such remarkable skills? Had he been concealing his true strength? all along? Even Lin Tianxing, the sect leader atop the platform, displayed a hint of surprise. Observing Chu Qiuran's movements closely, he recognized that there was indeed a certain finesse to his agility. Interesting, Lin Tianxing mused to himself. On the stage, Zhang San was growing increasingly anxious. He had attacked over a dozen times, yet all his efforts had been evaded by Chu Qiuran. Furthermore, each time Chu Qiuran dodged, he would inadvertently bump into Zhang San or step on his foot. Although each impact was minor, the cumulative effect was quite discomforting for Zhang San. How could this waist be so slippery? Zhang San cursed inwardly. At that moment, Chu Qiuran stumbled back in a flurry. This retreat appeared to be a reaction to Zhang San's strike, but in truth, his heel had precisely landed on a loose stone. Crack! The stone shattered, causing Chu Qiuran to lose his balance and tumble toward Zhang San. Observing this, Zhang San instinctively reached out to steady Chu Qiuran. After all, in front of an audience, if Chu Qiuran were to injure himself, it would tarnish his own reputation. However, just as Zhang San extended his hand, Chu Qiuran's uncontrollable body twisted strangely. Chapter 72. The true stronghold. His elbow struck a vital point on Zhang San with pinpoint accuracy. Ah! Zhang San let out a pained cry, his body instantly stiffening before collapsing to the ground. Chu Qiuran, following the momentum, fell atop Zhang San. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Chu Qiuran scrambled to his feet, his face a picture of innocence. I didn't mean to. Brother Zhang, are you all right? Zhang San lay on the ground, attempting to speak, only to realize he could not move at all. His vital point had been precisely struck by Chu Qiuran, leaving him temporarily incapacitated. The audience below was left dumbfounded. What has transpired? Why did Zhang San suddenly fall? Wasn't Chu Qiuran the one who had stumbled? How had Zhang San ended up on the ground instead? The referee appeared somewhat bewildered, but upon witnessing Zhang San's apparent loss of combat capability, he had no choice but to declare, Chu Qiuran is the victor. An immense uproar erupted throughout the arena as disbelief swept over the crowd. The so-called waste, Chu Qiuran, had triumphed over Zhang San, who was in the initial stages of foundation building. The entire sequence of events seemed nothing short of a colossal fluke. Chu Qiuran, flustered, descended from the stage, his visage still bearing an expression of innocence. I truly did not intend for this to happen, he murmured softly. Yet within, he reveled in silent laughter. The first step had been successfully executed. The subsequent phase would be to gradually unveil a mightier prowess, allowing all to witness what it truly meant to be formidable. Chu Qiuran. At that moment, an irate voice resonated through the air. Turning around, Chu Qiuran discovered Li Changfeng standing not far off, his eyes ablaze with fury. Come here, Li Changfeng kumandakuli. A shiver ran down Chu Qiuran's spine, yet he maintained an outwardly timid demeanor. Elderly, is there something you require? Follow me. Li Changfeng pivoted and strode away, leaving Chu Qiuran with no choice but to trail behind. They arrived at a secluded corner, where Li Changfeng turned to face Chu Qiuran, his gaze fixated intently upon him. Chu Qiuran, be honest with me. Was your hand in the death of my nephew? Chu Qiuran's heart raced, yet he swiftly regained his composure, adopting a feigned expression of grievance. Elderly, what do you mean by that? Senior brother Li sacrificed himself to protect us. How could I possibly harm him? Is that so? Li Changfeng skufa. Then pray tell, why have you suddenly grown so strong? You were once incapable of defeating even a disciple in the qi refining stage. Yet now you can best someone in the initial stages of foundation building? Do you think me a fool? In a flurry of panic, Chu Qiuran stammered, Elderly. I acquired some fortuitous opportunities during that expedition. What opportunities? Li Changfeng pressed, his tone demanding. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Qiuran clenched his teeth and replied, I came upon a fragmented cultivation manual, and after practicing it, my strength saw some enhancement. But this has nothing to do with senior brother Li's demise. Is that truly the case? A glint of cold light flashed in Li Changfeng's eyes. Chu Qiuran. Let me make myself clear. I will not spare anyone responsible for my nephew's death. Should I uncover that you are lying? He did not finish his sentence. Yet the implication of his threat was unmistakable. Chu Qiuran, trembling with fear, nodded earnestly. Elderly, I assure you, I am not lying. Let it be so. Li Changfeng huffed, turning to depart. As Chu Qiuran watched his retreating figure, a flicker of coldness crossed his gaze. It seemed Li Changfeng harbored suspicions towards him. However, that was of little consequence. He had long since prepared for such an eventuality. Moreover, once he shines brilliantly at the Heavenly Pride Conference, even if Li Changfeng harbors doubts, he will not dare to act against him lightly. After all, a prodigious disciple holds far more value for the sect than a mere corpse. Chu Qiuran has returned to the arena, where the second round of the competition is about to commence. In this round, the competition narrows from 32 to 16. Chu Qiuran's opponent is a mid-foundation disciple named Wang Er. Upon realizing that his adversary is Chu Qiuran, a grave expression crosses Wang Er's face. Although Chu Qiuran's performance in the first round was peculiar, Wang Er is not a boastful individual like Zhang San. He understands that one who can defeat a foundation establishment novice is certainly no ordinary foe. Junior brother Chu, I seek your guidance, Wang Er said, cupping his fists in respect. Chu Qiuran returned the gesture, replying, Senior brother Wang, I look forward to your instruction. They both ascended the stage simultaneously. This time, Chu Qiuran did not feign an innocuous demeanor. His aura underwent a subtle transformation, though his cultivation still appeared to be at the 9th level of qi refinement. His entire presence became restrained and profound. Wang Er keenly sensed this shift. Junior brother Chu, you conceal your depth well, Wang Er remarked. Chu Qiuran smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Please. Wang Er initiated the attack first. He summoned his spiritual energy and thrust his sword towards Chu Qiuran's chest. This strike was as swift as lightning and executed at an acute angle, clearly the result of meticulous training. Chu Qiuran slightly inclined his body, effortlessly evading the blade. Then, he extended 2 fingers, gently pinching. To Wang Er's astonishment, his sword was unexpectedly caught between Chu Qiuran's fingers. What? Wang Er exclaimed in shock. He exerted all his strength in an attempt to withdraw his sword, only to find it utterly immovable. Chu Qiuran's fingers were like iron clamps, firmly gripping his weapon. Senior brother Wang, your swordsmanship is commendable, but your strength is lacking, Chu Qiuran remarked with a calm demeanor. Upon finishing his words, he relaxed his grip, causing Wang Er's sword to rebound instantly. Wang Er staggered, nearly losing his balance. The spectators below were left in awe. What is happening? Chu Qiuran managed to catch Wang Er's sword with just 2 fingers? How is this possible? Wang Er is a mid-foundation disciple. Has Chu Qiuran truly encountered some extraordinary fortune? On the high platform, Sect Master Lin Tianxing's gaze sharpened with increasing focus. He meticulously observed Chu Qiuran's movements, recognizing the exceptional skill in both his agility and application of power. This Chu Qiuran is indeed remarkable, Lin Tianxing mused inwardly. On the arena, Wang Er has come to realize that Chu Qiuran's prowess far exceeds his expectations. Thus, he holds nothing back and directly unleashes his most formidable technique. Blazing fire sword technique. Wang Er shouted, as flames erupted fiercely from his sword. He wielded a fiery sword, launching a relentless assault on Chu Qiuran. The sword's shadow flickered like flames, impenetrable and overwhelming. The entire arena was engulfed in fire, causing the spectators to hold their breath in anxiety for Chu Qiuran. However, his performance astonished everyone. He traversed through the flames with an otherworldly agility, his movements as elusive as a wraith. No matter how densely Wang Er attacked, he could not touch Chu Qiuran's form. Moreover, as he evaded, Chu Qiuran continually countered. His strikes appeared light, yet struck with precision at Wang Er's vital points. Soon, Wang Er felt his spiritual energy rapidly depleting, while Chu Qiuran remained composed, seemingly untouched by fatigue. This was inconceivable. Chapter 73, Effortless Mastery, Wang Er was astounded. He had exerted all his strength. Yet Chu Qiuran appeared utterly unfazed. At that moment, Chu Qiuran suddenly made his move. In a flash, he materialized before Wang Er, extending a single finger to lightly touch his forehead. Wang Er's body stiffened immediately before he gradually collapsed to the ground. Not dead, but rendered unconscious by the strike on his sleeping acupoint. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Everyone stared at Chu Qiuran in disbelief. That seemingly casual gesture had effortlessly subdued a mid-foundation cultivator. Such power surpassed all expectations. Chu Qiuran is victorious, the judge announced, his voice trembling slightly. Below the stage, a cacophony erupted. Was this truly the same Chu Qiuran, once deemed useless? How had he become so formidable? To defeat a mid-foundation Wang heir with a mere finger? This was utterly astonishing. Had he truly acquired some extraordinary inheritance? The crowd buzzed with shock and curiosity. Chu Qiuran stood calmly on the stage, his expression serene. Though inside, he reveled in triumph. The sensation was exhilarating. Those who had once mocked him were now rendered speechless in astonishment. This was the effect he had desired. As he descended from the arena, the surrounding disciples instinctively parted to make way for him. Their gazes, once filled with scorn, now brimmed with awe. "Senior Brother Chu." Suddenly, a voice called out. Turning to see several outer disciples, Chu Qiuran noted their eyes sparkling with admiration. "Senior Brother Chu, you are incredible," one exclaimed. "Indeed, you defeated Wang heir with a single finger." Another added, "Could you teach us your skills?" Chu Qiuran gazed at the eager faces of these disciples, reflecting on how they had once looked down upon him. Now, he is regarded as an idol. Such is the allure of strength. Fellow disciples, I merely consider myself fortunate to have encountered certain opportunities, Chu Qiuran humbly remarked. "Oh no, Senior Brother Chu, you are far too modest. Indeed, without strength, one cannot seize opportunities," the disciples chimed in, showering compliments upon Chu Qiuran. He smiled, choosing to say little more, for he understood that this was merely the beginning. The forthcoming contest would be the true highlight. In the third round, 16 participants would be narrowed down to 8. Chu Qiuran's opponent was Zhao Si, the 7th-ranked disciple of the inner sect. Zhao Si had reached the late stage of foundation establishment, and his prowess was formidable. Upon realizing that his opponent was Chu Qiuran, a grave expression settled on Zhao Si's face. He had witnessed Chu Qiuran's previous performance, and the strength displayed by this once-labeled waste disciple now posed a tangible threat. "Junior Brother Chu, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation," Zhao Si said, clasping his fists in greeting. Chu Qiuran returned the gesture, replying, "Senior Brother Zhao, I look forward to your guidance." The two ascended the arena, where the audience's attention was wholly captivated by Chu Qiuran. Everyone was eager to see how far this suddenly emerging talent could advance. "Junior Brother Chu, I shall not hold back," Zhao Si stated earnestly. Chu Qiuran nodded in acknowledgement. "Neither will I." Inhaling deeply, Zhao Si unleashed his full strength. Even li tendeur soit technique. The sword in his hand was instantly enveloped in crackling lightning. The blade shimmered with electric light, emitting a series of crackling sounds. This was a high-level sword technique of the sect, immensely powerful. Zhao Si swung his lightning-infused sword towards Chu Qiuran, the sword aura roaring like thunder, its might astonishing. The entire arena was illuminated by the brilliance of the lightning, and the audience below felt the oppressive weight of his formidable presence. Such an impressive sword technique, truly deserving of being the 7th-ranked disciple of the inner sect. Can Chu Qiuran withstand it? Everyone felt a wave of anxiety for Chu Qiuran. However, once again, his performance defied all expectations. Rather than evade Zhao Si's lightning sword, Chu Qiuran faced it head-on. He extended a hand, gathering a sphere of golden light within his palm. "Break!" Chu Qiuran called out softly, striking forth with his palm. The golden imprint collided with the lightning sword. With a resounding boom, the lightning was instantly consumed by the golden radiance. Zhao Si's sword was hurled away by the force, and his body was uncontrollably thrown backward, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. Zhao Si spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, struggling to rise. He soon realized that his body had lost all strength. Chu Qiuran's strike not only shattered his sword technique, but also inflicted severe damage on his meridians. "I concede," Zhao Si said helplessly. The arena fell into a profound silence once again. Everyone gazed at Chu Qiuran in astonishment. The power demonstrated in that last strike transcended the boundaries of the foundation establishment stage. The golden radiance emanating from him exuded a mysterious and formidable aura. What kind of power is this? Just how strong is Chu Qiuran? Could it be that he has already ascended to the golden core stage? Impossible. How old is he? How could he possibly break through to the golden core stage so swiftly? The audience buzzed with speculation, yet no one could provide a definitive answer. On the platform, sect leader Lin Tianxing's gaze intensified with keen focus. He scrutinized Chu Qiuran, attempting to discern his true cultivation level. However, Chu Qiuran's aura was perfectly concealed by the technique transforming the infinite. On the surface, he appeared to be merely a disciple at the 9th level of qi refinement. Yet the power he had just displayed far exceeded that realm. Intriguing, Lin Tianxing mused internally. This Chu Qiuran indeed harbors secrets. As Chu Qiuran descended from the platform, the surrounding disciples regarded him with awe. No one dared to underestimate this former waste, now transformed into the center of attention. In the 4th round, the quarterfinals, Chu Qiuran's opponent was Wang Lei, the 3rd-ranked disciple of the inner sect. Wang Lei had attained the pinnacle of foundation establishment, just a step away from the golden core stage. Moreover, hailing from a prestigious family, he had received the finest training from a young age, making his strength formidable. Upon realizing that his opponent was Chu Qiuran, Wang Lei's expression grew unusually grave. He had witnessed Chu Qiuran's earlier performance, which had exceeded his wildest expectations. Junior brother Chu, I never anticipated you could reach this stage, Wang Lei said earnestly. Chu Qiuran looked at Wang Lei, a glimmer of fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. At last, he had encountered a worthy adversary. Senior brother Wang, I look forward to your guidance, Chu Qiuran replied with a respectful clasp of his hands. Both ascended to the platform simultaneously. This time, the entire training ground fell silent. Everyone understood that this would be a spectacular battle. Chapter 74. Indestructible one was a suddenly risen genius, the other a seasoned powerhouse of the sect. Who would emerge victorious? Wang Lei took a deep breath, his spiritual energy beginning to surge. As a practitioner at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, his strength was nearly unmatched among his peers. However, before Chu Qiuran, he dared not let his guard down in the slightest. Junior brother Chu, I shall be serious now. Wang Lei's voice was deep, brimming with combat intent. Chu Qiuran not that. Maintaining a calm demeanor. So shall I. Wang Lei made the first move. He summoned the ancestral martial arts of his family, and in an instant, his body was enveloped by a layer of golden radiance. This was the Wang family's secret technique, the indestructible body of the Vajra, which could render the body as resilient as steel while significantly enhancing strength and speed. The Vajra fist. Wang Lei unleashed a powerful punch, his fist shimmering with golden light, infused with the force of thunder. This strike was potent enough to split mountains and shatter stones. Chu Qiuran observed the punch with a flicker of admiration in her eyes. Indeed, born of a prominent lineage, such martial arts were truly extraordinary. Yet, unfortunate for him, he was up against Chu Qiuran. Her expression remained composed and indifferent. Boom! The two fists collided, producing a deafening sound. Waves of energy radiated from the point of impact, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. The audience could only perceive a blinding flash of golden light and swirling energy, unable to discern the unfolding events. Would Chu Qiuran be able to withstand it? Wang Lei's Vajra fist was notoriously formidable. As the energy waves gradually dissipated, the figures of both combatants re-emerged. Wang Lei maintained his striking posture, yet his expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment. His fist had been firmly grasped by Chu Qiuran's palm, unable to advance an inch. What shocked him further was the absence of any injury on her hand. It was known that his Vajra fist, combined with the indestructible body, possessed the power to shatter rock. This was impossible. A wave of terror surged through Wang Lei's heart. He summoned all his spiritual energy to retract his fist. But Chu Qiuran's grip remained unyielding, akin to an iron vice. Brother Wang, your technique is indeed commendable, Chu Qiuran remarked nonchalantly, but your strength still falls short. With that, she gave her hand a gentle shake. Crack! The golden light surrounding Wang Lei's fist shattered instantly, and the defense of the indestructible body was effortlessly breached. A tremendous force coursed through his arm, propelling him uncontrollably backward. Bang! Wang Lei collided heavily against the barrier at the edge of the arena, landing with a pallid complexion and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. A profound silence engulfed the crowd. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Wang Lei's indestructible body was renowned within the sect for its formidable defense. Even some golden core cultivators found it challenging to breach. Yet, Chu Qiuran had effortlessly dismantled it with but one hand. How could this be possible? Just how formidable is Chu Qiuran to have dismantled Wang Lei's indestructible body? This was beyond the capabilities of a Foundation establishment cultivator, was it not? On the high platform, Sect Master Lin Tianqing narrowed his eyes slightly. He discerned that Chu Qiuran had just employed a remarkably sophisticated technique of power application. It was not mere brute force. Rather, she had identified the weak point of the indestructible body through a unique method, delivering a decisive blow. Interesting, Lin Tianqing mused inwardly. In the arena, Wang Lei struggled to rise, his eyes brimming with resentment. I have not yet been defeated. With both hands forming a seal, the golden light enveloping him ignited once more, this time with an even more intense brilliance. The Diamond Fury. This was the most formidable technique of the indestructible diamond body, capable not only of significantly enhancing defensive capabilities, but also unleashing terrifying offensive power. Wang Lei's eyes transformed into a resplendent gold, and his entire presence surged with an overwhelming aura. He charged at Chu Qiuran like an enraged deity, fists raining down with cataclysmic force. Each strike was imbued with the power to obliterate the very heavens, casting a golden hue over the entire arena. The audience was left in awe of this overwhelming might. This was the true strength of Wang Lei. Incredible. Could Chu Qiuran withstand such a ferocious assault? Yet, in the face of this relentless onslaught, Chu Qiuran remained remarkably composed. He maneuvered through the flurry of punches with a ghostly grace, evading every blow as if he were a wraith. No matter how densely Wang Lei attacked, he could not lay a finger on him. The swift shadow, sword technique, combined with Chu Qiuran's prowess at the Golden Core stage, propelled his speed to a nightmarish level. Too slow, he remarked calmly. Just as Wang Lei launched his full offensive, Chu Qiuran suddenly vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared behind Wang Lei, extending a finger to lightly tap the back of his neck. Sealing technique. Wang Lei's movements abruptly halted, frozen in his striking pose, unable to move. This technique was known as the body freezing method. Retracting his finger, Chu Qiuran said, "Brother Wang, you have lost." Wang Lei struggled to speak, but found his lips sealed. He could only watch helplessly as Chu Qiuran approached him. However, your strength is indeed commendable. Chu Qiuran lightly patted Wang Lei's shoulder. All right, you can move now. Wang Lei regained his ability to move, yet the spirit to continue fighting had completely evaporated. The prowess displayed by Chu Qiuran had surpassed his wildest imaginings. I concede, Wang Lei said bitterly. Respectfully acknowledged, Chu Qiuran replied with a bow. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Incredible. Chu Qiuran was truly extraordinary. Was this the same person once deemed a failure? He was nothing short of a genius among geniuses. As Chu Qiuran descended from the arena, the surrounding disciples gazed at him with adoration. Ding! A significant level of admiration from numerous disciples towards the host detected. Reputation value substantially increased. Reward points, 2,000. Current usable points, 11502000, 3150. Chu Qiuran felt a surge of satisfaction within, though his expression remained serene. His gaze swept over the audience, landing on Liu Ruobing, who was watching him intently. In her eyes, a complex array of emotions flickered. Chu Qiuran, your strength. Liu Ruobing's voice resonated through the heart bond. Senior sister, what is it? Chu Qiuran replied. Your strength seems to exceed my expectations. Is this the power of the Demon Emperor's inheritance? Chu Qiuran fell silent for a moment before responding. Senior sister, this power is becoming increasingly difficult to control. I am concerned. Concerned about what? Concerned that I might lose control. A hint of fear laced Chu Qiuran's voice. During my recent battle with Wang Lei, I nearly succumbed to the urge to kill him outright. This impulse for slaughter is intensifying. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruobing felt a surge of compassion. She understood the immense pressure Chu Qiuran was under. Although this power was formidable, it also bore a heavy burden. Do not worry, I will assist you. Liu Ruobing spoke gently. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side. Chu Qiuran, moved, replied, Senior sister. Ding. Detected profound affection from Liu Ruobing towards the host. Affection levels significantly increased. Reward points, 1,500. Chapter 75, a long-awaited name current available points, 31501-5004650. Chu Qiuran laughed inwardly, yet wore a mask of gratitude on her face. At that moment, the referee announced the next match. In the semifinals, Chu Qiuran's opponent was Lin Shui'er, the second-ranked disciple of the inner sect. Lin Shui'er was the daughter of Elder Lin Chongqing, possessing extraordinary talent, having achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment and practiced an exceedingly rare ice-based technique. Among the inner disciples, her strength was second only to the first-ranked Xiao Yunfei. Upon realizing her opponent was Chu Qiuran, Lin Shui'er displayed a serious expression. She had witnessed Chu Qiuran's earlier performance and recognized that this individual's strength far exceeded her expectations. Junior brother Chu, I have long admired your reputation. Lin Shui'er approached Chu Qiuran, her tone tinged with a hint of probing. Chu Qiuran assessed the stunning beauty before her, secretly gauging her strength. Lin Shui'er exuded a unique aura, radiating a chilling presence. Though her cultivation was comparable to Wang Lei's, she emanated a far more dangerous vibe. Senior sister Lin, I look forward to your guidance. Chu Qiuran clasped her fists respectfully. At that moment, the atmosphere in the entire martial arena grew tense. Everyone understood this would be a fierce contest. Lin Shui'er stood on the stage, and the temperature around her seemed to drop several degrees. The technique she practiced, the mysterious ice art, was one of the top-tier methods of the Tianjin sect. Junior brother Chu, I will not underestimate you as Wang Lei did. Lin Shui'er's voice was as cold as ice. As soon as she finished speaking, ice crystals began to coalesce around her form. These ice crystals danced in the air, beautiful like snowflakes, yet the lethal intent they harbored sent chills down the spine. Freeze the heavens and earth, Lin Shui'er exclaimed, forming hand seals. In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped in a thick layer of frost. Chu Qiuran felt the ground beneath her feet become exceedingly slick, and the moisture in the air began to crystallize into ice. What a powerful ice technique, Chu Qiuran silently praised. Such extensive environmental transformations are beyond the capabilities of a mere foundational period cultivator. Junior brother Chu, within my icy domain, your speed will be significantly hampered. Lin Shui'er proclaimed with a sense of triumph. Her figure glided across the ice, akin to a sprite dancing upon a frozen surface, her velocity only increasing. Ice spikes barrage. With a flourish of her hands, countless sharp ice spikes shot forth from all directions towards Chu Qiuran. The speed of these ice projectiles was astonishing, and their angles were deviously calculated, nearly sealing off all avenues of escape for Chu Qiuran. The audience collectively held their breath, sensing the impending peril. This is trouble. Lin Shui'er's ice techniques are indeed formidable. Chu Qiuran is at a disadvantage on this icy surface. He is in danger. Yet, Chu Qiuran's response once again defied everyone's expectations. Faced with the onslaught of ice spikes, he did not evade, but instead took a deep breath. Since my senior sister employs ice, I shall wield fire. Suddenly, a fierce blaze ignited around Chu Qiuran, radiating a soft golden hue and exuding intense heat. Nanyang True Fire. This was a fire technique he had exchanged from the system, possessing immense power. The golden flames clashed with the ice spikes, producing a sizzling sound as all the ice projectiles were instantaneously melted, transforming into rising steam. What? Ling Sui gasped in shock. Her frozen realm was unexpectedly countered by Chu Qiuran's flames. The icy platform began to melt, the temperature rising sharply. Senior sister, while ice and fire are opposing forces, my flames burn hotter, Chu Qiuran stated calmly. He stepped forward, the the flames enveloping him with even greater intensity. Lin Shui gritted her teeth, realizing she could no longer hold back. Mystic ice armor. A layer of transparent ice armor encased her body, significantly enhancing her defense. Absolute zero. This was the ultimate move of the mystic ice technique, capable of instantaneously plunging the surrounding temperature to extreme lows. On the arena, a dramatic clash of ice and fire unfolded. On one side, Chu Qiuran's golden flames. On the other, Lin Shui's frigid ice aura. The two forces collided in midair, producing a deafening roar. The audience watched in awe, utterly speechless. Is this truly a battle of the foundational period? It's terrifying. Chu Qiuran can wield fire techniques as well. Above, the sect master Lin Tianxing's expression grew exceedingly grave. He discerned that the fire technique employed by Chu Qiuran was of an exceptionally high grade, far from ordinary. Just how many secrets does Chu Qiuran possess? Lin Tianxing pondered. The confrontation of ice and fire on the stage intensified. Although Lin Shui's ice techniques were powerful, they were evidently at a disadvantage against Chu Qiuran's nine-yang true fire. Impossible. How come I absolute zero? Lin Shui found it hard to believe. Her strongest technique could not suppress Chu Qiuran's flames. Senior sister, your ice techniques are indeed commendable, but they are insufficient, Chu Qiuran remarked. He formed hand seals, and the flames around him began to coalesce. Fire Dragon Roar. A colossal dragon, forged from flames, ascended behind Chu Qiuran. This fiery dragon was vividly lifelike, with golden flames flickering in its eyes, emitting a thunderous roar. With a fierce bellow, the dragon opened its enormous jaws, unleashing a torrent of searing flames toward Lin Shui. Her expression shifted dramatically as she sensed the terrifying power of the assault. Ice Wall Technique. She summoned all her strength to conjure a thick wall of ice before her. Yet the dragon's might was overwhelming. The moment the ice wall met the flames, it began to melt away. Crack! The ice shattered, and the dragon's attack struck Lin Shui directly. She cried out in agony, her body engulfed in flames, the protective barrier of ice shattering instantaneously. However, Chu Qiuran had controlled the intensity of the flames, ensuring that she was not truly harmed. Lin Shui collapsed to the ground, her face pale, devoid of any fighting spirit left. I concede, she uttered weakly. Chu Qiuran retracted the flames and approached her, extending a hand. Senior sister, your strength is formidable. I merely had the fortune of luck. Lin Shui gazed at Chu Qiuran, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. She understood that Chu Qiuran's words were mere politeness. Judging from their battle, it was clear that Chu Qiuran's prowess far surpassed her own. Junior brother Chu, you are indeed powerful. Lin Shui accepted his hand and rose to her feet. I hope you achieve first place. Chu Qiuran nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The audience erupted once more into resounding applause. Chu Qiuran is extraordinary. Even Lin Shui is no match for him. The finals are bound to be thrilling. Descending from a stage, Chu Qiuran felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had now entered the finals. With just one final opponent to defeat, he would claim first place. His adversary was none other than Xiao Yunfei, the top-ranked disciple of the inner sect. Xiao Yunfei was recognized as a genius within the sect. Having reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, poised to break through to the golden core stage at any moment. Among the inner disciples, his strength was unparalleled. Chapter 76. Please guide me upon seeing Chu Qiuran step down from the stage. Xiao Yunfei rose to his feet. He was a strikingly handsome young man, tall and possessing an ethereal presence. Even in stillness, he exuded a formidable aura. Junior brother Chu, I did not expect you to come this far. Xiao Yunfei's voice was calm, yet the confidence within it was striking. Chu Qiuran looked at Xiao Yunfei, a glimmer of battle intent flashing in his eyes. At last, he had encountered a true opponent. Senior brother Xiao, I look forward to your guidance. Chu Qiuran clasped his fists. Please. The two ascended the stage simultaneously. This time, the entire martial arena fell into a hushed silence. Everyone understood that this would be a clash of titans, one a recognized genius of the sect, the other an unexpectedly rising dark horse. Who would emerge victorious? Standing upon the stage, Xiao Yunfei felt as if the air around him had solidified. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, merely a step away from the golden core realm. More importantly, his combat experience is exceedingly rich. He has never faced defeat within the sect. Junior brother Chu, I observed your earlier battle, Xiao Yunfei declared calmly. Your strength is indeed formidable. Yet I shall not underestimate you, as others might. Chu Qiuran nodded, maintaining an expression of tranquility. Senior brother Xiao, I too shall not hold back my strength. Xiao Yunfei took a deep breath, his aura beginning to ascend. Heavenly Sword Technique. This is the prestigious martial art of the Heavenly Sword sect, reserved solely for the most exceptional disciples. Xiao Yunfei's swordsmanship is among the finest within the entire sect. He drew the long sword from his waist, its blade shimmering with a pale blue radiance. The sword intent was sharp, seemingly capable of cleaving through space itself. What an overwhelming sword intent! The audience could feel the piercing energy. Truly, he is Xiao Yunfei. This is the essence of a genuine disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Chu Qiuran, sensing the sword intent emanating from Xiao Yunfei, silently nodded in acknowledgement. This individual's power is indeed extraordinary. To possess such swordsmanship at the foundation establishment stage is already remarkable. Junior brother Chu, receive my sword. Xiao Yunfei swung his sword, and sword energy surged forth, akin to a bolt of lightning, instantly slicing through the void. The speed of this strike was astonishing, imbued with a fierce intent that ordinary foundation establishment cultivators could not withstand. Instead of evading, Chu Qiuran extended 2 fingers to pinch the sword's blade. What? Everyone was astonished. To use one's fingers to grasp a sword blade? This is tantamount to courting death. Xiao Yunfei's swordsmanship is so sharp that even steel could be effortlessly severed. Yet, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Chu Qiuran's fingers actually succeeded in pinching the sword blade, halting at midair, unable to advance an inch. How is this possible? Xiao Yunfei was taken aback. He could feel a terrifying power contained within Chu Qiuran's fingers, rendering his sword completely immobile. Senior brother Xiao, your swordsmanship is commendable, but it is insufficient, Chu Qiuran remarked coolly. With a gentle flick of his fingers, Xiao Yunfei's sword was instantly deflected, causing him to stagger backwards several steps. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone widened their eyes, incredulous at the spectacle before them. Chu Qiuran had effortlessly neutralized Xiao Yunfei's attack with just 2 fingers. This level of strength surpassed all expectations. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A disciple shouted from the audience. How could Chu Qiuran be so strong? This must be an illusion. Yet the reality before them was undeniable. Xiao Yunfei steadied himself, a grave expression crossing his face. He recognized that Chu Qiuran's strength far exceeded his predictions. Junior brother Chu, it seems I have underestimated you, Xiao Yunfei stated earnestly. From this point forward, I shall be serious. With both hands gripping the sword, his aura intensified dramatically. The 9 styles of the celestial sword. This was the pinnacle technique of the celestial sword art, and Xiao Yunfei unleashed 9 distinct sword techniques in a single breath. Sword shadows loomed like mountains, while sword energy surged like seas, enveloping the entire arena in a shroud of sword intent. The audience was awestruck by this terrifying display of power. Incredible, such as the might of the 9 styles of the celestial sword. Could Chu Qiuran withstand it? In the face of such formidable aggression, Chu Qiuran remained remarkably composed. He slowly raised his right hand, gathering a sphere of golden radiance within his palm. Break! With a decisive strike, Chu Qiuran propelled the golden palm print towards Xiao Yunfei's sword shadows. Boom! The collision of the palm print and sword shadows erupted in a thunderous roar. A terrifying wave of energy radiated outward, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. The audience could only perceive a swirling amalgamation of golden light and sword shadows, obscuring the true nature of the confrontation. After a prolonged pause, the energy dissipated gradually. Xiao Yunfei knelt upon the arena, his sword shattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Chu Qiuran remained standing, untouched by even a speck of dust. I have been defeated, Xiao Yunfei uttered bitterly, aware that Chu Qiuran's prowess had far surpassed that of the Foundation establishment stage. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Chu Qiuran had emerged victorious. It was utterly astonishing. He had defeated Xiao Yunfei. On the elevated platform, Sect Master Lin Tianxing rose, his eyes filled with astonishment. He discerned that Chu Qiuran's recent display was no ordinary technique. The golden radiance contained an enigmatic and formidable power. Chu Qiuran. Lin Tianxing pondered. Who exactly are you? Chu Qiuran approached Xiao Yunfei, extending his hand. Brother Xiao, your swordsmanship is formidable. I was merely fortunate. Xiao Yunfei gazed at Chu Qiuran, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Junior Brother Chu, your strength has transcended the Foundation establishment stage. Chu Qiuran neither confirmed nor denied this. He assisted Xiao Yunfei to his feet, and together they descended from the arena. The martial arts competition has concluded, announced the elder presiding over the event. First place, Chu Qiuran. Second place, Xiao Yunfei. Third place, Lin Shuai. The crowd erupted in fervent applause once more. Standing in the center of the arena, Chu Qiuran basked in the adulation of the spectators. Ding! Successfully secured first place in the martial arts competition. Task completed. Reward points, 5,000. Additional reward, the 36 transformations of Tiangang technique. Current available points, 465050009650. Chu Qiuran's heart swelled with joy, though his expression remained serene. Sect Master Lin Tianxing approached him, eyes brimming with admiration. Chu Qiuran, your performance has truly impressed me. From this day forth, you shall be our Celestial Sword Sect's representative in the Talented Youth Conference. Chu Qiuran clasped his fists, declaring, I shall not disappoint the expectations of the sect leader. Excellent. Lin Tianxing laughed heartily. With a disciple like you, our Heavenly Sword Sect is bound to shine brilliantly at the Talent Conference. Surrounding disciples gazed at Chu Qiuran with admiration. The once downtrodden individual had now become a source of pride for the sect. Meanwhile, Chu Qiuran began to devise his strategy for the upcoming Talent Conference, where he would truly showcase his prowess. Chapter 77. The final victory amidst the cheers of venomous gaze, akin to a serpent poised to strike, fixated on Chu Qiuran. Li Changfeng stood in the corner of the crowd, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. As he observed the spotlighted Chu Qiuran, waves of hatred and suspicion surged within him, nearly overwhelming him. Demonic Emperor's inheritance? Fortuitous encounter? Chu Qiuran, regardless of your secrets, the enmity for having killed my nephew is irreconcilable. The Talent Conference, I hope you return alive. Silently, he turned and vanished into the throng. Chu Qiuran keenly sensed the murderous intent and discreetly glanced in the direction Li Changfeng had departed, a cold smirk forming within him. Old fool, your reckoning will come in due time. Chu Qiuran, come with me. Lin Tianxing's voice resonated. He led Chu Qiuran, along with Xiao Yunfei and Lin Shuai, toward the main hall of the sect. Liu Ruobing followed closely behind, her gaze never straying from Chu Qiuran's silhouette. Within the main hall, Lin Tianxing took his seat at the head. He handed Chu Qiuran a jade vial. This is the reward you deserve, the transformation pill. Chu Qiuran received the vial with trembling hands, excitement coursing through him. Thank you, sect leader. Lin Tianxing waved his hand, signaling him to refrain from excessive formalities. With a gaze that held profound significance, he continued, Chu Qiuran, I am aware that you possess great fortune and significant secrets. I will not inquire further. Each individual has their own path. My only hope is that you remember you are a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The sect will always be your steadfast support. His words were meticulously crafted, serving both as comfort and a gentle admonition. Chu Qiuran understood the weight of his message. Instantly, he adopted an expression of heartfelt gratitude. His voice choked with emotion. The disciple understands. Born as a member of the Heavenly Sword Sect, in death, I shall remain a spirit of the sect. Though the power he had acquired was formidable, it was challenging to control, often posing a risk of backlash. He began to act according to the script he had previously discussed with Liu Ruobing. The disciple will strive to master it and bring glory to the sect. I shall never betray the trust of a sect leader. Lin Tianxing nodded in satisfaction. This Chu Qiuran, despite his meteoric rise in strength, appeared to maintain a stable temperament. And most importantly, a sense of belonging to the sect. That was sufficient. Very well. We depart for the talent conference in 3 days, led by Elder Wang. Use these 3 days to prepare diligently. Yes, sect leader. The three responded in unison. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Xiao Yunfei and Lin Shuer regarded Chu Qiuran with a newfound perspective. Junior brother Chu, I kindly ask for your guidance at the talent conference, Xiao Yunfei initiated, his demeanor now entirely egalitarian. Let us assist one another, Chu Qiuran replied courteously. Once they departed, Liu Ruobing approached Chu Qiuran, and the two walked side by side down the mountain path. Your performance just now was even more splendid than on the arena. Liu Ruobing's voice resonated within the heart link, laced with a hint of teasing. Alas, my strength forbids me from being low-key. I must rely on my acting skills to compensate. Chu Qiuran responded with a sense of pride in his spirit. Senior sister, did you notice the satisfied expression on the sect master's face? I nailed it. A smile involuntarily crept across Liu Ruobing's lips once more. Are you truly unafraid of that power's potential backlash? She questioned, a flicker of concern in her tone. Of course I am afraid. Chu Qiuran's voice suddenly turned grave. Senior sister, the pressure upon me is immense. The hopes of the entire sect rest upon my shoulders, and I fear I might lose control and unleash chaos at the talent conference, tarnishing our sect's reputation. I'm so scared, he confessed. Liu Ruobing shuddered slightly. Through the heart link, she sensed a trace of turmoil and fear emanating from Chu Qiuran. Her heart ached for him. It became evident that behind his seemingly glorious facade lay a heavy burden of pain and pressure. She had previously teased him without understanding. Do not be afraid. Liu Ruobing's voice took on an unprecedented softness. I will stand by you. If you cannot maintain control, I shall render you unconscious. Senior sister, you are so pragmatic. Chu Qiuran, Vima? Ding. Detecting Liu Ruobing's intense emotions of concern and protection towards the host, affinity significantly increased. Reward points, 2,000 current usable points. 9650200011650. Chu Qiuran's heart soared with joy, though he responded with heartfelt gratitude. Senior sister, you are truly wonderful. The two fell into a comfortable silence, yet the atmosphere subtly shifted. Upon returning to his humble abode, all expressions vanished from Chu Qiuran's face, replaced by shrewdness and calculation. I've acted for so long, it has exhausted me. He closed the door, set up prohibitions, and the first task he undertook was to inspect the system rewards. Tiangang's 36 transformations. This was the legendary supreme skill. Eagerly, Chu Qiuran immersed his consciousness within the system space. An ancient jade tome floated serenely, emanating an aura of profound mystery. Tiangang's 36 transformations. Would you like to learn the technique Tiangang's 36 transformations? Yes. Ding. Learning the technique. Detecting that the host possesses the foundation of transformations of 1,000 forms. Learning speed increased by 1,000. Learning successful. A vast and intricate stream of information surged into Chu Qiuran's mind in an instant. Unlike the transformative technique of transformations of infinite forms, which merely alters one's cultivation and aura, the 36 transformations of Tiangang is a true art of metamorphosis. This formidable skill not only allows the practitioner to whimsically change their cultivation, aura, appearance, and physique, but can even perfectly simulate the fluctuations of one's soul. At its pinnacle, one can manipulate fate, invert yin and yang, and shift stars and constellations. Of course, with Chu Qiuran's current level of cultivation, he has yet to reach such heights. However, even at the threshold, he can assume the guise of any individual he desires, provided their cultivation does not vastly exceed his own. What a remarkable treasure! This is undoubtedly an essential skill for domestic affairs, travel, or even illicit endeavors. Chu Qiuran rubbed his hands together in excitement. With a mere thought, he activated the 36 transformations of Tiangang. His figure blurred momentarily, and his bones emitted a series of light crackles. In an instant, the person standing in the thatched cottage was no longer Chu Qiuran, but a burly, bald man, resembling the bandit leader he had slain earlier. Not only did he mimic the man's appearance flawlessly, but he also perfectly replicated the aura of a consummate Foundation establishment practitioner and his fierce demeanor. How intriguing! He transformed once more into the visage of elderly Changfeng of the law enforcement hall, wearing a sullen and vengeful expression. Chu Qiuran, surrender your life. He mimicked in Li Changfeng's tone, feeling a surge of satisfaction. With this technique, his covert operations would shine even brighter in future escapades. Who would suspect it was the infamous Chu Qiuran behind them? After indulging in the transformation, Chu Qiuran reverted to his original appearance. From his robe, he retrieved a jade vial containing the coveted transformation pill. Chapter 78. Extraordinary goods. Upon uncorking the vial, a fragrant aroma instantly permeated the entire cottage. Inside the jade vial lay a pill the size of a longan, shimmering with resplendent hues. The surface of the pill was adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns, indicating its extraordinary nature. The transformation pill. Chu Qiuran's gaze ignited with fervor. This was a divine object capable of allowing a gold core practitioner to directly ascend to the nascent soul stage. In the outside world, its possession could unleash a torrent of bloodshed. For him, it represented a shortcut to a higher realm, currently at the mid-gold core stage. If he were to consume this pill, Chu Qiuran's heart raced. He hesitated not for a moment. Fortune favors the bold. Strength must be sought early. At the Tianjiao assembly, myriad talents would converge, and there might even be ancient monsters masquerading as youth. Only power guarantees safety. He swallowed the transformation pill whole. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved into an incredibly pure and overwhelming surge of energy, flooding through his limbs and bones. Boom! Chu Qiuran felt as though his body had transformed into an ignited powder keg, with the terrifying potency of the pill violently surging through his meridians. Should an ordinary golden core cultivator find themselves in such a predicament, they would likely succumb to the overwhelming energy and meet a tragic end. However, Chu Qiuran was far from ordinary. He swiftly activated the yin-yang harmonization technique. Two fish, one black and one white, spiraled rapidly within his dantian, forming a colossal vortex. The ferocious medicinal power, upon entering his dantian, was forcibly drawn apart and decomposed by the yin-yang fish, subsequently transformed into the purest spiritual energy, merging seamlessly with his golden core. His golden core began to expand at a visibly frantic pace. Late golden core, pinnacle of late golden core, great perfection of golden core. In a mere quarter of an hour, Chu Qiuran's cultivation soared to the apex of the golden core stage. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The medicinal power of the transformation god pill continued to surge relentlessly. With a crisp crack, reminiscent of an eggshell shattering, a fissure appeared on the surface of his resplendent golden core. Soon, more cracks emerged, spreading like a spiderweb across the entirety of the golden core. The moment for the shattered core to transform into an infant had arrived. Chu Qiuran bellowed internally, channeling all his energy into his technique. Boom! The golden core shattered completely. An infinite burst of golden light erupted forth. At the heart of this radiance, a small figure, mere inches in height, with features unmistakably resembling Chu Qiuran, began to coalesce. The nascent soul, it had come to fruition. A terrifying aura, exponentially more potent than that of the golden core stage, surged from Chu Qiuran, soaring skyward. Fortunately, he had set up restrictions in advance. Otherwise, this overwhelming force would have alarmed the entirety of the heavenly sword sect. Initial stage of the nascent soul. Pinnacle of the initial stage of the nascent soul. Mid-stage of the nascent soul. It was only upon reaching the mid-stage of the nascent soul that the medicinal power of the transformation god pill was thoroughly refined and absorbed. Chu Qiuran slowly opened his eyes, feeling the torrent of power within him, a force capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. And a satisfied smile spread across his face. A leap to the heavens, exhilarating, He now possessed absolute confidence. Even if he were to encounter an ancient being in the transformation god stage, he might not be able to defeat them, but he could certainly escape. It was time for a change of identity. With a thought, he activated the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang. The terrifying aura of the mid-stage nascent soul was flawlessly concealed, replaced by an aura of great perfection in the foundation establishment stage. Neither too strong nor too weak. It perfectly explained his performance at the martial arts competition and conformed to the image of a genius whose strength had surged dramatically after receiving the Demon Emperor's inheritance. Attending the Talents Conference in this manner would allow him to play the role of a pig to eat the tiger without appearing excessively extraordinary. Perfect. Just as Chu Qiuran solidified his cultivation. In a hidden chamber deep within the law enforcement hall, Li Changfeng was softly murmuring to a black sound transmission jade talisman. Here's the situation. That lad harbors a great secret, likely connected to the Demon Emperor. He is now a key subject of protection within the sect, making it unwise for me to act. The Celestial Talents Conference represents his sole opportunity to depart from the sect. The venue is situated in the capital of the Tianfeng dynasty, a considerable distance away. I require you to ambush him midway. Execute the task with precision, ensuring no trace of the Fire Cloud sect remains. Upon success, I shall double the rewards previously promised to you by my nephew. From the communication jade talisman, a hoarse voice emerged. Elderly, rest assured, he is merely a fledgling in the foundation establishment stage. Our blood fiends of the Fire Cloud sect will ensure he does not witness the dawn of another day. With a sinister smile crossing his face, Li Changfeng severed the communication. Chu Qiuran, oh, Chu Qiuran, what does your unparalleled talent matter? The road to the Celestial Talent Conference shall be your path to the underworld. 3 days later, at the entrance of the Sword Heaven sect, a colossal spiritual vessel, adorned with intricate sword carvings, hovered gracefully in midair. The sect leader, Lin Tianxing, had personally come to bid farewell. Elder Wang, the future of our sect rests in your capable hands, he stated earnestly to the leading Elder Wang. Rest assured, sect leader. Elder Wang responded with a solemn nod. The trio of Chu Qiuran, Liu Ruobing, and Xiao Yunfei, representing the sect as competitors, stood upon the deck of the spiritual vessel, dressed in pristine white robes. Chu Qiuran's striking visage and the powerful aura of his perfected foundation establishment stage attracted the attention of numerous female disciples present to see them off. Sister, are you ready? Chu Qiuran inquired with a smile as he approached Liu Ruobing. Yes, she nodded, her gaze drifting towards the distant sea of clouds, her heart brimming with anticipation. This was her first time representing the sect at such a grand event. Don't be nervous, sister. Chu Qiuran communicated through their heart binding. With me by your side, consider it a delightful excursion. The Celestial Talents Conference is merely an opportunity to seize first place effortlessly. Liu Ruobing had grown accustomed to his bravado. However, for reasons unknown, his words did alleviate much of her anxiety. Let us depart. With Elder Wang's command, the spiritual vessel resonated with a hum, transforming into a streak of light as it sped towards the horizon. The vessel pierced through the clouds at an exhilarating pace, the scenery on either side blurring into a cascade of colors. On the deck, the wind howled, causing their garments to flutter wildly. Liu Ruobing's hair was tousled by the wind, with strands brushing against her fair cheeks. She gazed at the distant skyline, her eyes reflecting a blend of excitement and trepidation for the unknown. Sister, what are you thinking? Chu Qiuran's voice broke through a reverie. He had somehow positioned himself beside her, standing shoulder to shoulder. Nothing much, she replied, averting her gaze with a hint of nonchalance. Are you worried about the opponents at the Celestial Talent Conference? He inquired through their heart binding. Liu Ruobing fell silent for a moment, tacitly acknowledging his question. Fear not. His voice was laced with warmth. Should the heavens collapse, I will bear the weight. Just follow behind me and cheer for your little brother. Chapter 79. Deepening shadows, the corners of Liu Ruobing's mouth involuntarily twitched. This man had an uncanny ability to utter the most inappropriate remarks at the gravest moments. You should be more concerned about yourself, Liu Ruobing retorted, though you currently stand as the foremost in our sect. The talented assembly gathers the brightest prodigies from the entire realm of cultivation, among whom are certainly exceptional talents. I am aware. Chu Qiuran's tone suddenly turned somber. Sister, my concern does not lie with them. My apprehension revolves around the power within me. It grows increasingly restless. I fear that in an environment like the talented assembly, it may become uncontrollably volatile. As he spoke, he discreetly summoned a trace of his nascent soul aura, transmitting it through their bond. It was a terrifying essence, intermingled with chaos, brutality, and bloodlust. Liu Ruobing's body shuddered. She felt it, the dreadful force that sent shivers down her spine, akin to a ferocious beast lurking within Chu Qiuran, poised to consume. In that instant, she believed him. His earlier facade of ease was merely a facade. He bore such immense pain and peril alone. Chu Qiuran. Liu Ruobing's voice inadvertently quivered with tenderness and concern. It's nothing, sister. Chu Qiuran feigned strength, offering a brave smile. I can control it. For the sect, for you, I will surely maintain control. Ding! Detected Liu Ruobing's profound concern and compassion for the host. Affection level significantly increased. Reward points. 2,500 current available points. 11650250. 14150. Chu Qiuran's heart blossomed with joy, while outwardly he maintained the tragic visage of one bearing the weight of the sect's banner. Suffering grievously for his sister, Liu Ruobing gazed at his resolute profile, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. She reached out, seemingly wanting to grasp his arm, yet halted mid-air, ultimately settling for a gentle declaration. I will watch over you. Not far away, Xiao Yunfei observed their interaction, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. He had long admired Liu Ruobing, yet she remained as frigid as ice towards him. However, the tenderness and concern she directed at Chu Qiuran was a sight he had never witnessed before. Sighing inwardly, Xiao Yunfei lamented his defeat. Both in strength and in matters of the heart, he was thoroughly vanquished. Leading them was Elder Wang, a seemingly amiable old man, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation for the upcoming talented assembly, especially with Chu Qiuran, the unexpected dark horse, who had brought him countless surprises. Let's rest for a while. We still have 3 days' journey to the Tianfeng dynasty, Elder Wang announced. Inside the spirit vessel, there were designated chambers for rest. Chu Qiuran and Liu Ruobing returned to their respective rooms. Chu Qiuran closed the door and immediately sat cross-legged, beginning to solidify his cultivation at the nascent soul stage. Although his advancement was reliant on medicinal pills, the presence of the yin-yang harmonization technique ensured that his foundation was remarkably stable, devoid of any sense of superficiality. That old man, Li Changfeng, would undoubtedly not let this matter rest. The 3-day journey presented the perfect opportunity for action. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chu Qiuran's eyes. He had already scanned the entire spirit vessel with his divine sense. Elder Wang was at the early nascent soul stage, while Xiao Yunfei and Liu Ruobing had both achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Under normal circumstances, this configuration would offer ample security. However, should an opponent deploy a nascent soul cultivator or even stronger practitioners, danger loomed. Nevertheless, the more adversaries, the better. He was in need of points. A smile of anticipation graced Chu Qiuran's face. Time passed swiftly, and after 2 days, the journey remained tranquil. The spirit vessel had entered a range of continuous mountains. This was the Black Wind Mountain Range, characterized by perilous terrain where demonic beasts and bandits frequently roamed, renowned as a chaotic zone within the realm of cultivation. Suddenly, Elder Wang, who had been meditating, opened his eyes. He sensed a faint yet ominous killing intent locking onto the spirit vessel. Something was amiss. Elder Wang bellowed and rushed out of the room. Chu Qiuran, Liu Ruobing, and Xiao Yunfei were immediately alerted and made their way to the deck. Before them, a dozen shadowy figures had appeared around the spirit vessel, clad in blood-red robes and donning grotesque masks. These individuals exuded a palpable aura of bloodlust and menace. They surrounded the spirit vessel, with the 3 foremost figures emanating a terrifyingly powerful presence. Nascent soul stage. All 3 were at the nascent soul stage. Elder Wang's expression turned grave. He himself was merely at the early nascent soul stage, whereas the opposing trio included one whose aura was even more formidable than his own, not to mention the additional 10 or so golden core cultivators accompanying them. Such a lineup was nothing short of extravagant. Who are you? Why do you obstruct the spirit vessel of the Tianjian sect? Elder Wang demanded sternly. The leading mid-nascent soul cultivator let out a hoarse laugh. Tianjian sect. What a grand title. We are the blood slaughter guard of the Huiyun sect. We are here on orders to claim one life. His gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, fixated intently on Chu Qiuran. You are the one to die. Chu Qiuran. Huiyun sect. Elder Wang's expression shifted. The Tianjian sect and the Huiyun sect had always been rivals, engaging in minor skirmishes, but such a blatant assassination attempt on a sex prodigy had never occurred before. This was tantamount to declaring war. You Huiyun sect, how audacious! Elder Wang thundered. Do you not fear igniting a conflict between our sects by assassinating our genius? The leader of the Blood Slaughter Guard sneered coldly. Elder Wang, do not wield the weight of your sect against us. Our intention today is solely to eliminate Chu Qiuran. The others are of no concern. Upon your surrender of Chu Qiuran, we shall depart without inflicting any harm upon you. Upon the utterance of these words, both Xiao Yunfei and Liu Ruobing's expressions shifted dramatically. Xiao Yunfei tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, positioning himself protectively in front of Chu Qiuran. Not a chance. Junior Brother Chu is the hope of our Tianjian sect. Should you wish to take his life, you must first step over my corpse. Liu Ruobing also drew her sword, an aura of frost emanating from her as she resolutely stood beside Chu Qiuran. Although Elder Wang felt a surge of trepidation, he was acutely aware that surrendering Chu Qiuran was not an option. The future of their sect rested entirely on this young man. A pack of cowardly rats. To think you would dare to threaten the disciples of the Tianjian sect. Such delusions. Elder Wang summoned his spiritual energy, preparing for a desperate battle. Refusing to drink the offered wine, you choose the punishment instead. The leader of the Blood Slaughter Guard's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Since you all seek death, I shall oblige. Attack. Leave none alive. With a single command, a dozen golden core Blood Slaughter Guards lunged forward like ravenous wolves. The three leaders of the nascent soul stage charged directly at Elder Wang. Chapter 80. Per le situationsboom. The battle erupted in an instant. Elder Wang found himself outnumbered 3-1, quickly falling into a disadvantage, suffering repeated setbacks amidst grave danger. Xiao Yunfei and Liu Ruobing were similarly besieged by 3 or 4 golden core cultivators, their situation equally dire. The tide of battle was overwhelmingly against them. Meanwhile, Chu Qiuran, the target they all sought to protect, was rendered pale with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Sister, I am so scared. He cried out in terror through the mental link. Liu Ruobing, exerting herself to fend off the enemy's assaults, felt a tightening in her heart upon hearing Chu Qiuran's voice. Do not fear. Even if we must perish, we will protect you. But the power within me. Chu Qiuran's voice quivered. It wants to break free. I cannot control it. Suddenly, Chu Qiuran clutched his head and let out a pained scream. An incredibly violent and malevolent aura erupted from his being. His eyes turned a deep crimson, brimming with bloodlust and madness. I shall annihilate you all, he roared, his form flickering as he charged headlong into the group of golden core Blood Slaughter Guards. Junior Brother Chu Qiuran, Elder Wang, Xiao Yunfei, and the others were left in shock. They believed that Chu Qiuran had either gone mad from fear or that the power inherited from the Demon Emperor had spiraled completely out of control. Seeking death. A late-stage golden core Blood Slaughter Guard regarded the oncoming Chu Qiuran with disdainful amusement. He swung his blade towards Chu Qiuran, intent on cleaving the oblivious youth in two. However, Chu Qiuran did not flinch or evade. He collided directly with the attack. Crack! The large sword in the Blood Slaughter Guard's hand shattered upon impact with Chu Qiuran's body. What? The Blood Fiend Guardian had yet to react when Chu Qiuran's fist struck his chest with a resounding impact. Boom! The late-stage Golden Core Guardian was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, transforming into a cloud of blood mist mid-air. One punch. A swift annihilation of a late-stage golden core. The arena fell into a momentary silence, all present rendered speechless by the bloody and domineering spectacle. With a roar, Chu Qiuran resembled a colossal beast unshackled from its chains, embarking on a frenzied massacre amidst the crowd. His speed was unparalleled, and his strength terrifying. The golden core guardians before him appeared as fragile as paper. One punch for each, one kick for a group. Neither early stage nor perfected golden core could withstand his assault. Blood painted the sky red, and screams echoed relentlessly. In mere moments, the dozen or so golden core guardians were utterly decimated by Chu Qiuran alone. Liu Ruobing and Xiao Yunfei stood in stunned silence, their minds blank as they beheld the figure resembling a demonic deity. Was this the power unleashed when Chu Qiuran lost control? It was utterly horrifying. The three nascent soul leaders besieging Elder Wang also halted, incredulity etched across their faces. How could this be possible? Was he not at the peak of Foundation establishment? What manner of monster was this? They sensed the chaotic yet undeniably potent force radiating from Chu Qiuran, surpassing even that of a typical mid-stage nascent soul. I will annihilate you. Chu Qiuran's crimson gaze fixated on the three. Panic surged within the blood fiend leader as an unprecedented fear took hold. He realized that their mission had hit a dead end. Yet it was too late. Chu Qiuran's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before an early-stage blood fiend guardian. A punch was unleashed, simple, brutal, and devoid of reason. The early-stage guardian exerted every ounce of strength to resist, but his protective aura crumbled before Chu Qiuran's fist like mere parchment. Boom! Another nascent soul was obliterated on the spot, their soul extinguished. A demon. He's a demon. The remaining two blood fiend guardians were paralyzed with fear, turning to flee. Trying to escape? Chu Qiuran let out a cold laugh, extending his arms. Two colossal hands, forged from overwhelming spiritual energy, swiftly ensnared the fleeing nascent soul cultivators. No, please, spare us, they screamed in terror. With an expressionless visage, Chu Qiuran tightened his grip. Bang! Bang! Two clouds of blood mist erupted in the air. Thus, the blood fiend guardians dispatched by the Fire Cloud sect met their total annihilation. As the blood mist dissipated, an eerie silence enveloped the world. On the deck, only Elder Wang, Liu Ruobing, and Xiao Yunfei remained, standing in stunned silence. They gazed at the figure suspended in midair, drenched in blood, with eyes aflame, filled with awe and dread. The violent aura emanating from Chu Qiuran gradually receded, and the crimson hue in his eyes slowly faded. Returning to clarity, he glanced at his blood-stained hands, then surveyed the gruesome scene around him. What have I done? His voice trembled with shock and fear. Suddenly, Chu Qiuran coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying as he plummeted from the sky. Chu Qiuran. Liu Ruobing and Xiao Yunfei reacted swiftly, leaping forward to catch him. Chu Qiuran lay in Liu Ruobing's embrace, his complexion as pale as paper, his breath faint, as if he might slip away at any moment. With trembling hands, he grasped Liu Ruobing's sleeve. Sister, did I kill many people? Beep. Host has successfully completed a perfect performance of the aftermath of loss of control. Acting assessment. Reward points, 3,000. Current available points, 1415030017150. Chu Qiuran felt a rush of satisfaction within, yet his face bore an expression of utter confusion, as if questioning his very existence. Stop it. Liu Ruobing's eyes brimmed with tears. She held Chu Qiuran tightly, her voice choked. As long as you're okay. As long as you're okay. She understood that he had unleashed that terrifying power to protect them. Now, he must be grappling with guilt and anguish over his loss of control. Elder Wang approached, his gaze complex as he examined Chu Qiuran's condition. He found that Chu Qiuran was merely exhausted of spiritual energy and mentally strained, with no serious harm done, and breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly, help him back to his room to rest, Elder Wang instructed. Liu Ruobing and Xiao Yunfei carefully assisted Chu Qiuran back to his chamber. After ensuring he was settled, the three returned to the deck. Chapter 81. Driven to desperation observing the chaotic scene, Xiao Yunfei still felt as if he were trapped in a dream. Elder Wang, what about Chu Shidi? Elder Wang sighed heavily, his expression somber. It seems the sect leader's words were not in vain. The opportunity Chu Qiuran received is indeed a double-edged sword. While the power is formidable, its backlash is equally terrifying. Had he not been pushed to the brink, he likely would not have resorted to such strength. Listening to this, Liu Ruobing's feelings of guilt and heartache for Chu Qiuran deepened further. All of this was to save us. The Fire Cloud sect is truly overstepping. Fury ignited in Elder Wang's eyes. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Once we reach the Tianfeng Empire, I will report this to the sect immediately. He began to examine the corpses of the blood slaughter guards, seeking additional clues. Soon, he discovered a token on the leader who was in the mid-stage of the nascent soul. The token was a standard of the Fire Cloud sect. It bore a barely discernible character oddly inscribed upon it. A name surfaced in his mind like a flash of lightning. Elder Li Chongfeng from the Heavenly Sword sect. It was he. Elder Wang's countenance turned a shade of ashen gray, collaborating with an external sect to eliminate a fellow disciple-s talent. This was a grave betrayal of the sect. What is wrong, Elder Wang? Asked Liu Ruobing. Elder Wang tucked away the token and shook his head. It's nothing. You two need not concern yourselves with this matter. The sect will make its own decision. He resolved to refrain from divulging this incident to Liu Ruobing and Xiao Yunfei for the time being. After all, it involved the internal strife of the sect as higher echelons, and knowing too much would serve no benefit to them. In the room, Chu Qiuran lay on the bed, appearing to be in a coma, yet his consciousness remained clear. Senior sister, am I all right? He inquired weakly through their telepathic bond. Liu Ruobing's voice immediately resonated with concern. How are you? Do you feel any better? My head aches terribly. It feels as though my very essence has been drained. Chu Qiuran continued his charade. You need to rest well and not dwell on it too much. You killed them in self-defense and to save us as well. Liu Ruobing gently reassured him. But, senior sister, I am afraid. I fear that one day, I will completely transform into a monster who knows nothing but slaughter. When that day comes, will you despise me? Chu Qiuran's question struck at the softest part of Liu Ruobing's heart. She responded almost without hesitation. Never. I will never despise you. No matter what you become, I will stand by you and help you control that power. Ding! Detected a steadfast belief in life and death solidarity from Liu Ruobing towards the host. Affection level has reached beloved status. Reward points, 5,000. Telepathic bond function upgraded. Unlocking Hearts in Sync. Hearts in Sync. The host can vaguely perceive the emotions and thoughts of the other. Current available points, 1715050022150. Chu Qiuran was momentarily taken aback. Beloved? Is this what it means to be beloved? Senior sister, you are far too easy to deceive. He attempted to utilize the Hearts in Sync function. Instantly, a wave of emotions filled with worry, tenderness, affection, and determination surged from the other end of the bond. He could even glimpse some indistinct images. Liu Ruobing sat beside his bed, gently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Her gaze so tender it seemed to flow with tears. Goodness, this function is remarkable. Chu Qiuran's heart swelled with joy. With this, it would be far easier to either deceive or comfort senior sister in the future. After the spirit vessel was thoroughly cleansed, it set sail once more. Following the recent turmoil, an air of solemnity hung heavily over the group. The next day, Chu Qiuran awoke languidly, feigning the demeanor of one just recovering from a grave illness, successfully evoking the sympathy of all present. Liu Ruobing, in particular, attended to him with meticulous care, offering tea and water and inquiring after his well-being. Observing this scene, the last flicker of hope within Xiao Yunfei was extinguished. He approached Chu Qiuran with a serious demeanor and said, Junior Brother Chu, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving assistance. Chu Qiuran hastily waved his hands in alarm, replying, Senior Brother Xiao, please do not say such things. I was completely unaware of my actions at that moment. Witnessing Chu Qiuran's earnest yet apprehensive expression, Xiao Yunfei became even more convinced of his status as a pitiable soul caught in circumstances beyond his control. Another day passed, and an extraordinarily majestic and imposing city came into view. Its towering walls, reaching heights of 100 zhang, stretched endlessly, resembling a colossal dragon coiled upon the earth. Within the city, palatial pavilions stood in abundance, enveloped in auspicious clouds and ethereal mists, as countless cultivators soared through the air, depicting a scene of celestial grandeur. They had arrived at the capital of the Tianfeng dynasty, Tianfeng City. Elder Wang gazed at the approaching giant city and spoke solemnly, "Everyone brace yourselves. The Talented One's conference is upon us, and hidden dragons lie in wait. From this moment forth, our challenges are just beginning." The spirit vessel gently descended in the designated area outside Tianfeng City. A massive teleportation array nearby was already filled with various spirit vessels, flying cars, and even enormous flying beasts from different sections. The air was thick with a palpable tension and excitement. Countless young figures disembarked from the spirit vessels, each radiating formidable auras and sharp gazes, representing the creme de la creme of their respective sections. What abundant spiritual energy! Xiao Yunfei inhaled deeply, his face reflecting astonishment. The concentration of spiritual energy in Tianfeng City surpassed that of the Tianjin sect's mountain gate by more than double. Spending a day here equated to several days of cultivation elsewhere. Truly, it deserved its reputation as the epicenter of the cultivation world. While Chu Qiuran outwardly displayed the astonishment of a country bumpkin entering the city, inwardly, he was engaged in careful contemplation. His spiritual sense unfurled like a tidal wave, surveying the surroundings with clarity for dozens of miles. Golden core cultivators walked freely, while those at the foundation establishment stage were hardly noteworthy. He even sensed several concealed, yet powerful nascent soul auras, clearly belonging to the elders leading various sections. Quite intriguing, Chu Qiuran mused silently. Under the guidance of the Tianfeng dynasty's envoy, Elder Wang led Chu Qiuran and his companions to the celestial pavilion where the Tianjin sect was to reside. The pavilion, named Listening to the Wind Pavilion, was an elegant courtyard surrounded by serene scenery. Once settled, Elder Wang gathered the three together, his expression grave as he cautioned, "Before the Talented One's conference begins, do your utmost to avoid causing trouble. This place is rife with both the noble and the unscrupulous. Many sects and clans are not ones we can easily offend, particularly the Huayun sect. Their members have surely arrived as well. If you encounter them, it is best to steer clear." Elder Wang cast a glance at Chu Qiuran, evidently still concerned that the Fire Cloud sect might cause trouble. Chu Qiuran immediately adopted a submissive demeanor, nodding repeatedly. "Elder, rest assured, I shall remain obedient and will not stir up any trouble." Chapter 82. Ordinary yet extraordinary, however. Troubles are often not easily evaded, even if one wishes to. The following day, Xiao Yunfei proposed visiting the largest treasure market in the city, Wanbao Tower, to broaden their horizons. Elder Wang pondered for a moment and agreed, realizing that staying in the Immortal Pavilion was not a viable option. But he repeatedly cautioned them to proceed with caution. The four had scarcely left the Listening Wind Pavilion when a group of cultivators clad in fiery red robes approached them. Each of these individuals exuded an air of arrogance, striding forward as if looking down upon others through their nostrils. At the forefront was a sinister-looking young man, his cultivation evidently at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. The flame insignia on his chest was more intricately designed than those of his companions, clearly indicating his elevated status. As fate would have it, the two parties encountered one another on the narrow path. "Oh, who do we have here?" "It's the timid turtles from the Heavenly Sword sect," the sinister young man sneered as he caught sight of the flying sword emblem on Elder Wang and the others' attire, deliberately blocking their way. Elder Wang furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. "Are you from the Fire Cloud sect? Kindly step aside." "Step aside?" The sinister young man appeared to find this notion utterly ludicrous. "Elder Wang, I hear your Heavenly Sword sect has produced an exceptional genius recently. Is it not named Chu Qiuran?" His gaze swept over Chu Qiuran and the others. Xiao Yunfei possessed striking charisma, while Liu Ruobing emanated an ethereal chill, and Chu Qiuran, in contrast, appeared rather unremarkable, tinged with a hint of frailty. Ultimately, the young man's gaze settled upon Xiao Yunfei. I presume you are the one who defeated Xiao Yunfei and claimed the top spot, Chu Qiuran? You don't seem so impressive, he remarked disdainfully. Xiao Yunfei's expression darkened instantly. I am Xiao Yunfei. Do you have any advice for me? Oh, you are Xiao Yunfei? The sinister young man feigned surprise. So, the first genius, Chu Qiuran, is this sickly individual beside you? He pointed at Chu Qiuran, his mockery unabashed. Chu Qiuran, feeling intimidated, shrank back, seeking refuge behind Liu Ruobing. Senior sister, they are so fierce, he whispered timidly within their shared bond. Sensing his fear, a wave of protectiveness surged within Liu Ruobing. She stepped forward, fixing the young man with a cold stare. I kindly ask you to speak with more respect. Oh, the little beauty has quite the fiery spirit, the sinister young man, now captivated by Liu Ruobing, adopted a more playful tone. I am Huoji, and my father is the sect leader of the Fire Cloud sect. Would you, lovely lady, care to join me for a drink? Seeking death, Xiao Yunfei could no longer contain himself. A gentleman may be slain, but he must not be insulted. Not only had the opponent insulted their sect, but he had also openly harassed Liu Ruobing. This was a slight he could not tolerate. Sky Swelth Technique. Xiao Yunfei drew his sword, unleashing a fierce beam of sword light aimed straight at Huoji's face. Do you dare to compete with the brilliance of the full moon with a mere grain of rice? Huoji let out a cold laugh, standing his ground without flinching. Suddenly, a layer of crimson flame enveloped him like a protective shield. Clang! The tip of the sword struck against the shield, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, rendering it utterly immobile. What? Xiao Yunfei gasped in shock. Get lost! Huoji bellowed, causing the flame shield to tremble violently. A surge of immense power radiated outward, sending Xiao Yunfei's sword flying and propelling him backward, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. One move, in just a single move, Xiao Yunfei was defeated. Brother Xiao, Liu Ruobing and Elder Wang exclaimed in astonishment, rushing to assist him. Ha ha! The disciples of the Fire Cloud sect erupted into raucous laughter. With such meager strength, how dare you claim to be the second prodigy of the Heavenly Sword sect? It is truly laughable. I propose that you change the name of your sect to the Wasted Sword sect. Huoji, wearing a smug expression, approached Chu Qiuran, looking down upon him. Sickly wretch. It's your turn. Aren't you the top prodigy? Kneel down and crawl through my legs. Then present this lovely young lady beside you to me, and I shall spare your life. What do you say? The crowd of onlookers swelled, pointing and whispering about the Heavenly Sword sect. Elder Wang trembled with fury, but the overwhelming strength and formidable background of the opponent left him feeling powerless. Liu Ruobing's expression turned as cold as ice. Sister, I don't want this, Chu Qiuran's trembling voice echoed in the mind link. But he is bullying us too much, the power within me. Silence. Before Liu Ruobing could respond, Chu Qiuran suddenly found his courage and shouted. He stepped in front of Liu Ruobing, his body still trembling but his gaze resolute. You shall not bully my senior sister. Oh, Huoji looked at him with keen interest. What? The sickly wretch wishes to play the hero? Do you believe you are worthy? He extended his hand, aiming a slap at Chu Qiuran's face, intending to humiliate him publicly. The slap cut through the air with blinding speed, accompanied by a fierce wind. Everyone expected Chu Qiuran to be struck down in front of them. However, in the instant the hand was about to make contact, Chu Qiuran's body tilted at an oddly peculiar angle, evading the blow. Huoji's palm barely grazed his cheek, missing entirely. Moreover, in his panic to dodge, Chu Qiuran inadvertently raised his elbow. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as his elbow connected squarely with Huoji's chin. Crack! The sharp sound of bone fracturing rang out. Ack! Huoji let out a howl akin to a wounded beast, falling backward, blood and teeth spilling from his mouth. The entire venue fell into a stunned silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. What just happened? The young lord of the Fire Cloud sect has fallen just like that? Chu Qiuran was utterly astonished. He gazed at his own elbow, then shifted his attention to the writhing figure of Huo Wuji on the ground, his face a portrait of innocence and confusion. He stammered, I'm so sorry. It was not intentional. I merely tried to dodge. Who could have known you would collide with me? A ripple of laughter emerged from the onlookers, unable to contain themselves at his clumsy explanation. You collided with yourself? The absurdity of his words was too much to bear. Huo Wuji lay on the ground, his jaw dislocated and blood oozing from his mouth, unable to articulate his fury, only able to emit muffled sounds of indignation. His glare at Chu Qiuran was laced with venom, almost palpable. Young master, the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect finally registered the situation and rushed to lift Huo Wuji. You dare harm our young master. You are doomed. One of the disciples bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at Chu Qiuran. Fearful, Chu Qiuran recoiled further, taking refuge behind Elder Wang. Peeking out, he protested, I swear it wasn't me. He just lost his balance. Elder Wang observed the scene with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. In his several centuries of life, he had never witnessed such a refreshingly unconventional method of staging an accident. However, inexplicably, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Enough. Elder Wang stepped forward, shielding Chu Qiuran with his presence, and addressed the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect in a firm voice, in plain sight. It was your young master who initiated the provocation. My disciple merely acted in self-defense. The truth of the matter is evident to all. You, the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect, were rendered speechless, unable to rebuff his assertion. It was indeed Huo Wuji who had struck first, and Chu Qiuran's elbow seemed genuinely accidental. We are leaving. The group assisted the still moaningly distressed Huo Wuji as they departed, casting a vengeful glare at Chu Qiuran before retreating. Thus, a tumultuous episode concluded in a most theatrical manner. Yet, the name Chu Qiuran began to circulate within a small circle, as the seemingly ailing prodigy of the Heavenly Sword sect appeared to possess an uncanny aura. Upon returning to the Listening Wind Pavilion, Elder Wang regarded Chu Qiuran with a complex expression, hesitating to speak. Finally, he sighed and said, In the future, exercise caution. Yes, I understand, Master, Chu Qiuran replied, nodding with a look of trepidation. After Elder Wang departed, Liu Ruobing approached, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Are you all right? Did you offend the head of the Fire Cloud sect? Sister, I am so frightened. Chu Qiuran swiftly switched to a more intimate tone within their mental connection. I nearly lost control of that power again. Fortunately, I managed to rein it in just in time. I only accidentally brushed against him. If that power had truly erupted, he might have already been a lifeless corpse. At that point, the head of the Fire Cloud sect would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon us. Have I once again brought trouble to the sect? Liu Ruobing, through a profound connection of hearts, distinctly sensed the lingering fear, guilt, and terror of losing control that Chu Qiuran had transmitted. Her heart ached for him. It became evident that his earlier display of grievance and innocence was not merely an act, but a true reflection of his inner turmoil. You are not at fault. Liu Ruobing's voice resonated within the bond, imbued with unparalleled tenderness. You acted to protect me and uphold the dignity of our sect. Even if you had truly harmed him, the sect would undoubtedly shield you. Do not be afraid. I am here for you. Ding. Detected Liu Ruobing's unconditional trust and acceptance towards the host. Affection level continues to rise. Reward points. 2,000 current available points. 221502000244150. Chu Qiuran's heart soared with joy, though his face bore an expression so moved that he nearly shed tears. Sister, you are truly remarkable. 3 days later, the opening ceremony of the Talented Youth Conference took place in the Grand Central Square of the Tenfold dynasty. The square was immense, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands. At its center stood a high platform carved from white jade, where the emperor of the Tenfold dynasty, alongside the masters and elders of various prestigious sects, took their places. Below them gathered thousands of talented competitors from various regions. Standing among the ranks of the Tianjin sect, Chu Qiuran gazed around, feeling a slight tremor within. These young cultivators were all formidable, with the weakest among them already at the late foundation establishment stage, and many achieving the peak of foundation establishment. He even spotted several young prodigies whose profound auras clearly indicated they had already entered the golden core stage. "Do you see that one in the golden robe?" Xiao Yunfei whispered beside him. "That is Long Out Yin, the third prince of the Tianfeng dynasty. It is said he reached the peak of golden core 3 years ago, and now his strength is unfathomable. He is the frontrunner for this championship." Following Xiao Yunfei's gaze, Chu Qiuran beheld Long Out Yin, who indeed exuded an extraordinary demeanor, his face marked by an innate arrogance, as if he regarded everyone else with disdain. His gaze lingered briefly on Liu Ruobing, revealing a flicker of admiration and possessiveness. Chu Qiuran couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Yet another contender. And over there, the one wielding a colossal sword is the chief disciple of the Beidou sect, named Rebate, a natural powerhouse who follows the path of physical cultivation. Then, there was a woman draped in black, emanating an eerie aura. She was the saintess of the Ghost King sect, known for her devious methods and formidable presence. Xiao Yunfei had evidently done his homework, enlightening Chu Qiuran and Liu Ruobing about their main rivals. Just then, the emperor of the Tianfeng dynasty rose, his voice echoing throughout the assembly. "Welcome, esteemed talents, to Tianfeng City." After delivering some ceremonial words, he finally announced the rules of the Talented Youth Conference. The trials of this conference will take place in the realm of 10,000 beasts. The announcement sent waves of astonishment through the crowd. The realm of 10,000 beasts was an ancient secret domain controlled by the Tianfeng dynasty, teeming with ferocious beasts yet brimming with opportunities. The trial lasts for a month. Each of you will receive an identity jade token. Within the spirit realm, points can be accumulated by slaying demonic beasts or seizing others' tokens. After 1 month, the top 100 in the rankings will advance to the second round, while the top 10 will receive bountiful rewards from the dynasty. Remember, in the spirit realm, life and death are of no concern. The final 4 words sent a chill throughout the entire square. This signified that this was not merely a competition, but a brutal game of slaughter. Chu Qiuran's eyes sparkled. These rules were tailor-made for him. Once the rules were announced, a massive spatial vortex slowly formed above the platform. "Wishing you all good luck. The Tianjiu meeting now commences." Disciples from various sects began to queue up and step into the enormous spatial vortex. When it was the turn of the Tianjin sect, Elder Wang reiterated, "Once inside, regroup immediately. Remember, preserving your life is paramount." Yes, Chu Qiuran, Liu Ruobing, and Xiao Yunfei stepped into the spatial vortex together. After a dizzying whirl, Chu Qiuran felt his feet firmly on the ground. He opened his eyes to find himself in a dense primordial forest. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood and demonic energy. However, Liu Ruobing and Xiao Yunfei had vanished without a trace. Random teleportation? Chu Qiuran murmured to himself. He was not worried, with his nascent soul-level consciousness. As long as Liu Ruobing and the others were within 100 miles, he could easily locate them. Just as he was preparing to release his consciousness, a sudden thought struck him. Such a splendid opportunity should not be wasted without some excitement. He chuckled to himself, activating the Heavenly Gang 36 transformations. His figure blurred, and the sound of cracking bones echoed. Moments later, the frail white-clad youth vanished, replaced by a diminutive young man with shifty eyes, clad in the attire of a disciple from the Huoyun sect. This young man was the one who had previously followed Huowuji around, boasting the most. Chu Qiuran not only mimicked his appearance and stature, but also perfectly imitated the essence of his late foundation establishment cultivation and his lewd demeanor. He took out a mirror from his storage bag, examined himself, and nodded with satisfaction. Perfect. Lowering his voice, he imitated the disciple's tone, cursing, "Damn it. I actually got separated from the main group. That little brat, Chu Qiuran, better not cross my path." After saying this, he almost believed it himself. At that moment, his consciousness sensed a violent surge of spiritual energy emanating from a valley about 5 miles to the east. It seemed someone was engaged in a fierce battle with a formidable demonic beast. What an exciting spectacle! Chu Qiuran's heart raced, and he immediately concealed his aura, stealthily making his way over. In the valley, 5 monks clad in azure robes besieged a towering beast, standing 3 zhang high, resembling a colossal ape, its body adorned with crimson scales. This crimson scale demon ape was a top-tier 4th-grade beast, its prowess comparable to that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Behind the demon ape, a delicate herb, glistening like crystal and exuding a faint radiance, swayed gently in the breeze. It was the 7-cloud linglong grass. Chu Qiuran recognized it instantly. This was the primary ingredient for crafting top-tier elixirs suitable for golden core stage, worth a fortune. "Senior brother, we can hardly hold on," cried a disciple in green, revealing a claw mark on his arm that exposed bone. The leading youth, a cultivator at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, wielded a jade sword, skillfully restraining the demon ape. "Just hold on a little longer. This demon ape is already exhausted. If we slay it, the 7-cloud linglong grass will belong to our Qingyang sect." Just as they exerted their utmost effort, poised to deliver the fatal blow to the demon ape, a brash voice suddenly echoed from the valley entrance. "Everyone stop!" The disciples of Qingyang sect were startled and turned to see a scruffy-looking fellow in the attire of the Fire Cloud sect swaggering in. Fire Cloud sect? The leading youth furrowed his brow. Chu Qiuran placed her hands on her hips, regarding them with disdain, and boldly declared, "It seems you have some discernment. This spiritual herb has caught our Fire Cloud sect's eye. You may leave at once." "You!" The disciples of Qingyang's sect instantly turned pale with rage. They had toiled for half the day, on the verge of success, only to be interrupted by such unreasonable intruders. The leading youth suppressed his fury and spoke solemnly. "Esteemed friend, matters of precedence must be respected. We discovered this demon beast and the spiritual herb first." "Precedence?" Chu Qiuran scoffed, as if hearing the most ludicrous joke. "In the realm of beasts, might makes right. Let me inform you, our young master Huowuji is nearby. If you know what is good for you, vacate promptly. Or else, when our young master arrives, none of you will survive." His words, half-truths, were laced with intimidation. Who among them was unaware of Huowuji's reputation? The disciples of Qingyang's sect displayed expressions of apprehension. The leading youth gritted his teeth and retorted, "Even if your young master comes, this is no reason for such tyranny. Our Qingyang sect is not to be trifled with." "Oh, refusing a toast and asking for punishment?" A fierce glint flashed in Chu Qiuran's eyes. No longer willing to parley, she charged forward, employing the Fire Cloud sect's fundamental technique, the fiery fist, which appeared tremendously powerful. Seeking death, a disciple from Qingyang's sect met her head-on. The two instantly clashed, engaging in a fierce battle. Chu Qiuran deliberately controlled her strength, maintaining a semblance of balance in their exchanges, though she appeared to be slightly at a disadvantage. At that moment, the gravely injured crimson-scaled demon ape emitted a frenzied roar, akin to a last gasp, and struck out with its final claw at the nearest disciple of the Qingyang sect. This claw, infused with all its demonic power, was as swift as lightning. The disciple, engrossed in the clash between his fellow sect members and Chu Qiuran, failed to react in time. Just as he was about to be reduced to a pulp, Chu Qiuran, in a moment of panic, inadvertently slipped and collided with the disciple's waist. Bang! The sudden force sent the disciple uncontrollably towards the ape's claw. With a sickening thrust, the claw pierced through his heart. The disciple did not even have a chance to scream before meeting his demise. "Junior brother." The remaining disciples of the Qingyang sect were filled with rage. "You have killed my junior brother." The leader, a young man, pointed an accusing finger at Chu Qiuran, his voice trembling with fury. Chu Qiuran scrambled to his feet, dusting off his clothes with an innocent expression. "You cannot blame me. He didn't evade the attack. Besides, it was that beast who killed him, not me." Just as the Qingyang disciples were seething with indignation, preparing to confront Chu Qiuran, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from him. Flames engulfed the skies. He struck forth with his palm, conjuring an enormous fire dragon that materialized out of thin air, consuming the already exhausted crimson-scaled demon ape entirely. In a swift motion, he snatched the 7-color linglong grass and stored it away. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless. The disciples of Qingyang's sect stood in stunned silence, realizing that the power of his recent attack far surpassed that of the Foundation establishment stage. "You worthless lot, remember this well," Chu Qiuran declared, pointing at them with a mocking laugh as he pocketed the spiritual herb. "The murderer is Zhang San of the Huayun sect. If you're dissatisfied, take your grievances to our young master, Huo Wuji." With that, he transformed into a flash of fire and made his escape, leaving behind a group of enraged Qingyang disciples, helplessly seething in the valley. Ding! Host has successfully framed the Huayun sect, inciting enmity from the Qingyang sect. Reward points, 3,000 Ding. Host has obtained the heavenly material. 7-color Linglong grass. System valuation, 5,000 points. Would you like to exchange? No exchange. Current available points, 241503000, 27150. As Chu Qiuran ran far away, his heart brimmed with joy. This spirit beast realm was truly his paradise. Not only could he stir up trouble to earn points, but he could also conveniently acquire treasures. Just as he reveled in his success, his spiritual awareness suddenly detected a large group of individuals approaching not far ahead. The leader among them exuded a familiar and ominous aura. It is indeed the young master of the Fire Cloud sect, Huo Wuji. His chin, evidently healed by medicinal elixirs, still bore an exceedingly grim countenance. Just in time, Chu Qiuran's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Instead of retreating, he boldly approached. As he ran, he donned an expression of utter panic, shouting loudly. Chapter 85. Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures. Young Master, it's dire. A grave matter has arisen. Huo Wuji, accompanied by several disciples of the Fire Cloud sect, was scouring the forest with a somber expression, vowing to locate those scoundrels from the Heavenly Sword sect, particularly the wretched Chu Qiuran, to exact his vengeance upon him. At that moment, he heard the frantic cries of Zhang San. Young Master, it's terrible." Huo Wuji furrowed his brow and halted his steps. He beheld his subordinate, tumbling out of the woods, his face etched with terror and urgency. "What is the matter? What kind of behavior is this?" Huo Wuji admonished impatiently. Chu Qiuran, Zhang San, fell to his knees before him, weeping profusely as he spoke. "Young Master, I am incompetent. I stumbled upon a treasure trove, yet it was seized by the Blade Dominators." The mention of the Blade Dominators caused Huo Wuji's expression to darken further. The Blade Dominators had always been rivals to the Fire Cloud sect, their strengths being nearly equal. "What transpired? Speak clearly." "Yes." Chu Qiuran gasped for breath, commencing his performance. "Reporting to you, young master, I inadvertently discovered an ancient cultivator's cave. The cave was guarded by formidable restrictions, and I dared not intrude, intending to return and report to you. However, I encountered Patian from the Blade Dominators along the way." Patian? Huo Wuji's eyes flickered with trepidation upon hearing that name. That individual was a born warrior, impervious to blades and spears, making him exceedingly troublesome. "Indeed," Chu Qiuran continued with a visage of grief and indignation. Patian, perceiving my furtive demeanor, confronted me and demanded to know what I had discovered. When I resolutely refused to divulge, he subjected me to severe torture. "Young master, see." Saying this, Chu Qiuran rolled up his sleeve to reveal his arm, marred with bruises, a sight both pitiful and distressing. Of course, these marks were self-inflicted through the use of spiritual energy, but to the onlookers, they appeared as undeniable evidence of cruel torment. The disciples of the Fire Cloud sect, witnessing this scene, displayed expressions of fury. One must respect the master before striking the dog. Clearly, the Blade Dominators held them in contempt. Huo Wuji's face was dark enough to drip with malice. What did he say? Chu Qiuran embellished with fervor. I could endure no more and was compelled to reveal the location of the cave. Upon hearing this, Patian laughed heartily, declaring that we of the Fire Cloud sect are merely a bunch of feeble blusterers, all talk and no action. He paused, feigning hesitation. What else did he say? Speak quickly. Of Wujirord. Chu Qiuran, trembling with fear, hesitantly replied. He also mentioned that you, young master, couldn't even defeat a sickly member of the Tianjian sect, branding you a worthless failure. Boom! A tempestuous blaze erupted from Ho Wuji's being, igniting the surrounding trees in an instant. Stone breaking heaven. Ho Wuji ground his teeth. The sound, echoing ominously, exposed the man, but do not reveal his weaknesses. To be unexpectedly defeated by Chu Qiuran was the greatest humiliation of his life. Now, that stone-breaking heaven dared to publicly shame him with this incident. How intolerable. Young master, that stone-breaking heaven further declared that he has claimed that cave. And if anyone dares to challenge him, he will twist their heads off and use them as balls. Chu Qiuran stoked the flames further. He also said, if you have the capability, come find him. He is waiting in the rocky forest to the east. Very well. Excellent. Ho Wui, consumed befuri, left maniacally. Relay my orders. Everyone follow me. Today if I, Ho Wuji, do not dismantle stone-breaking heaven-s bones, I shall not bear the Ho surname. Blinded by rage, Ho Wuji did not question the veracity of Zhang San's words. Rather, he preferred to believe in their truth. He required an outlet for his pent-up frustrations. He needed a victory to cleanse his previous disgrace. Indeed, young master, the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect, filled with zeal, surged after Ho Wuji, brimming with murderous intent towards the rocky forest. Chu Qiuran trailed at the rear of the ranks, wearing a face of unwavering loyalty and shared animosity, while inwardly reveling in delight. Beep. The system has detected that the host has successfully incited hatred between the Fire Cloud sect and the Blade sect, leading to an impending large-scale conflict. Plot impact assessment. Reward points, 8,000. Current available points, 27150-800-35150. I am indeed a little genius. Chu Qiuran silently praised herself. Soon, they arrived at the rocky forest, where they found stone-breaking heaven resting on a large boulder, accompanied by a dozen disciples of the Blade sect. Stone-breaking heaven. A towering figure with a bare upper body revealing bronze skin adorned with scars, rested beside a sword wider than a door. They appeared to have just emerged from a fierce battle, seeking respite. Upon noticing Ho Wuji leading a throng of people, brimming with hostility, stone-breaking heaven paused momentarily. Rising to his feet, he boomed, Ho Wuji, what do you intend by bringing so many people? What do I intend? Ho Wuji's nird. Stone-breaking heaven. Were you not boasting about your prowess? Did you not claim that all of us in the Fire Cloud sect are mere soft-shell prawns? Stone-breaking heaven frowned, bewildered. What nonsense are you spouting? What did I ever say such a thing? Still daring to quibble, Ho Wuji pointed at Chu Qiuran behind him. My person heard it with her own ears. Shipo Tian cast a glance at the sly and furtive Zhang San, utterly devoid of any recollection. Enough of your nonsense. Ho Wuji had already lost his patience. Today, you shall either kneel and apologize, or I shall strike you down to your knees. Insufferable. Shipo Tian, known for his fiery temper, could hardly tolerate being berated so brazenly. You wish to brawl? I shall gladly oblige. He seized the colossal sword beside him, a formidable aura surging forth as he ascended, fierce and unyielding. Brothers, charge forth. Annihilate these fire-wielding fools. The impending clash was imminent. The disciples of the Fire Cloud sect were adept at flame incantations, their ranged assaults sharp and precise. Meanwhile, the disciples of the dominant Blade sect were all formidable body cultivators, unrivaled in close combat. In an instant, chaos erupted as the two factions collided. Flames soared into the sky, and the air was rife with the clash of blades. The entire rocky forest transformed into a brutal battleground. Chu Qiuran, concealed at the rear and self-righteously claiming to survey the fray, observed the tumultuous scene before him with a satisfied nod. Then, he commenced his performance. He conjured a small fireball and sent it hurtling towards the back of one of the dominant Blade sect disciples. With a resounding bang, the disciple stumbled, narrowly evading a lethal strike from another disciple of the Fire Cloud sect. He conjured another fireball and directed it beneath the feet of a Fire Cloud sect disciple. The disciple slipped and collided painfully with the blade of a nearby dominant Blade disciple. A cry of anguish pierced the air. Who struck me? Are you blind? The battlefield descended further into chaos, exacerbated by Chu Qiuran's treachery, rendering it even more brutal. Like a specter, he flitted along the periphery of the battlefield, occasionally launching surprise attacks to stoke the flames of anger on both sides. Chapter 86. Exiting the battlefield amidst his revelry, his consciousness suddenly caught a familiar resonance. It was the aura of Liu Ruobing. She was positioned in the northwest, approximately 30 miles away. However, Chu Qiuran's expression darkened abruptly as he sensed her presence swiftly waning. Surrounding her were a dozen cold and sinister auras, encircling her menacingly. The Ghost King sect. In an instant, Chu Qiuran deduced the identity of the adversaries. A chilling intent surged from the depths of his heart. He dismissed the farcical spectacle before him and silently withdrew from the battlefield. Chu Qiuran's figure glided away from the chaos like a wraith. The lewdness and panic that once adorned his visage vanished without a trace, replaced by an icy demeanor capable of freezing one's very soul. Dare to harm Liu Ruobing? They seek death. As his thoughts crystallized, he activated the 36 transformations of Tiangang. The diminutive disciple of the Fire Cloud sect vanished, and the strikingly handsome, yet frail-looking young man in white reemerged. In the next moment, his primordial spirit surged into action with fervor. The terrifying spiritual power, characteristic of the mid-stage of the Yuan-ing, was unleashed without any reservations. Whoosh! His figure transformed into a streak of light, imperceptible to the naked eye, racing towards the northwest. A distance of 30 li was merely a handful of breaths for him. In a shadowy thicket, Liu Ruobing and Xiao Yunfei stood back to back, their faces pale and bodies wounded. Surrounding them were a dozen or so practitioners clad in black robes, exuding an aura of malevolence. Leading them was a captivatingly beautiful woman with an alluring figure, Yao Ji, the saintess of the Ghost King sect. Her laughter, akin to the tinkling of silver bells, carried an undercurrent of chilling malice. Why aren't the two prodigies of the Heavenly Sword sect fleeing? Beneath their feet lay the lifeless bodies of several disciples from other sects, their essence drained away. Xiao Yunfei tightened his grip on his longsword, his voice low and resolute. You demonic woman of the Ghost King sect, do you not fear the wrath of the masses for your wanton slaughter? The wrath of the masses? Yao Ji seemed to find the notion amusing. In this realm of myriad beasts, what does the death of a few souls signify? Her gaze greedily swept over Liu Ruobing. Ah, truly a prime specimen of purine. If I could refine you into my main soul banner, my power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Junior sister, you must go ahead. I will hold them off. A flicker of determination flashed in Xiao Yunfei's eyes. No, Liu Ruobing's gaze was resolute, her heart devoid of fear. For reasons unknown, she firmly believed that the man would come. Where are you, Chu Qiuran? She sent out a faint call within the heart-binding knot. Thinking of escaping? It's too late. Millennia-old, Night of the 100 Ghosts. With a wave of her black banner, a cacophony of wailing spirits erupted, and a chilling wind swept through. Dozens of grotesque demons surged forth from the banner, lunging towards Liu Ruobing and Xiao Yunfei. Each of these malevolent beings possessed the strength of the late Foundation establishment stage and were fiercely undaunted, making them exceedingly difficult to combat. Liu Ruobing and Xiao Yunfei fought with all their might, their sword light intertwining with icy energy as they dispatched one demon after another. Yet, the sheer number of foes was overwhelming, and their spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. It was over. Yao Ji observed the two, now at their limits, and a smug smile spread across her face. She took matters into her own hands, transforming into a wisp of black smoke, instantly appearing behind Liu Ruobing. A pale, ghostly claw reached for her crown of head. If the strike connected, Liu Ruobing would undoubtedly meet her demise. Xiao Yunfei sought to rescue her, but found himself ensnared by several demons, unable to break free. As Liu Ruobing sensed the lethal threat looming behind her, she slowly closed her eyes. However, the anticipated death did not arrive. A warm, sun-like aura suddenly enveloped her. With a chilling hiss, the malevolent spirits, upon sensing the emergence of an otherworldly aura, shrieked in terror, dissipating into mere ashes. The sinister atmosphere that shrouded the dense forest was abruptly dispelled. Liu Ruobing suddenly opened her eyes. A figure clad in white had appeared before her, seemingly out of nowhere. That silhouette was one she recognized all too well. It was Chu Qiuran. "Who are you?" The ghostly claws of the Yoji halted midair, unable to advance any further. A golden flame ignited from an unknown source, enveloping her spectral appendage. Ah! The searing pain elicited a cry of anguish from her, causing her to swiftly retract her hand, now charred and blackened. "My dear senior sister, do you dare to make a move?" Chu Qiuran slowly turned to face her, his expression devoid of any emotion. Yet Yoji and all the disciples of the Ghost King sect felt as though they were being scrutinized by an ancient deity, their very souls quaking in terror. "Who are you?" Yoji stammered in fright. The youth before her, clad in white, radiated an aura that, while ostensibly that of a perfected foundation establishment cultivator, bore an oppressive weight akin to a natural nemesis, leaving her breathless. "The one who will end your lives," Chu Qiuran stated coolly. He raised his hand, and a golden fire lotus began to bloom slowly in his palm. Nanyang true fire, the most supreme and unyielding force, bane of all evils. "Go, kill him," Yoji screeched, her voice laced with a facade of courage. The remaining disciples of the Ghost King sect, steeling themselves, urged their specters to charge forth. Chu Qiuran did not even cast him a glance. With a flick of his fingers, the golden fire lotus erupted, transforming into a torrential downpour of golden flames that rained down upon them. Each droplet of this fiery deluge struck with precision, landing on a disciple or their specter. There were no cries of agony, no struggles. Those touched by the golden fire were instantaneously purified into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples of the Ghost King sect were annihilated, save for Yoji, who stood frozen in utter shock. Trembling uncontrollably, she pondered, what kind of flame is this? What sort of power is this? Could such strength truly belong to a mere foundation establishment cultivator? Chu Qiuran advanced towards her, step by deliberate step. "Now, you have two choices." His voice remained calm, devoid of any tremor. 1. Surrender all your identity tokens, then self-destruct your cultivation and leave. 2. Face death. Ipsilonu yis bodiquakit violently. Gazing into Chu Qiuran's tranquil eyes, she had no doubt that a single refusal would lead her to the same fate as her fallen subordinates. Fear utterly eclipsed her dignity and arrogance. She trembled as she retrieved a dozen identity jade tokens from her storage pouch, casting them all to the ground. A flicker of resentment and unwillingness crossed her eyes, but ultimately, she steeled herself and struck her palm against her dantian. With a spurt of blood, her vitality instantly waned. Her cultivation was utterly obliterated. "Begone!" Chu Qiuran uttered a single word.